After 298 years of conquest, the largest city north of the Neck, White Harbor, welcomed yet another clear summer morning. The Blade River flowed into the sea from this point, with numerous fishing boats departing the harbor to commence their day's labor. The ruling Manderley family resided in the new castle atop the high hills of the city, and today marked a significant occasion for the entire Manderley lineage. The third-generation heir, Clay Manderley, concluded his 2-year journey through the trading city-states and returned to the Manderley family. Clay's father was originally the younger son of the current White Harbor Earl, Wyman Manderley, and under the laws of succession, Clay was not in line to become the third heir. However, 6 months prior, after the unexpected miscarriage of his uncle's wife, Sir Seaworth deemed her incapable of bearing children henceforth. The aging Earl Wyman hastily dispatched a messenger to summon Clay back from the trading city-states. All members of the Manderley family, except for Earl Wyman and his 2 sons, gathered at the harbor to welcome the young man who was about to assume the mantle of heir. Unbeknownst to them, the young man slowly descending the gangway had been replaced by a soul from another realm. Before crossing over, this otherworldly soul had been lamenting a next-generation update of a monster hunting game, only to find himself in a world of ice and fire that he knew all too well. Upon receiving the memories, Clay discovered that he had become a member of the Manderley family, a figure who had never existed in this world. Shortly after arriving in the trading city-states, he received an urgent summons from his family, delivered personally by the elder, Sir Malin Manderley. White Harbor remains unchanged, reeking of fish, Clay remarked as his feet touched the soil of Westeros, inhaling the pervasive scent of fish in the air. Ah, it seems you have grown accustomed to the fragrances of pintos, Sir Malin retorted mildly, his sense of familial duty tinged with dissatisfaction toward the young heir, who had been away for 2 years. At the inner harbor's docks, the city guard stood in formation, fully armed. The mermaid banner fluttered high, and a group of people gathered between 2 rows of guards. Come, meet your sisters, Sir Malin guided Clay toward the crowd. The Manderley women, Valefied and Vera, donned deep green gowns, leading the remaining family members in welcoming Clay's return. 7 gods, sister, look. He has grown so tall in just 2 years, exclaimed 15-year-old Vera, linking arms with her sister in excitement. Clay was slightly older than Vera, having just celebrated his 16th name day aboard the ship. As he approached the assembly, under Sir Malin's stern gaze, the Valefied sisters and the remaining relatives solemnly bowed to Clay. Though still young, his status as heir elevated him far above all those present. Since the conclusion of the bloody Targaryen civil war, the establishment of heirs, particularly male heirs, had become a matter of utmost importance among the nobility of Westeros. After completing the formalities, the dignified elder sister, Weirfield, took the initiative to grasp Clay's hand, smiling as she said, "Clay, grandfather is awaiting you at New Castle, let us proceed swiftly." Clay nodded, eager to meet his grandfather, for it was only with the Earl Wyman's approval that his status as heir could be firmly established. Upon mounting their steeds, Clay and his companions traversed Fish King Square, ascending the castle steps. A grand and imposing white stone fortress emerged from Clay's recollections, reappearing vividly before his eyes. This colossal stronghold, ranked among the top 3 in the entire north, belonged to the Mandler family and was distinguished from the old fortress at the mountain's foot by the name New Castle. Guided by the 2 sisters, Clay entered the Mandler family hall, a symbol of the power core of White Harbor, which bore an even more illustrious name, the Mermaid Palace. Though he had visited this place numerous times in his memory, Clay could not help but marvel at the family's profound financial foundation as he stepped inside once more. The hall, reminiscent of a palace, featured a ceiling and floor intricately crafted from thick wooden planks. These valuable timber surfaces were adorned by the skilled artisans of White Harbor, who had carved a myriad of exquisite marine creatures. At the center of the entryway stood a grand raised platform, upon which loomed a magnificent throne, symbolizing the absolute authority of the Mandler family. In his mind, Clay compared this hall's grandeur to that of the Stark family's Winterfell hall. It was undoubtedly far more opulent. While it still fell short of the Red Keep's throne room, it was undeniably unique in the context of his title as an earl. Seated upon the throne was a tall, robust elder, his silver hair glistening prominently in the candlelight. Clay recognized him immediately as his grandfather, the Earl of White Harbor, Lord Wyman Mandler. Weirfield, leading her pouting sister to one side, left Clay standing alone in the center of the Mermaid Palace hall, gazing across at the stern-faced elder on the throne. Taking a deep breath, Clay stepped forward, placing a hand on his chest to bow. "Grandfather, I have returned." With his head bowed, he was unsure how much time passed as the 2 remained in silence, locked in their standoff. "Raging seas," the Earl suddenly bellowed. Momentarily taken aback, Clay quickly realized this was the family motto. He immediately lifted his gaze, meeting his grandfather's eyes, and responded with equal fervor, "Raging seas." The icy facade of the Earl's flushed face shattered, and he broke into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, it is good to have you back." The elder's robust figure sprang from the throne, hastening to Clay's side, circling around him with rapid speech. "Indeed, this is my grandson, and look, the hair on your lips has begun to grow. TSK, I didn't realize that you were quite as unattractive as your father in your youth, but now you are much more handsome. Excellent. You have returned rest for the night, and tomorrow I shall take you to Lord Ed to secure a marriage contract." Clay listened, his expression one of resigned amusement, while Vera let out a soft chuckle in the hall. Wefield maintained her ladylike composure, though the upward curve of her lips betrayed her inner delight. The Earl of Wyman continued to ramble, but upon seeing the expressions of his two granddaughters, he realized he had perhaps spoken too much. He shot them a fierce glare and muttered, "I shall arrange for both of you to be married off next month." His voice, perhaps a tad too loud, caused the two unmarried ladies to fall silent, retreating into the corner like ostriches hiding from danger. "Very well, Clay, you may proceed. Crossing the narrow sea is no trivial matter. Your room has been kept tidy for you these past 2 years. We shall discuss dinner later, as your father and uncle will be returning shortly." In response to his grandfather's words, Clay nodded in agreement. The astute Wilfred quickly took her simple-minded sister by the hand, guiding Clay out of the mermaid palace, for remaining there would undoubtedly result in further reprimand from the old man. Reclining on the bed, which had remained unchanged in his memories, Clay pondered the truth in the Earl's words. Indeed, he had matters to attend to in Winterfell. Chapter 2. The Witcher system. Perhaps the content he had previously criticized before his transmigration struck a chord with some unseen entity. For he did not arrive in the world of ice and fire empty-handed, with a mere thought. A dark blue panel unfurled upon his retina. Witcher system, level 1. Potions, expand. Bombs, expand. Equipment, expand. Magic pool, 70 unlocked seals, none items, expand. After a period of exploration, he began to grasp the system's purpose. This level 1 system's bombs and equipment sections contained no recipes or blueprints, while the potion section held a single recipe for brewing a potion for Witcher mutation. The recipe was as follows: wyvern spine marrow, dragon bone, reusable, griffin venom sac, white-haired vampire's tongue, marsh leech, cassava bark, longleaf plant and ghost grass, mandrake root, copper coin grass. The system had already identified suitable substitutes for Crya in this world. Upon seeing the recipe, he promptly spent all the gold dragons he had brought from White Harbor to purchase a dragon bone bow from a collector in Pantos. This was the most challenging item to acquire, had he not been the young master of White Harbor. Obtaining a dragon bone in a city that had seen its disappearance for over a century would have likely necessitated a daring heist in King's Landing. By now, he had gathered all the other ingredients, leaving only the sentinel tree bark, which theoretically could only be found in the Wolf Woods to the northwest of the north. Merely gathering the materials was insufficient. In the world of Witchers, undergoing mutation required the assistance of a mage. Attempting to mutate without magical support would be tantamount to courting death. In this realm, Crya had traversed the trade city-states. Yet he could not seem to elevate the initial 70 points of magic stored in his system. He had also visited the Red Temple, but sadly, it was mostly filled with charlatans who could only breathe fire. He understood well that when the stars wept blood and the glass candles of the Academy reignited, the world's magical energies would be revitalized. However, he could not afford to wait that long. On this northern journey, the largest fishbone tree in the Stark family's sacred grove was another target for him. According to the system's notes, only when his magic pool reached 100 could he ensure a success rate exceeding 80%. Moreover, a higher magic storage would gradually increase the chances of successfully resisting negative effects during the mutation process. Crya did not wish for his little brother to be ineffective, nor did he want to end up paralyzed. He contemplated deeply, knowing that in the original timeline, the unfortunate reigning king would soon meet his demise by poison, followed by the Starks' descent into the south, leading to a brutal war upon Robert's death. Thus, in the impending chaos, possessing formidable personal strength would be the paramount choice for survival, let alone a mere count's grandson. Just observing the tragic fates of Duke Eddard Stark's children was enough to reveal that titles were but illusions, unreliable and hollow. Furthermore, with the backing of White Harbor and the vast wealth of the North, who dictated that the potion trial could only be utilized by him. Once the recipe and magic issues were resolved, he believed that given time, he could muster an army of Witchers for the Seven Kingdoms. Before he knew it, afternoon had arrived. A series of knocks interrupted Crya's reverie. He sat up from his bed, composed himself at the chair, and spoke. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a small head with lightly green-dyed hair peeking in, showcasing 2 little tiger teeth as she giggled. "Crya, it's time for dinner. Sister sent me to take you to the hall. I know the way." He chuckled, shaking his head. Rising, he stretched and followed his sister through the opulently adorned corridor. They soon arrived at the hall, where Crya noticed that the servants had already set a long table in the center, with the kitchen preparing the meal. They had arrived early, and other family members had yet to show up, leaving only the old steward directing the servants in their tasks. Seeing the young master arrive, the steward approached with a smile. Young Master Krya, Miss Vera, you both have arrived early. However, the dinner has not yet commenced. Would you like to take a stroll in the garden? Upon realizing that dinner had yet to start, Krya understood that his cousin, whom he hadn't seen for 2 years, had something to discuss. Nodding, he followed Vera into the garden, leaning against the railing that overlooked the entirety of White Harbor. The refreshing sea breeze greeted him as the flickering lights of the city sparkled beautifully. Observing Vera, who seemed hesitant to speak, he gently ruffled her hair and asked with a warm smile, "What would you like to tell me, Vera?" Did you notice, Krya?" Krya nodded with a smile. Vera hesitated for a moment before saying, "During dinner, Grandpa might ask you to visit Winterfell. Can I go with you?" As she spoke, her pale violet eyes sparkled with hope. "What would you do in Winterfell?" Krya asked, somewhat perplexed. "Just to have a look around. You know Grandpa's temperament. He believes we noble ladies should remain in the castle until we are married," Vera asserted confidently. Slightly taken aback, Krya saw her as a caged bird, desperately flapping her wings, yearning to escape confinement. Just as he was about to agree, the steward's voice interrupted them. "Young master, miss, dinner is ready, and the Earl is calling for you both." Returning to the hall, thanks to the diligent efforts of the Mandrell family servants, a visually appealing dinner had been laid out on the table, with candles lit, casting a more divine and mysterious glow over the entire mermaid palace. Earl Waymond sat at the center, flanked by 2 broad-shouldered men, the one on the right being his eldest son, Wylis Mandrell, Krya's uncle, while the man on the left, grinning widely, was Krya's father, Wendell Mandrell. "Please, sit. You two can chat after you've finished your meal," Earl Waymond said, his face glowing in candlelight, filled with mirth. Krya and the 2 sisters sat together. After Earl Waymond took his first bite of bread, they focused intently on their food. "Krya, in the next couple of days, prepare yourself. Take my personal letter and visit Lord Eddard in Winterfell," Earl Waymond suddenly stated. Krya pondered briefly and understood Earl Waymond's intent. The old man was quenching the flames of ambition in those who coveted White Harbor. As long as he met with Eddard Stark, no one could rightfully claim the title of Earl of White Harbor before him after his uncle's passing. "Understood, grandfather," Krya promptly replied. Although the old man primarily sought stability for White Harbor, this attitude was necessary for Krya to adopt. Just as he finished speaking, someone stepped on his foot, causing him to grimace. He looked at Vera, who was subtly signaling him, and with a wry smile, he said to Earl Waymond, "Grandfather, I would like to take Vera with me to Winterfell." Chapter 3, Journey to Winterfell. What is your purpose in going to Winterfell? Count Wyman scratched his chin, adorned with a grizzled beard, as he inquired curiously of his granddaughter. Upon witnessing the astonished expression on Wyla's face, Clay realized that she had not divulged her intentions to anyone prior. "Isn't it to meet Lord Eddard? Perhaps I could also befriend his sons." "I simply intend to make a friend of Lady Sansa," Wyla asserted confidently. In truth, she was not entirely mistaken. Her sister, Wilfrid, had accompanied Count Wyman to Winterfell several times in previous years, and according to her sister, she had forged a close friendship with Sansa Stark, even engaging in embroidery together. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was perceptive. It seemed this notion had begun to take root the moment Clay returned. "Just stay out of trouble." Wyla's father, Willis, chastised his daughter, his imposing figure resembling that of a bear, appearing utterly perplexed on how to communicate with her. Clay watched as Wyla tugged at her braid, stifling a laugh, and was about to offer her some words of encouragement when he noticed the thoughtful expression on the elder's face, prompting him to swallow his words. With the lord silent, all dining ceased, and the vast hall of the mermaids fell into an eerie stillness. To everyone's astonishment, the usually overprotective Count Wyman, after a moment of contemplation, surprisingly acquiesced. "Very well, Clay, you shall take her, and keep a vigilant eye on her." Clay was momentarily taken aback, though surprised. He nodded quickly to avoid further repercussions. He was uncertain of Count Wyman's intentions. In such a noble household, the appearance of heirs, particularly females, was laden with significance, often indicative of marriage alliances among the great houses. Count Wyman had presided over the family for decades, his motivations inscrutable. Yet one thing was abundantly clear. The now mature Wilfrid sisters would never be wed to families of lesser status than the Mandlers. Was the old man seeking to allow Wyla to catch the eye of Robb Stark? If so, the previous trips with Wilfrid to Winterfell likely harbored similar intentions. Was he still clinging to hope? 2 days later, by the banks of the White Knife, hold on to that wine, deliver it to Sir Roderick, the master-at-arms of Winterfell, and inform him it is for settling my gambling debt, Wendell Mandler instructed, slapping his son affectionately on the back while detailing his acquaintances in Winterfell. Clay, accompanied by Wyla and a retinue of 10 gleaming armored guards, journeyed north along the banks of the White Knife. If all went smoothly, they would reach Seaguard in a fortnight, thereafter embarking on the King's Road, reaching Winterfell in no time. The river flowed gently, glistening like a silver ribbon under the morning sun, adorned by the vast verdant plains. Indeed, the north in midsummer held great scenic value. Behind Clay, Wyla, on her snow-white steed, was exuberantly calling out, displaying none of her sister Wilfede's poise. "Steady now. Don't fall off the horse," Clay reminded her. "Oh, I know. Stop nagging like a wet nurse, Clay." Wyla dismissed his concern, her laughter ringing like silver bells across the open riverside. Clay chuckled, deciding to let her be, his gaze drifting to the family guards surrounding them, their shields emblazoned with the mermaid crest of House Mandler. While most soldiers in the north were typically clad in chainmail due to economic constraints, the Mandler family, possessing the fifth largest city in Westeros, faced no such limitations. As far as Clay was aware, their armory could equip over 500 fully armored cavalrymen instantaneously. When he learned of this, Clay was perplexed as to why such a formidable force remained hidden during the subsequent War of the Five Kings. Count Wyman had preferred to let one son be captured and imprisoned while the other perished alongside Robb Stark at the Red Wedding. Even when Jon Snow attempted to retake Winterfell, he did not deploy this power. What was he scheming? It was essential to recognize that the ancient noble families of Westeros, including his own, concealed depths far beyond mere appearances, and Clay could not afford to make hasty decisions based solely on his impressions. One point that Wyla did not misstate during the banquet was that Clay indeed needed to meet Eddard Stark's family during this venture to Winterfell. As the third-generation heir of House Mandler, he was inexorably drawn into the affairs of the North. The Stark family's resilience, shaped by the harsh winters and their old gods' beliefs, endowed them with an indomitable spirit, yet they seemed to lack sufficient political astuteness. Observing Eddard and Robb's subsequent series of bewildering decisions that squandered the North's advantageous position, they bore undeniable responsibility. However, despite their political shortcomings, the Starks were competent leaders. Clay certainly preferred them over the grotesque tyrants of Harrenhal, who reveled in skinning their foes. What had initially been a non-urgent matter, compounded by Wyla's wandering, extended their journey from the anticipated 15 days to a full 20. As the sun set on the 20th day, they finally beheld the formidable gray-black castle silhouetted against the horizon. From afar, a melodious horn sounded, accompanied by the thunderous hoofbeats of 3 war horses bearing knights in full armor, heralded by the fluttering banner of the dire wolf. The leading knight recognized the Mandler family's mermaid sigil and, without any suspicion, boomed, "Friends from White Harbor, welcome to Winterfell." This was essentially an inquiry into the purpose of Clay and his companion's visit, a duty of the Stark family's rangers. This knight, astutely observant, immediately discerned the lavishly attired Clay and Wyla nestled in the center of their entourage. Clay understood it was his turn to speak. He urged his horse forward, and the guards instinctively parted to grant him passage. "I am Clay Mandler, seeking an audience with the Lord Protector of the North, Lord Stark." While the knight may not have recalled a young man from House Mandler, no one in the North dared to misuse the family's banner. The knight nodded, spurred his horse, and declared, "The Lord is within the castle. Follow me." As they trailed behind the banner of the dire wolf, Winterfell gradually drew closer. And just before the last rays of the setting sun vanished, Clay and his company passed through the gates of Winterfell. Chapter 4. Dancing with Wolves. Winterfell, in truth, is not a city. It is, strictly speaking, merely the military stronghold of House Stark. Spanning several acres, it is encircled by 2 massive and formidable walls. Following the Stark guards, Cleo traversed through the soon-to-close eastern gate, entering the capital of the North. The guards, bearing the sigil of the dire wolf, ignited torches that slightly dispelled the pervasive darkness enveloping the air. "Esteemed friends of House Manderly, please wait here for a moment while I report to Ser Roderick. He will arrange suitable accommodations for you." Cleo nodded. It was already evening, and visiting Duke Stark at this hour was certainly not opportune. The guards hurried away, leaving Cleo and his companions to quietly await in front of the main keep, with only Vera, mounted on horseback, scanning the surroundings. Approximately 20 minutes later, a stout, elderly man clutching a helmet appeared within Cleo's line of sight. Draped in a deep crimson cloak and with a long sword hanging at his waist, he approached with measured strides. "Winterfell welcomes you," he stated blandly, introducing himself. "I am Ser Roderick, the Master-at-Arms of Winterfell. What brings you here from afar?" Cleo dismounted, and the remaining guards along with Vera followed suit, stepping forward to greet Roderick. He looked at this elder who had devoted his life to the house of the dire wolf and smiled. "Greetings, Ser. I am Cleo Manderly, and this is my sister, Vera." Roderick had indeed heard Cleo's name when he was born, but since Cleo had maintained a low profile and had been absent from Westeros for 2 years, he momentarily failed to recall who he was. A branch of House Manderly, Roderick furrowed his brow. Having served House Stark for nearly 50 years, he had never encountered a cadet branch requesting an audience with the Duke of Winterfell. That is rather irregular. However, every member of House Stark understood that when winter arrives, lone wolves perish while packs thrive. They had no grounds to refuse or dismiss this peculiar manderly lad before them. You shall meet the Lord tomorrow, for tonight you will stay in Winterfell. I will report to him in the morning. With the day waning, Roderick showed little interest in further conversation, delivering his words succinctly. Guests follow the host's wishes. Cleo naturally had no objections. The Stark guards would tend to their horses and accommodate their retainers. Cleo, grasping Vera's hand, who seemed somewhat apprehensive of the dark, followed closely behind Roderick, who was not particularly tall. The night swiftly passed, and warm sunlight once again illuminated the ancient fortress. Cleo, having risen early, was practicing the rudimentary sword techniques of the Witcher's wolf school, clumsily wielding a finely crafted hand-and-a-half sword. Though laborious, he was meticulous with each movement. Are you training with a sword? A youthful voice interrupted as Cleo's blade sliced through the air. Cleo sheathed his sword and turned towards the source of the voice. A boy clad in simple attire stood at the entrance of the courtyard where Cleo and his companions were lodged. With deep brown hair and a slender frame, a dull short sword hung at his waist. Upon seeing Cleo pause, the boy approached, extending his hand with a hint of youthful shyness. My name is John. Pleased to meet you. Curiously, he did not introduce his surname, yet Cleo had already deduced his identity. Cleo, he responded, shaking the boy's hand, likewise omitting his surname. This lad was most likely Jon Snow, the future king of the North, bearing the blood of both wolf and dragon. For him, the matter of surname was exceedingly sensitive. He was particularly conscious of his status as a bastard. You are, of House Manderly? John inquired hesitantly, eyeing the mermaid banner that fluttered in the courtyard. Due to his unpopularity with Lady Catelyn, John had never received a formal education in heraldry and was oblivious to these intricate family ties. Upon nodding from Cleo, a flicker of disappointment crossed John's eyes. Despite being born into the noble Stark family, he envied Cleo, who stood a head taller, for possessing a surname of his own. He harbored a deep resentment for the cursed mark of being a Snow. Regaining his composure, John, the finest swordsman among the young Stark generation, had just scrutinized Cleo's swordplay and footwork, skills that Ser Roderick had never imparted to him. His competitive spirit surged, prompting him to ask, Hey, may I spar with you? Though he had yet to master the essence of the wolf school techniques, Cleo welcomed the challenge with a hearty laugh. Of course, John. The two took their positions, and the Manderly guards instinctively cleared a space for their young lord. Be careful. Ser Roderick has said I am the best swordsman in my family, even better than Robb. The innocent boy was unaware that his words had inadvertently revealed his identity. After all, which lord in the north was not acquainted with the name of the Stark heir? As they faced each other, an unexpected crowd gathered, comprising both Manderly and Stark retainers, with Ser Roderick among them, standing with a middle-aged man who observed the duel intently. After circling the arena, John realized that Cleo's footwork was relentlessly pressuring him, denying him a comfortable opportunity to strike. With a decisive shout, he charged forward, sword raised. The clash of steel rang out as Cleo barely parried John's strike aimed at his waist. He had not anticipated the boy's ferocity. The hand-and-a-half sword he wielded was inherently heavier, making his movement slower. Seeing his attack thwarted, John quickly withdrew his sword, but before he could launch a second thrust, Cleo executed an upward slash that forced John to block defensively. The two blades met again, and John felt a surge of force push him back 2 steps. In that moment, Cleo was grateful for the hours spent mastering the wolf school techniques, as he advanced with practiced steps, delivering a downward strike. The weapons clashed repeatedly, drawing cheers from the onlookers, yet the middle-aged man frowned, glancing at Roderick, who had similarly furrowed his brows. Just as he prepared to speak, Roderick remarked, This is troublesome. John may be at risk of losing. Within the makeshift arena, the two youths continued to wield their weapons, while behind them, the banners of House Stark and House Manderly fluttered peacefully in the morning light. An intriguing lad, the middle-aged man mused, observing the fray, his gray eyes reflecting Cleo's form. When they conclude, inform him. I shall be in the hall awaiting his arrival. With that, he departed the gathering. Yes, my lord. Chapter 5 Eddard Stark. The contest between Grey and John continued, but as Sir Roderick had observed, the situation was swiftly turning unfavorably for John. Although John's attacks were swift and cunning despite wielding a shorter weapon, he was at a disadvantage due to his lack of strength. Grey, though occasionally pushed to the brink, managed to maintain his composure, while John realized he was beginning to tire. Each swing or thrust from Grey required John not only to evade, but also to muster considerable effort to withstand, clearly demonstrating Grey's superior strength. With another fierce clash, both combatants retreated a short distance, and John grimaced at the small nicks that had formed on his short sword. As a bastard, his savings were meager, and crafting even a single sword was a daunting endeavor. With the blade held horizontally across his chest, Grey breathed slightly heavier and wiped the sweat from his brow, keenly noticing John's trembling right hand and the involuntary movement of his fingers. He is running out of energy, Grey thought. Leaning forward, he charged with his sword. Just as he swung down, a blade of far superior craftsmanship than John's was placed between them. A youthful voice proclaimed, You've won, my friend from White Harbor. There was an interruption, and Gray, sensing the shift, sheathed his sword and stepped back. It was unwise to defeat the Lord's son on his own territory, although he felt that the Stark family's character might not take offense. Rob, you needn't do this. I can beat him. Jon expressed his dissatisfaction towards his brother. Gray was taken aback. Was this tall, brown-haired youth truly Robb Stark? Very well, you should change out of those filthy clothes. Otherwise, Mother will scold you again. Robb chuckled, patting his brother's shoulder. Jon, though reluctant, understood the state of his body and was not one to shy away from defeat. He nodded slightly to Gray and followed a guard away from the scene. As the contest concluded, the spectators voiced their lingering excitement but soon dispersed in small groups. Only the guards of both families remained, along with Robb and Gray, and the approaching Sir Roderick. Sir, Robb called, and Gray echoed the same. Roderick's gray eyes reflected a scrutinizing gaze as he looked at Gray, his tone serious. Lord Eddard is waiting for you in the hall. Come with me. Robb attempted to follow, but Roderick merely remarked, Robb, your mother is looking for Bran. He has once again climbed some tower. I suggest you assist her. Robb, with a resigned smile, offered Gray an apologetic glance and hurriedly donned his wolfskin cloak before departing. As they made their way, Roderick led Gray to the Stark family hall. This was likely the largest building aside from the Stark family's keep, with a vast hall capable of accommodating 8 long tables, sufficient for 500 individuals. Upon the elevated platform in the hall, Gray encountered an unremarkable middle-aged man. Yet he was acutely aware that this man was one of the 7 most powerful individuals in the entire kingdom, the Duke Eddard Stark, Protector of the North. Without waiting for Roderick's introduction, Gray clasped his chest and bowed, My Lord Duke. Eddard waved his hand, and after Roderick bowed and stepped aside, the spacious platform was left with only Gray and the Duke, who appraised the young man who had just bested Jon. He had indeed inherited the Mandrell family's typical height and robust stature. After a moment of silence, Eddard's voice softened as he inquired, Which of the White Harbor Wendels is your father? Vendel Mandrell, my Lord Duke. Ah, Vendel, is it? You are Vendel's son? As the Protector of the North, Eddard was naturally aware of his vassal's circumstances. After a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled who Vendel was, and subsequently realized Gray's identity, the heir of the Mandrell family. Roderick, hearing Gray's words, also displayed surprise, as he had a cordial relationship with Vendel and had not expected that this Mandrell lad, whom he considered a distant branch, was actually the child of his old friend. Gray produced a letter bearing the seal of Count Wyman and placed it upon Duke Eddard's table. The Duke, intrigued yet puzzled, picked up the letter and immediately recognized the unique sigil of Count Wyman, which added a measure of trust regarding Gray's identity. Upon reading the letter, Eddard understood Count Wyman's intent. He was requesting that all northern nobles vouch for Gray's identity. This was entirely reasonable. It was common for vassals to seek their liege lords concerning issues of inheritance. However, given that this pertained to the heir of one of the most powerful houses in the north, Eddard felt a sense of honor that compelled him to proceed with utmost caution. Gray Mandrell, I must ask you to stay in Winterfell for a few days. I will send a raven to White Harbor to confirm your identity. Is it truly necessary? Gray furrowed his brow slightly, though he found no grounds for rebuttal and could only nod in acquiescence. Noting Gray's lack of hesitation, a hint of a smile broke through Eddard's solemn demeanor. He gestured to the side. You have already met Roderick. Let him show you around Winterfell for the next few days. I hear you brought your sister along. Perfect. She can get acquainted with Robb and Sansa. Gray had a favorable first impression of both Jon and Robb Stark and thus did not decline. Realizing that his conversation with the Northern Protector had come to an end, he bowed and followed Roderick out of the hall. As soon as they exited, Roderick remarked, Vendel spoke to me at length about you when he visited Winterfell. It appears you have indeed inherited your mother's looks, though you are a fitting Mandrell in stature. Gray observed the now-aged knight, reflecting that his father's words held truth. Roderick was indeed very close to his father. He recalled what his father had instructed before his departure. Sir, before I came, my father instructed me to deliver a bottle of wine to you, stating it was to settle a debt he owed you. Roderick paused momentarily and then burst into hearty laughter, now free of any concerns regarding Gray's identity, for the debt was a secret known only between him and Vendel, unbeknownst to others. He still remembers that, does he? I thought he was hiding in White Harbor to avoid paying for a bottle of wine. The old knight was evidently in high spirits, resting a heavy iron hand upon Gray's shoulder. Lord Eddard is correct. You young ones should become more acquainted. Come. You should have breakfast first, and then bring your sister to the training grounds to find us. As the chief instructor of Winterfell, he was responsible for training the Stark family's younger generation. Jon's swordsmanship was taught by him. With a smile, Gray made his way to his quarters, where he needed to rouse his slumbering sister, Vela. Chapter 6. Honor must not be tarnished. It is difficult to fathom who imparted such swordsmanship to you. This is certainly not the style of your father. In the training grounds, the sweat-drenched Clay executed a series of fundamental sword techniques from the Wolf School with remarkable speed. a massive half-sword carving deadly arcs through the air around him. Sir Roderick, stroking his chin adorned with a wiry white beard, could not help but marvel. To an expert like him, who had wielded a sword for decades, Clay's technique, when paired with greater strength and swifter speed, would undoubtedly surpass his own in close combat efficacy. This left him perplexed, as far as he knew. The swordsmanship of the Manderley family from White Harbor was inherited from Winterfell, and Wendell's reliance on his sheer bulk during their sparring did not reflect a mastery of the sword. In truth, his technique was considerably rougher than his own. Essos is a land that harbors filth and corruption, yet one must concede, sometimes within a refuse heap, one can unearth something of worth. Clay, however, evaded the question, attributing the origins of his swordplay entirely to his travels through Essos, for the traditional small nobility of Westeros. Their impression of Essos is summarized by a few phrases: the Iron Bank, trade city-states, slavery, the Dothraki savages, and Valyrian ruins. Aside from those self-indulgent trade city-states, none of these terms resonate with the knightly virtues and sense of honor that Westerosi nobles espouse. They are steeped solely in barbarism and violence. Thus, aside from a few nobles engaged in commerce with the city-states, no one has any interest in that land. Robb, do you have any news from White Harbor? Clay turned to inquire of Robb, who was instructing his younger brother Bran in archery. Perhaps. A raven arrived in Winterfell this morning. My father did not seem pleased. So I dared not ask, Robb replied in a hushed tone, casting a reluctant glance at Bran. Clay had now spent 3 days in Winterfell, and according to the raven's flight speed, today should mark the day Winterfell received a reply from White Harbor. He trusted that his father would not delay. During these 3 days, Clay had grown familiar with the Stark siblings. Bran and Rickon were still quite young and somewhat shy, while his sister Vela had already bonded with the 2 Stark girls. The trio huddled together whispering, much to the chagrin of their governess. Clay's visit to Winterfell served not only to affirm his identity to the north but, more importantly, to connect with the Stark family as sacred gods would. His goal was to seek out the largest weirwood tree in the north. The faith of the old gods runs deep throughout the north, and unlike others, he understood that the weirwood itself harbors rich magical properties, which his parched reservoir of magic desperately needed. As for the final ingredient for the herbal remedy, the bark of the sentinel tree, Clay was not overly concerned, as long as he had the chance to venture outside the city. He could find such trees in the vast wolfwood. If all else failed, there were some in Winterfell's storerooms, though their age might affect their potency. While conversing, a guard clad in a direwolf cloak entered the training yard and whispered something to Sir Roderick. Robb and Clay, Lord Eddard requests your presence in the keep study. Sir Roderick interrupted the discussion. Clay exchanged a glance with Robb and nodded. Having never been to the keep, he would follow Robb. Upon entering the study, Lord Eddard Stark stood before the fireplace. You have arrived, he stated calmly, though his face seemed frozen, encased in an ice that even the warmth of summer could not thaw. He turned his gaze to Clay. Clay Manderley, I have received the letter confirming your identity from Lord Wyman. I have instructed the Maester to inform the entire North. Hearing this, Clay felt a slight relief. At least with the Manderley family as his support, he had a semblance of security in these turbulent times. However, he soon found it curious that this letter should cause Lord Eddard to appear so grim. At this rate, even retrieving a piece of coal from the fireplace would extinguish under the chill of his expression. Now, Clay, you shall return with your guard. Robb, summon Bran and the others. We are to leave the city. Oath's breaker is to be judged. On the way back, a bewildered Robb furrowed his brow, oblivious to the stiff expression on Clay's face. Inside, Clay was fervently contemplating, if all went according to plan. This so-called Oath's breaker was the deserter who had survived an ambush by the others. After enduring so much, Clay finally found his place in this year of conquest 298. From a mere observer to a witness, an inexplicable thrill coursed through his being. He hastily parted ways with Robb, issuing a command that all soldiers from White Harbor must assemble within half an hour. The captain of the guard resolutely executed Clay's orders, utilizing kicks and shoves to rouse the lethargic White Harbor watchmen into a disciplined formation. Half an hour later, 2 cavalry units from their respective families departed through the north gate of Winterfell, their hooves thundering. The captured prisoner had already been brought to an abandoned manor outside the city, the site where the Stark family enforced the laws of the realm. Over 50 riders halted at the manor's entrance, the banners of the direwolf and the mermaid fluttering above. Bran, witnessing the execution for the first time, felt fear and hid behind Jon, unable to look. The prisoner, who had fled from beyond the wall, bore the marks of frostbite, his Black Knight's watch uniform in tatters, revealing his bruised flesh beneath. Clay understood why Lord Eddard's countenance was as frigid as ice. A man who valued honor could hardly tolerate such a cowardly deserter. In the south, a noble with some wealth might be able to buy his life, but here, decapitation was the only outcome. He comprehended Lord Eddard's purpose in summoning him. As the leader of the North, he wished to instill in the younger generation the significance of law and honor, which naturally included Clay, the heir of White Harbor. The prisoner was forced onto the executioner's block, and Clay was acutely aware of his fear. Not solely of death, but of the massacre that lurked in the shadows of the haunted woods. Dismounting, Lord Eddard accepted the ancestral sword ice from Theon Greyjoy, whom Clay had scarcely seen before. He removed his gloves and grasped the dark Valyrian steel blade with both hands. His voice booming yet laden with solemnity, in the name of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. Robert I Baratheon, I, Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell and Warden of the North, hereby declare your sentence of death. With a single stroke, the sword fell, and the scent of blood permeated the grassy execution ground. Chapter 7. Death and Rebirth. There was no struggle. Death arrived with a certain cleanliness. This is the most authentic aspect of the world. Violence serves as the bond that maintains societal stability. Thus the act of murder is hardly surprising. Perhaps only the purest of hearts can truly sense fear. The horses nearby neighed in alarm, rearing up, but they were swiftly calmed by their master's skilled horsemanship. Let us depart, Duke Edmure Stark uttered gloomily. Although the laws of the kingdom were being upheld, it was evident that this did not bring him joy. The silent assembly turned their horses around and began to ride back in the direction they had come. Cray overheard Duke Edmure speaking softly to his youngest son Bran, who was witnessing an execution for the first time. In that moment, Edmure Stark removed the stern mask befitting the Guardian of the North and assumed the role of a tender father. He had just instructed the captain of the guard, a man fiercely loyal to House Manderly, to take 2 guardsmen to the Wolfwood to procure the tender bark of the sentinel tree for him. Though the captain did not fully grasp the young lord's intention, he resolutely obeyed the command. As Duke Edmure ordered the return, the 3 riders departed from the main group, plunging into the vast expanse of Wolfwood. The hooves moved forward slowly, seemingly reflecting their master's discontent. Cray felt an undeniable restlessness. He was aware that it had been 298 years since the conquest, yet he had never anticipated the swift execution of a Night's Watch deserter. Initially, he had intended to use this journey to Winterfell to discern the connection between the Heart Tree, known to the Northmen as the Weirwood, and the ancient faith of the old gods that had taken root in this land for millennia. Previously, in the sacred grove of White Harbor, he had encountered a small, lowly heart tree, and upon touching it, he felt a trickle of power flow into him, causing a slight swell in his reservoir of magic. Cray believed that when he was permitted to touch the oldest heart tree in Winterfell, his magical reservoir would be significantly replenished. However, now plans must be overturned. Cray understood that the execution meant the Prime Minister Jon Arryn in King's Landing had certainly succumbed to the poison of Peter Baelish. Robert Baratheon, the king determined to overthrow the Targaryen dynasty, was surely now marching towards Winterfell along the King's Road with his court. Cray was undeniably a minor player, incapable of swaying Duke Edmure's decisions. Once the dire wolves descended southward, it would be inevitable that the unguarded stag and the dire wolf would meet their demise at the jaws of the lion, thus solidifying the War of the 5 Kings. The Northmen held honor above all else, and with Robb Stark leading his army south, Cray could not remain uninvolved. Yet, when he contemplated the noblemen of the North who had been captured in war and the Stark family that perished due to the treachery at the Red Wedding, a chill coursed down his spine. He was not a god. Caught in this game of power, he was mostly swept along by the tide of events, with little time left to alter the course. At a distance, the 2 brothers Jon and Robb stood atop a low hill, calling out to the group, "Father, Bran, come see what we have found." In the oppressive silence, Cray beheld the 2 entwined corpses by the bridge. A massive direwolf, shockingly large, had been pierced through the throat by the antlers of a stag it was attacking. The entourage from Winterfell, acutely aware of their sigil, dared not utter a word. The Northmen revered the gods, and thus they also feared them. The symbolic brutality of this scene instilled dread in all, save for Cray. Arriving late, he saw 5 small wolf pups that had been brought forth, now shivering in the embrace of Bran and his brothers. This was a dire omen, born amidst death. Cray heard someone mutter. Theon Greyjoy wore a sardonic smile, drawing his sword and addressing his nominal brother Bran. "Bran, those things won't live long. Toss them to me." Cray had always harbored a dislike for Theon, particularly his perpetually irritating smile. In a moment of agitation, he retorted without thinking, "They are not your wolves. What concern is it of yours?" The once quiet scene by the bridge became tense. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as all eyes turned to Cray. Theon was momentarily taken aback, then anger flared within him, and he pointed his sword at Cray's horse. Perhaps misjudging the force, the blade inadvertently grazed the horse's cheek, causing it to rear in fright. Cray was thrown off, rolling awkwardly before regaining his footing. He glared at Theon Greyjoy, who was silently mocking him, and an overwhelming fury surged within Cray. Unaccustomed to being insulted, He reached for the sword that lay on the ground nearby. Upon witnessing their lord being unseated, the Manderley guards instinctively reached for their swords, yet they lacked the courage to draw against Edmure Stark. Say that again, Manderley, Theon taunted, emboldened by the silence. As he prepared to deliver another insult, a sharp dagger whistled through the air, aimed directly at his face. Ser Roderick, who had been about to intervene, instinctively raised his sword to block it. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the aged knight stumbled back, left with only a broken sword, while Cray's weapon now quivered in the ground before Theon's feet. Stop! Duke Edmure roared, kicking Theon to the ground. Take him back to Winterfell. The guards hastily escorted the now pale and somewhat disoriented Theon away. Duke Edmure cast a glance at the broken sword held by Ser Roderick, scrutinizing Cray, who had regained his composure. He did not inquire about the reason for drawing his weapon. Instead, he asked, Manderley, why did you say that? Seeing that Duke Edmure had no intention of probing further, Cray exhaled in relief, while his lips formed the words, they are merely the corpses of wolves and stags. Why must one contend with the surviving wolves? These are dire wolves, never seen south of the wall, Robb interjected. I know, if that's the case. What I most wish to do now is to extract the dire wolf's teeth, find a lion, gouge its eyes out, and then dispose of the lioness carcass in the sewers of Castle Black. Cray shrugged. This exchange concluded amidst the rare laughter of Duke Edmure, who instructed his children to personally care for the small dire wolves, and, oh yes, the white wolf belonging to Jon. He chose not to revisit the altercation between Cray and Theon. On the return journey, basking in the warmth of the amiable gazes from the people of Winterfell, Cray noticed Robb riding beside him, unconsciously testing his teeth, as if assessing their sharpness. Chapter 8. Herbal brew as the most efficient means of communication among the noble elite. The raven bears an exceptionally significant role. However, today, as Catelyn gazed at her husband, leaning against the great sword beneath the heart tree, his face a mask of disbelief and anguish, she wished fervently that she had never received the message carried by that raven. The Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, Jon Arryn, had succumbed to a sudden illness. Catelyn was acutely aware of her husband's feelings for Lord Arryn, yet with the man gone, they had little time to mourn, for King Robert I was already en route to Winterfell. When Clay received the news, he felt no surprise. Theoretically, his ostensible mission in Winterfell was complete. According to Sir Roderick's wishes, as a guest of Winterfell, he was free to depart at his leisure, provided he paid a visit to Lord Eddard Stark before leaving. This suited Clay perfectly, as the Manler family did not worship the old gods revered by the Northmen, making a visit to the Weirwood Grove a rather imprudent choice. My lord, we have brought back the materials you requested, announced the captain of the guard, arriving on the second-floor corridor where Clay stood. Oh, excellent. Let us take a look, Clay replied, nodding as he followed the captain to the carriage. Well done. Here is your reward. Do share it among yourselves. Remember, don't squander it all on women, Clay remarked, slightly frowning as he reminded the captain, whose face bore an odd grin. The rough man chuckled heartily, accepting the pouch of coins and soon disappeared, humming a crude tune. Once alone, Clay surveyed the pile of sentinel bark in the carriage, his lips twitching slightly. Indeed, these rascals had acted in perfect accordance with the lavish reputation of the wealthy from White Harbor among the northern nobility. He distinctly recalled instructing them to procure a small bag, yet they had returned with an entire cart. Though his subordinates had exceeded expectations to demonstrate their loyalty, Clay could hardly chastise them. He hopped onto the cart and selected the finest piece, dragging it into his room. He had already inquired with his guards, and his sister, Vela, should be joyfully playing with the Stark maidens at that hour, leaving him to his own devices as a brother nearly forgotten. With the final materials gathered, he intended to concoct the herbal brew. A thought crossed his mind, and the Witcher system activated. Clay tossed the freshly processed sentinel bark into the inventory slot, and upon checking the potion section, he found the once inaccessible herbal brew now available for selection. Upon making his choice, he heard what seemed like the phantom sounds of bubbles bursting and water flowing. Then, aside from the dragon bone, which remained usable, all other materials vanished. In his inventory, he discovered a new item, 3 small vials clustered together. As he touched them with his mind, the following information appeared in his consciousness. Name, Herbal Brew version 1. 0 effect. Transforms ordinary individuals into Witcher mutant. Side effects. Significant neural damage, can be mitigated. Severe impairment of fertility, can be mitigated. Pupil dilation, can be mitigated. Base success rate, 30, can be improved. Remarks. Drink it. If fortune favors you, you will become an invincible warrior. A friendly reminder. If successful, the damage from the grass fork will significantly increase. Clay automatically dismissed the remark, fixating on the vial of herbal brew he had painstakingly concocted. He stroked his chin in contemplation. It was clear that this concoction could not be consumed in a single gulp by his brothers. A mortality rate of 7 out of 10 was utterly unacceptable. He was uncertain how much his magical reservoir could enhance the success rate. Moreover, those side effects were entirely undesirable. Should luck be on his side, he could end up a mute, cat-eyed eunuch, hardly a fitting heir to White Harbor, let alone avoiding being burned as a heretic in the Seven Gods Church. Alas, it seemed a visit to the Weirwood Grove was inevitable. Clay let out a soft sigh. Putting away the system, he noted that the sentinel bark he had brought in had completely vanished. Fortunately, he had ample stock to avoid arousing suspicion. With a decision made, he approached his desk and picked up a quill to compose a letter to Count Wayman, far away in White Harbor. In the letter, he informed the old lord of the Prime Minister's sudden death and the king's impending arrival, while also expressing his intention to remain in Winterfell and, if possible, meet the lords of King's Landing. Unlike traditional northern nobility, the Mandler family, who controlled White Harbor, did not shun outside relations. For quite some time, they had served as the Northwest gateway to the world beyond, and this remained true. As far as Clay knew, his father often corresponded with several prominent families from the Riverlands and the Vale, indicating a degree of camaraderie. Thus, he was confident his father would approve of his decision to stay. Forming connections with the influential figures of King's Landing was entirely in line with Count Wayman's governance philosophy. The letter was soon completed. After drying the ink, Clay folded it neatly. Such correspondence could not pass through the hands of his guards. He rose and stepped outside to the raven cage positioned nearby. This was a special request from his father before his departure, intended to maintain constant communication. Clay extracted a plump raven from the cage, disregarding its struggles as he tucked the folded letter into the capsule affixed to its leg. Releasing it, the gray creature took to the skies, circling once before soaring southeast. Once the raven disappeared from view, Clay suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do. He had resolved to infiltrate the Weirwood Grove on the night of the king's visit, when most of House Stark's forces would be concentrated in the Hall of Winterfell to host the royal banquet. After all, the safety of the king was paramount, and as a guest in Winterfell, he bore no responsibilities toward the royal arrival. He was not of House Stark. In a sense, he was akin to King Robert himself, a visitor in Winterfell. Having acknowledged his inevitable involvement in this power game, Clay still wished to observe the key players of this unfolding drama beforehand. After all, as long as the boy, mockingly dubbed the Great Emperor, adhered to the rules, the game would proceed under relatively less bloody terms. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Clay drew his sword and began practicing the Wolf School swordsmanship as displayed in the system, the blade whistling through the air, slicing through the delicate snowflakes drifting down from the late summer sky. Unbeknownst to him, beyond the imposing walls, a pair of indifferent eyes watched intently from the Weirwood Grove, often frequented by Eddard Stark. Ignoring all obstacles, the gaze fixated on Clay and his increasingly rapid swordplay, accompanied by a faint, ethereal whisper, an interesting individual. Chapter 9. The King in the North. King Robert's pace was surprisingly swift. Initially, Clay had estimated that given his indulgent lifestyle, it would take him 2 months to reach Winterfell. Yet, merely a month and a half had passed, and as Clay stood atop Winterfell's walls chatting with Robb, he spotted the royal knights who had arrived ahead of the king. Although he did not personally recognize this knight, it was impossible to overlook the banner of the crowned stag, fluttering proudly from the saddle. The long antlers of the stag were soon to grace Winterfell. What say you, Robb? I have heard that the queen and her 2 brothers have accompanied him on this journey. Are the direwolf's fangs sharpened? Clay remarked, gazing at the approaching knights, the direwolf banner and the crowned stag banner advancing together, reminiscent of the usurper's war decades past. Indeed, those must be the most distinguished siblings in all the 7 kingdoms. I suppose I shall have to kiss her hand, after all. The rights of guests must not be compromised. Robb tightened his cloak, enunciating his words slowly, yet his brow remained furrowed. Clay smirked, playfully tugging at the nascent stubble on Robb's cheek, but the latter evaded him, looking perplexed as he asked, "What are you doing? Has no one ever informed you that the Starks are incapable of deceit?" "Nonsense, Robb instinctively began to retort, but his words faltered in his throat. After a pause, he muttered, "Indeed, the North has never taught us that." Robb stared blankly at the 2 swift horses racing in through the eastern gate before finally turning to Clay. "Am I that transparent? I am not a wolf, yet I understand that revealing one's teeth too early only invites an arrow in return." Clay shrugged, patting Robb on the shoulder. "Here's a piece of advice. Avoid unnecessary encounters with the Lannisters. It will spare you from discomfort." In the days spent discussing life and women with Robb, aside from mastering the art of the crude jest unique to Winterfell, Clay learned that although Lord Eddard seldom spoke of the usurper's war with his children, he had much to say regarding the Lannister family's misdeeds. At least for Robb, he was acutely aware of the vile acts committed by the Lannisters upon entering King's Landing and understood how the moniker Kingslayer had come to be. Thus, Clay was not at all surprised by Robb's reaction towards the Lannisters. Like father, Like sun, truth rings true. The following morning, Clay did not encounter the Stark siblings in the training yard as usual. He learned from the forgetful sister, Vela, that Sansa and the others had been summoned early by Lady Catelyn for lessons on proper etiquette. Seizing the opportunity, Clay succinctly inquired what Vela had been up to during her nearly 2-month stay in Winterfell and with whom she had associated. To his surprise, Vela readily answered but mentioned only 2 names, Sansa and Arya. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Clay felt a pang of pity. She truly had not grasped the implications of their father permitting her to come to Winterfell. Having rambled on, Clay realized he had not heard Robb Stark's name mentioned at all. He could already predict the old lord's reaction upon learning that Vela had conveyed such tidings. Yet another dream of his granddaughter becoming the Lady of the North dashed. By noon, a golden and silver procession approached, and Clay finally beheld the fabled entourage of the King of the Seven Kingdoms. Comprised of approximately 300 individuals, the majority were nobles of considerable rank, with even the least among them being a knight. Dozens of banners fluttered, predominantly the crown stag, with a few adorned with the roaring golden lion on a red background, which Lord Eddard would surely detest, Clay mused. Positioned on a higher vantage point, Clay refrained from displaying the Manderly mermaid banner, deeming it unnecessary as he intended to discreetly slip into the Lord's courtyard. Before long, he spotted the king, flanked by 2 members of the King's Guard clad in white cloaks. It was unmistakably their most revered monarch. Indeed, even atop his steed, King Robert's corpulence was difficult to disguise. However, unlike the grotesque figure Clay had once envisioned, this king, though considerably more rotund, still possessed a commanding presence. The weight of long-held power imbued him with an undeniable dignity. Without prompting, it was evident that none in the company could rival him for the title of king. After the initial spectacle of the king and his extravagantly adorned queen, everything else seemed rather mundane. Clay held little fondness for the tedious and elaborate rituals among the nobility, despite being a nobleman himself. He reached out to grasp his excited sister Vela, only to have her shake off his hand, her gaze fixed eagerly on the knights bearing the crown stag sigil. As she had already agreed to refrain from approaching royal personages, Clay felt it was best to indulge her curiosity for the moment, unwilling to impose further restrictions. The king in the north, since the arrival of King Jaehaerys I, it seemed this was the second occasion a monarch had graced the gates of Winterfell. Times had changed, and the world was no longer as it once was. The Targaryen dynasty, once the closest to divinity, now boasted only 2 survivors across the narrow sea, the rest having turned to dust. Nonetheless, Clay was acutely aware of the enduring influence of the Targaryen name among the lesser nobility, having dominated Westeros for over 2 centuries. A simple example, following the conclusion of the Usurper's War, Robert's secure position upon the Iron Throne was bolstered not solely by his prowess in battle, but also by his Targaryen bloodline, which significantly enhanced his claim to the crown. Though he would eventually have to contend with the inconvenience of Daenerys, Clay could only contemplate such matters for now. With only White Harbor at his back, he was still unqualified to engage at the gaming table. Upon returning to his quarters, Clay retrieved his gear for nocturnal infiltration to ensure all was in order. He had prepared a black cloak that was easy to remove, suitable for the bustling environment of Winterfell, for this attire could only serve its purpose in the Godswood, in the heart of Winterfell's main district. Such garb would hardly befit a man of good repute, especially now that Robert had arrived. Wearing it would render Clay a target for suspicion. As he traversed the grounds, those who typically greeted him now hastened past, merely nodding or mumbling a greeting before continuing on, indicating that the Stark family had made ample preparations for the king's arrival. As night fell, the clamor of the town grew increasingly pronounced. Clay had been invited to the evening banquet in Winterfell's Great Hall, an invitation he could not refuse. Chapter 10. The journey to the Sacred Wood. Clay held little interest in the impending banquet. The only aspect that piqued his curiosity was the delectable food that would be served. Though Winterfell's material conditions paled in comparison to those of White Harbor, the quality of its kitchen was surprisingly exceptional. Perhaps this was due to Clay's daily indulgence in fishback in White Harbor, which had left him somewhat weary. Initially seated near the main table, Clay sought to extricate himself early and, after a brief meal, took his plate and departed to the long table where the guards congregated near the entrance. "Clay, what brings you here?" came the voice of Jon Snow, who, amidst the crowd, was presently imbued with the sin of wine. His eyes slightly glazed as he questioned Clay. "I simply cannot comprehend the jest of the lordly lords." Seated there, I felt like a fool, Clay replied, gesturing towards his recently vacated seat. "Indeed, you could depart. Just look at Robb. He seems on the verge of biting his fork in half." Jon pointed at Robb, who sat across from the queen at the main table, appearing exceptionally awkward as he gulped down another mouthful of wine. Generally, Lord Eddard seldom allowed his children to partake in wine, yet today, no one seemed to mind. Clay tossed a roasted chicken wing, fragrant and glistening with oil, to the white direwolf nestled beneath the table. This wolf, named White Spirit, had grown familiar with Clay in recent days. With a fluid motion, the wolf snapped the chicken wing from midair, settling at Clay's feet to devour it eagerly. Clay delighted in the company of this white wolf, and White Spirit showed no aversion to Clay's gentle caresses. Amidst John's wistful gaze, Clay grew more animated in his interactions with White Spirit, who lay sprawled on the floor, emitting contented purrs. "Is this your wolf, young man?" A voice inquired from behind Clay. He turned to see John's uncle, a tall night's watchman clad in black. "No, this is John's wolf. Please, sit. I shall take a stroll outside. It would be rather unseemly to vomit after drinking too much." Clay seized the opportunity to leave his seat. The chief ranger, exuding an aura of winter, hardly recognized Clay, merely nodding at him as he took a seat to converse with John. Slipping out of the hall, Clay feigned inebriation and swiftly returned to his chamber. He splashed cold water from a basin onto his face to regain his composure. Grasping a small bundle of clothing, Clay opened the door and sauntered naturally towards the sacred wood. As anticipated, Clay's assumptions proved correct. The Stark family placed immense importance on the king's security. Lord Eddard had dispatched a significant portion of the guards to the vicinity of Winterfell Hall, leaving numerous previously manned posts abandoned. Upon reaching the entrance to the sacred wood, Clay finally spotted 2 Stark guards clad in chainmail, though they were preoccupied with their flatbreads and thus oblivious to their surroundings. What a splendid opportunity. Clay deftly circumvented the entrance. The wall on the side of the sacred wood within Winterfell was relatively low, and with the moon obscured and the winds howling, it was the perfect moment for a clandestine entry. With remarkable ease, Clay scaled the wall, entering the sacred wood where the defenses were weakest. As his feet touched the soft ground, a faint odor of decay invaded his nostrils. It was the scent of layers of fallen leaves, a harbinger of the summer's excessive shedding, a troubling omen. Though summer still reigned, the Stark family's ancestral saying echoed in his mind. Winter is coming. The darkness enveloped him, thick black trunks dominating his vision while the high branches intertwined, obscuring the scant moonlight. Clay advanced cautiously, wary of the protruding roots that threatened to trip him. The oppressive darkness and profound silence instilled in Clay an unsettling sensation, as though unseen eyes were scrutinizing him from within the inky blackness. He began to understand why those who once dwelled here might have conceived the obscure and nebulous belief in the old gods. In such an environment, humanity clings to any semblance of hope, and the distinctly defined deities fail to fulfill their yearnings. In what felt like an interminable trek, Clay traversed the seemingly endless foliage for nearly half an hour, finally arriving at the ancient weirwood, its still waters reflecting an eerie calm. Curiously, this might be the largest weirwood in the north, yet no other vegetation surrounded it. Clay surmised that the Stark family had likely cleared the area, as it was a place frequented by the Lord and thus required ample space. As moonlight cascaded down, the towering weirwood appeared to shimmer, its once deep crimson leaves now forced to bow down into darkness. Taking a deep breath, Clay stepped forward, fully aware that the replenishment of his magical reservoir rested upon this singular endeavor. Ignoring the gnarled visage that seemed to leer at him from the tree trunk under the moonlight, Clay finally reached the heart tree. An instinctual feeling washed over him, as though that face was fixating on him. However, he could afford no further contemplation at this moment. He removed his exquisitely crafted leather gloves and placed his hands against the bark. In an instant, an immense and chaotic surge of power surged through his arms into his unprepared body. The force was overwhelming, akin to a rampaging bull, nearly rendering Clay unconscious. Thoughts flickered, and the ethereal dark blue interface materialized before him. Clay gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the numbers behind his magical reservoir. 75. The number remained static, yet in the next heartbeat, it transformed into 76, then 77, accelerating rapidly. In the brief moment of Clay's astonishment, the number soared past 100, continuing to rise at an even swifter pace. His ears filled with a deafening hum, drowning out the rustling of countless leaves from the great heart tree, which swayed without the slightest breeze. Within mere breaths, Clay's magical reservoir overflowed with over 150 points of magic, surpassing the amount he had stored when he first acquired the system. This remarkable capacity now maximized his success rate in the grass trial, while also allowing him to negate 2 negative effects. Clay wished to halt the torrent, but realized he was unable. His hands felt as though they were glued to the trunk, merging with the heart tree itself. The magic continued to pour in, as if the insatiable reservoir had no limits. Yet Clay's body was on the verge of collapsing under the strain. A peculiar sense of obstruction filled him as he gasped for breath. The oxygen coursing into his lungs moved agonizingly slow, akin to a drowning man. His complexion paled gradually. Damn it, an exquisite expletive, foreign to this realm, slipped from Clay's lips. Seizing a fleeting moment of clarity, he exerted all his strength to slam his head against the trunk. Amidst the rustling leaves, a heavy thud resonated, followed by the sound of a body collapsing to the ground. Lying on the earth, Clay panted heavily, gazing at the glaring number behind his magical reservoir, revealing a gleaming smile that showcased his white teeth. Meanwhile, far beyond the wall, in a shadowy cavern, a blood-red eye snapped open in the darkness, unleashing a silent roar of fury. Just moments ago, its most significant eye in the north had been injured by an intruder. Invisible sound waves rippled outward, gathering countless crows within the cavern, which took flight into the pitch-black night, soaring southward with a singular destination, Winterfell. Chapter 11. Mutation. The Witcher. In the Grand Hall of Winterfell, no one seemed to notice the heir of White Harbor, Clay, had been missing for quite some time. His loyal bodyguard had just removed his iron gauntlets and was animatedly drinking with a fellow guard he recognized from Winterfell. He had indeed seen his young master leave, but gave it little thought. After all, in the domain of Duke Eddard, no one dared to harm Clay. At that moment, the esteemed king was lost in the rhythm of the dance, embracing a courtesan and swaying his corpulent body, sweat glistening on his brow, his laughter echoing throughout the hall. Meanwhile, Duke Eddard Stark sat stoically, indifferent to the revelry, mechanically swallowing the meticulously prepared dishes before him. Eddard had always preferred a quieter atmosphere, having been raised in such an environment. Beside him, the beautiful queen maintained a dignified posture, her smile directed towards her husband, though the green depths of her eyes revealed no warmth. As the king and his future prime minister raised their goblets in celebration, or wore icy expressions, Clay lay in the damp earth. The exhilaration from his departure from the Heart Tree had barely subsided when he encountered a grave dilemma, an overwhelming surge of magical energy. Unable to perceive the turmoil within his body, Clay was painfully aware that he could not even lift a finger. His swollen form was inundated with chaotic magic. The experience of separating from the Heart Tree had already pushed him to his limits. He was rendered utterly helpless. Struggling to breathe, his mind raced to devise a plan. His first thought was to return to his chamber, where the protection of the Manderley guards would grant him a semblance of safety. However, after merely 2 seconds of deliberation, he abandoned that notion. Clay understood the root of his impediment. The excess magic could not be dissipated simply by lying here for 3 or 4 hours. His magical reservoir was not a mere pool that could release a bit of excess. The immediate priority was to expend the surplus magic within him, reducing it to a safe level. It was not merely a matter of losing a bit of blood. With a resigned sigh, he resolved to implement the riskiest yet most effective method, mutation. Beneath the sacred branches of the Heart Tree in the Grove of the Old Gods, he initiated the mutation. With a flash of thought, the system activated, and Clay swiftly selected 3 small vials that lay quietly in his inventory. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to retrieve the vials, disregarding the order in which to consume them, and bit them open. The herbal concoction was a version 1.0, fraught with substantial risks and potential side effects. Would he like to use magic to negate them? Without hesitation, Clay dismissed the warning, maximizing the success rate and negating all adverse effects. In the next heartbeat, the magic within him surged like lightning, converging towards the potion that drained the color from his face. A wave of excruciating pain erupted in his stomach, swiftly radiating throughout his body. Clay writhed in agony, his limbs contorting unnaturally, his body arching as he tore up the grass beneath him. His pupils dilated, his gaze vacant, reflecting only the pitch-black sky obscured by the canopy above. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and curled up, Clay suddenly began to thrash wildly, his hands flailing in the air as if trying to grasp snowflakes dancing in the wind. Moments later, his hands clutched at his chest, tearing at the tattered black cloak and the ornate garments embroidered with mermaid insignia beneath. The sound of his labored breathing reverberated in the eerie silence of the grove, akin to a monstrous beast lurking in the darkness. In his frantic movements, Clay began to sweat profusely, soon soaking his garments completely. His skin, smeared with mud and sweat, became slick and foul. His body convulsed involuntarily, battling the pervasive and immense pain. Clay had been so focused on the success rate of the herbal trial and how to mitigate the side effects that he had overlooked the sheer agony inherent in the process. He finally comprehended why the Witcher trials often led to death. Countless Witcher apprentices had succumbed to unbearable pain. The potion eroded his nervous system while the magic within him fought to protect him. From his face downward, every part of his body was signaling alarms. Yet the presence of magic kept Clay's consciousness intact, allowing him to experience every shift within his bones, muscles, and glands. Amidst the suffering, Clay mused, this exquisite experience could not be his alone. Only by allowing future souls to share in it could his heart find some measure of balance. He felt warmth on his face, the hot blood flowing from his nose. His body temperature soared alarmingly, though it had not reached boiling point. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since been honored in a memorial service beneath the Heart Tree. Time became irrelevant, whether it had been an hour or 2. Who could say? All that mattered was that this was the longest night of Clay's 16 years of life. As the last pang of pain faded, Clay's half-closed eyes suddenly widened. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through him. Unassisted, he propelled himself from the mud, bathed in the silvery moonlight. A tall and imposing figure emerged in the reflection on the lake's surface. With a peculiar smile, Clay raised his left hand, forming an unusual gesture, the pinky curled. The ring and middle fingers pressed together, and the index finger stood apart, palms slowly extending forward. Magic surged, and a pale yellow spherical shield materialized beside him. Releasing his fingers, the shield shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, burying his head in his arms to stifle the almost uncontrollable laughter that bubbled within him. For he was, indeed, a witcher. Chapter 12. System upgrade. As dawn broke the following morning, the drunken head of the guards, still reeling from the previous night's indulgence, found himself abruptly sober upon seeing the swaying figure of Clay approach. Had it not been for his intimate familiarity with his young master, the guard might have struggled to recognize him, for Clay's appearance was quite disheveled. His face was caked with patches of mud, his hair and clothes similarly soiled, and what appeared to be remnants of vomit marred his luxurious silk coat. He reeked as though he had just emerged from a pigsty. Young master. What has happened to you? The guard, now fully alert, donned a forced smile and hurried to Clay's side, merely wrinkling his nose at the foul odor, pretending not to notice. As a seasoned resident of White Harbor, he was acutely aware of the identity of the person before him. The elderly count was in good health, but the heir, Lord Wyllis, was quite frail. It was only a matter of time before this young man would become the formidable and powerful Count of White Harbor. As Clay's guard, he was unaware of his master's nocturnal escapades, and if the elder count were to see him in such a state, he would surely have him hung from the castle's highest tower. Clay, in a fit of irritation, kicked the guard, sending him sprawling to the ground, and shouted, "You imbeciles! I was drunk last night. Where were you lot? You let me sleep in the mud all night. I ought to thrash you all." His indignation was loud, yet Clay was not genuinely angry. He intentionally spoke thus to provide an explanation for his disheveled appearance. Before dawn, having erased all traces of his nocturnal activities in the sacred wood, Clay pondered for a moment before deciding against returning to his room. If he were to be seen in such a furtive manner by any early rising southern noble, it could lead to considerable trouble. Those southern lords cared little for such matters, especially with Lord Robert arriving in Winterfell at this critical juncture. Any incident could be magnified. You say you are not an assassin? Where is your proof? I'm afraid I suspect you are one, and considering the Queen's temperament, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that Robert might imprison him, even if only until after his departure. After a moment's deliberation, Clay simply sought out a secluded muddy pit, lay down, and picked up an empty bottle, pretending to be a drunken soul fallen into the mire, remaining there until the early guards discovered him at dawn. Watching the flustered head of the guards rush to his aid, Clay felt a wave of relief. His impromptu performance had passed muster. "Quickly, get me some bathwater," Clay commanded curtly. Amidst his sister Vera's astonished and disgusted gaze, he returned to his room to wash and change. Finally emerging looking somewhat presentable, Clay pushed open the door, only to be met by Vera, who leaned in with an inquisitive expression. "Clay, confess honestly, which noble lady did you spend the night with? TSK, with our Mandrell lineage. Couldn't you choose a cleaner venue? Or is it that you and that lady have rather unique tastes?" Clay was taken aback, desperately wanting to pry open his sister's head to see what thoughts were contained within. "Mind your words, Vera. Noble women do not speak in such a manner. Be cautious, or you may find it difficult to marry in the future. My grandfather cannot control me." Ignoring Vera's incessant chatter, Clay stepped outside, sitting on a stone pedestal. The biting northern wind sharpened his senses, and he finally had the opportunity to examine his system. Upon becoming the first Witcher in the history of Westeros, his system had undergone an upgrade. In the haste to escape the sacred wood before being discovered, he had not had the chance to explore the new changes. The pale blue interface unfurled once more, revealing Witcher System, Level 2, Potions, Expanded View, Bombs, Expanded View, Equipment, Expanded View, Magic Pool, 120, Unlocked Signs, Quinn, Level 1. Ard, Level 1, Igni, Level 1, Axii, Level 1, with 120 points of magic remaining. He could certainly enable a subject to endure the same agony he had experienced and emerge as a true Witcher, albeit the severe side effects could not be entirely mitigated. This also signified the official commencement of Clay's plan to expand the Witcher ranks, and he was already excitedly contemplating potential candidates. Yet, what exhilarated Clay most was not merely the idea of becoming a Witcher, which granted him enhanced physical prowess and rapid healing, but the prospect of experimenting with the diverse array of potions available to him. Upon opening the potions section, the system did not disappoint. 4 basic potion recipes were already available: Swallow, Cat, Thunderbolt, and Blizzard. Though rudimentary, in this low magic world, their significance was profound. Aside from the potential of soaring dragons in the skies, Victories were determined by the clash of swords on the battlefield. The essence of this Game of Thrones is that a handful of the most powerful players wager their violent resources as chips on the table, striving to seize their opponent's stakes. Those who accumulate enough chips can exchange them for a prize, the name of which is the Iron Throne. To put it plainly, those with armies hold the power. Without one may as well return home. Even the one who thrives on chaos has powerful patrons backing him, first Lisa Tully, then Cersei and Tywin, and ultimately, he controlled the Vale himself. This is the correct way to navigate the treacherous game of power. Figures like King Joffrey Baratheon and the Faceless Man, Arya Stark, engage in acts of table flipping. Now, with the support of White Harbor, Clay had become a witcher, and once he fully harnessed this power, he too would have the capability to overturn the table. Clay did not delve into the specifics of the 4 potion recipes, for there was no urgency. An abrupt surge of power would only raise suspicions. As his excitement waned, he began to ponder a pressing question. What secrets lay hidden within the weirwood or heart tree? Having experimented with numerous plants and animals in the north, why did only the heart tree possess such immense magical energy? If one were to argue that the heart tree is the core of worship, the embodiment of faith, Clay believed this viewpoint misconstrued the causal relationship. It was likely that, during the rise of the old gods' worship, people discovered the tree's magical properties, which led them to revere it. This raises another question. Where does the heart tree's magic originate? He fundamentally did not believe that the plant itself possessed inherent magic. There must be another reason. Chapter 13. I want his head. In a moment of fruitless contemplation, Clay realized that this question was fundamentally akin to asking what the Lightbringer truly was. It was not one that could be answered at the present. Since he could not arrive at a conclusion, he decided to disregard it, for Clay had always possessed a carefree disposition. After summoning the captain of the guard, who stood upright like a spear, he paid little heed to the man's apologies and inquired, "Have you seen Robb and the others?" "No, my lord," the captain replied. "But I heard rumors at yesterday's feast that His Majesty and Lord Eddard intend for the children of both houses to grow closer." "Continue," Clay urged him to elaborate. "You are aware of how we Northerners operate. It is likely that swords will be drawn for such bonding, so I believe if you wish to find them, you should head to the training grounds." Surprised by the insight of the veteran named Hostar, Clay recognized that Hoster's judgment was rarely misguided. It was quite understandable that Eddard Stark would wish for his honorable and straightforward eldest son to engage with the crown prince. For in the eyes of both Eddard and Robert, a profound friendship existed between the elder stag and wolf, both of whom were growing older with each passing day. Thus, the young wolf and stag ought to forge a bond from an early age, akin to their fathers in their youth, which would provide great potential for camaraderie in the event of future conflicts. However, Eddard could scarcely anticipate that Robert's valiant son was, in truth, nothing more than a mere featherbed, brimming with arrogance. Clay had previously warned Robb to limit his interactions with the royal family, and it appeared that such caution was in vain. Nevertheless, it was not entirely unfounded. The old wolf and the old stag were allies. Yet it was reasonable for the young wolf to bare his teeth at a glossy-coated young lion. "Let us go and witness the spectacle," Clay commanded. And the gleaming armored Hostar called upon 2 guards to accompany them. The journey was brief, and upon arriving at the training grounds, Clay noticed 2 banners fluttering on the wall, the crowned stag on the left and the roaring lion on the right. A knight adorned in Lannister sigils stood guard at the entrance. As Clay and his entourage approached, the knight brazenly raised his hand and declared, "Halt! Who are you?" "The princes are currently sparring with the Stark cubs. No one else may enter." The group frowned, not out of being obstructed, but rather due to the knight's derogatory reference to Stark children. This was not Casterly Rock, and as subjects of the North, such words were particularly grating. "Good sir, it is unwise to insult the host in such a manner," Clay remarked coolly. The knight recognized the sigil of House Manderly upon Clay and his companions, but remained indifferent, presuming that they were mere offshoots of the family, as the elder head of the Manderly clan still resided in White Harbor. Clay's comment was intended as a warning, but in the knight's ears, it morphed into an outright insult, inciting his ire. "You insolent wretch! I shall say what I please about these wolf cubs. Even if Lord Wyman Manderly were here, I would speak thus." Such a statement was patently absurd. Had the elder lord stood before him, this knight would have been compelled to yield, for the might of the Earl of White Harbor and his thousands of soldiers would have deterred his insolence. Upon hearing this, Clay remained composed, while the 2 guards from White Harbor reacted vehemently, issuing curses, and one bold enough to rest his hand upon the hilt of his sword. "What do you think you're doing?" the knight bellowed, swiftly unsheathing a finely crafted longsword, its gleaming tip aimed directly at Clay's eyes. "Seeking death," Clay murmured to himself, for he detested having a sword pointed at him. He had intended to de-escalate the situation, but the knight had overstepped. "Perfect. I shall use you for practice." With a swift movement, Clay became a shadow, rapidly closing the distance to the Lannister knight. Just as the knight made a move, Clay delivered a resounding blow to his carotid artery. The excruciating pain and overwhelming dizziness caused the knight to drop his long sword, stumbling backward until he fell to the ground, where Clay swiftly retrieved the weapon. As the knight regained his senses, he found Clay's sword poised before him, rendering him motionless. Please. The once arrogant knight now struggled to utter a coherent word. Clay regarded him with disdain, shaking his head in disinterest. With a sharp sound, he sheathed the sword, his voice as frigid as ice, resonating beside the trembling knight. You are merely a Lannister. Mind your head. Without that lion, you are truly precarious. Having dealt with this minor nuisance, Clay proceeded into the training grounds, where banners of the roaring lion predominated, with few displaying the crowned stag or the dire wolf. Clay's gaze fell upon Robb, who stood in the center of the field, his face flushed with anger, while the golden-haired, blue-eyed Prince Joffrey lounged in a soft chair, derisively taunting Robb. Is this how Starks train? Joffrey sneered, stepping on a wooden sword beneath his feet. Should we have the prince outfitted in wooden armor as well? A nearby attendant chimed in with a grin. Yes, since this is the sacred Stark tournament, let us chop down their fishwood to fashion a few sets of armor. And the remainder can be left for the wolf pups. Perhaps they can even craft a few more wooden swords, Joffrey declared, nodding in satisfaction. Already contemplating whether to send someone to actually procure the fishwood. Observing Robb and Ser Roderick teetering on the edge of eruption, Clay finally understood the origin of the earlier coward's demeanor. It was indeed a case of the apple not falling far from the tree. With such a leader, it was no wonder their quality was subpar. Clay was well aware of the Lannisters' formidable nature, yet he had never anticipated their audacity could reach such heights. Effectively rubbing the Stark family's face in the dirt, the act of chopping down heart trees was akin to defiling the statues of the Seven in the South. It was sheer folly. Clay found himself reassessing Robb and the old knight's restraint. Had he been in their position, he would have likely drawn his sword and struck down the jester who had uttered such insolence. Robb, suppressing his anger, repeatedly reminded himself that this was the prince. Yet the raucous laughter of the Lannisters surrounding him made him loathe the training grounds more than ever. Finally, unable to contain himself, Robb hurled his sword with great force and stormed out of the training grounds, only to be met with Joffrey's mocking laughter trailing behind him. Look, a Stark warrior is fleeing. Upon witnessing this scene, Clay deemed it unnecessary to enter further. He turned on his heel and made his way back to the exit to await Robb's emergence. However, before Robb could arrive, a guard from House Manderly rushed toward him. Breathless, and without regard for decorum, whispered a few urgent words into Clay's ear. As soon as the guard finished speaking, Clay's expression darkened, and he bellowed at Hostar. Summon everyone. All of them. Before others could react, Clay furiously interrogated the guard. Where are they? Near the blacksmith shop. Go. Gather the men. Surround the blacksmith shop. I want his head. Clay roared, embodying the ferocity of a lion amidst the city. Chapter 14. Murder Cray was filled with rage. How dare anyone lay a hand on his sister? The guard had just brought news that his sister, Vera, had become separated from her escort while wandering through the town, and upon their reunion, it was revealed that she had been accosted by a minor noble of House Lannister. When the guard arrived and revealed his identity, the arrogant young man finally realized that he had indeed been harassing a noble woman. To add insult to injury, his method of handling the situation was to toss a few copper coins onto the ground. This was a blatant affront to the Manderly family's honor, and it was utterly intolerable. Hosta's eyes turned red as he learned the details from the guard. First, the young master had spent a night in the mud, and now Vera had been harassed by the Lannisters due to a failure on the part of her escort. If this matter was not resolved, it would not be enough to save Hosta's head from the wrath of Count Manderly. My lord, I will gather the guards and ensure these scoundrels learn what the fury of the sea god truly means. Without waiting for Cray's response, Hosta rushed out, his beard trembling with indignation. To speak frankly, the contingent of armored cavalry that Cray had brought could easily handle a minor noble. But to resort to open violence while the king was in residence was a consideration that even a furious Cray had to weigh carefully. Although it was necessary to demonstrate the Manderly family's anger, Cray felt a nagging sense that something was amiss. The circumstances surrounding Vera's disappearance were suspicious. While she could be a bit naive, she was certainly not foolish, and the guards were no pushovers. Cray knew well that Vera's protective detail was, in many respects, more formidable than he, the heir. The very idea of losing her was implausible, and if it had occurred, was it merely coincidence that she had been accosted just after leaving the escort site? Cray sensed a whiff of a premeditated scheme. Upon arriving at the scene, he found the White Harbor Guard, clad in gleaming armor with swords drawn, had encircled the Lannister noblemen, who were being held tightly by Vera's escort. Hosta was pulling Vera along, and upon seeing Cray, she leaped into his arms, sobbing in distress. Are you her brother? From a distance, Cray could smell the overpowering stench of alcohol on the young noble's breath. He cast a cold gaze at the Lannister, who remained mounted and wore an expression of disdain. his anger mingling with confusion. Surrounded by dozens of armored knights, Cray issued a command, and the fate of these reckless fools was sealed. The Lannister lineage maintained a respectable reputation, yet these offshoots seemed utterly devoid of sense. Ignoring the noble entirely, Cray consoled Vera, relieved that no further indignities had occurred. Otherwise, he would have had to consult with his father. "Get off your horse, Lannister," Hosta shouted, pointing his sword at the center of the encirclement. With his words, the White Harbor cavalry advanced slowly, their heavy steeds pressing forward, the circle tightening, the blades drawing ever nearer. The deep blue merfolk banner fluttered above, encroaching upon the isolated roar of the lion. Given the commotion, the lord of the manor, Duke Eddard Stark, soon received word. He had been discussing the family sword, Ice, with King Robert when he learned of the incident, and his expression darkened as he stormed out, sword in hand. King Robert, upon hearing the news, kicked over his chair and hurried after his good brother, but paused at the doorway to instruct a servant, "Go fetch the queen." Inside, the Lannister noble, believing Cray was intimidated by his status, grew bolder, calling out, "Cowardly eel, you do not deserve such a lovely sister. Hand her over to me. I shall take her to see the wonders of King's Landing, which is far superior to this cursed place that could freeze your manhood off." The atmosphere fell silent, all eyes fixed on Cray. Truly, he was courting death. The more the noble boasted, the more perplexed Cray became. Questioning why such a fool had singled him out. Fearing that his emotions might lead him astray, he hesitated, knowing that a swift strike could fulfill the desires of certain onlookers. However, the matter had escalated beyond mere words. How dare he insult the honor of his father? The esteemed Lord Wyman Manderley, known for his title of Lord of the Eels? As the heir, it was Cray's unassailable duty to uphold the dignity of his family. Releasing his sister, he pushed her towards a nearby guard inside. In the next moment, his muscles, honed by the life of a monster hunter, propelled him forward like a cannonball, his sword drawn towards the Lannister, whose smile had frozen in place. The sickening sound of steel biting into flesh accompanied the anguished cries of the horse. Cray severed the front legs of the noble's mount, sending it crashing down, pinning its rider beneath. The sound of bones breaking was barely audible as the once proud noble was crushed beneath his own steed, howling in agony. Approaching him, Cray raised his bloodied sword. Having drawn first blood, it was cleaner to finish the deed. "Spare me, spare me." The once arrogant noble, reduced to a pitiful state, now lay vulnerable. Too late. With a calm declaration, Cray plunged the sword down, blood spraying forth. As gasps rippled through the onlookers, the Lannister noble clutched the sword embedded in his abdomen, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Cray would take his life. After all, he was a Lannister. Just then, King Robert and Duke Eddard arrived, halting in their tracks as they beheld the cold, expressionless figure at the center of the chaos. "Seven save us," Robert muttered, accustomed to death but taken aback by the realization that the Manderley heir, whom he had only seen once before at a banquet, was indeed a formidable character, capable of executing a Lannister without hesitation. "That is enough, Cray." Duke Eddard stepped into the fray, surveying the scene before turning to Cray with a grave tone. "It is of no concern, my lord. The honor of House Stark is as unyielding as the northern ice, pure and untainted, and as your vassal, House Manderley shall uphold the same." Cray inclined his head slightly, acknowledging Eddard and Robert, and added, "Your grace." Robert nodded stiffly, realizing he had unwittingly stirred a greater conflict with his earlier words to Lancel. The queen's figure was already approaching, and Robert had hoped to exert his royal authority over the Lannister, but Cray had acted so decisively that he had lost the opportunity to assert his power. A small detachment of soldiers, bearing the Lannister sigil and the crowned stag, pushed through the crowd, and the queen entered the scene, taking in the sight of the corpse, Cray, and the bloodied sword he had just withdrawn from the lifeless body. Chapter 15. Imprisonment and assassination. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, the moment she emits a shrill scream, she is rendered utterly grotesque, resembling a deformed monkey. Her affected wail was abruptly interrupted by Robert's roar, "Silence, woman!" Queen Cersei ceased her shrieking, casting a cold glance at her husband, her eyes flickering with an imperceptible glimmer of resentment and disgust. In a frigid tone, she declared, "Your Majesty, the Stark family has trampled upon the sacred rights of guests. They deserve to be cursed." The queen's summation was evidently well earned. Adept at honing in on the crux of the matter, yet it was an accusation that no one could bear to uphold, nor could it possibly hold water. The perplexed Duke of Stark hesitated, about to voice his thoughts, when Robert struck him with a resounding slap, causing Cersei to stumble. Indifferent to how this slap would be perceived by others regarding the royal couple, "Do not utter anything about guest rights. Has Tywin not taught you how to speak?" The king was prepared to unleash further ire, but was halted by Duke Eddard. "There is no need for such fury, Your Majesty." He glanced at the dazed royal guards, who finally reacted, assisting the queen, who was still covering her face. Robert had no desire to linger in this place, yet Cersei obstructed his path, her emerald eyes blazing with indignation. "Your Majesty, my father will never allow the Lannisters to be slain while the murderers remain unharmed. Do not use that old lion Tywin to intimidate me." The king retorted angrily, casting a glance at the silent figure of Clegane, irritably commanding, "Then imprison him until I depart. Remember, I want him alive. Eddard, you will be responsible for this." That is final. Once the king's decree was made, no one dared to voice dissent. The king's rotund form vanished, and the queen scoffed, departing with her guards, never once casting another glance at Clegane. All eyes turned to the remaining Duke Eddard, whose countenance was grave and solemn. He sighed softly and approached Clegane. "Young man, you need not resort to murder. Do not trouble yourself, my lord, simply attend to your duties. The Lannisters do not adhere to rules. Rest assured, my lord, they cannot kill me." Observing Clegane's grin, Eddard Stark could not fathom where he drew his confidence. Nonetheless, with the situation as it stood, there was no other course of action. The Duke of Winterfell felt a profound sense of helplessness. He could not safeguard his vassal, even within his own domain, which only deepened his disdain for the Lannister family. He instructed Ser Roderick to take Clegane to the dungeons for proper care, ensuring that Vera and the folk from White Harbor were brought into the keep. For it was there that they truly belonged in this vast north. He specifically instructed Ser Roderick to personally oversee Clegane's every meal and to station guards day and night. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was Clegane's first experience of imprisonment. Truth be told, it was not vastly different from what he had envisioned. Although he was of noble birth and the Stark family's jailers showed sympathy towards him, a prison is still a prison. Ser Roderick led him to a somewhat spacious and dimly lit chamber. "You shall remain here. This is the best cell in Winterfell." "Damn the Lannisters," Roderick cursed, then cautiously detailed some specifics regarding the prison. He could not remain there indefinitely. Should anything arise, Clegane would need to rely on his own judgment. Clegane took careful note of Ser Roderick's words, for as a monster hunter, even the deadliest of potions would not harm him, let alone common poison. The Lannisters, should they attempt an assassination, would likely not resort to the likes of Tears of Lys. Quite frankly, Clegane was not worthy of such high-grade toxins. If an assassin were to come directly, he had no fear, though his weapon, that very instrument of his craft, had been confiscated. Ser Roderick had provided him with a dagger. As long as it was not a crossbow or a pitchfork, Clegane believed he would be safe. Yet all of this hinged upon the assumption that Cersei would indeed send someone to eliminate him. Clegane doubted her intelligence, while she was not particularly astute. He could not comprehend how she had been able to share a bed with Jaime for so many years without Robert ever suspecting a thing. Clegane spent 2 quiet days in his cell. On the second night, as he lay on the bed drifting into slumber, he suddenly heard faint footsteps approaching the door. The sound grew nearer, and though it was light, to Clegane's keen senses, it resonated like marching boots. Instantly alert, he remained still, lying on his side, squinting into the darkness, fixated on the entrance. Before long, a gaunt figure clad in black stealthily opened the door, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Clegane recognized that key. It should have been on the waist of the jailer, and if the Stark jailer had not betrayed them, he was likely unconscious by now. So, the assassination was indeed underway. What was Cersei thinking? Was this her level of cunning? As the assassin approached for the kill, Clegane felt a sense of relief. But an array of questions flooded his mind. Wait a moment. What if this assassin was not sent by the Lannisters? The thought struck him like lightning, and he immediately abandoned the notion of a sudden counterattack upon realizing he overheard the assassin's whispered words. "My Lord Clegane, greetings from the Lannisters." The sound of air slicing through the space reached him, and Clegane rolled aside just in time to evade a fatal strike. The assassin paused momentarily. Taken aback that a seemingly assured blow had missed its mark, Clegane had actually evaded. With no time for further dawdling, the assassin's task was clear. Clegane must die. He quickly prepared to pursue him, raising his weapon, only to find a hand extended before him. It was a strange gesture, the thumb separated, while the index and middle fingers were held together, and the ring and little fingers bent. In a daze, the assassin seemed to glimpse a pale green inverted triangle flash before him. "Yakshi," Clegane muttered. The blade that was poised to strike abruptly halted midair. The assassin's dull yellow pupils widening, his expression vacant, standing there wordlessly like a zombie. Fortunately, this was effective. Clegane had already braced himself for the possibility that Yakshi might prove useless, prepared to strike with the dagger at any moment. The reason for this caution was the realization that if he were to be assassinated, nearly everyone would assume it was the Lannisters. What if someone wished for that very perception to prevail? To kill him on Stark territory and frame the Lannisters was not beyond the realm of possibility. Leaning against the wall, Clegane inquired, "What is your name?" "Hall Liko." Clegane did not recall who this individual was, perhaps just a minor player. "Who sent you?" This question seemed to cause the assassin immense distress. His features contorted beneath the dark cloth, yet ultimately, he could not resist the allure of Yakshi's power. Thus, Clegane heard a name, Peter Baelish. Chapter 16. The pieces upon hearing that name, A colossal question mark appeared in Clay's mind. Peter Baelish? Littlefinger? It took him merely a second to realize who it referred to. Why would the infamous schemer of a Game of Thrones send someone to kill him? To be frank, Clay felt an odd emotion that was difficult to articulate. Saying he was flabbergasted would be inaccurate, yet it conveyed a similar sentiment. Wait, that's not right. Robert did not bring Littlefinger to Winterfell. An assassin wouldn't he target him merely because he was the heir to White Harbor. It must be due to his conflict with the Lannisters. But how did Littlefinger know about it? Did he send an assassin to infiltrate the prison from such a distance? Moreover, what means of communication was employed? It had only been 2 days since the incident occurred. How could it be so swift? Even if it was a round trip. As far as Clay knew, the ravens trained in the south had always outperformed those in the north. The well-fed ravens from his household would take a whole day to fly from Winterfell to White Harbor. Based on distance, if it were indeed a raven delivering the message, the speed of this messenger raven must at least be double that of the White Harbor ravens. For reasons unknown, a vision of a muscular, robust raven suddenly flashed in Clay's mind. Truth be told, it was quite a sight to behold. Shaking off the thought, Clay resolved to stop overthinking and decided it was best to inquire directly. How did Peter contact you? By raven, the assassin replied, delivering the word with a chilling monotone. Indeed, it was ravens? Frankly, this revelation altered Clay's perception of such creatures. When utilized properly in warfare, the information asymmetry could be staggering. Yet, he didn't wish to dwell on these seemingly trivial details any longer. He was far more interested in understanding why Littlefinger wanted him dead. The formidable magic of the Valyrian sigil can indeed triumph over ordinary men, but Clay soon realized that the assassin before him was merely a tool executing orders. The reason for targeting him remained unclear. After administering another Valyrian sigil, Clay commanded the assassin to lie face down on the ground, not wanting the man's unattractive visage to dampen his spirits. What should he do next? In the silence of the cell, Clay pondered. He could not kill him. Although it would be child's play for him, whether he or the assassin perished, Littlefinger's objective would be achieved. If he died, the queen would have to contend with the wrath of the Stark Lord and the humiliation of the king. The queen would not be dethroned because of his demise, but her standing with the northern lords would be irrevocably tarnished. She was aware that she had not sent the assassin, perhaps even suspecting that the Stark family orchestrated the entire affair. Conversely, if the assassin were to die, his very existence could serve the same purpose, only with Clay still alive. Thus, regardless of the outcome, the goal of sowing discord between the Stark and Lannister families had already been accomplished. How insidious. Reflecting upon this, Clay inquired, was that foolish Lannister also part of your scheme? Our role was merely to lead him there. Due to his position on the ground, the assassin's voice was somewhat distorted, yet Clay understood clearly. There was nothing more to ask for now. The assassin remained prone, intimately acquainted with the cold floor of the cell. Clay now contemplated how to resolve this situation. He could not conjure life from death, so what was to be done? The candle flickered quietly, its crystalline wax dripping steadily as time flowed slowly. Habitually, Clay cast another Valyrian sigil, and just as he completed the incantation, his hand froze mid-air. Of course, I cannot kill him, but I can make him leave. The thought struck him with clarity, and the more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Once his plan solidified, he commanded the dust-laden assassin to rise, his tone grave and clear. Remember, you have killed Clay Mandrell. You will now leave and report this matter to your master, Peter, and cease any further inquiries regarding Clay. Yes, I remember, the assassin replied mechanically. The duration of the Valyrian sigil was limited. Although it altered perception, it was only temporary. Clay merely needed him to deliver the message to Littlefinger. Imagine, once he conveyed the message to Littlefinger, as long as he did not actually see Clay alive, he would not doubt his own narrative. People do not willingly negate their own existence. Moreover, even if he were to discover that Clay had not perished, what could he do? Send another letter to Littlefinger, saying, apologies, my lord. The one I killed earlier has returned to life. Just wait, I shall kill him again for you. As long as this assassin was not a fool, he would refrain from such actions, for in Littlefinger's eyes, it would signify blatant betrayal or indicate that the messenger was simply unhinged. A tool that has lost its value or turned traitor should be discarded or destroyed immediately. Littlefinger was undoubtedly well versed in the art of damage control. Therefore, as long as this assassin desired to prolong his life, perhaps even to venture across the narrow sea, he must accept that Clay was dead and disregard any sighting as mere illusion. In the king's entourage, there were 3 of them. But only he had received the assassination order, which was why Clay dared to execute this plan. Stumbling and dazed, the assassin left. Resembling someone who had just suffered a blow to the head, yet before departing, he closed the door behind him and returned the key to the unconscious jailer's waist, providing remarkably attentive service. Reflecting on this event, Clay realized he had unwittingly become a pawn in Littlefinger's scheme to incite discord between the Stark and Lannister families, which left him exceedingly displeased. Simultaneously, he recognized that his own station was still too low. Only when faced with the crisis did he detect a hint of something amiss. Yet the momentum of events had swept him into a cell due to a minor ploy from the opposition. Even across 1,000 miles, Clay could sense the coldness behind Littlefinger's cunning smile. Given the circumstances, although he was a pawn, he had undeniably found himself at the center of the game, a position that was decidedly unfavorable. Having stumbled into this situation, Clay resolved not to remain in the prison any longer. The information flow here was stifled, and everything felt too passive. He wondered if Bran had seen the Queen and her brother in their carnal escapades. The second son of House Stark was crippled. During Robb's time, it was not a significant issue, but with Robb's untimely departure, this young cripple now stood as the Lord of the North. The Ironborn's audacity to march hundreds of miles to assault Winterfell was closely tied to this reality. In this world, a healthy and robust male heir was of utmost importance. Countless lessons of blood and fire had taught many lords and nobles of Westeros that only a master who could wield a sword could keep malevolent neighbors at bay. Chapter 17. Insight. The notion is admirable, yet the dilemma remains: how shall Clay make his escape? Although he is of noble birth and would not face the dire consequences of imprisonment, particularly under the protection of House Stark, this very circumstance complicates his desire to flee from captivity. The underlying logic is both intricate and simple, ultimately revolving around the matter of honor. For instance, had Clay been confined in the Eyrie, killing the jailer and dispatching the Lannister guards to return to the north would likely render him a celebrated hero rather than a criminal. Alas, with Lord Eddard Stark as his liege, a successful escape would signify his severance from the noble system of the North, a grave transgression. In the vernacular of the North, such an act would be deemed a violation of honor, unforgivable in the eyes of his peers. The following morning, Sir Roderick, his face lined with frost, hastened into Clay's cell. Early reports had informed him of the jailer being knocked unconscious, and the seasoned knight quickly surmised that this incident was aimed at Clay, as there was no other worthy target in Winterfell's dungeons. His mind raced with dread at the thought of discovering Clay's lifeless body, a scenario that would irrevocably pit Lord Eddard against the Queen. While he understood that his master's steadfast nature would prevent any confrontation with the Queen while the King was present, the relationship between the wolf and the lion was beginning to show its fangs. Muttering under his breath, Sir Roderick moved swiftly, soon encountering the young jailer, bewildered and sporting a significant bruise on his neck. "Is Lord Clay unharmed?" he inquired. The jailer shook his head, prompting a sigh of relief from the old knight, who shot the young man a stern glance before entering the prison. Navigating through the flickering candlelight, Sir Roderick arrived at the deepest, most well-appointed cell within the dungeon. Clay, dressed in plain attire, was leaning against the wall, engrossed in a borrowed tome from the Winterfell library titled Tales of the Old Gods of the North. "Lord Clay, are you injured? Did you see your assailant?" Sir Roderick's heart, once heavy with worry, began to lighten, though confusion crept in as he noted Clay's demeanor, which bore no signs of a recent assassination attempt. "What? Sir Roderick, what do you mean by assassin?" Clay asked, his expression one of bewilderment as he closed the book and approached the door. Sir Roderick took the keys from the accompanying jailer and unlocked the cell door. "This fool was knocked unconscious last night, and you are unscathed?" Sir Roderick's mind was in disarray. That Clay had not encountered an assassin was utterly unexpected. It was indeed peculiar. Someone had infiltrated the dungeon to incapacitate the jailer, yet it appeared they had no intention of targeting Clay. What was their purpose? Merely to engage in violence for amusement? The notion of an assassin, for the sake of convenience, had to be acknowledged. As Sir Roderick observed the jailer's neck wound, evidence of a skilled hand. "Are you certain you did not see anyone last night?" he pressed, unwilling to abandon the inquiry. Clay, perplexed and innocent in his response, shook his head, leaving Sir Roderick utterly confounded. In his subconscious, he believed Clay to be incapable of deceit. If someone sought to take his life, why would he fabricate a lie? After much contemplation, Sir Roderick resolved to seek counsel from a superior. When he relayed the entire incident to Eddard Stark, the Northern Lord's expression shifted to one of deep contemplation. Upon the conclusion of Sir Roderick's account, Lord Eddard fell into a lengthy silence, leaving Sir Roderick in an awkward position, neither able to stand nor depart. Finally, he mustered the courage to call out, "My lord?" Eddard Stark lifted his gaze, his brow furrowing as he commanded, "Bring that boy Clay to me, and ensure he is properly attired. We cannot have the Queen's people see him." A bewildered Sir Roderick complied, and half an hour later, Clay reappeared in the Grand Hall of Winterfell, clad in Stark attire. Eddard dismissed Sir Roderick, leaving only the two of them in the vast chamber. His gray eyes scrutinized Clay as if seeking to reappraise him, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. "Clay, was that your first experience with taking a life?" As he posed this question, Eddard Stark meticulously examined Clay's eyes. Clay, without much deliberation, nodded. "Yes, my lord. And what was your sentiment?" I did not ponder it deeply." Eddard Stark merely nodded, seemingly unsatisfied with Clay's response. He sighed softly and gestured toward a nearby chair. Without hesitation, Clay took a seat. As your liege and elder, I must impart this wisdom. Those who wield blades lightly shall ultimately fall beneath their edge. A life carries weight. Eddard adjusted the crackling fire, observing Clay, who appeared lost in thought, before breaking into a smile and softly saying, I understand. You are correct. Honor must not be sullied. And this is why you stand here today. He halted Clay's impending retort, continuing, I recognize that an assassin undoubtedly exists, yet you prefer to deny his presence. Do you not? Noticing Clay's sudden pallor, Eddard stepped closer and placed a reassuring hand on Clay's tense shoulder. You need not explain. The absence of a threat to you is commendable. While it is regrettable, the Stark family must refrain from conflict with the Queen for the time being. However, you must grasp this, my boy. He locked eyes with Clay, emphasizing each word. The wolf must never fear the lion. Courage is the foundation of our existence in the North. I am pleased to see you possess greater wisdom than your father, bestowed upon you by the gods. Use this wisdom to aid Robb in the future. With that, Eddard Stark strode from the hall, leaving Clay in a state of astonishment. Clay was taken aback. He had not anticipated Eddard Stark to see through him so readily. He had fancied himself adept at deceiving those around him, only to have his illusions shattered instantly. The old wolf's words and the wisdom reflected in his gaze left a profound impression on Clay. This man was undoubtedly astute. So why had he faltered in King's Landing? Clay sensed that the events soon to unfold in the southern capital of the Seven Kingdoms were far more intricate than he had ever imagined. Chapter 18. Conversation. Cline ultimately returned to the dungeon, somewhat taken aback that Duke Stark did not inquire about how he had managed to fend off the assassin. It appeared to be of no consequence to the nobleman, who was solely concerned with the outcome. The wolf and the lion maintained a fragile peace, one that seemed precarious at best. Following the incident, Duke Stark issued a decree permitting the White Harbor Guard to temporarily replace the dungeon sentinels, thereby ensuring Cline's safety. However, from the lips of Sir Roderick, Cline learned that he might not remain in the dungeon for long, as his father, the head of the Mandler family, Count Wyman, was hastily leading 100 armored cavalry toward Winterfell. Such a force posed no threat to the royal entourage or House Stark within Winterfell. It was merely a display of strength by the Earl of White Harbor, aimed at demonstrating dominance to the Lannisters. Cline could distinctly feel the admiration in the gazes of the guards around him. Some among them had answered the call of their liege during the War of Usurpers and marched south, thus sharing Duke Eddard's disdain for the Lannisters. Yet, powerless against the might and wealth of Tywin, they had no choice but to return to the icy expanse of the north, cursing their fate. In their eyes, Cline had acted decisively to defend his family's honor, slaying a Lannister without hesitation, accomplishing what they had longed to do but could not. Consequently, their regard for him was profound. In the dungeon, Cline was soon visited by 3 guests, the Stark brothers, Robb, Jon, and Bran. What brings you 3 here? He asked, gesturing toward the wooden chairs in the corner. Undeterred by the grime, the brothers took a seat. A glance at Bran's waist informed Cline that the boy had yet to ascend the broken tower. We came to see our hero of the north. Father has always forbidden us from visiting you, but with the guards now being your own men, we managed to sneak in, Robb said, scratching his head apologetically. The youthful minds of the north were indeed simple. During this time, the Stark brothers had come to regard Cline as a true friend. Father says you are a true northern man, and my brothers agree, young Bran chimed in innocently. Cline smiled broadly, though a flicker of surprise and contemplation crossed his eyes. Ever since becoming a monster hunter, he had developed a heightened sensitivity to magic, and now he perceived strands of magical energy entwined around Bran's form. Something is amiss, he thought. The last time he had seen Bran was at the king's banquet, and he could not ascertain whether Bran had been entangled with these mysterious strands of magic for some time or if they had just recently appeared. Regardless, it was certainly troubling, especially since he did not observe anything similar in his brothers Robb and Jon, indicating that this was not a matter of bloodline. What is happening? Is this not a low magic world? For a fleeting moment, Cline questioned whether he had strayed into a realm beyond the world of ice and fire. But he soon reconciled with the notion that he himself was the greatest anomaly in this world. He could not blame others. However, with the presence of these strands, there must be a source, and Cline was eager to discover who within Winterfell dared to challenge his monopoly on magic. This could not be allowed. He silently prayed for his father to arrive promptly, hoping he would intimidate the queen into retreat, allowing him to escape this wretched place. Now, more than ever, he yearned for freedom. I must create an emblem befitting my status, Cline muttered under his breath, unnoticed by the others. Jon inquired, what did you say? Oh, nothing. Could you tell me what has been happening outside? Cline quickly diverted the conversation. Robb regarded him thoughtfully before adopting a tone that was half smirk, half serious. Well, let me enlighten you, Lord Cline. He elongated the final title deliberately. After gathering his thoughts, he continued, after you were imprisoned in the dungeon, I heard our king had a fierce quarrel with the queen. That very night, he chose not to seek her out, but instead spent the night with 3 ladies of Winterfell. Rob's tone was tinged with a hint of envy, likely fueled by the surging hormones of youth, as he lamented that he was too strictly governed by Caitlin and could only observe but never partake, much to his dismay. My father has instructed the family to avoid any further contact with the Queen's entourage, and I no longer need to play the role of the Mad Prince for the adults, Rob scoffed. Klein understood that the days spent alongside Joffrey must have been among the most humiliating in Rob's life. I truly did not expect King Robert to have such a prince, John remarked. As a bastard, his encounters with Joffrey had been limited, and they had never directly engaged. Yet his instincts told him that the prince bore none of the noble stag's essence, only the repugnant stench of lion. Indeed, Joffrey bears no resemblance to our king. Frankly, he seems more akin to a usurper's spawn, Rob concurred, oblivious to the peculiar expression on Klein's face. With a sigh in his heart, Klein reflected that this might be the very reason. No one would dare to investigate Joffrey's lineage, yet it was undeniable that he bore an uncanny resemblance to his uncle, exhibiting none of the Baratheon traits. The three Stark brothers, Stannis and Renly, harbored deep affection for Robert. Had Joffrey mirrored the young Robert, exuding the essence of manhood, they would not have raised their banners in rebellion after Robert's demise. It could only be said that the adults had sown the seeds of this tragedy. Joffrey could not choose his parents, and his subsequent hysterical behavior was largely influenced by his mother's upbringing. What of Marcella? Klein thought of his sister. Alas, how could you have such a brother? Rob rolled his eyes at Klein. Fear not, my father has brought her to the keep. She is now sleeping alongside Sansa. Rest assured, when Lord Wyman arrives, my father will ensure she is entrusted to him, he assured. Nodding, Klein felt relieved. There was little to fret over. John then produced a small pouch from behind him, using a stool as a makeshift table, and revealed its contents. What is this? Klein inquired. Kiki, see for yourself. Inside was a small jar, and as Klein opened it, a rich aroma of wine filled the otherwise desolate dungeon. John, father wouldn't allow. Rob instinctively frowned, only to quickly realize how trivial his concern was, as he too felt the allure of the drink. The two brothers shielded the oblivious brand from sight. Thus, in the confined quarters of Winterfell's dungeon, the youthful generation of the North shared a small bottle of wine, their laughter echoing within the stone walls. Chapter 19. The arrival of the Earl. To be frank, when Wyman Manderly received the message delivered by his granddaughter, Vera, via Raven, he nearly choked on the golden wine from the Isle of Tears. By the gods, what in the realm had that rascal, Grey, done in Winterfell? Slaughtering Lannisters like cattle in the presence of the Queen. Though the Earl admitted he was somewhat pleased, he was equally astonished by Grey's audacity. Upon receiving the news, he promptly issued a gag order to the maester in charge of the Ravens, not even informing his two sons, who were training soldiers abroad. Despite the fact that Wendell Manderly was Grey's father, the following morning at breakfast, he declared his intention to travel to Winterfell, leaving his eldest son, Willis, in charge. Although it was peculiar, no one dared defy Earl Wyman. Thus, the Earl set forth with 100 of White Harbor's finest heavy cavalry and 100 support troops, covering the distance in a mere 5 days, a journey that had taken Grey and his companions over a week. Naturally, news of his advance had reached Duke Eddard Stark of Winterfell well beforehand. The Duke, understanding the urgency of saving his heir and sharing the same northern blood, could not command Wyman to turn back. King Robert, who had initially intended to hunt, also cancelled his plans upon hearing the news. The northern cavalry from White Harbor had left a lasting impression on him during the War of the Usurper. Standing atop the tall Arrow Tower at Winterfell's eastern gate, King Robert and Duke Eddard Stark surveyed the scene together. The king, draped in a massive fur cloak, cursed aloud. By the gods, Ned, what manner of place do you inhabit? It is summer. I wager even in winter, King's Landing is not as cold as this. How do you northern folk survive? Duke Eddard chuckled wryly, observing his once brother's portly figure, and replied softly, Your Grace, the Northmen, the Stark family, have long been accustomed to this. We shall endure. I know. You Starks are a stubborn lot, as cold as stone. Their conversation fell silent, for Eddard understood that Robert's thoughts had turned to Lyanna. Ever since his arrival in Winterfell, every blade of grass and every stone seemed to evoke memories of his deceased betrothed. Eddard, in contrast, had the privilege of keeping his sister's memory alive. From their lofty vantage, only the banners of the crowned stag and the direwolf were visible. The abhorrent Lannister sigil was absent. After about 10 minutes, the sound of melodious horns resonated from afar. The deep blue banners of the mermaid appeared before the king and the duke. Wyman Manderly, Lord of White Harbor, had arrived with his army at the king's feet. As the troops advanced to a distance where Robert could discern them clearly, he cast a surprised glance at Eddard Stark and inquired, Seven hells, Ned, is this the army of your vassal? Why are they so well equipped? For the love of the gods, I thought such sights could only be found among the ranks of that old lion, Tywin. As the Lord of the North, Duke Eddard was well aware of the strength of his vassals and was only slightly taken aback by the impressive display of cavalry. He patted the king's shoulder and explained, "Your Grace, the Manderley family. After all, they possess White Harbor, the 5th largest city in Westeros. It is entirely reasonable for them to maintain such a force. I had an army like this once, capable of storming King's Landing and slaying those wretched dragonspawn within a month," Robert declared vehemently. Duke Eddard furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "You have already done so. Your Grace. No, not enough. Do you understand, Ned? Across the narrow sea, the last blood of the dragons still hides there, and I intend to eradicate them." The king's voice was low, yet anyone could discern the smoldering fury and unquenchable hatred therein. Eddard Stark wished to steer clear of this topic and suggested, "Your Grace, I must go and see Wyman Manderley." "Go then, Ned, and tell that old eel not to trouble the queen. For my sake, Wyman could easily take that boy and his sister away, and the Lannisters would not dare to intervene." Upon uttering this last statement, Eddard Stark felt that this was the moment Robert most resembled a king. At the castle's base, at the forefront of the procession, a grand and opulent carriage came to a halt as Earl Wyman commanded his troops to stop. Through the carriage window, he beheld the neatly arrayed 500 Winterfell cavalry, with his liege lord astride a horse beneath the massive banner of the dire wolf. Gazing back at him, having achieved his purpose, Wyman Manderley instructed the driver and, without guards, approached the great banner of the dire wolf alone. From a distance, his deep, gravelly voice echoed, "My Lord Duke." As Wyman Manderley approached, Eddard Stark nodded slightly and dismounted. The Earl was aware that his visit might cause his liege a degree of trouble, thus he promptly offered a courteous bow. Eddard, understanding the purpose of his visit, did not make matters difficult. He helped Wyman to his feet, and the two exchanged pleasantries as they entered Winterfell. "My Lord Duke, that lad Grey," Wyman ventured cautiously. "Your grandson certainly knows how to stir up trouble, though he is far cleverer than your other two sons," Eddard remarked, leading Wyman towards the dungeons without regard for whether he comprehended the implications of his words. The king was correct. While Eddard understood Wyman's actions, in a certain light, the Manderley family's maneuverings bore a hint of treason. Should the queen raise a fuss, the king could wish to intervene but would be unable to support such actions. Thus, it was best to swiftly resolve the matter and allow Wyman to escort his grandchildren away to prevent further complications. Eddard strode purposefully, his pace brisk, leaving Wyman, whose girth rivaled even Robert's, struggling to keep up. Upon reaching the dungeon, the White Harbor guards, upon seeing Duke Eddard approach, prepared to salute, only to be taken aback by the presence of their own earl, causing them to bow their heads in sheepish shame. The heir of White Harbor had been imprisoned, and the noble lady had been harassed by the Lannisters. Even the guards could not deny their share of responsibility. Gasping for breath, Wyman Manderley glared at the guards and snorted heavily, following Eddard into the dungeon. For the immediate concern was the heir. The matter of the guards could be addressed later. As they neared Grey's cell, Eddard's steps faltered. His keen senses detected the scent of alcohol, and he recognized 3 familiar voices within. In a fit of impulse, he kicked the cell door open, glaring at the 3 youths who were merrily drinking inside. The smiles on their youthful faces froze in shock. Chapter 20. Before returning home, Rob, could you enlighten me about what you were holding? Duke Eddard's face was stern. It was quite unexpected. The situation mirrored that of a child caught in mischief by their parents, just like the current expressions of Rob and John. Glancing at Rob, who was destined to be the future king in the north, it was clear he was utterly flummoxed, lips pursed, struggling to utter a single word while clutching a bottle of wine with an awkward grip. Apart from Clay, the 2 Stark boys appeared genuinely remorseful, their gazes cast downward in acceptance of guilt. Eddard, wishing to disregard the troublesome duo, had pressing matters to attend to. He shifted slightly, revealing the broad figure of his father. "Ah, grandfather?" Clay hadn't anticipated his grandfather's arrival would be so prompt. He was aware of the Earl of Wyman's purpose for coming to Winterfell. Truth be told, he had already exceeded his objectives during this trip. Firstly, through Duke Eddard, Clay's identity as the heir of White Harbor had attained recognition among the nobility. Secondly, he had successfully concocted the potion for witchers, and by fortunate coincidence, he had also completed the witcher mutation, albeit the process was not entirely pleasant. Moreover, having spent several days in Winterfell, he had forged connections with the younger generation of House Stark, sharing the commonality of noble lineage. Although he possessed the Witcher system, theoretically enabling rapid expansion of his influence, this required time. At this critical juncture, it was imperative to cultivate good relations with House Stark. In truth, his lineage dictated that he staunchly aligned with the Stark family for the time being. What lay ahead would be determined later. Of course, there were drawbacks. He had been manipulated by Littlefinger, and while he had managed to minimize the repercussions, his sister's reputation had inevitably suffered, making marriage prospects for her in the next couple of years rather bleak. However, this aligned with Vera's wishes, as she had no desire to wed. Furthermore, the mysterious Potent magic emanating from the heart tree and the ominous threads of magic surrounding Bran hinted that the seemingly tranquil north was steeped in a rich magical essence. Clay contemplated investigating the source of Bran's magical threads in the next few days. He had some suspicions, but lacked confirmation. However, the sudden appearance of his grandfather disrupted his plans, leaving him with no choice but to attempt to see Bran before departing. This was not merely an act of compassion. From his perspective, it was crucial to ascertain the origins of this magic. Otherwise, he would remain apprehensive about the power he would use to train witchers. "Oh, you clever boy. I simply summoned you to Winterfell, and look at all you have accomplished." The Earl of Wyman was genuinely pleased with Clay's achievements, but he had to admonish him for the trouble caused to Duke Eddard. "Enough, Wyman. Clay acted in honor of House Manderley. There is no need for such remarks." Eddard Stark interjected, waving a hand to halt Wyman's reprimands as he led the glum-faced Jon and Robb out of the dungeon. Once they departed, only Clay and the Earl remained in the dim confines. The two exchanged glances for a moment before bursting into laughter simultaneously. "Well done. You surpass your father. When your father and I entered the city after the Lannisters besieged King's Landing, the situation was dire. Those brutes were committing unspeakable acts, and our soldiers from White Harbor were tossed into the fray without hesitation," Wyman recounted, his eyes reflecting a wave of memories that were clearly far from pleasant. "At that time, your father had drawn his sword, yet he lacked the courage to slay under the banner of the golden-red roaring lion. You are stronger than we were." "Splendid." The old Earl patted his grandson's back heartily, and it was evident that the Lannisters' actions in King's Landing had left a dismal impression among the northern nobility. Just then, the captain of the guards, Hostar, hurriedly approached Wyman. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and knelt, lowering his head in silence. "Humph." Observing the negligent captain, Wyman grunted disapprovingly, knowing that reprimanding his household servants was not suitable at this moment. He commanded, "Get up, gather your men, and bring Vera from the keep. Deliver her directly to my escort." Without delay, Hostar rose and strode away, as he had come, grateful that he was not being reprimanded at this moment. And he dared not ask for more. "Let us not waste time here. Come along," Wyman declared, straightening up and taking Clay by the hand as he prepared to exit. Clay hesitated momentarily. He could not predict when he would return, or who might be the master of the house upon his return. He sighed internally, deciding to take things as they came. "Before we leave, I wish to bid farewell to Robb and the Stark boys." Upon hearing this, Wyman slowed his pace, frowning as he turned to look at Clay, waiting for him to continue. "I have developed a friendship with the Stark boys. It would not sit well with me to leave without saying goodbye. Besides, grandfather, your intention for bringing me to Winterfell was to foster good relations with them. Was it not?" Though framed as a question, his tone was resolute. "You speak without reserve. It seems you have done well." Indeed, there was no need for denial. His grandfather was aligned with his interests, and thus he spoke freely. "Then go. I shall await you outside the city. Remember, do not stir up trouble again." Duke Eddard readily granted Clay's request to meet with Robb before departing. He was a man of deep loyalty and naturally appreciated Clay's intentions. Thus, within the great hall of Winterfell, Clay encountered the unfortunate Jon and Robb once more, along with the still youthful Bran. As for the youngest Stark, Rickon, there was no necessity for Clay to meet him. He embraced both Robb and Jon, for sharing a drink established a bond of brotherhood that transcended time and space. However, Clay's true objective was not solely the two unfortunate lads. His gaze was fixed upon Bran, specifically the intricate threads of magic enveloping him. Before embracing the somewhat timid Bran, Clay discreetly activated his system, initiating the magic pool. As soon as his hands made contact with the intangible threads, he sensed them flowing towards him, as if he had found the end of a string, surging into his being through the point of contact on Bran's back. In an instant, Clay's expression sharpened. He recognized this magical sensation all too well, for he had experienced it before at the Heart Tree. Chapter 21. The Three-Eyed Crow. This power, stemming from the Heart Tree, led Cray to surmise that at the end of the obscured thread, there must be a connection to Winterfell, or perhaps even to the grandest Heart Tree in the north. In the vast hall of Winterfell, the small Bran rested his head on Cray's shoulder, his cherubic face adorned with a delightful smile, albeit tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Gathering his resolve, Cray intensified the pull of the magical pool, shifting his focus from absorbing the magical threads from Bran to tugging at the invisible thread that traversed through the walls. Cray was determined to see what he could extract. Within mere seconds, the thread transitioned from a slack state to a taut one, and Cray distinctly sensed a peculiar tension, not relayed by his touch, but rather echoing directly within his mind. He was eager to experiment further. None of the onlookers, apart from Cray, could perceive these magical threads. They only observed Cray's fondness for Bran, oblivious to the sudden arrival of a crow that swooped into the open hall. This crow, cloaked in ebony feathers, perched upon the chandelier, its deep yellow eyes scanning Cray's silhouette with a chilling and human-like gaze that brimmed with hostility. heightening his demon hunter senses. Cray feigned a gesture of patting Bran's back, casually discussing what he would bring for him next time. Yet, in truth, he was still tugging at the now fraying magical thread, almost hearing its muffled cries of distress. Suddenly, a pungent scent of decay permeated the air. Cray felt it rather than smelled it, as it seeped directly into his consciousness, evoking an instinctual discomfort. Alongside this scent was an overwhelming chill, as if a timeless iceberg loomed behind him. A phantom sound of rupture echoed, but alas, no one was there to hear it. The thread finally succumbed to exhaustion, severed by Cray's relentless grip. Like a tentacle, the end connected to the unknown retracted swiftly, while Bran's end, upon the thread's fracture, withered and shrank, transforming into a lifeless gray that dissipated into the air. Before Cray could ponder this abrupt change, a raspy whisper echoed beside him. "You have won, Avatar of the Outer God." An immense force suddenly manifested throughout Cray's body, and before he could react, his vision blurred and his mind descended into chaos. When clarity returned, Cray's expression froze. Everything around him indicated that he was no longer within the Hall of Winterfell. "You seem surprised, Avatar of the Outer God," a pale, monotonous voice resonated from behind. Cray snapped back to reality, confronting a figure swathed in a black robe. "Who are you?" Cray demanded, raising his hand to form a magical seal. A pale yellow circular shield enveloped him. "The demon hunter seal, Quinn. I am but a fragment of withered bone." The figure stepped forward, removing its hood. Cascades of snow-white hair hung down, appearing shriveled and twisted. It possessed a single eye, with a pupil as red as blood. Roots of some plant emerged from the other empty eye socket, while fungi sprouted from its forehead. This visage bore a resemblance to certain mythical beings associated with nature, yet Cray could sense the lack of vitality in this form, most of its essence entwined with death. "Yes, it is this, sin of the Outer God," it stated monotonously, as if narrating a simple fact. Recalling the earlier conversation, Cray realized the being identified itself as the Avatar of the Outer God. With an inkling, Cray deduced that the entity referred to the powers bestowed upon him by his demon hunter system. "There is no need for such anxiety. Your body is suffused with magic. I have neither the intention nor the capacity to harm you, Avatar of the Outer God," it said, deliberately emphasizing the title. Ignoring the being, Cray seized the opportunity to scrutinize his surroundings. Upon glancing at the scene, he was taken aback. He beheld the Iron Throne. It was not that Cray had seen the Iron Throne in this world before, but its distinctive characteristics made it unmistakable upon first sight. He comprehended that it was indeed the Iron Throne. Rather than a mere chair, it resembled a grotesque mass adorned with spikes, blades, and twisted metal. The throne itself towered impressively, estimated to be around 7 or 8 meters high, including its uneven steps. "So, I am in the throne room. Goodness, this must be thousands of miles away. Is there a mode of transportation faster than a dragon in this world?" For some inexplicable reason, that thought flitted through Cray's mind. Then, his gaze fell upon something that should not have been there, a revelation that clarified the identity of the figure before him. Dragon bones, specifically, a colossal dragon skull. Now reduced to a skeleton. Cray recollected that when Robert I usurped the Targaryen throne, these decorative dragon heads were relocated to the dungeons beneath the Red Keep, replaced by the sigil of House Baratheon. At this juncture, Cray realized there was no way he could be in the throne room of the present time. Rather, he was standing in a historical context. In other words, Cray was presently immersed in history, or perhaps, within someone's memory. Observing Cray's unwavering gaze fixated on the Iron Throne and dragon bones, the being's voice resonated once more. "Avatar of the Outer God. It appears you have disowned where you are." In a calm tone, it inquired, "So, do you wish to sit upon it?" Cray fell silent, reluctant to answer. Although he already possessed the response, "I perceive boundless ambition flowing through your vessel infused with the essence of the Outer God. I find it curious why an heir of White Harbor would harbor a desire to occupy this throne. What compels you? Is it the deity that stands behind you?" It seemed the being had no expectation of Cray's response and continued its discourse. "I brought you here to negotiate. I implore you to cease your interference with me, whether concerning the heart tree or that child." Upon hearing this, Cray finally grasped the reality. The being's target was not him, but Bran. Given this ability to draw individuals into the vortex of history, its identity became glaringly evident. Brynden Rivers, the illegitimate son of House Targaryen, the Blood Raven, the Three-Eyed Crow. Chapter 22. History, Present, and Future. Clay had no intention of revealing his identity. Instead, he was keen to observe what this enigmatic figure, the Three-Eyed Crow, intended to orchestrate. At the very least, Clay was certain that Bran's encounter with the Queen and the regicide in the remnants of the tower was no mere coincidence. The Three-Eyed Crow had guided Bran using threads of magic emanating from the heart tree, employing a method incomprehensible to Clay. He could not recall the exact moment Bran had fallen in the original timeline. During his days in the dungeon, he had been cut off from the outside world and lost all sense of time. Perhaps Bran's wall climbing was an event that had already transpired, merely disrupted by Clay's own series of actions. His extensive extraction of the heart tree's magic and severing of the magical threads had likely provoked the three-eyed crow into a direct confrontation with him. Clay surmised that the crow was probably wary of the non-existent deity he supposedly had in his corner, which was why it spoke of having no animosity toward him. Ironically, the more the crow conjured up in its mind, the more advantageous it became for Clay. "What do you want with that, boy?" Clay inquired, mimicking the crow's detached tone. The three-eyed crow did not answer his question, but instead glided toward the iron chair adorned with spikes. Ascending the steps, it sat upon the iron throne as if it had performed this ritual countless times before. Clay could not deny that the chair possessed an extraordinary magical aura that instilled a sense of reverence in those beneath it. "There is no king here," Clay stated with a cold edge to his voice. "Indeed, but that is inconsequential," the three-eyed crow replied, gripping the throne's armrests tightly. The sharp edges sliced into its palms, drawing forth a faint greenish blood, yet it seemed unfazed. "I wish to strike a bargain with you, agent of the other gods." Its voice suddenly resonated with intensity. "Oh?" Clay was intrigued to hear what the crow would propose. "I shall use my power to seat you upon this throne, provided that once you ascend to kingship, you allow the North to achieve independence." Clay's mind was a whirlwind of questions. He almost doubted his hearing. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if the crow had consumed too much of the fish from the river before arriving, its mind perhaps not entirely clear. "How many masters do you have? What abilities do you possess to make such bold claims? If you are so formidable, why was I unaware of it?" After a moment of reflection, Clay finally retorted, "I do not believe you can pull the Iron Throne from beneath Robert Baratheon's rear." Indeed, the stag was robust and formidable, its antlers sharp. Yet the gods had not bestowed upon him a legitimate fawn to inherit his legacy. As the crow spoke, its tone seemed to drift into a distant realm. But Clay rolled his eyes inwardly, recognizing the implication that Robert's 3 legitimate children were not his own. Did it really need to sound so cryptic? "I believe if you have something to say, you might as well express it plainly. There is no need for such fanciful rhetoric." Furrowing its brow, the three-eyed crow pondered the phrase fanciful rhetoric, interpreting it as unique to the otherworldly gods, yet this did not hinder its understanding of Clay's intent. "Very well. From this moment forth, I demand that you cease interfering with my actions concerning the Stark boy. In return, you may request something from me, provided it is within my capabilities." Clay shook his head, dismissing the notion of a wishing lamp from another world, and decided to make an outrageous request. "Then I ask that you procure for me a dragon egg and provide me with a method to hatch it. Can you accomplish this?" Clay scrutinized the face that resembled driftwood, eager to see its reaction, but the three-eyed crow merely glanced at him calmly and nodded. "Yes, if the bargain is struck. I will have the stable boy Odair from Winterfell deliver it to you, but this will require time. You shall receive my gift in White Harbor." Clay was left speechless. Realizing he had been hasty, he should have asked for something grander. Despite 1,000 curiosities swirling in his mind about how the crow intended to unearth a dragon egg in the north, complete with instructions for awakening it, he pondered why the crow did not undertake the task itself. Yet, recalling its ghastly visage, he surmised that its true form was likely hiding in a cave beyond the wall. "Answer me one question, and if I am satisfied, I shall agree to this transaction," Clay stated. The three-eyed crow nodded, awaiting Clay's inquiry. "Why is Bran so important to you? Could you not seek another? What is it about him that is so unique?" The crow fell into a long silence at this question, and Clay grew impatient. Finally, it sighed deeply and replied with a wry smile, "He is the best candidate. You must understand, in all of Westeros, only the blood of wolves and dragons is extraordinary. Some among them are the finest vessels. Beyond the wall, the footsteps of the cold god are encroaching, continually compressing the living space. While to the east of the narrow sea, the searing light of our Hiller seeks to ignite all of Westeros. I, like you, am an agent of the gods. But as you can see, my body is nearly decaying. Bran is my finest successor and my lord's best agent." Reflecting on the weighty implications of this statement, Clay countered, "So, your invitation and desire to assist me stem from the fact that my power does not belong to the cold god, nor to the Lightbringer, or Hiller? Your ambition for Westeros is sufficient. Are you not concerned that the deity behind me might seize your territory or faith? That is of no consequence. As I initially stated, the North's independence is what matters. My lord does not mind if you and your deity occupy the South, for our Hiller's power can no longer expand. Otherwise, the entire world will be thrown into imbalance." "But what of the 7 gods?" Clay queried. "In my lord's words, those are 7 beings incapable of stabilizing their own existence. Relying on them to withstand our Hiller is impossible." In the empty throne room, all Clay could hear was the sound of his own breathing. These few simple sentences sent a gale of thoughts swirling in his mind. Previously, he had thought that gods in the world of ice and fire were mere talismans. Today, with the three-eyed crow's testimony, he realized there was much more beneath the surface. After much contemplation, Clay determined that he could only believe half of what the three-eyed crow had said. To fully trust, it would likely lead to his downfall. Moreover, he knew he could not agree to all of the crow's terms, for doing so would jeopardize his plans to create an army of monster hunters. Feigning hesitation, Clay finally sighed. Your terms are appealing, but I cannot fully acquiesce. The three-eyed crow furrowed its brow once more. Chapter 23. Departure. I believe my terms have demonstrated ample sincerity, O herald of the other gods. The being spoke slowly, its pallid, withered skin wrinkling as if it might shatter at any moment. The three-eyed raven appeared somewhat irate, yet more so resigned. It admitted that there was indeed no way to contend with Clay, for when its raven observed him, it was astonished by the sheer volume of magic coursing through Clay's being. Despite prior attempts to disrupt this heretic rampant in the north with arcane power, none bore any fruit. No, in my view, you refer to me as the herald of the other gods. Hence there exists no foundation of trust between us. Moreover, dear three-eyed raven, how can I be assured that you will uphold your end of the bargain? At this juncture, Clay saw no need to maintain pretense and bluntly unveiled his opponent's identity. The crimson pupil of the three-eyed raven widened slightly, clearly taken aback by Clay's knowledge of its true nature. After a prolonged silence, it finally spoke. You have once again astonished me, herald of the other gods. I do not recall revealing my identity before you. How did you come by this knowledge? The raven's inquiry was met with Clay's gleaming white teeth and a voice tinged with mockery. As you have said, it is of little consequence. Clay mused that should he mention the raven's true form beyond the wall, it might provoke a transformation from 3 eyes to 4. Taking a deep breath, the three-eyed raven resolved to abandon this line of questioning, realizing the nature of the trust Clay spoke of. Very well then, as you wish. I am eager to hear your terms. To be frank, Clay had no desire to cross swords with this three-eyed raven. Indifference reigned, whether Bran was controlled or not. Whether he lived or died held no significance for him. If one were to consider the great nobles of the 7 kingdoms as prospects for investment, none would be deemed worthy. Evidence of this lay in their fates. Over the span of just a few years, many prominent dukes had met their demise. Old Wolf met the guillotine. The elder Duke of House Tully succumbed to illness. Lord Tywin perished in the privy. The Tullys and Baratheons were extinguished. Prince Doran faced assassination. And the now-deceased Prime Minister Jon Arryn had a mortality rate that was astonishingly high. Thus, it was no surprise that Jon Snow, adorned with the mantle of protagonist, ascended from bastardy to Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, and ultimately to King in the North, for all those of esteem and capability had perished, paving the way for him. In all honesty, Clay yearned to invest in Daenerys, who resided across the narrow sea, yet he lacked a catalyst. Moreover, Daenerys, untouched by blood and fire, was equally an unfit Targaryen. You may do as you wish with Bran, but the magic of the heart tree in the north must be made accessible to me, and the previous requests remain valid. This was Clay's condition. In truth, he had no intention of compelling the raven to procure a dragon or an egg capable of hatching. His true objective lay in the magic of the heart tree. Unlike Daenerys, he was not concerned with the question of whether he possessed the bloodline to command dragons. At this stage, he could not abandon White Harbor, one of the few prosperous cities in Westeros. White Harbor was not Essos. Daenerys, once she secured her own safety, would find no one could thwart her dragons. Yet imagine attempting to rear a dragon in White Harbor? Given the rapid growth of young dragons, no matter how meticulous one might be in secrecy, discovery was inevitable. And that would lead to chaos. The realm would likely cease its internal strife, converging upon White Harbor with armies. The most favorable outcome would be the dragon either seized or slain under the threat of conflict. If fortunate, it might escape. While Clay would find himself stripped of his heir status, clad in black alongside Jon Snow, scavenging for scraps at the wall. However, matters seldom unfolded as Clay envisioned. Very well, I too have conditions. All weirwood trees under my protection in the north, save for Winterfell, shall possess magic, though this magic has its limits. You cannot wield it as you did in the Godswood, for that would inflict grievous harm upon the trees themselves. Understood, it can be tapped, but not excessively. That is acceptable. Wait, did it truly agree to procure a dragon for itself? As realization dawned, and before Clay could voice his thoughts, he heard the raven's voice. The trade is concluded, herald of the other gods. You may contact me by touching the weirwood. Until we meet again. The throne room before Clay twisted and warped, and in an instant, he found himself once more in the hall of Winterfell, where time had not advanced by a single heartbeat. Observing Clay's somewhat rigid stance, Robb inquired with curiosity, Clay? This call returned Clay to reality, and he hastily released Bran. In his line of sight, a thread of magical essence broke through the wall, once again entwining itself around Bran. Yet this time, Clay made no effort to intervene. Standing tall, he bowed before the smiling Stark couple. Very well, Clay, you may return. Remember, Winterfell shall always welcome you. The towering walls of Winterfell receded behind Clay as he inhaled the crisp, invigorating air of the north, his gaze falling upon his grandfather. A figure as imposing as a fortress. I must say, lad, you performed admirably on this venture. Noticing his grandson observing him, Count Wyman turned his head, stroking his grizzled beard and smiling. He felt immense satisfaction with his grandson, who had dared to slay a Lannister and forged an alliance with House Stark, all while possessing commendable swordsmanship. What displeased him, however, was allowing Wylla to run amok during this journey. Otherwise, Clay would not have found himself in a dungeon. He should not have entertained such thoughts after his efforts with Wylla and Willfield had failed. Moreover, he regretted his choice for the captain of the guard, having learned of Clay sleeping in the mud, compounded by Wylla's harassment. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, Count Wyman would have been inclined to hang this captain named Hoster. Looking at the White Harbor guards surrounding him, Count Wyman felt a swell of satisfaction. Just as they exited the city, the Lannister queen had indeed dispatched agents to impede Clay and himself from departing. Upon witnessing this, his 100 cavalry drew their swords, causing the inept Lannister henchmen to scatter, clearing a path for the army. Observing this scene, Clay shared a sentiment of understanding. Indeed, might makes right. Regardless of one's title as queen, in this world, when one's power is sufficient to crush all opposition, one becomes king. Following the path along the Weeping River. A week later, Clay once more caught the unique, briny scent of the seaside and beheld the vast city encircled by its whitewashed walls. The mermaid banner fluttered, and beneath its embrace, Clay felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. Chapter 24. Among family departing from the tumultuous Winterfell, Clay finally found solace in White Harbor, a place where he could contemplate his next steps. After a prolonged entanglement in Winterfell, aside from the initial phase of identity verification and magical acquisition, events had largely unfolded according to his predetermined plan. However, once the Heart Tree's magic erupted, the subsequent occurrences spiraled far beyond Clay's script, slipping entirely from his grasp. Fortunately, despite some setbacks along the way, he managed to extricate himself from the murky waters of Winterfell just in time. When he had been used as a pawn by Littlefinger to incite discord between the Starks and the Lannisters, he briefly considered confronting Lord Eddard Stark directly with assassins in tow, knowing that those ensnared by the Valyrian seal would divulge everything within a certain time frame. Yet, he ultimately dismissed this notion. He was already standing at the edge of the chessboard, and taking another step would formally draw him into the game. A game where one cannot simply change their identity and restart. In a sense, both Clay and Littlefinger sought the latter known as chaos. Clay admired the Stark family's sense of honor and their methods of dealing with matters, but that was the extent of it. As the group traversed the vast expanse of White Harbor, basking in the respectful gazes of its industrious citizens, Clay felt a spark of warmth in his heart. Here, the mermaid banner represented the law, and he was the heir to that very banner. Let us return. You will have ample time to explore this city later. The pirates of the Narrow Sea have been dealt with by Lord Stannis and our fleet, and trade routes have improved significantly, remarked Count Wyman, patting Clay, who was lost in admiration of the city's splendor. Very well, Clay replied, shaking the reins and urging his steed towards the new castle where the family resided, accompanied by a dozen seasoned veterans from White Harbor for protection. As for his sister, Vela, although she bore no fault for the events in Winterfell, Count Wyman had placed her in a carriage decorated similarly to that of Queen Cersei, presenting her as a noblewoman of House Manderly. Upon slowing at the castle's entrance, Clay spotted his sister, Valefied. The eldest daughter of House Manderly, having celebrated her 19th name day, was adorned in a pristine white gown, accentuated with golden embellishments that rendered her elegant and ethereal under the midday sun. With his keen hunter's vision, Clay discerned the intricate design, a trident encircled by various marine creatures, etched upon her attire from a distance. Dismounting, Clay approached his sister. "Welcome back, Clay. Where's grandfather?" Valefied inquired, lifting her chin to glance past him. "Oh, I arrived first. Grandfather will be here shortly," Clay replied, not dwelling on the matter as he took her hand. Eager to return to the castle after their lengthy ride, Valefied hesitated, biting her lip. The customs of House Manderly were rather rigid. Traditionally, as the eldest daughter, she should wait until the end for Count Wyman's return. Yet she understood Clay's aversion to such formalities. Caught in a moment of conflict, she hesitated to move. Noticing her stillness and the unnatural expression on her face, Clay contemplated briefly before reassuring her. "It is of no concern. Grandfather is currently preoccupied, and now it is Vela's turn to face the consequences." As he spoke, Clay couldn't help but smile. During their time in Winterfell, the captain of the guard had often remarked on the amusing dynamic between the two sisters. It seemed they had conspired, over the course of a week. They would take turns inciting Count Wyman's ire. The gentle Valefied, despite her beauty and grace, was often reprimanded for her soft demeanor, a stark contrast to the boisterous nature of their younger sister, Vela, who resisted learning the refined arts expected of noble women. At the dinner table, adorned in a splendid outfit embellished with blue stripes, Clay wrestled with a plate of fried fish fillets when he suddenly heard the voice of his grandfather. Our Lord Eddard has agreed to journey to King's Landing to serve as the hand of His Majesty King Robert, accompanied by his 2 daughters. In this family gathering, with Uncle Wylis and Father Wendell absent, the remark was clearly directed at Clay. He understood that this letter from Winterfell effectively announced Lord Eddard Stark's succession to the role of hand, and by now, the royal party should be en route. Although Clay lacked the means to halt the Stark family's descent towards the south, he had at least managed to prevent Bran's fall from the tower, averting his becoming a cripple and ensuring no assassin would attempt to murder the unconscious Bran. Though seemingly minor, Clay believed that small changes could accumulate, eventually granting him the power to alter pivotal moments. The previously whispering Valefied and Vela fell silent. At the Manderley table, women were traditionally not permitted to speak unless it pertained to themselves. This had not been as apparent in Clay's absence, but now that he had returned, Count Wyman subtly reinforced this notion. The dire wolf is ill-suited for the sweltering lands of the south, Count Wyman muttered to himself after his previous comment. While Clay understood the implication, historically, Stark patriarchs venturing south to King's Landing rarely met with favorable outcomes. The most notorious being the fates of Lord Eddard's father and elder brother, who were burned alive by the Mad King Aerys II in the throne room. Few northern nobles likely supported Lord Eddard. They had long grown accustomed to the cold yet resilient lands of the north, showing little interest in the chaotic power struggles of King's Landing. Chapter 25. The plan as night descended, the stars shimmered brightly in the sky. Through the delicate veil stirred by the sea breeze, Clay reclined on a plush cushion, his gaze clear and luminous. His noble upbringing had imparted to him that the most radiant constellation in the night sky was the Ice Dragon, guiding the vessels of White Harbor. At this late hour, the once boisterous harbor, having processed countless goods throughout the day, seemed to have grown weary and quieted. The entire port was enveloped in silence, broken only by the ever-present sound of the waves and the occasional distant chime of a bell. However, there was an exception. From his elevated vantage point, Clay could see a small area beneath the stone steps of Fish King Square still aglow with light. His memory reminded him that this place was called Lethargic Eel, one of the most renowned taverns in all of White Harbor, though not necessarily for its service or the quality of its libations. On the contrary, it was infamous for serving the oldest female entertainers and the worst wine, accompanied by meat pies filled with lard and soft bones. Sailors who had drifted on the narrow sea for months tended to favor such establishments for their affordability, Clay mused. He had no inclination to visit such places solely out of boredom. Rather, he recognized that he was now the master of this domain. He compelled himself to view the sprawling port city through the lens of a proprietor, not as a guest or a mere 16-year-old boy. When the banquet concluded, the old lord dismissed his 2 granddaughters and other attendants, leaving only the 2 of them in the candlelit Mermaid Palace. The old lord spoke plainly. There was no need for riddles in light of Clay's unwavering position as the heir. Clay's uncle, Willis Mandrell, the second heir of White Harbor, was a rotund man much like Count Wyman, nearly incapable of riding into battle and in frail health. Thus, it fell upon Clay to learn how to manage White Harbor and to engage in the responsibilities befitting his status as heir. For Clay, this was a double-edged sword. On one hand, becoming an heir meant relinquishing the reckless freedom he once enjoyed. On the other hand, this identity afforded him access to the vast resources of White Harbor, particularly as his plans for a monster hunting army were insatiable. Clay's overall strategy could be summarized in several steps. First, the Duke of Stark's southward march was beyond his influence. The flutter of his small butterfly wings would scarcely stir the heavy walls of King's Landing. He resolved to remain acutely aware of developments in King's Landing, wondering if his family possessed any spies akin to the little birds of the octopus spider. If they did, he would send them all to King's Landing. While he could not judge the political landscape of the capital, as long as the old wolf lived, the sword of the north would remain sheathed. If the old wolf were truly to face execution, no coalition of old and new gods, nor even the likes of Lannister, could prevent Robb Stark from rallying his bannermen to march southward and avenge his father. Second, regardless of the outcome of the first point, since the three-eyed raven appeared wary of the non-existent other gods behind him, he had not yet encountered any difficulties. Clay decided to seize this opportunity to expand his potion stockpile and devise a capable monster hunting team. The extent of potential mutations was uncertain, as too many variables were at play, but under the principle of control, the more, the better. In this world of ice and fire, monster hunters were unequivocally special forces. While he lacked the time to amass hundreds for a conventional battle, a small team for guerrilla tactics would suffice. However, this plan had a prerequisite. He must persuade his grandfather, the head of the family. Without his support, Clay would struggle even to gather funds for the mutations, let alone select candidates. Third, Should the second course of action prove unfeasible, Clay would need to concentrate all limited resources upon himself. He had tested his current magical seals and found them adequate for small-scale, low-intensity conflicts, but in a true battlefield, he would be at a loss. For instance, his current Quinn seal was a meager level 1, while it could deflect distant arrows. If he were unfortunate enough to be sent to besiege a city and encountered a siege crossbow, there would be no saving him. After all, that device had felled dragons and possessed terrifying power. Similarly, while his current Yarkashi seal could bewilder an ordinary person, what would happen when faced with someone trained or of strong will? This was no game. Failure to confuse an opponent could lead to a swift end, either by coin or by sword. Therefore, it was imperative for Clay to enhance his own strength. The importance of this could not be overstated. Lastly, Clay had long been deliberating the promise of the three-eyed raven. From the raven's final words, he understood that the somewhat muddled stable hand, Adair, was likely under the raven's influence. The fact that Adair had come to deliver items to Clay indicated he was entirely under the raven's control. Yet, this was not of paramount importance. The real dilemma lay in whether to accept the dragon egg and the method for its hatching. As a legitimate scion of the North, the act of taking possession of a dragon egg carried immense risk. He found himself regretting his earlier bravado in making such a statement. However, the thought of discarding the dragon egg into the sea as if it were a mere stone was equally unthinkable, for once matured. It would become a veritable bombardier in the world of ice and fire, capable of self-evolution and enhancement. While Daenerys's 3 dragons had ultimately resulted in only one surviving, the demise of the other 2 at the hands of siege weaponry created the illusion that such artillery could slay dragons. In truth, this was a misconception. The dragons had simply been too small. Historically, the great dragons would have found the siege engines no more than a mere tickle, their thick scales rendering them impervious. Moreover, another question loomed. If he were to hatch a dragon, how would he justify his lineage? Would Count Wyman suspect that he was not truly Clay Mandrell? After all, many northern nobles had suffered greatly during the War of the Usurper, as they were the primary resistance to the royal forces. Clay was well aware of his family's loyalty to House Stark. It would be far simpler if he belonged to one of the traitorous families like Littlefingers. Thus, the dragon egg presented an option fraught with peril, yet limitless potential for reward. Feeling somewhat restless, Clay rolled over on his bed, organizing his thoughts before deciding to set aside further contemplation. Tomorrow, he would seek out Count Wyman alone. Everything else could wait. Gaining the old lord's support and approval for his monster hunting initiative was imperative. As for the risks involved, Clay was acutely aware. But he had prepared himself for what lay ahead. Chapter 26. The Mandlers at 8 in the morning. After hastily consuming an exceedingly lavish breakfast, Clay was unexpectedly summoned by Sir Marlon Mandler to the expansive courtyard at the center of the castle. Upon entering, Clay observed that this area was at least 4 or 5 times larger than the training grounds of Winterfell, divided into several sections by robust oak fences. There was an archery range filled with targets, a cavalry training ground resembling a sprint track, and a fencing area equipped with racks of long swords. Surrounding these facilities, Clay noted some structures resembling spectator stands, which added a touch of relaxation to the otherwise austere setting. Although Sir Marlon was advanced in years, he remained stout and muscular, clad in armor that seemed to weigh little upon him, with a short sword for close combat at his waist. As he led Clay into the training ground, Clay noticed a few armored figures gathered at the entrance of the cavalry area. His keen eyes discerned that most of them were quite young, with the eldest not exceeding 30. They huddled together in small groups, whispering amongst themselves, yet each bore a conspicuous mermaid crest upon their armor. These individuals were the younger branches of the family, summoned to familiarize themselves with the appearance of their lord's heir. Sir Marlon naturally slowed his pace and addressed Clay. You will soon be introduced to them. How you choose to make your acquaintance is entirely up to you. Whether you choose to best them in drink or in combat is your decision. However, I offer an elder's advice. It is often most effective to best them in combat first before indulging in drink. Are you not concerned they might best me? Clay inquired with a smile. Boy, do not underestimate us. Many are aware of your exploits in Winterfell, Sir Marlon replied, gesturing to his ears. Clay pondered, sensing that this meeting was not merely a formality but held deeper intentions. After this, you are to select a few of them as your attendants. In a few days, the Lord will preside over your knighthood ceremony. Originally, we intended to invite Duke Stark, but it appears that opportunity has slipped away. Seemingly reading Clay's thoughts, Sir Marlon added, not if you understand. This is a chance to build your retinue, which is not surprising, given that you have no brothers. Considering House Stark, it was evident that once Robb ascended to the title of Duke of Winterfell, Bran and Rickon would naturally serve as his aides or stewards, as trust among blood relatives is easily established. However, Clay lacked this privilege, being the sole male heir of the family line. In battle, he found himself without even a trusted retainer. As the two entered, particularly upon the sight of the imposing Sir Marlon, The previously languid young manlers sprang to attention like startled rabbits. Clay observed a stout boy with a shock of hair, who, caught off guard while munching, was playfully struck on the head by a companion. Prepared to retaliate, he turned only to find Marlin and Clay before him. Remarkably, within 5 seconds, the boy managed to swallow his food, tidy himself, and stand at attention, displaying agility that rivaled Clay's own as a witcher, leaving him quite impressed. They seem rather intimidated by you, Clay remarked quietly. Indeed, some of their fathers were raised under my watchful eye, Sir Marlin replied with a chuckle. A statement that was irrefutable and exuded authority, earning Clay's respect. Standing before the gathered assembly, Clay scanned their faces, and they reciprocated by appraising him. The Mandler family has a long lineage, deeply rooted in White Harbor. Generations have flourished, and aside from the main line, the cadet branches extend, with the fortunate ones attaining a title of knighthood or managing a small village. The majority, however, have lost their surnames through intermarriage, and those before him were likely the offspring of landowning families who could afford armor. Sir Marlin had summoned them to inform them that young Lord Clay seeks to select attendants, and those chosen would undergo training to become his personal guards. No grand promises were made, yet each family endeavored to provide their sons or husbands with the finest armor, for should young Lord Clay select one of them, their family's fortunes would inevitably change. You know why you are here, and I shall not waste words. This is Clay Mandler, grandson of Lord Wyman, son of Sir Wendell. Sir Marlin stepped aside, introducing Clay. Clay observed a variety of expressions on their faces: envy, eagerness, solemnity, and supplication, but no resentment or jealousy. Under the immense prestige of Lord Wyman's decades-long reign over White Harbor, envy was a foreign sentiment. Stand in formation. Do I need to teach you? Sir Marlin suddenly frowned. The previously encroaching group sprang to attention, quickly aligning themselves in an orderly row based on height. Clay understood that Lord Wyman had orchestrated this gathering well in advance. These individuals were acutely aware of their positions within the ranks, likely having been trained for this moment long before his arrival in Winterfell. Now, one by one, state your names, Clay commanded, breaking his silence. With Clay taking center stage, Sir Marlin refrained from further comment, acknowledging that today's focus was on Clay, who had no intention of overshadowing his own role. After a moment of hesitation, a tall, somewhat awkward young man stepped forward. Yumo Mandler, my lord. Nodding, Clay turned his gaze to the next individual. Restar Mandler, my lord, my family is, the man, slightly shorter than Yumo, spoke rapidly, eager to elaborate, but Clay raised his hand to interrupt. I require only your names. Familial ties are of no consequence to me. Next, ignoring the flustered Restar, Clay moved on to the next person. Rickard Mandler. Mort Mandler, my lord. Clay listened with an impassive expression. There was no need for him to feign amiability. He was unfamiliar with these individuals, and displaying kindness would only render him vulnerable. When necessary, Clay felt prepared to resort to violence. After all, he sought a cadre of loyal warriors to accompany him into battle, a foundation for his future. To show mercy by allowing them to return to their mundane lives would be the gravest kindness. Chapter 27. Swordsmanship. After hearing the names of the 42 individuals who had registered, to be honest, Clay could not recall many of them, yet that was not the purpose. The objective was to reinforce this sense of belonging. I instructed, you listen, and then you act. But the prerequisite was that I had to instill in you the belief that your efforts would yield hope. Clay listened to their names, disregarding their familial backgrounds, conveying the message that he did not care about their pasts. Now, they were all equal, and he had taken note of them, so they should strive diligently. Sir Marlin, standing nearby, cast a somewhat surprised glance at Clay. He had anticipated that Clay would be at a loss for words in the face of such a crowd, but it seemed that the 2 years of experience in Essos had indeed honed him. After finishing with the last name, Clay returned to Sir Marlin's side and quietly inquired, Sir, is there anyone you have your eye on? Please do recommend. Clay knew that these individuals were handpicked by Sir Marlin, and he felt grateful to him. Yet he was uncertain if there were specific candidates the knight wished him to select. No, who you choose and how many is entirely up to you. Sir Marlin's words were as firm as stone. With a slight shrug, Clay decided to heed his words. Initially, he had intended to showcase his abilities as a monster hunter to his esteemed elder, but now someone had conveniently gathered candidates for him. Thus, he felt no urgency to assess their skills and character. Sir Marlin, could you kindly fetch my grandfather? It was merely a trial for these candidates. Later, the Count would personally evaluate them. Sir Marlin assumed Clay was uncertain, hence he called for Count Wyman to oversee the proceedings. Clay waved his hand, smiling as he replied, No, it doesn't have much to do with them. Without further comment, Sir Marlin nodded and departed. Clay stood alone on the field, with 42 pairs of eyes fixed solely on him. For some reason, he recalled his military training and realized that he was now akin to the instructor he once had. Among the candidates, there were individuals of various heights and builds. During the time he awaited Count Wyman, He thought it would be prudent to test his swordsmanship on them. Who among you wields the sword best? He inquired. The lined-up Manderleys exchanged glances, yet none moved. It was somewhat unexpected. Clay had anticipated someone would step forward, but instead, those within his view averted their gazes. A moment of awkward silence ensued, but Clay was unfazed. He understood their psychology. Each of them yearned to showcase their abilities. To clarify, I cannot possibly select all of you. Moreover, I seek a retinue capable of charging into battle, swords drawn. If you lack the courage to unsheath your sword, then it is best you leave Newcastle at once. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the candidates shifted. Initially, they had been informed of a selection process, but the specifics remained unknown to them. Sir Marlon had divulged nothing, which was not entirely his fault, as he too was unaware of Clay's criteria. However, Clay's words served as a clear indication, delineating the scope of the examination, igniting their motivation. Not long after, just as Clay was counting the scales on the fish banner beside him, a voice rang out, "My lord, I can wield a sword." Count Wyman Manderley, upon receiving Sir Marlon's report, twirled the goblet filled with Dornish summer red in his hand, uncertain of what Clay sought from him. Although he had harbored some reservations regarding Clay, his recent journey to Winterfell had solidified his resolve to nurture him. In his own words, even if Clay abstained from alcohol, he would ensure that he imbibed the finest wines from White Harbor until he became a connoisseur. With no pressing matters at hand, Count Wyman settled into a plush chair, carried by several servants towards the training ground. Upon his arrival, he witnessed a striking scene. Clay, clad in half armor, was engaged in a fierce sword duel with a fully armored knight. Their swords clashed, straining against one another. The opponent appeared larger and more imposing, with arms like stone columns encased in armor, causing the Count to worry for his grandson. However, having once fought on the battlefield himself, Count Wyman quickly discerned that their strengths were evenly matched, with Clay exhibiting remarkable composure. In an instant, Clay forcefully deflected his opponent's sword to the side, leveraging the momentum to execute a swift maneuver, bringing his blade to the adversary's throat before anyone could react. It was decisive and efficient. This was Count Wyman's immediate impression. From the moment their weapons collided to Clay's triumph, it transpired in mere breaths. The exchange was characterized by steadiness and rapidity, devoid of any hesitation. Count Wyman noted several Manderley cadets standing dejectedly at the sidelines, and his seasoned eyes recognized them as previous losers. Upon noticing the Count, the cadets hurriedly bowed and called out, "My lord." Reminded by the voices, Clay turned, wiping the sweat from his brow, and smiled at his grandfather, saying, "Grandfather, you've arrived." This was not a formal occasion. Within his own home, there was no need for excessive deference to his elder. The cadets, however, were not afforded such leniency. Seeing the clan leader approach, their gazes toward Clay intensified, for he had single-handedly bested 10 of them in a brief span, without allowing a single sword to touch him. Although some of them were indeed lacking in skill, they understood, having wielded swords themselves, that among those 10 were individuals with genuine prowess. Yet, their outcomes mirrored those of the inept. All fell to Clay within 3 moves, either disarmed or struck in a vital area, just like the most recent opponent. Clay waved them off, signaling for them to leave, and with a sense of understanding, they quickly vanished. Count Wyman paid little heed to this scene. He pulled up a wooden stool, stroked his grizzled beard, and inquired with a smile, "What brings you to summon me, Clay?" Though Clay's face radiated the joy of victory, he was inwardly anxious, for he was about to reveal his greatest secret to his grandfather, albeit only a portion of it. But before that, he prepared to discuss another matter. Chapter 28. The Assassination. Grandfather, there is something I must tell you. The gravity in Clay's words and his serious demeanor piqued Count Wyman's interest slightly in his memory. His grandson had never spoken to him with such seriousness before. "Oh, what is it that our northern warrior wishes to share?" Clay cast aside his sword and settled beside his venerable grandfather, carefully organizing his thoughts. "Grandfather, I was attacked in Winterfell. An assassination attempt was made on my life." Just those words caused Count Wyman to freeze, his hand, adorned with graying hair, suspended in midair. His eyes widened in disbelief, mouth agape, unable to articulate a response. Yet, this stunned silence lasted only a moment before his already flushed face turned crimson. The old man leapt to his feet in fury. How dare anyone in the north attempt to kill his grandson? Who could it be? The first name that sprang to his mind was that of the old skinflint, Roose Bolton, who resided in the ominous Dreadfort. The territories of their 2 families were contiguous, and a long-standing dispute over land had always simmered beneath the surface, over a tree, a well, a village. In his youth, he had once led cavalry against Bolton's pikemen near the town of Horwood, nearly resulting in bloodshed. If not for the intervention of the then Duke of Stark, who had encircled them with his troops, it could have led to a river of blood between the 2 families. Thus, when Clay became his heir and suffered an assassination attempt, Count Wyman's first instinct was to suspect his old rival. With a stern countenance and a voice as hard as stone, he inquired, "Was it that old skinflint?" Seeing Clay's momentary hesitation and his subsequent shake of the head, Count Wyman's bushy brows furrowed deeply. If it was not Roose Bolton, then who could possibly wish harm upon his grandson? Considering Clay's actions in Winterfell, the old count was suddenly struck with a realization, exclaiming, "Is it the Queen?" Another shake of the head from Clay, who did not wish to indulge his grandfather in futile conjecture. The average person would never connect this to Peter Baelish. Clay promptly provided the answer. "It was sent by our master of coin, Peter Baelish." Upon hearing that name, the old count's pacing halted. As an elder noble, he was not intimately familiar with this name, but the title of master of coin was indeed prominent. He quickly conjured an image of a man with a sly smile. Yet confusion soon clouded his thoughts. Why would the master of coin wish to eliminate his grandson? Was he coveting the wealth of White Harbor? Such a notion was foolish. For if he truly desired the gold of White Harbor, Baelish would have resorted to extortion rather than assassination. Count Wyman harbored no doubts regarding Clay's intentions. After all, Clay had no reason to deceive him. Being an esteemed patriarch for decades, he struggled to comprehend why Baelish would act in such a manner. But soon he sensed something amiss and questioned, "Wait, Clay, why did I not hear about this from Lord Eddard? The White Harbor Guard has given me no feedback on this matter." Fixing his gaze on Clay, Count Wyman awaited his response. "Because I was the only one who knew about this from the beginning." "Well, that is not entirely true. Lord Eddard knows, but not completely." "You were the only one who knew? What of the assassin?" Clay refrained from answering that query, instead shifting to another topic. "At the time, I was trapped in the dungeons. Anyone would assume that the Lannisters were behind the assassination, and our Lord Baelish sought to use this to ignite the flames of conflict between the Starks and Lannisters. I subdued the assassin and extracted the identity of the true culprit from him before letting him go, as his existence, whether dead or alive, would yield the same outcome. Baelish wished for me to light the fire, but I shall not comply with his wishes. His schemes may succeed with others, but not here." Having concluded his explanation, Clay fell silent. The training grounds, which had been left with only the two of them, now echoed with the sound of the fish banner flapping in the wind. The old man pursed his lips, his expression grim. Instinctively, he sensed that the entire situation was fraught with hidden complexities. And this assassination was merely a pawn in Baelish's game to sow discord between the lion and the wolf. While he was angered that his grandson had been made a pawn, a greater sense of dread lingered. The northern folk had long been isolated from news of the south. In his eyes, the master of coin, the master of whisperers, and the Grand Maester were akin to symbols of wealth: a gold dragon, an eye, a necklace. "You let that assassin go. Tell me who he is. I still wield some influence, and as long as he is not too high in status, I can certainly dispose of him." Seemingly anticipating his grandfather's discontent over sparing the assassin, Clay smiled and replied, "Do not worry. He will not escape." "Oh." Clay spoke with unwavering confidence. "That man is but a minor noble from the Vale. I had him send a raven to our dear Master Baelish, claiming that I had been killed. Yet, it is evident that I am very much alive, and I will soon be in White Harbor. Baelish will swiftly learn of this. Thus, Baelish will compare the assassin's message with news of my survival, and will undoubtedly conclude that the assassin was lying. Being a noble from the Vale, he cannot simply vanish without a trace." Following Clay's line of reasoning, Count Wyman quickly grasped his grandson's intentions. This young man had no intention of acting himself. He aimed to have Baelish clean up his own mess. "Wait a moment. How can you be certain he will send a raven to Baelish? Surely you wouldn't be so foolish?" Count Wyman astutely detected a flaw in the plan, but the response to his concern was Clay's amused chuckle. "Do not fret. He will indeed do so, for he has encountered an irresistible force." "What do you mean?" Count Wyman's previously relaxed brow furrowed in confusion, unable to comprehend Clay's words. What does it mean to encounter an irresistible force? At that moment, he observed Clay raise his left hand toward the distance, forming a gesture he could not decipher. His palm opened, the index finger bent and pressed against the upright middle finger, while the remaining 3 fingers extended forward and separated. As the look of confusion began to settle on Count Wyman's face, he heard Clay softly utter a single word: "Igni." The flames ignited, casting a fiery glow in the old count's eyes, the searing heat palpable even on the frigid northern soil. Gazing at the charred landscape and the still-burning underbrush, Count Wyman stared at his somewhat unfamiliar grandson, his mind awash with bewilderment. In that moment, he heard Clay's slow, resolute response. He will certainly do so, for he cannot resist the power of magic. Chapter 29, Persuasion. What is this? Even the battle-hardened Count Wyman fell into a prolonged silence before he could muster the strength to utter this question. Clay comprehended the shock resonating within him. After all, for the vast majority of ordinary people in this world, magic was merely a relic of legends. Over the past century, since the fall of dragons, magic had completely vanished from existence. Once revered, the priests of the Red God had been reduced to mere jesters performing fire-breathing antics, while the servants of the Cold God, the others, were effectively forgotten behind a formidable wall, shrouding their existence in obscurity. In such times, a person possessing magical abilities was either an epic hero or a feared sorcerer. Magic, a force capable of conjuring flames through arcane symbols. Clay's gaze met that of his grandfather, whose bulging eyes were fixed upon him. He understood that he had to provide the old man with a reasonable explanation. However, how could he articulate the nature of the Witcher world without being dismissed as a madman? Thus, despite his reluctance, he was compelled to weave a story. During my travels across Essos, I chanced upon a tattered ancient tome inscribed in High Valyrian, a language I could not decipher. Initially believing it to contain tales of treasure, I painstakingly tore the pages into fragments and entrusted them to slaves well-versed in Valyrian for translation. To my astonishment, it turned out to be a compendium detailing the methods by which the ancient Valyrian dragon lords transformed ordinary individuals into formidable warriors. This was merely a fragment of the warrior's capabilities. Clay lifted his left hand, recently imbued with a magical seal, and waved it gently. Count Wayman's mind raced, although unwilling. He had to identify any inconsistencies in Clay's narrative. He bore the responsibility of the Mandrell family first and foremost, before being merely Clay's grandfather. After meticulously digesting Clay's account, the Count found no flaws. He had indeed heard whispers of the ancient Valyrian dragon lords wielding magic during his own journeys across the Narrow Sea to various trading city-states. The Valyrian-speaking slaves corroborated this, though they had not mentioned anything about powerful warriors. Yet, the splendor of Valyria, akin to the gods, could indeed birth unexpected marvels. Over the decades, he occasionally heard rumors of magical remnants emerging from the ruins of the Smoke Sea, but he never imagined that his own grandson could possess such a relic and audaciously apply it to himself. Gazing at his grandson, who bore a resemblance to him, Count Wayman hesitated. A devout follower of the Seven, he found it difficult to accept that his heir had dabbled in magic, which ran contrary to his beliefs. Yet, from a familial standpoint, the matter took on an entirely different significance. Panting heavily, Count Wayman inquired, "Where's that tome now?" Upon posing this question, he realized that Clay had already convinced him, not through Clay's words, but by his own willingness to believe. "I have destroyed the original manuscript. The content is etched in my memory," Clay replied, pointing to his forehead. "I sought you out today to discuss my desire to secretly cultivate such a battalion within our family." After laying the groundwork, Clay finally revealed his objective. "Warriors of my caliber can accomplish far more in battle than the average soldier. Defend." Clay unleashed the Quinn seal while drawing his sword and hurling it into the air. In Count Wayman's astonished gaze, the falling sword struck Clay's head only to ricochet off with a resounding clang, crashing to the ground. "Slow down." Clay advanced a couple of steps and released the Aiden seal at his grandfather's feet. Instantly, Count Wayman felt as though his feet were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. "Assault." Directing his focus toward a rack laden with weapons, Clay invoked the Alder seal, resulting in a dull thud followed by the sound of shattering wood and clattering arms. Bewildered, as Count Wayman's eyes widened in astonishment, Clay cast the axe's seal at a startled horse nearby, a downward-pointing triangle flashing briefly. The horse, which had just risen to its feet, became docile, offering little resistance even when Clay drew a dagger to pierce its skin. Clay paused. The series of seals had exhausted his magical reserves, necessitating a brief respite. Yet, Count Wayman regarded him as one would a rare treasure. As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, he understood all too well what the mass production of such warriors could signify. He realized that while the costs to create such warriors would be substantial, it mattered little. The Mandrell family had the wealth of White Harbor at their disposal. A battalion of this nature might not wield significant influence in the grand scheme, but their terrifying individual prowess would become a nightmare on the battlefield. In the face of a standoff between two armies, this small battalion could achieve much. They could eliminate sentries during skirmishes, incinerate supply depots, and force the main forces to retreat, for in this world, even the slightest disruption in morale could lead to catastrophic losses. They could also engage in assassination, a distasteful yet necessary tactic in desperate times, utilizing the axe's seal to approach their target stealthily, striking with lethal precision before vanishing into the distance. The mere existence of such a battalion would compel opposing commanders to redistribute their forces, deploying more guards to safeguard supply routes, and assigning additional escorts to protect key figures. This, in turn, would diminish the number of soldiers available for direct confrontation. These thoughts took shape in Count Wayman's mind following Clay's demonstration, and more importantly, White Harbor held the monopoly on producing such warriors. This was an invaluable treasure. Count Wayman mentally classified it, recognizing the need to thoroughly assess the capabilities of these warriors to determine the investment required in gold dragons. One thing was certain, White Harbor would soon establish the first such battalion in all of Westeros. Are you certain this ability has not been disclosed to anyone? Upon hearing this question, Clay realized he had triumphed. The old man was undoubtedly intrigued. He vigorously shook his head. Absolutely not, I can assure you. Good. Exhaling a sigh of relief, the old man looked at his grandson, who continually brought him surprises, feeling an even deeper satisfaction. The Mandrell family had never been known for martial prowess, yet now, Count Wayman was eager to alter that perception. Chapter 30. Personnel, Resources. In Gold Dragons the idea is commendable, yet a multitude of challenges arises. Foremost among them is the issue of personnel. This is no trivial concern, in fact. It stands as the most crucial of all. The number may vary, but loyalty is paramount. Before a substantial emergence of new demon hunters capable of forming a formidable army on the front lines, this small team will inevitably be tasked with engaging in unsavory activities, whether on the battlefield or in daily life. This imposes high standards on the team's personnel quality, and one must exercise utmost caution, with the wisdom that comes from experience. Count Wyman quickly grasped the underlying intent behind Clay's summons, namely, to discern suitable candidates from the Mandrell branches. From a cost control perspective, these individual social ties are predominantly situated in White Harbor or its surrounding villages, making them relatively easy to manage once they join the ranks of demon hunters. Although not entirely honorable, such methods are indispensable. The bonds of their hometown will facilitate collaborative management. In simple terms, with their families, wives, children, or parents under the sway of Clay and his grandfather, these individuals will possess a slightly higher threshold against corruption and coercion. Narrowing his eyes, Count Wyman directly inquired of Clay, "How do you intend to select them?" He anticipated Clay would mention attributes such as strength, honor, or loyalty. To his surprise, Clay, without a moment's hesitation, articulated a term he had long contemplated: learning ability. Learning ability? At the moment he uttered this phrase, Clay's mind was filled with images of ordinary soldiers from another realm engaging in guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines. His small team would similarly assume such roles in the future. He could not directly command them. Only by breaking down tasks could he unleash a powerful execution force. Such endeavors would be unattainable for illiterate conscripts who could only follow orders, utterly inconceivable. The system had endowed him with complete capabilities in magical seals, alchemical knowledge, and even various swordsmanship styles, yet he could not directly impart these to the future demon hunters. Thus, the requirement for learning ability was a well-considered decision. Reflecting on this term, he momentarily disconnected it from the concept of soldiers, but this was of little consequence. Count Wyman fully respected his grandson's opinion. "You have your thoughts. I shall not interfere. For now, I will assist you in identifying some suitable candidates, and later, you can select based on your criteria." Wise individuals do not feel the need to forcibly intervene in matters beyond their comprehension. This was knowledge brought forth by Clay, and Count Wyman would not contest the final decision. Observing his grandfather's assistance in accomplishing the most challenging step, Clay sheathed his sword with an unrestrained smile. Had he undertaken this task himself, he would have had to delve into each candidate's family background and character, which would have been a significant time drain for someone who lacked deep knowledge of White Harbor's populace. Now that we have concluded the personnel discussion, let us move on to the next matter. What do you require to create warriors akin to yourself? This was a question Clay must answer. Yet it was not an easy one, as it involved the issue of magical power, a topic fraught with risk when explaining to his grandfather. Therefore, Clay planned to sidestep the matter of magic, opting to shoulder the burden himself, as he would need to be present to maintain bodily stability during the transformation. Resting his chin upon his palm, Clay pondered for a moment before providing his response. Transforming ordinary individuals into such warriors necessitates a specific potion, which requires a lizard lion's venom gland, a mature swamp leech, powdered sentinel tree bark, a handful of spectre grass, and a handful of copper grass. Apart from the first item, the others are not particularly challenging. Once procured, what then? The final synthesis process will be entrusted to me. It is not my intention to be secretive. However, should anyone scrutinize our substantial acquisitions of these materials, speculations may arise. Therefore, at this stage, I prefer not to produce any paper documentation of the synthesis steps, as that would pose too great a risk. Clay's explanation received the approval of his grandfather. They were engaged in an endeavor unprecedented in the annals of Westerosi history, and caution could not be overstated. Count Wyman felt gratified by Clay's prudent approach. "Is there anything else?" Count Wyman continued to inquire, as the items Clay had mentioned were well within the financial capabilities of White Harbor. Reflecting on the entire process, Clay recalled the painful experience of rolling in the mud beneath the fishbeam tree in the sacred grove, and instinctively felt discomfort. If possible, have the scholar prepare some pain relief potions. This transformation is not a trivial undertaking. Clay merely outlined the materials necessary for the transformation into demon hunters, leaving the specifics of collection, purchase, and transport to his grandfather. He trusted that, Given his grandfather's experience, these matters would be handled without issue. Clay placed the order and awaited delivery. In truth, the most critical component, dragon bone, was absent. Yet, acquiring it was exceedingly difficult. Only 2 locations in Westeros held such treasures: the skulls of the Targaryen family's former dragons beneath the Iron Throne, or the Dragon Den atop Rhaenys' Hill. As a site that once housed Targaryen dragons, it might yield remnants of those bygone creatures. However, regardless of the source, the risks associated with undertaking such actions in King's Landing were exceedingly high. Even if Clay or members of the Mandrell family managed to execute a masterful heist and secured Dragonbone, the material's density and hardness surpassed that of steel, making on-site cutting impractical, especially in a world devoid of electric saws. In conclusion, even if obtained, it would be unfeasible to transport. Thus, it was best to refrain from pursuing these ambitions for the time being. Grandfather, how many gold dragons can we allocate for this endeavor? Clay sought to ascertain his grandfather's budget in advance. Upon hearing his grandson inquire about the family finances, Count Wyman's brow furrowed in contemplation, and a spark ignited within him. He extended a thick, broad hand, displaying 5 fingers, reminiscent of carrots. 500? Clay ventured a guess, but quickly recognized his parsimony as evidenced by his grandfather's disdainful expression. 5,000. A cold laugh escaped Count Wyman, who saw no reason to allow his grandson to make a fool of himself with further guesses, directly providing the answer. Starting at 50,000 gold dragons. Whatever you need, I shall supply. This port generates more than that in merchant taxes each quarter. Can you not aim a little higher? From this proclamation, Clay felt the almost palpable aura of his affluent grandfather pressing down upon him, rendering him speechless, save for a humble exclamation. How fortunate to have wealth. Clay finally understood why the family could outfit 500 individuals with complete armor and mounts. Lacking funds? That was merely a dream. Chapter 31. Potions. What is a witcher? Signs. Steel swords, silver swords, alchemical bombs, potions, gwent, and sorceresses. Ahem, let us disregard the last one. Clay had already become quite adept at utilizing signs. Though his low level limited their actual potency, he at least had them at his disposal. The silver sword was specifically crafted for slaying certain monsters, a unique element of the Witcher universe. Without any troublesome celestial convergence, he would have no need to consider forging one to carry on his back. As for the steel sword, the standard weaponry from White Harbor sufficed for the time being. His future ambition lay in acquiring a sword of Valyrian steel. Although most renowned blades had their owners, he was confident he could procure one eventually. In fact, he recalled that as a Targaryen, the infamous Dark Sisters seemed to be in the possession of Duke Bloodcrow, and Clay must carefully devise a plan to extract some benefit from him. What if he succeeded? Regarding alchemical bombs, the challenge lay not in the recipes themselves, but rather in creating the ignition point. If Clay mastered the art of crafting the ignition point, he would essentially possess gunpowder, granting him a formidable advantage in this low-magic world. As for Gwent, that insidious game, it seemed that anyone who was not immune to its allure had found themselves ensnared by it, including a certain gentleman's daughter who had ceased her pursuits. As for sorceresses, never mind, pondering that would lead to complications. Overall, Clay decided that he should invest more effort into potions during this precious time. After finalizing the plan with the old man, who had always been a man of decisive action, he turned and promptly left the training grounds. He had mentally noted the items Clay required and now needed to summon the family's procurement team to gather the necessary supplies, whether southward or northward. The selection of individuals from the 42 dismissed was entrusted to Sir Marlon, who was well acquainted with the intricacies involved. The Earl of Wayman instructed Sir Marlon to eliminate at least half of the candidates, raising the standards to ensure loyalty. Those who were the sole members of their families were to be disregarded entirely. Once the Earl departed the training grounds, the guards waiting outside entered the arena. Clay beckoned them over and instructed them to clean up the scattered wooden debris and tend to the injured horses. Observing their young master's retreating figure, the bewildered guards glanced around at the chaotic scene. Muttering amongst themselves, did the young master just engage in a brawl with the old man? How thrilling. After enduring Clay's greetings throughout the entire journey, he finally reached his room in the central tower of the castle, locking the door behind him. It was only here that he could find solace from distractions. With a thought, the dark blue system interface materialized upon his retina. Witcher system, level 2, potions, expanded view, bombs, expanded view, equipment, expanded view, mana pool, 120 unlocked signs, Quinn, level 1, Ard, level 1, Igni, level 1. Axii, level 1. Items, expand to view. This time, his focus was on potions, as a fundamental component of a Witcher's combat prowess. The application of suitable potions in battle was immeasurable. For instance, although Clay did not possess a health bar as a Witcher, certain restorative potions could revitalize his cells, enabling rapid division and expediting the closure of wounds. Upon opening the potion inventory, Kray was met with 4 unlocked potion schematics. 1. Thunder Potion Recipe, Dwarven Firewater, Ghost Needle Mushroom, Andragore Embryo, Black Spotted Locust Larvae. Effect: enhances muscle strength, increasing damage dealt. Side effects: muscle fibers may easily rupture, may be countered with Swallow Potion. Note: tastes like cordyceps wine, consider it as such. Do not share with others unless you desire their demise. 2. Swallow Potion Recipe, Dwarven Firewater, White Fungi, White Rose, Water Spirit Brain Spider Crab Innards. Effect: accelerates cell division, hastening wound healing and stamina recovery. Side effects: none. Note: quite common. Advisable to consume regularly, indeed. 3. Cat Potion Recipe, Dwarven Firewater, Barberry Fruit, Low-lying Cypress Fruit, Essence of Water, Silver-scaled Pomfret Bone Marrow. Effect: allows the Witcher to see in complete darkness, preventing ambushes from nocturnal foes. Side effects: slightly affects perception, but minimally, may be countered with Duck's Breath Potion. Note: a must-have for night prowlers. Whether you wish to raid Widow's Village or traverse the night, this potion is essential. 4. Lizard Recipe, Dwarven Firewater, White 100-Day Rose Petals, Frostfire Leaves, Golem Heart, Shadow Link's Heart. Effect: extends the Witcher's reaction time during combat, enhancing agility. Side effects: increases physical strain, leading to fatigue. Muscle tissue may be vulnerable. Note: love bullet time? I know you do. So down this blizzard and embark on your adventures. Disregarding the complex ingredients that left him speechless, Kray contemplated the 4 potions. It was evident that each potion held significant practical value. He could even consume them simultaneously, stacking benefits of damage enhancement, rapid recovery, night vision, and heightened reflexes, truly transforming him into a force to be reckoned with under the cover of night, achieving the objective of eliminating key figures. However, the drawbacks of such a method were apparent. With Kray's current resistance to toxins, even stepping outside could result in him succumbing to the cumulative effects of these potions, which could be lethal to an ordinary person. Although each potion was challenging to produce and, in terms of effectiveness and cost, Kray would undoubtedly incur losses. The silver lining lay in the fact that crafting these potions equated to creating a base. After adding firewater, he could reap multiple uses of the purified liquid. Equipped with these potions and utilizing them judiciously would elevate Kray's combat capabilities significantly. When fully outfitted, he could confidently strike a pose and declare, "I am ready to take on 10 foes." Yet, these matters were not urgent. Their priority paled in comparison to the Witcher potions, and at this stage, he had no immediate use for them. He resolved to gather the ingredients himself, and only when utterly unsuccessful would he inform his father to mobilize family resources for assistance. With countless matters at hand, Kray remained unfazed, for in the impending chaos, strength was paramount. Strength, strength, and more strength. This singular term was the indisputable solution, and as long as he pursued this goal with unwavering determination, he would undoubtedly prevail. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the finely crafted wooden table, and none could fathom the thoughts swirling within the mind of the young master of the Mandrell family. Save for himself. Chapter 32. The Lion in White Harbor. On the 3rd day after Kray persuaded his father, a raven arrived in White Harbor from Winterfell. Although Kray was the first to see the letter bound to the raven's leg while he was consulting with Master Seomer about material reserves, he refrained from opening it himself. Instead, he took the letter to Count Wyman, accompanied by Master Seomer. Ascending the spiraling stone steps of the tower, shafts of light streamed through the arrow slits, illuminating them as they climbed. Kray realized he had never truly examined this relatively new family castle. The study of his father was situated 20 meters above ground in the main fortress tower, the most prominent and elaborately decorated white spire, known as the Tower of the Sea God. Observing the elderly scholar next to him, whose steps were somewhat unsteady, Kray noted the necklace around Seomer's neck. Crafted from various metals, black iron represented the study of ravens, red copper symbolized history, silver stood for medicine, and so forth. It struck him as peculiar that a scholar within a noble household would seem to occupy such a marginal position, despite his long-standing presence. Kray observed that Master Seomer appeared to be intentionally excluded from the family's core affairs. The scholar's age made climbing the stairs a strenuous task, and Kray, out of compassion, slowed his pace to match that of the old man. "Master, have you ever visited Harrenhal? How does our new castle compare?" Kray ventured, as the silence became awkward. After catching his breath, the scholar glanced at Kray with his pale golden brows framing his bright green eyes, and replied softly, "If you are inquiring about size, it would take 7 or 8 new castles to match the outline of Harrenhal, though it is, after all, a ruin now." This answer took Kray by surprise. He had never been to Harrenhal, and had not ventured beyond the north since returning to Westeros. In his eyes, their new castle was already quite grand. If 7 or 8 of them were needed to rival Harrenhal, how immense must it have been? Harren the Black had toiled for decades to construct the largest fortress in all the Seven Kingdoms. Had it not been for Aegon Targaryen's Dragonfire, it would likely still stand as the most magnificent castle in the realm. Whether Master Seomer was reluctant to discuss the topic further or simply preferred silence, he ceased speaking after his brief reply, and the quiet staircase fell into silence once more. Puzzled, Cray shrugged and followed the scholar to the door of Count Wyman's study. The two armored guards of House Manderley, upon seeing Cray and Master Seomer approach together, looked somewhat surprised. To Cray's astonishment and confusion, he detected a hint of wariness in the way the guards regarded Master Seomer. Why would the family be wary of their own scholar? It seemed that Master Seomer was accustomed to such scrutiny. He produced a letter from his hand and handed it to one of the guards. A letter from Winterfell. Please deliver it to my lord the Count. Having spoken these words with an air of calm, Master Seomer nodded slightly to Cray and departed with an efficient briskness, leaving no room for hesitation. As soon as he left, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically. The one who received the letter immediately bowed and opened the ornately carved oak door adorned with mermaid motifs for Cray. Upon entering the room, Cray immediately spotted his grandfather, who was drinking from a bottle of wine. Utilizing the sunlight streaming through the balcony, Cray assessed the wine's quality, estimating it to be Dornish summer red. Grandfather. A letter from Winterfell, he called out, retrieving the letter from the guard who remained at the threshold, who smiled and discreetly closed the door. It's you, Cray. A letter from Winterfell? What does it say? Count Wyman mumbled, tossing the wine bottle onto the table as he rose from a large plush chair that could easily accommodate two Crays. Shaking his head, Cray stepped further into the room, taking in the spacious decor infused with the essence of golden dragons while approaching his grandfather's desk. I haven't read it yet. To Cray's surprise, Count Wyman did not immediately open the letter, but instead inquired, Did Seomer accompany you? How did his grandfather know? Cray was momentarily taken aback, but soon recognized the logic. The scholar was responsible for delivering messages, so it was reasonable for his grandfather to ask. Yes, but he didn't come in. He probably had something to attend to. Cray replied, not expecting the Count to respond with a derisive laugh. He has nothing of consequence. It was rare for Cray to witness such unabashed disdain and contempt on his grandfather's otherwise genial face, leaving him bewildered. In the future, avoid associating with him. Count Wyman grumbled, taking another swig from the wine bottle. Why, grandfather? Isn't a scholar useful to the nobility? Cray questioned. Do you know his surname? The retort caught Cray off guard. In his understanding, scholars were bound by their oaths to forsake their surnames and serve all of Westeros. So he only knew him as Seomer, unaware of his family name. Lannister. Remember this, he is a Lannister. Do not be fooled by his pretentious scholar's oaths. No matter how many metal chains he wears, I can still smell the foul stench of the lion on him. At last, Cray comprehended why Count Wyman and the entire family harbored such sentiments towards Master Seomer. With his Lannister lineage, it was indeed a fool's errand to seek trust in the North. Cray was left pondering why a Lannister would come to White Harbor as a scholar. But as a member of the northern nobility, he understood that while the North despised the Lannisters, they could not resort to executing Master Seomer. Though it was possible to eliminate him through poison or other means, such actions were dishonorable, and there were likely reasons Cray was unaware of. Ultimately, the family's approach to Master Seomer was one of cold indifference, allowing him to handle only the correspondence with Winterfell. Now aware of this context, Cray resolved to exercise greater caution around those who referred to him as young master, who knew the true intentions of those within the castle. Fortunately, today he had merely inquired about the stock of a specific ingredient for a potion, incurring no losses. Now, let me see what the letter from Winterfell has to say. Count Wyman dismissed Cray's unease and unfolded the letter, slowly reading its contents aloud. Chapter 33. The spy King Robert has descended to the neck with his new prime minister, Lord Eddard. Upon receiving the letter, all the nobles learned that the lordship of Winterfell is to be held by Lord Eddard's eldest son, Robb Stark, who will wield the power of the North's protector. This constituted the entirety of the message, as Lord Wyman had placed the note upon the table. The old man gazed at the paper, furrowing his brow in silence. The tragic demise of the previous Duke of the North and his son, who were burned alive after heading south, still lingered in memory. Many northern nobles, upon hearing the news, harbored reluctance in their hearts. Their allegiance to Eddard Stark, who once again ventured into the putrid arena of power in King's Landing, was not as resolute as it seemed. However, like Lord Clay, they could not sway their beloved protector of the North. Just as Eddard Stark's personal opinions were of little consequence, for he could not dictate the will of the king. Now, with Duke Eddard's own footsteps following the king's grand procession through the Greywater Watch, he had irrevocably departed from the lands of the North. The vassal families of the North were compelled to deliberate on whether to engage with Robb Stark, the young heir. Clay, tell me, what manner of person is young Robb Stark? The old man sipped his golden red wine, somewhat relieved that his grandson had already interacted with the younger Stark generation. allowing him a glimpse into a more authentic perspective than the insipid praises often offered. Upon hearing the old man's inquiry, Clay recalled the youthful visage he had seen upon the training grounds of Winterfell. How to assess him? This was not a challenge for Clay. He resembled his father closely. Or rather, his father was the idol he had always looked up to. The only distinction was that Robb was younger and more prone to impulsiveness. This was Clay's response. The old man nodded and remarked, "A common flaw among youth. You are no exception." Clay understood the implication but feigned ignorance with a sheepish grin. The old man, however, had no intention of pursuing that topic further and instead posed another question. "Do you believe it was judicious for our King Robert to choose Lord Eddard as his esteemed hand?" This query bore a somewhat pedagogical tone, for it was hardly a matter Clay should concern himself with at this juncture, nor was it his place to render judgment. Yet, having been asked, he could not simply reply with ignorance. After a moment's contemplation, he noted that, despite the dismal fate of Lord Eddard in the annals of history, the current events did not suggest an imminent demise for the king or a bizarre scenario of the prime minister being executed by the queen. King Robert was, at his core, a warrior king, or so it seemed to me. He appeared more as a pure fighter than a monarch. And it came as no surprise that he chose Lord Eddard, a man with whom he shared a deep bond. "And what else?" the old man inquired, a smile playing upon his lips. Furthermore, since the War of Usurpation, the alliance of the four great houses, Greyjoy, Lannister, Arryn, and Stark, had been fundamental in maintaining the kingdom's stability. With the demise of the former hand, Jon Arryn of the Eyrie, and given that Lord Robert was the only remaining member of the Baratheon line, it seemed that Lord Eddard was indeed his best choice. Upon hearing this, Clay noted the satisfied smile that crept across his grandfather's face. The old man gestured toward the wine cabinet, indicating that Clay should help himself. Clay, feeling unrestrained, selected a bottle of summer red akin to the old man's choice, deftly uncorking it with a small knife and savoring a hearty sip. "Your assertions are mostly accurate, yet one point requires correction. Lord Eddard is not merely his best choice, but rather his only choice." The old man waved a hand, rectifying Clay's statement. Observing his grandson's intrigued expression, he stroked his chin and leisurely continued. "As you witnessed in Winterfell, Our Majesty the King shares our disdain for the Lannisters. However, during these years spent in King's Landing, the number of those loyal to the crown has dwindled compared to the Lannisters." The old man took a hearty gulp of wine and, with a smirk, added, "Should our Lord Eddard obstinately refuse our king, not only would he irrevocably offend his majesty, but he would also compel the king to abandon Winterfell and seek the Old Lion in the Westerlands to serve his hand. Can you fathom the consequences of that? The balance of power between the royal family and the Lannister clan in King's Landing would be disrupted, leaving the king unable to enjoy a single peaceful night's rest. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Our Majesty the King has been endowed with a talent for the battlefield by the gods, yet has been forsaken in matters of governance. He is acutely aware of this truth." Reflecting upon the old man's words, Clay realized the accuracy of his observations. He had previously concentrated more on historical factors, overlooking the current political equilibrium. However, he discerned a deeper implication in his grandfather's words. Hesitating momentarily, he finally voiced his curiosity. "Grandfather, how do you know of the king's sentiments toward the Lannisters and the situation in King's Landing?" Upon uttering this inquiry, Clay discerned no hint of surprise upon his grandfather's face, as if he had anticipated this question all along. Lord Wyman chuckled lightly and tapped the wine bottle, producing a resonant chime. "Because within your retinue to Winterfell, as well as in that cesspool of King's Landing, there are eyes from our Manderley family. You simply remain unaware of it." Observing the look of astonishment on his grandson's face, the old man waved a hand dismissively and continued, "Do not be astonished. This is not a rare occurrence. In fact, our good neighbor, the old skinflint of Harrenhal, possesses a similar network in operation. Have you not heard the saying? There are likely more spies in the flea pit of King's Landing than there are commoners. My heavens, how many more of you cunning old nobles are there that I remain oblivious to?" Overwhelmed by astonishment, Clay felt an unfamiliarity wash over him in this world of a song of ice and fire, which he had once believed he understood intimately. Indeed, it seemed that none of the families that had endured for centuries upon the continent of Westeros were benign. They were all formidable schemers. As he pondered this, Clay sipped his wine, the sweetness of the summer red losing its flavor upon his tongue. Meanwhile, the old man observed him with a smile, seemingly waiting for him to digest this revelation. After approximately 10 minutes, Clay had nearly regained his composure, only to find his grandfather's unwavering gaze upon him. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the old man's voice. "We refer to this network as the White Harbor. What say you? Are you interested in becoming their commander?" Chapter 34, Status and Marriage. As Clay stared in astonishment, the previously cheerful countenance of Earl Wyman suddenly lost its mirth, the warmth of his demeanor vanishing entirely. He slammed the wine bottle onto the table and, with a serious expression, addressed Clay. "Clay Mandler, do not be surprised. Your astonishment reveals that you have yet to grasp the significance of your role within the entire Mandler family. In the presence of Lord Stark, I must uphold the image of our lineage. Do you not understand that when you severed ties with the Lannisters and were unceremoniously cast into the dungeons by His Majesty, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief? What are you staring at? Do you expect a fair trial by the gods? Regardless of what His Majesty thinks, let me assure you, if the Lannisters truly decide to retaliate, His Majesty will not come to your defense simply because you chose to confront them. You are not yet worthy of that. Furthermore, do not anticipate any fairness from the court or those Southerners. If it were not for the formidable army I possess, you would have already met the gods. The old man dragged Clay to the window, gesturing towards the bustling port outside, his voice cold. Consider your own situation. Your father and uncle are mere brutes who can only fight. It is a folly to expect them to manage such a vast city. As for your sister and cousin, their best fate is to marry into a prominent family, ensuring we have a couple of allies in White Harbor. Understand your position. You are the finest and sole heir of the Mandler family. You have become a warrior in Valyria without my consent, and now that the waters have frozen solid, I shall not dwell on it further. Next time such thoughts arise, you must inform me. The old man pointed at his graying hair, panting as he continued, I am 60 years old, and any day could be my last. The power of the White Sea is meant for you to wield. The best tool to position White Harbor optimally. You must take the reins. Clay remained silent, having until now approached life with a carefree attitude, oblivious to the weight of the title of Mandler heir. Whether it was the swift execution of the Lannisters or his handling of the assassins, he acted solely on impulse, failing to realize that his every word and deed represented the vast Mandler family, which had dominated White Harbor for centuries. The old man was not concerned about Clay utilizing the family's power to gain authority. Rather, he feared that Clay would merely act recklessly without considering how to employ the family's strength. As the sole heir, what harm would there be in him acquiring some power? Realizing this, Clay bowed his head in acknowledgement, saying earnestly, I understand, grandfather. I will consult with the family next time. With a grunt that signaled a temporary reprieve for Clay, Earl Wyman sank back into his chair, the wood creaking beneath his weight. This time, the old man did not reach for the wine bottle but instead gazed out the window. Do you know? While you were on your journey back to Westeros across the narrow sea, that old rascal Marlin and I had already begun contemplating your marriage. Marriage? What are you talking about? During your absence from White Harbor, I received an invitation from House Fry, inviting you to Riverrun to celebrate the naming day of Lord Walder Frey's countless offspring. Clearly, they wish to see if they can marry one of their daughters to you. Despite the overwhelming nature of the information, Clay nodded calmly, realizing that now that he accepted his role as the heir to White Harbor, such developments seemed entirely reasonable. For the nobility across the Seven Kingdoms, apart from the great houses and the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands, Clay, as the heir of a great house, undoubtedly represented an excellent matrimonial prospect, akin to the old Tarth family stripped of its scholarly prestige. So, grandfather, how did you respond? Clay inquired cautiously. Although he understood that such matters would be inevitable, the idea of an arranged marriage so soon after returning home, especially with the unpleasant Fry family, was difficult for him to accept. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Earl Wyman smirked and replied slowly, I informed the tardy Lord Fry that you were currently in Winterfell and would provide a response upon your return. Now, do not voice your thoughts. Let me finish. Earl Wyman raised a hand to interrupt his grandson's impending protest. My advice is for you to write a letter to Lord Walder Fry. I can assist with the writing if you prefer. You ought to attend this gathering. For in his 90-plus years of life, Lord Fry has never shown a capacity for generosity. However, your attendance is merely to maintain the appearance of courtesy. Given the significance of his stronghold, exercise caution with your desires. The time for that has not yet arrived. The old man's words were somewhat crude, but Clay understood their meaning. The tardy Lord Fry, while possessing considerable influence, had a notorious reputation, hence Clay's need to attend. Despite the old man's apparent disdain for the Fry women, the old man's sentiments likely reflected the views of many northern nobles. Reflecting on Robb Stark's betrayal of House Fry and the subsequent breaking of the betrothal, it was evident that such sentiments were not unfounded. Yet, he could not have anticipated that Lord Fry's thirst for vengeance would culminate in the tragic events of the Red Wedding, where the victorious young wolf was pierced through the heart by a dagger bearing the Lannisters' emblem, forever altering the course of the war. Clay felt no resistance to this notion, simply nodding in agreement, while internally questioning the type of person he would ultimately choose. If it were solely his decision, he would undoubtedly select between Daenerys and Margaery Tyrell, motivated by nothing more than their beauty. Yet, Clay was acutely aware that these were mere excuses. He had never met Daenerys Targaryen or Margaery Tyrell and had no idea what either looked like. Rather than being enamored with ethereal beauty, it was their titles that intrigued him, Queen or Empress, with the desire for conquest serving as the primary driving force. Conversely, as the heir to White Harbor, Any genuine inclinations he harbored must remain hidden. In this world, most noblemen and women were driven by self-interest, particularly the great houses. The pursuit of love was seldom a priority. It would not be until the day Clay commanded an army of 100,000 and bore titles that rolled off the tongue that he might truly have the freedom to determine his own marital fate. For now, he must endure. Chapter 35. The Fry Family. This comprises the intelligence regarding the members of the Fry family. Prior to your return, I had already instructed the White Harbor Guard to gather this information. The elder retrieved a small booklet from his desk and tossed it before Clay. As Clay picked it up, the elder continued, stating that the former commander of the White Harbor Guard must meet with you before your journey to River Run, as he is to entrust the entire White Harbor Guard into your hands prior to your departure. Clay, aside from nodding, could not muster any further response. Deep down, however, he was curious about the extent of the power held by this enigmatic espionage organization of White Harbor. Upon opening the leather-bound booklet, Clay turned to the first page and was greeted by a remarkably well-rendered portrait, clearly labeled beneath with the name, Walder Fry. The visage was that of an aged man, bald and with sagging skin. Clay thought the likeness bore an uncanny resemblance to a creature known as a weasel. Turning to the second page, he noted some characteristics and points of caution regarding Lord Walder Fry. It was noted that he harbored grudges and possessed a vengeful disposition, deeply disliking being referred to as the tardy Lord Fry. The document further elaborated that this gentleman had a voracious appetite for indulgence, having recently wed his 8th wife upon Clay's return to Westeros. It advised the female members of the family to avoid any private encounters with this lord, or better yet, to refrain from visiting River Run altogether. Additionally, the intelligence indicated that Lord Walder Fry maintained an iron grip over the family, with little dissenting voices within. Thus, interactions with the Fry family required minimal consideration of others' feelings, focusing solely on the lord himself. The booklet contained 4 or 5 pages in total, and after Clay perused them, a vivid image of a stern, lecherous old man residing in a shadowy castle took shape within his mind, prompting him to reflect on the significance of intelligence work. In the room, only the elder and Clay were present, apart from the crackling of the burning fireplace. The only sounds were Clay's rustling pages and the elder's steady pouring of wine. The most considerable portion of the text was dedicated to Lord Walder Fry himself, while the remainder chronicled the circumstances of 7 or 8 Fry offspring. This was understandable, as this old lecher had 8 wives, 22 legitimate sons, 7 legitimate daughters, and a multitude of illegitimate children lacking the Fry surname. Most of these individuals had long since faded from Lord Walder's notice, having exited the power core of the Fry family, and thus held little value in terms of attention. However, a rather amusing detail emerged within the pages: 3 suitable matrimonial candidates for Clay, all of whom were likely to be proposed by Lord Walder Fry. To Clay's astonishment, 2 of the names were identical, both named Weda Fry. This nomenclature, if assigned to a male, would indeed be Walder Fry, which left Clay at a loss for words. The first Weda Fry was the great-granddaughter of Lord Walder Fry's eldest son, Stevrin, and at the tender age of 8, she was still quite young. Yet, in the realm of nobility, age was inconsequential. A betrothal could be arranged, and upon her first menstruation, she would be presented for marriage. The second Weda Fry was the daughter of Ser Stevrin Fry's 3rd son, Warden Fry, known for her beauty, an 18-year-old maiden, deemed the most likely candidate according to the intelligence report. The third was named Maryline Vance, who held a position within the Fry family akin to that of the beautiful Weda, though her mother, Magda Fry, had married into House Vance, resulting in the loss of the Fry surname. The document provided some character sketches of these 3 women. However, Clay found them inconclusive and, to be honest, was not particularly interested. Time passed swiftly, and when Clay finally set the booklet aside, nearly an hour had elapsed. The elder had patiently awaited his perusal, the solitary empty wine bottle on the table now having multiplied to 2. Having finished, "Do you have anything to say?" the elder inquired with a smile. Clay shook his head, simply expressing his sentiments. "Our intelligence work in White Harbor is indeed commendable," savoring the novel phrasing of intelligence work. The elder grasped Clay's meaning and nodded with a measure of pride. "Of course, it is a power that our Manderley family has cultivated for over a century. Acquiring such information is hardly difficult." "Indeed, it is impressive," Clay reiterated in agreement with the elder's words. "Once you take over, you will discover that the White Harbor Guard is far more extensive than you imagine. However, you must possess this." The elder produced a pristine gold dragon from his coat pocket, a coin minted during the previous Targaryen dynasty, its gleam unmarred by time, shining brightly in the sunlight. "Our White Harbor Guard primarily operates in the Riverlands and the Westerlands, as well as King's Landing. Beyond that, we find little utility. After all, those from White Harbor find it quite uncomfortable to live there, and the cost of concealment is too high. Could we not recruit some locals?" Clay proposed a suggestion of his own. "Absolutely not. This is an underground operation. Recruit locals? Huh. They would be forced to leave within 2 days due to infiltration by others, the elder scoffed, dismissing Clay's notion. Very well, prepare yourself. I shall write a letter for you, scheduling your departure to Riverrun in 5 days. I will concoct a reason. You need not concern yourself with that. Just follow the script when the time comes. 5 days was not overly pressing. Clay's plans for his monster hunting army had just begun. The Elder's merchant convoy, sent to procure materials, and other diversionary purchasing teams had only just been organized and prepared for departure. There was no need for haste on his part. With little else to occupy his time, 5 days would suffice. However, Clay recalled another matter. The three-eyed raven had seemingly promised to send the dragon egg with the stable boy Odair from Winterfell. Would he be leaving the creature in the lurch by traveling to Riverrun? Though he inwardly believed the three-eyed raven was merely spinning tales, he could not dismiss the possibility. After all, he could not predict what secrets the raven, who had observed the North for nearly a century, might be harboring. The intentions of this peculiar being, neither fully human nor entirely ghostly, remained elusive to Clay. Yet now, since the raven had granted him access to the heart tree's magic, Clay felt there was no immediate need to oppose him. Deep within, Clay believed that such an entity, capable of all-seeing vision and prying into others' privacy, would be better off destroyed sooner rather than later. Alternatively, if such abilities could be bestowed upon him, he would prefer to avoid the unsettling sensation of being spied upon. With their conversation concluded, the elder yawned, prompting Clay to bid his farewell and depart. The time hovered around noon, and after transforming into a man of appetites, he had other matters to attend to in the afternoon. Chapter 36. The mission. Since returning from Winterfell, it seems that Clay has become exceedingly busy. This afternoon, he is scheduled to patrol the port district alongside Sir Marlon. Unlike King's Landing, strolling through these streets here does not present the peril of losing one's life due to a moment's carelessness. Over the decades of Count Wyman's governance in White Harbor, a remarkably efficient oversight system has been established. There is even a contingent of armed forces akin to the Gold Cloaks of King's Landing, albeit on a much smaller scale. Nevertheless, for the sake of safety, Sir Marlon wields Count Wyman's order, mobilizing a 50-man White Harbor Guard to accompany Clay, thwarting his desire to experience the bustling life of the marketplace. After a hearty lunch of succulent fish and roasted meats, Clay scarcely had a moment to rest before being ushered out of the castle by Sir Marlon. Perched atop a hill, the new castle is nestled within the city. Thus Clay and his entourage swiftly traversed the inner castle walls and entered the bustling outer city of White Harbor. Just as they reached Fish King Square, Clay intended to explore the lively plaza, but as he prepared to mount his horse, a guard on horseback hastily approached Sir Marlon and whispered a few words. Sir Marlon listened intently before turning to Clay, and with a single glance, Clay sensed that his plans for the portside expedition were about to be dashed. Indeed, his intuition proved correct, as the very next moment, Sir Marlon's voice rang out. Clay, Lord Wyman has informed you that the candidates have been selected and are now assembled in the new castle's training grounds. His lordship requests your immediate return. Clay's father had not divulged to Sir Marlon the purpose of these individuals, only instructing him to intensify the selection process, eliminating anyone deemed untrustworthy or overly spirited. The old lord's strictness puzzled Sir Marlon, for after the preliminary selection, the final choices were entrusted solely to the elder, leaving him without insight and fully loyal to his lord. What of the patrol this afternoon? Clay's intent was unmistakable. Go ahead, I shall cover for you. However, this week's patrols were originally scheduled for 2. This one is now void. An additional one will be added over the weekend. Accompanied by a contingent of 25 guards, Clay returned to the new castle. The guards at the gate, upon seeing their young master return, courteously opened the gate without uttering a word, eagerly grasping Clay's reins. Accustomed to this treatment by now, Clay merely nodded at the unnamed guard and proceeded towards the training grounds with his escort. In the vast, open training ground, Clay observed that the number of individuals present had halved since his last visit, with only 20 candidates remaining. Upon his arrival, they immediately straightened their posture. The absence of the 22 candidates signaling clearly that this young lord had markedly higher expectations than the average. Circling around them, Clay felt satisfied, noting that none were excessively tall or short, for either extreme could hinder mobility, a critical factor for the tasks that lay ahead where even a slight limitation could prove fatal. He gestured for the accompanying White Harbor guards to take their leave, as he no longer required their presence for mere appearances. The armored guards, having followed their lord on a lengthy journey, breathed a sigh of relief, bowing to Clay's retreating figure before departing. With the last guard disappearing from sight, Clay stood alone with the remaining Mandel Branch candidates and began his inquiries. Do you understand the purpose of your selection? After a lengthy pause, one individual cautiously responded. To serve as your personal guard, akin to the King's Guard protecting His Majesty. Clay swiftly turned his gaze to the speaker. his penetrating stare causing the young man to shrink back, unable to maintain eye contact. However, Clay did not relent. He approached the young man directly, posing the question, "What do you believe is the most crucial aspect of being my personal guard?" Though Clay's tone was not harsh, the young man appeared thoroughly intimidated, standing with his head bowed in silence. Noticing the lack of response, Clay provided his own answer, tapping his forehead firmly. "I do not doubt your loyalty. I trust Sir Marlin's judgment. However, what I require is your intellect. In other words, I expect you to think critically." Recognizing that his audience might not grasp the concept, Clay continued, "As my personal guard, you must possess the ability to assess situations on the battlefield independently. I do not need a cadre of automatons who merely execute my commands. If that were the case, I could hire a multitude of such individuals for a few copper stars in this city. What purpose would that serve?" Clay felt increasingly as though he were lecturing. But he understood that in this era, common folk held an ingrained reverence for nobility, even if their ancestors had once been core members of the Mandel family like himself. If he spoke to them in a calm demeanor, they would dismiss his words, rendering them ineffective. "Do you understand?" Clay shouted, eliciting only scattered, timid responses at first, their voices barely audible. "Answer me. Do you comprehend?" After several repetitions, he finally heard a unified, resounding roar. "We understand." "Excellent. I am aware that many of you cannot read. However, that is of little consequence. From now on, you will all be integrated into the White Harbor Guard. In addition to your regular training, I expect each of you to be able to compose a letter within a month. After 1 month, I will personally assess your progress. Those who succeed may remain. Those who fail or resort to deceit shall depart. This place welcomes none who do not meet the standard." Observing the perplexed expressions on their faces, Clay recognized the unreasonableness of expecting a group of humble farmers to learn basic writing skills within a month. However, what he sought was their capacity for learning. In Clay's vision, those who persevered and achieved would form the first cadre of monster hunters, serving as vanguards on the battlefield capable of wielding the impact of 100 men or more under the right conditions. While swordsmanship and physical prowess were undoubtedly vital, foremost, Clay required minds that could operate independently. Rigid and unyielding intellects would be rendered useless on the battlefield, leading to their demise once order was lost. Clay preferred quality over quantity. Even if he could not recruit enough individuals, he would ensure they were of the highest caliber. As the first generation of monster hunters in Westeros, Clay Mandel's personal guard would not be comprised of mere commoners. Chapter 37. The thoughts of Vale Field. After Kree took care of the assignments, he did not leave the training grounds immediately. Instead, he settled down to converse with the grim-faced branches of the Mandel family. This time, Kree no longer needed to employ the subtle tactics he had used previously to reinforce the hierarchy. He attentively listened to each individual's account of their circumstances, striving to commit their words to memory. Once the introductions from the 20 individuals came to an end, he mentally summarized the characteristics of these fallen Mandel scions, which could be distilled into 3 key points. Firstly, despite their family's decline, they were not entirely detached from nobility, as they or their families still possessed some funds, enabling them to acquire a set or half-set of rudimentary armor. Secondly, nearly all of their forebears had fought alongside their lords, some in the War of Usurpers, while others had participated in campaigns against the Narrow Sea pirates alongside the royal fleet led by Stannis Baratheon. The latter was more common, yet they at least had a grasp of what warfare entailed. Thirdly, having resided in White Harbor for so many years, the Mandel family had several hundred branches bearing their name. It was indeed a feat for their patriarch and Sir Marlin to navigate such a tangled web of social connections to find these manageable families. Kree singled out a few individuals, casually inquiring about their or their forefathers' experiences in battle, asking how they would command combat if given the reins. This question served to test their capacity for independent thought, as each had previously only followed orders as conscripted soldiers. As the conversation deepened, the initially reticent farm boys gradually began to open up, and the atmosphere grew lively, with Kree's inquiries eliciting a cacophony of responses. Although most of their battlefield strategies appeared to Kree entirely impractical, essentially mere fodder for the enemy, he felt satisfied, for at least none had donned sycophantic smiles to utter phrases like "we shall heed your lordship's every word," which would have raised his blood pressure. The afternoon slipped away in conversation, and the Mandel branches realized that the young Lord Kree possessed an undeniable charisma that inspired their respect. His analyses of battles they had previously participated in were astute, far surpassing their own ill-conceived notions. While Lord Kree's intellect may have eclipsed the wisdom bestowed upon them by the gods, he continually encouraged them to think critically and voice their opinions. Moreover, after they cautiously shared their thoughts, they were met not with reprimands, but with a sense of importance bestowed upon them by the future heir of White Harbor, whose status was undoubtedly loftier than their own. Time passed unnoticed until the shadows of the towering walls and spires fell upon them. prompting Lord Kree to conclude his discourse. The White Harbor Guard, who had been waiting at a distance, approached to escort Kree away, while a tall, stern-faced captain directed the Mandel branches to form a line, informing them that they would be taken to dine, for henceforth, they were now members of the White Harbor Guard. As the melodious chimes of the clock tower signaled the hour, Kree entered the Mermaid Palace. Since his return, Count Wyman had adopted a new ritual of gathering the direct family members for dinner each evening, a practice that had not existed before. Observing his young, handsome grandson sipping from his goblet, Count Wyman jovially inquired, "So, do these individuals meet your expectations?" At this moment, the elder gentleman even winked at him slightly. With a smile, Kree understood that his grandfather was subtly reminding him to maintain discretion regarding the true purpose of selecting these recruits. Were Kree to express his thoughts, he would consider this concern unwarranted, for he was well aware of the importance of keeping such matters confidential. Pulling out a chair cushioned with silk, he took a seat beside his sister Valefield. Unlike the strictly disciplined Duke Ed, their grandfather did not prohibit his grandchildren from drinking. Given that he himself was quite the imbiber, the reserved Valefield offered Kree a gentle, ladylike smile as she poured him a glass of wine and softly said, "Kree, the white salmon is quite delightful today. You should partake generously." Returning her smile naturally, Kree graciously accepted and took a sip from his goblet before attending to the salmon before him. Present at the dinner was his father, Sir Wendell, who had been deeply immersed in military affairs, while their uncle, Sir Wyllis, remained absent due to ill health and medication. Sir Wendell had long wished to converse with his son, but with the White Harbor forces updating their equipment, as the commander of the infantry, he had to remain vigilant. Allowing others to handle it could lead to rampant corruption. "Kree, are you recruiting your personal guard?" Sir Wendell asked his son. "Yes, father," Kree replied, chewing thoughtfully and nodding. "Have you finalized your choices? I must advise you that your personal guard should be those who can shield you from swords and arrows. Do not choose those who are diminutive. If need be, I can procure some seasoned veterans from the ranks. It would be no trouble at all." Sir Wendell was straightforward. Though he often felt uncertain about how to communicate with his son, relying instead on his expertise in military matters to assist him. However, he was unaware that his suggestion had already been dismissed in the elder's mind. "Enough, Wendell. Focus on your troops. I shall manage Kree's personal guard. Keep your sword close, and deal decisively with anyone who dares to meddle with the soldiers' equipment. I do not wish to see our soldiers equipped with armor that is any worse than before." Instinctively nodding, Wendell had adhered to his father's directives for decades, much like his older brother Wyllis, both being competent soldiers and generals. Yet this was precisely what displeased Count Wyman the most. After recovering from the melancholic feelings stemming from the events in Winterfell, Vera regained her whimsical nature, chattering away to Kree and Valefield about sailor tales she had heard from an unknown source. As dinner drew to a close, Kree was about to return to his chambers when Valefield detained him. Following her into the castle gardens, she hesitated for a moment before asking Kree, "Are you planning to visit Twin Rivers to meet the Freys? Did grandfather mention it to you?" Kree inquired with some surprise. Surely, Sir Marlon would not have divulged such information, leaving only their patriarch as the source. "Yes, may I ask you a favor? Speak your mind. If a member of the Fry family proposes my marriage to you, Kree, you must certainly refuse them." Chapter 38. Commander of the White Sea Kree observed the eager expression on Weirfield's face, and his mind began to race. It was not that he was contemplating whether to acquiesce to his sister's request. He was acutely aware of Ward Fry's character and the nature of the Fry family. He would never push his sister into a perilous situation. Upon Weirfield's proposal today, Kree realized a significant truth. His sister was now 19 years old, an age that warranted reflection. According to Kree's understanding, as the legitimate offspring of White Harbor and the granddaughter of Count Wayman, Weirfield, possessing an admirable beauty, should have been inundated with suitors from noble families. Yet, to this day, he had only vaguely heard from servants that Count Wayman had brusquely rejected numerous proposals from those seeking to form a marital alliance. As it stood, his sister remained unbetrothed. Kree was not eager for his sister to marry. Rather, he was pondering what schemes their patriarch might be concocting. "I will categorically decline their advances. Rest assured, Weirfield." Kree could not linger in thought for too long, as it might suggest to Weirfield that he was still deliberating the matter. Upon noticing Weirfield visibly relax, Kree could not resist asking, "Weirfield, has grandfather ever mentioned your betrothal?" "You are already," before he could finish. Kree realized the inappropriateness of his last statement and promptly shut his mouth. However, Weirfield appeared unfazed, shaking her head, her bright eyes fixed on him as she continued, "Yes, I am 19, but grandfather has never broached the subject of marriage with me before. He has not, but now that you have returned, he will." This remark momentarily bewildered Kree. What did his return have to do with his sister's betrothal? Suddenly, recalling his sister Vera, he grasped the underlying rationale. In essence, Given that their uncle lacked a male heir and Cray was far away in Essos, one could speculate that should their grandfather decide to marry off Weirfield and Vera, or at the very least arrange their betrothals, it would not be an issue. However, if an extreme situation were to arise, such as their grandfather and the second-generation heirs, Wylis and Wendell, meeting with misfortune, leaving the line of succession unprotected, Cray, who might remain unaware of these developments, would be absent. Do not dismiss this as mere hyperbole. In reality, the War of the Five Kings had indeed led to Wendell Mandler's demise at the Red Wedding and Wylis Mandler's capture by the Lannisters. In such dire circumstances, who would inherit the Mandler family of White Harbor? The answer would be Weirfield. Yet, should she be engaged at that juncture? Given the precarious status of women in Westeros, White Harbor might easily fall into the hands of another family. This, fundamentally, was the reason Count Wayman had repeatedly turned down Weirfield's marriage proposals. He was guarding against such eventualities. Now that Cray had returned, with the Duke of Ed's endorsement, his claim to the inheritance was as solid as steel. Thus, under these circumstances, White Harbor would undoubtedly remain within the family, and their grandfather would have ample reason to seriously contemplate Weirfield's matrimonial prospects. If Weirfield did not wish to marry Fry, Cray would certainly honor her desire, though he remained uncertain of her own aspirations. Cray was well aware of the families in Westeros that were indeed perilous. He would spare Vera and Weirfield from any association with such families, for once one stepped into that realm, extricating oneself would be exceedingly arduous. Seeing Cray's firm agreement, Weirfield beamed, her striking features illuminated by the moonlight amidst the flowers, and at that moment, Cray felt a profound sense of familial responsibility. He was determined to prevent the tragedies that befell the Stark family from occurring within his own kin. The following day, deeply aware of the butterfly effect, Cray was summoned to the study by his grandfather. Initially, he presumed it was due to the conversation he had had with Weirfield that his grandfather had learned of, and now sought to inquire about. However, upon entering the study, he was surprised to find a stooped, unsmiling elder standing before his grandfather's desk, engaged in a hushed discussion. Upon hearing the door creak open, both men ceased their conversation, and seeing Cray, the seated Count Wayman gestured him over with a smile. Cray scrutinized the unfamiliar elder. Despite the dark trousers he wore, it was apparent that one of his legs was artificial. The thick calluses on his palms indicated that this man had once wielded a sword with skill. Clad in a black long coat, the elder's aged visage, marred by the loss of one eye, conveyed a somewhat sinister aura. Instinctively, Cray sensed a palpable danger, despite the elder's physical frailty. Cray felt a distinct lack of superiority. This was not solely due to age, whether it was a mere illusion or an acute awareness. Cray's heightened senses informed him of a lingering scent of blood emanating from the elder, one that seemed not fresh, but rather a deeply ingrained essence. At that moment, he heard his grandfather's introduction. Cray, this is Sir Pat Imus, the former commander of the White Sea Watch, whom I previously mentioned to you. So, he was the mastermind behind the vast network of spies within the Mandler family? Cray regarded him with renewed scrutiny. This man, referred to as Sir, was evidently a knight with lands of his own, yet as the young lord of White Harbor, Cray had never encountered him before. It made sense, for if this man were akin to the debauched Jaime Lannister, Cray would find it hard to believe he could lead an intelligence agency. Good day, Sir Patimus. Cray nodded in greeting. The elder scrutinized Cray in return, his age just slightly less than Count Wayman's, having witnessed the numerous tribulations of White Harbor over the years. He had to concede that, at first glance, this young man appeared to be a worthy heir, significantly more so than those he had previously encountered. As he extended his hand to shake Cray's, he merely nodded, refraining from speech. This was somewhat impolite, at least from a standpoint of status, yet Cray was unperturbed, possessing ample patience for the man who had commanded the White Sea Watch for nearly 2 decades. Very well, Pat Imus, this is my heir. Now take him with you. He is both my heir and yours. Let him experience your domain. He ought to become acquainted with the bloody truths that lie behind White Harbor. Chapter 39. The Wolf's Den. The Wolf's Den stands as the most ancient castle in White Harbor, its history nearly stretching back a millennium. During the time when the Stark family reigned as the kings of the North, a monarch named John Stark constructed this fortress at the mouth of the White Knife River, in what is now White Harbor, to fend off pirate incursions. The original inhabitants were the younger sons, brothers, and uncles of the Stark kings, whose descendants formed a collateral branch akin to the Kingsguard, known as House Grey Stark. This branch of the Stark family occupied the Wolf's Den for 5 centuries. However, when war erupted between the Red King of the Terror Fortress and the Wolf King of Stark, they chose the wrong side. Although the majority of the Stark family were known for their magnanimity, they could hardly tolerate traitors, particularly those from their own kin. Following a bloody reckoning and the capitulation of the Red King, the castle lost its rightful owners. After a tumultuous series of events, It passed through the hands of the Fitlings, the Lokes, and various families granted lands by Winterfell, including the Strats, Longs, Holts, and Ashwoods, ultimately arriving in the possession of House Mandler. With the establishment and expansion of White Harbor, the Mandlers transformed into the wealthiest family in the north, rendering the modest Wolf's Den unworthy of their stature. Consequently, a new fortress was erected upon the high hills within the city, encircled by vast white walls that safeguarded both the city and the castle, while the forlorn Wolf's Den outside became known as the Old Fortress. Presently, it serves as the prison of House Mandler and the headquarters of the entire White Sea Guard. Cray had once visited this place, albeit only its periphery, for it housed an ancient grove of sacred trees. Regrettably, the Soul Heart tree that remained, greatly diminished in size, had lost much of its magical essence. Once more atop his steed, Cray followed Sir Batimus into the ancient stronghold, safeguarded by a contingent of White Harbor guards. Upon entering the raised iron gate, Cray sensed an inexplicable relaxation emanating from the knight, as if the prospect of meeting his lord at the new fortress had caused him considerable discomfort. Cray observed that the soldiers, or rather the jailers, donned not the typical silver armor of the White Harbor guards, but rather somber gray uniforms. The silent guard stepped forward to grasp the reins of Cray and his companion's horses. Despite having a broken leg, Sir Batimus nimbly dismounted and handed the reins to his scarred-faced guard. It was then that Cray first heard the raspy, grating voice of Sir Batimus, akin to ceramic scraping against gravel, as he welcomed Cray to the Wolf's Denver. The welcome was devoid of warmth, exuding a chilling tone. As he gestured towards the surrounding structures and continued, "What you see now is the prison section of the Wolf's Den, where all guilty souls are judged, and we are responsible for escorting them to meet the old and new gods." Cray wished to explore, yet Sir Batimus barred his way, leaning upon an oak cane. His gaze fixed upon Cray. "After we complete our handover, you may explore at your leisure, but for now, young Master Cray, we should attend to the transfer." Cray found little to counter, as, despite being a noble for only a brief period, he had grown accustomed to flattery and sycophantic smiles. Encountering Sir Batimus, however, left him somewhat disoriented. Navigating past several dilapidated structures, Cray perceived that beneath them lay vast space, for a city as populous as White Harbor. A prison capable of accommodating its criminals would undoubtedly be substantial. Their destination lay behind these prison buildings, where the tallest structure of the Wolf's Den, a stout gray tower, stood. Near this edifice, Cray noted numerous gray-clad guards. By their gait and stance with their weapons, he deduced that they could manage no more than 5 opponents at once, should they engage collectively. Ascending the stone staircase, Cray entered the tower, which had endured nearly a millennium of wear. He had anticipated a scene reminiscent of the dilapidated Mouse Tower from the Witcher universe, teeming with cobwebs and decay, yet was pleasantly surprised to find the interior remarkably clean. Torches flickered quietly in sconces, illuminating the room, and the wooden structure, though weathered, was evidently well maintained, with a blend of old and new timber creating an uneven yet vibrant palette. The room housed a few individuals, approximately 3 or 4, gathered around a table, meticulously recording information. Upon the long table lay an array of notes, which Cray recognized as correspondence attached to the legs of ravens. Now he understood the stringent security. The sheer volume of raven messages was certainly sensitive information that must not escape. Anticipating Cray's inquiry, the explanatory Sir Batimus interjected. "This is the compilation of reports from the White Sea Guard across 34 locales in the north, the Riverlands, the Westlands, the Crownlands, and parts of the Vale." Such a number encompassed the most notable noble houses in those regions, nearly encapsulating them all. Internally astonished, Cray maintained an impassive demeanor, acknowledging the evident financial might of White Harbor in deploying personnel across so many territories. Sir Batimus led Cray into a room resembling a conference chamber, where a long table dominated the center, flanked by ordinary chairs, with a larger chair situated prominently at the head. 5 individuals were present. Silently observing Cray as he approached and took the largest chair without hesitation, he could not afford to exhibit any sign of weakness at this juncture. The 5 were the overseers responsible for the aforementioned 5 regions, tasked with distributing and executing specific duties. "They are more suited to address your queries," Sir Batimus remarked to Cray. Removing a somewhat dull ring from his finger, he presented it to Cray, stating to the 5, "The ring has been transferred. From this moment forth, Cray Mandler, grandson of the Earl, shall assume command of the White Sea Guard." Chapter 40. Intelligence Summary. Clay extended his fingers, lifting the ring that served as an emblem of identity. Crafted from pure gold, the ring bore a prominent trident design at its apex. While the band itself was inscribed with a somewhat worn inscription, yet Clay, well versed in his family's motto, managed to decipher it. Raging Seas. At the heart of the trident lay a blood-red gemstone. Once a magnificent adornment, it had succumbed to the ravages of time, now appearing as a dull token. Interestingly, Clay had encountered a similar ring on his father's hand, identical in shape and embellishment, though that particular gemstone was blue, likely symbolizing the ocean beyond White Harbor. Upon donning the ring, the gazes of the 5 individuals shifted from scrutiny to a demeanor of subservience, reflecting the notion that they recognized the ring rather than the man it adorned. "This is my final moment in this chamber," Clay declared. "Snow, you 5 shall sequentially report your current tasks and the latest intelligence to Lord Clay." The commands of Sir Bartimus still held sway within the confines of this meeting room. But once he exited, unless the Earl of Wyman himself arrived, re-entry would be impossible. The man known as Snow nodded slightly, seated comfortably, as he opened a wooden clasp revealing faded yellowed papers, though Clay was uncertain of their contents. "The majority of my spies are concentrated in Winterfell, Castle Terror, Last Hearth, and Horwood, while the rest are distributed according to population across the major castles and their surrounding villages." This was Snow's report on the distribution of White Sea spies in the north. Clay refrained from commenting, instead inquiring, "During the King's stay in Winterfell, aside from my matters, are there any other significant events you are aware of?" "Some, lords," he replied. "I will compile the intelligence for you shortly." Nodding, Clay was eager to assess the capabilities of these spies, particularly as he was currently in Winterfell, and his existing memories could provide insights to corroborate their investigative prowess. After posing several more inquiries, Clay noted that Snow had not mentioned Bran Stark's fall from the tower, a matter of such magnitude they could hardly be oblivious to it. Thus, Clay concluded that the three-eyed raven was undoubtedly influencing Bran Stark in some manner due to Clay's own involvement. Yet this was preferable. It was less dire than the notion of orchestrating his fall, forcefully implanting dreams within him, ultimately leading to a crippled escapee from the wall to inherit the mantle of the three-eyed raven. Next to speak was the steward of the Riverlands, Haven, who emerged from the shadows with explosive news. "Duke Hoster Tully is gravely ill, having lapsed into unconsciousness multiple times, with the maesters intervening repeatedly to revive him. However, this old duke's flame of life is nearing extinguishment, merely waiting in vain for a return to the embrace of the gods." Haven had anticipated a look of shock from his youthful superior, but was met with only a slight furrowing of Clay's brow and a nod for him to continue. Clay had long been aware of Duke Tully's impending demise. After all, he would ultimately perish during the siege of Riverrun by the Lannisters. Would his butterfly effect truly extend to the life of Duke Tully? Clay pondered uncertainly. Haven cast a glance of approval at Clay and continued. "A scion of House Fry escaped from Twins, only to be captured by Fry soldiers. The latest information indicates he has been hanged, and my subordinates are currently investigating the reasons behind this treachery." Fry? Clay's brow furrowed deeply. In just a few days, he was to journey to attend the Fry family's invitation. It appeared he needed to gather more intelligence regarding this family. He tapped the table lightly, speaking softly. "I require a summary of significant events concerning House Fry over the past 5 years. Can it be done within a day?" "As you wish, my lord," Haven replied, his tone steady, as if this were a matter of little consequence. According to this steward's description, the White Sea Guard had nearly concentrated all its forces in Twins and Riverrun, for these 2 locations alone possess true value in the Riverlands. With perhaps the addition of the now-ruined Harrenhal, Clay concurred, whether under Robb Stark's southern campaign or during the subsequent tug-of-war of the War of the Five Kings. The nobility of the Riverlands had proven utterly ineffectual, rendering their existence irrelevant. The roots of this predicament had been sown during Aegon Targaryen's conquest of Westeros, as the Riverlands were inherently fraught with hills and forests, leaving Aegon to appear towering among dwarfs. Thus, upon the Tully family assuming guardianship over the Riverlands, the vassals beneath them had largely remained discontent, particularly the Freys, who resided far from the heart of the Riverlands, isolated atop the Green Fork. The lords were weak, while their vassals grew strong, mirroring the situation with House Tyrell of Highgarden. However, the Tyrells leveraged their wealth and adept political maneuvering to maintain control over their vassals, a feat that the ailing Duke Hoster was evidently incapable of achieving. Having discussed the Riverlands, the next to speak was a steward named Hishan. Upon announcing his name, Clay grasped that the names of all 5 stewards were derived from the illegitimate surnames of their respective regions. Unlike the first 2, Hishan's report lacked notable substance. Most intelligence appeared outdated. Nonetheless, he remarked that penetrating the Westerlands was exceedingly challenging, accompanied by significant casualties. This was akin to competing with the infamous Lord Tywin Lannister of Casterly Rock, reputedly whose excrement was said to be gold. Tywin commanded a similar force, and both sides had suffered losses in their espionage endeavors. Had Hishan not run out of words, Clay might have thought him to be soliciting funds. However, Clay possessed scant gold dragons at present to offer. As for the Vale, most infiltration failures occurred during the approach to the Bloody Gate. After all, spies were human, not dragons, and could not simply fly to the Eyrie like Queen Visenya, Aegon's wife. Moreover, The Vale had remained insular over the years, shutting its gates to the outside world, resulting in the White Sea Guard securing only meager intelligence. Primarily that the young Lord Robert Arryn was in poor health and seemingly possessed some intellectual shortcomings. The nobles of the Vale had expressed their discontent, but that was the extent of it. Finally, they turned to King's Landing, where the White Sea Guard suffered the most significant losses. Just last year, more than a dozen operatives were captured or betrayed. It was a dire situation, as they were far removed from White Harbor, and their subtle tactics paled in comparison to those of Peter Baelish and Varys the Spider. Chapter 41. The first command. As Clay perused the extensive list of the deceased and missing, he grasped the essence of the bloodshed the old man had alluded to. Presently, the realm of Westeros had enjoyed a decade of peace, having weathered the rebellion of Balon Greyjoy. Yet, that was far from a nationwide conflict. Beneath the surface, however, a hidden and relentless carnage unfolded day after day, year after year. Clay did not recognize a single name on that list, and thus could not mourn for them. Nevertheless, he felt the chilling cruelty that lay behind it. I do not wish to see any deductions from the compensations for these departed souls, he articulated slowly after a moment's silence. Rest assured, no one will dare to withhold from them. It is a rule that cannot be broken, Jon Snow replied, somewhat surprised by Clay's concern, which altered his perception of the young lord from White Harbor. Nodding slightly, Clay fell silent. His brow furrowed as he mentally organized the details of the entire White Harbor Watch. It was impossible to compare it to other similar organizations, but overall, it was a sprawling entity with a certain utility, albeit lacking in efficiency. Aside from the distant regions of the Stormlands, Dorne, and the Bay, which were beyond reach, there were branches and other locales that could gather intelligence, such as news of Duke Tully's grave illness and the nobles of the Vale questioning whether Robert Arryn could shoulder the burdens of the Eyrie. Yet, these tidings, especially those from King's Landing, were often steeped in blood. Clay was not apprehensive about distributing the modest compensations to the families of the deceased spies. With the old man behind him, he could surely manage it. The issue lay in the method. Obtaining information in times of peace was already laborious, and he truly questioned how long the White Harbor Watch could sustain itself amidst the onslaught of rival noble houses' intelligence networks once war erupted. At present, with the reins of command newly in his hands, Clay could not alter this reality, yet he possessed an advantage. He understood which individuals warranted surveillance, enabling him to consolidate the dispersed efforts of the White Harbor Watch into several potent focal points. Am I now permitted to exercise the authority of a commander, Ser Patimus? Indeed, my lord. The moment you donned that ring, this conference room, this tower, and the entire White Harbor Watch became beholden to your command, Ser Patimus nodded. His tone noticeably relaxed, as if relinquishing the burdens of command was a great relief for him. After a lengthy contemplation, Clay issued his inaugural command within this chamber. Since I am now the commander, I hereby decree the following. First, dismantle all surveillance in the north, save for Winterfell, and reorganize the resources to focus on Winterfell. The primary objectives are twofold: to ascertain whether Bran Stark has undergone any changes, of any nature, and to monitor Lady Catelyn's movements. Should she exhibit any intention of heading south, report immediately. Jon Snow, you are responsible for this task. Ensure there is no congestion of personnel and minimize exposure risks. Jon nodded in agreement, reluctant to challenge the newly appointed commander. Frankly, the White Harbor Watch belonged to the Manderley family, and as the young lord, Clay's orders were not easily defied. Moreover, he was genuinely curious as to why Clay sought to concentrate all efforts on Winterfell, specifically naming Bran Stark and Lady Catelyn. What information was he hoping to extract from them? Having organized the northern operations, Clay turned his attention to Master of Rivers. Master of Rivers, continue monitoring Duke Tully's health. Additionally, focus efforts on Riverrun. During my upcoming visit to House Frye, provide me with a means of assistance, as I may require your support. Very well, my lord. The White Harbor Watch will endeavor to ensure your safety while you are a guest in Riverrun, the Master of Rivers replied from his shadowy corner. Clay continued, furthermore, I have a long-term task. I require the structural blueprints of the gates near Riverrun. However, there is no urgency. I do not wish to sense too much bloodshed in this matter. The Master of Rivers remained silent. Clay assumed he had heard. Such reckless behavior indeed bore the hallmarks of the North, yet Clay did not endorse it. As for Master Hishan, who managed the intelligence network in the Westerlands, Clay instructed him to cease engaging in direct conflict with the spies of House Lannister, as competing for intelligence on Lannister territory seemed unnecessary. I care not what methods you employ. Procure leverage on one or two members of House Lannister and control them. Ideally, those who can freely enter and exit the Lannister stronghold. To his surprise, Master Hishan shook his head, sighing, My lord, we have attempted what you suggest before, but with little success, and it resulted in several exposures. Duke Tywin maintains exceedingly stringent oversight over those permitted within his stronghold. Hishin's words illuminated the complexity of the situation in the Westerlands, more intricate than Clay had anticipated. Yet, this could not be disregarded. In the event of war, the North and the West would undoubtedly be adversaries. Sometimes, victory or defeat in war could hinge on a single piece of intelligence. Given the challenges, Clay opted against hastily altering the status quo. He took a step back and merely requested that Master Hishan maintain the intelligence network there. Preserving their own safety in appropriate circumstances as a temporary contraction was acceptable. Once he had the opportunity, he was determined to cultivate the intelligence system in the Westerlands diligently. As for the Vale, there was little to discuss. Clay had not yet devised a strategy for that region. Regarding the Crownlands, his orders were straightforward. The White Harbor Watch must not become sacrificial pawns in the power struggles of King's Landing. Clay insisted that they merely identify the frequented locales of the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, and the Master of Whisperers, Varys. He would undoubtedly need to enter King's Landing in the future, and regardless of his guise, he wished for both men to experience the taste of the Iron Throne's decree. Lastly, he assigned a special task to Master Wei Shui of the Crownlands, concerning a particular name, Paul Liko. This name evoked the first assassination in his life. The affair had been hasty, and Clay had reluctantly allowed him to escape, initially intending to eliminate him through Peter's hands. However, now, as the commander of the White Harbor Watch, Clay sought to ascertain whether this minor figure of House Liko still drew breath. Should he live, Clay would send him greetings from House Manderley. Master Wei Shui furrowed his brow, having never heard of Hall Liko, though he was vaguely familiar with the Liko family, which seemed to be a vassal of House Lark in the town of Twilight. Setting aside the source of Clay's knowledge of this name, he pondered why the Lord was concerned with someone whose worth seemed negligible, barely worth a single golden dragon. My lord, this. Do not concern yourself with that. Execute the order. I demand his intelligence. Chapter 42. Secrets emerging from the walls of the wolf's den. Clay inhaled the frigid air of the north. My lord, I find them quite unsettling, remarked a young guard riding alongside him. Clay did not mind the guard's chatter. He understood that he would likely return to this place many times in the future. The Northerners predominantly worshipped the old gods, while the Manderleys, who migrated from the Bay of Rivers, adhered to the faith of the Seven. However, the sincerity of their devotion remains known only to themselves. The Manderley family does not interfere with the beliefs of their vassals, resulting in a coexistence of the old and new deities within this city. Outside the wolf's den lies an ancient grove of sacred trees, yet the solitary fishbeam tree within has long shed most of its leaves, appearing withered and forlorn. This tree, perhaps older than the wolf's den itself, has witnessed the rise and fall of countless families within its confines. Clay had visited this tree and touched its trunk, only to be disheartened by the meager magical essence it contained, which failed to replenish his magical reservoir. As a scion of the Manderley lineage, particularly as heir, it was rather inappropriate for him to frequent the sacred grove representing the old gods. Initially, Clay had no reason to return, but upon seeing Sir Patimus leaning on his cane and limping into the grove, he changed his mind. He instructed the guards to wait and followed the old knight inside. The grove was not extensive, but Clay had seldom entered it, and it was usually deserted. Within the profound woods, he relied on his witcher senses to trace the footprints on the ground. After navigating through the underbrush, he finally located the half-dead ancient heart tree in the northeastern corner of the grove, where Sir Patimus stood quietly beneath it. Noticing Clay's approach, Sir Patimus offered a faint smile. Do you believe in the old gods? Clay asked as he crossed a shallow puddle surrounding the sacred grove and approached the old knight. Indeed, I have prayed to them beneath this heart tree for decades. It has become a habit, he replied in a calm tone, devoid of sorrow or joy. Merely stating a simple truth. Clay observed a dark bottle planted in the soil at the knight's feet, curious about its contents. Sensing Clay's gaze, Sir Patimus leaned against the heart tree's trunk, slowly sliding down, discarding his cane. He flicked his finger against the bottle's neck and calmly said, I once traded a leg for your grandfather's life on the battlefield. This was given to me by him, along with this castle. He said that when I retired from this position, we would share this bottle of wine together. Clay was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this unremarkable bottle of wine bore such a story. And you? Sir Patimus waved a hand dismissively, plucking a wind-swayed sorrel leaf from the ground and chewing it thoughtfully before responding. I once considered sharing a drink with your grandfather and my old comrades, but unfortunately, as of now, only your grandfather and I remain from those days. Drinking with him would mean recalling them, which is not worth it. The old knight's tone was as tranquil as a still lake, yet Clay could discern a profound sense of melancholy within. His grandfather had surpassed 60, and Sir Patimus was not far behind. As nobles, they enjoyed good rest and ample nutrition, while ordinary folk, given the current medical standards, seldom lived to see their 60s after returning from the battlefield. Come, have a taste. May the gods bless it and hope it does not turn into vinegar. Sir Patimus drew a dagger from his breast pocket and plunged it into the wooden cork of the bottle. With a pop, the somewhat moldy cork was removed, and a faint aroma of wine wafted into the air, which Clay's keen senses readily captured. He recognized that this old wine had been fortunate enough to preserve its original character. Just ordinary ale, I presume? Is it to your liking? Sir Patimus handed the bottle to Clay, who accepted it without hesitation, grasping the vessel marked by the passage of time. Following the old knight's lead, Clay indulged himself with a hearty swig. Indeed, it was the most ordinary ale, even somewhat inferior in quality. Yet it mattered not. He had not come to sample wine today. They took turns drinking, and after a while, the alcohol loosened Sir Patimus's tongue. His aged hand caressed the gnarled trunk of the heart tree as he spoke to Clay. Boy, I do not oppose your desire to improve the lot of the White Harbor Guard, but remember, never be overly generous. Sir Patimus drained the meager contents of the bottle. Exhaling deeply before continuing, I'm aware of your activities in Winterfell. Well done. Only those who have tasted blood can command the White Harbor Guard. However, remember this, despite their affiliation with the Manderley family, never place your trust in any one of them. You are a clever lad and understand my meaning. We can infiltrate other noble houses, but can you guarantee that those fellows will not send gold dragons to White Harbor to entice and corrupt us? I can vouch for the loyalty of those 5 for now, but the rest are far less certain. Here's a tip. Trust only half of the information that reaches you. This way, you will avoid significant blunders. Digesting this invaluable wisdom, Clay recognized that most of what the old knight conveyed was accurate. In this power struggle, betrayal and deceit were rampant. Thus, the best strategy was to trust a little in everyone, yet believe in none completely. Their conversation meandered through various topics, with Sir Patimus boasting of his exploits during the War of Usurpers and the might of the Northern Army he had served. Eventually, the old knight staggered away. Although his steps were unsteady, his posture remained upright, while his lord had merely relieved him of his command over the White Harbor Guard. A vast expanse of land still belonged to him. Clay splashed cool water from the puddle onto his face, the chill dispelling the remnants of his inebriation. He leaned against the ancient tree, rising and brushing off the dust from his clothing. Just as he intended to depart, a piercing caw of a raven halted his steps. Looking up, he beheld a colossal, pitch-black raven perched on his finger, its deep yellow eyes fixed upon him, gleaming with an intelligent light. Without a doubt, Clay recognized its presence. Activating his Witcher senses confirmed that this magnificent raven exuded a faint magical aura, one he was familiar with. The three-eyed raven had arrived. Chapter 43, Blood and Fire, a shared origin once again. We meet, the harbinger of the other gods. The voice of the three-eyed raven resonated like the sound of decayed wood emanating from the throat of the enormous jet-black crow. Under normal circumstances, a raven would not produce such a human-like voice, yet under the influence of magic, anything is possible. I did not expect to encounter you here, esteemed three-eyed raven, said Clay, halting in his tracks with one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his expression betraying no emotion towards this unexpected visitor. This time, he refrained from invoking the Queen Seal, for he held no fear of the raven in this form. However, he soon realized that this uninvited guest was not alone. A towering figure emerged from the woods, cradling a wooden box. His face bore a foolish expression, his physique rotund, and his hair a disheveled mess. A quintessential appearance of a northerner. From a distance, Clay's keen hearing caught the fragmented murmurs of the burly man, Adair. Adair. With a silent sigh, Clay recognized him. This was Adair, the stableman from Winterfell who, in the original timeline, had sent Bran to meet the three-eyed raven beyond the wall, a truly pitiable soul. The three-eyed raven was also observing Clay. Through the murky depths of the raven's eyes, he perceived Clay as a vessel composed of intricate magic, a flow of unsettling power coursing through the body. This was precisely what the raven feared, and it was this apprehension that compelled him to lower his stance and acquiesce to Clay's terms. Among beings infused with magic like themselves, the gravest danger lay in the contamination of unknown magic, which could lead to the collapse of their very structure, a harm that would be irreversible. Since you have spared that child, I shall naturally fulfill my promise, harbinger of the other gods, the three-eyed raven proclaimed, flapping his wings as if truly embodying a raven. He gestured towards Adair, who, with a vacant expression, approached Clay, cradling the wooden box. As you wished, this is a dragon egg. From the great dragon Vormax that once descended upon Winterfell. I have safeguarded it since I discovered it, not expecting it to be given to you now. As the box opened, Clay's gaze was immediately drawn to the oval creation resting upon the stand. Its deep blue surface was adorned with golden stripes, resembling scales, and its shell bore a layer akin to glaze, or perhaps exquisite enamel crafted by skilled artisans. It was substantial in size. Clay estimated it would take both hands to hold it aloft, although he had envisioned the appearance of a dragon egg countless times. The moment he beheld this one, he could not help but concede that it might be the most perfect creation of the gods in this realm. Extending his palm to rest upon the surface of the dragon egg, Clay felt a chill. Indeed, this egg had long since turned to stone. Its awakening stifled in an era of waning magic and the disappearance of dragons, with no one left in the world capable of rousing it. Rationality informed him that, at this juncture, this object was akin to a hot potato, yet he understood that he could no longer allow this dragon egg to slip from his grasp. "It appears you are quite fond of my gift, harbinger of the other gods," the voice of the three-eyed raven echoed in Clay's ears, pulling him from his reverie. "I must inquire once more, esteemed three-eyed raven, why do you undertake this course of action?" Clay's question pierced to the heart of the matter. As long as he dared to delay, the power of an adult dragon would equate to that of the mushroom eggs wielded by the 5 rogues of the original timeline, a true weapon of mass destruction. The three-eyed raven was not at all taken aback by Clay's inquiry and responded with remarkable patience. "The answer remains the same. Both my master and I seek survival. If you and your gods cannot claim dominion over the southern lands, then Rollick and his harbinger shall seize it. I have stated before, his excessive power will lead to a profound imbalance in the world." The mention of Rollick's harbinger prompted Clay to think of one individual, the Red Priestess Melisandre, who had altered the course of war. Thus, Melisandre supports Stannis in his quest for the throne, resurrecting Jon Snow through fire magic. All of this being the will of Rollick, Clay's realization came with a sharp intake of breath. This fiend was indeed up to no good, orchestrating his ascent while laying claim to the southern territories, all while pitting himself against Rollick behind the scenes. Understanding this, Clay's countenance darkened. Yet the situation was beyond his control, and he could not refuse this gift. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the box containing the dragon egg from Odair. The three-eyed raven had cast his bait, and Clay resolved to be a fish that would nibble, yet not be caught. "Now tell me the method to hatch the dragon egg. A king perished in the tragedy of Summerhall. I know that ordinary methods will not suffice to awaken it." Once, within the Targaryen summer palace known as Summerhall, Aegon Targaryen V ignited wildfire within the palace to bring back dragons for his waning family. Attempting to hatch the 7 dragon eggs he had gathered, conspiracy or merely a pyromancer's blunder, the outcome was lamentable. The wildfire spiraled out of control, claiming the lives of both the king and his prince, gravely wounding the royal lineage, while Daenerys' brother, Rhaegar Targaryen, was born amidst the flames. Regarding the tragedy befalling his family's descendants, the three-eyed raven fell into a brief silence. Before continuing with the topic at hand, they failed not due to fire, nor due to Targaryen blood. In truth, they lacked the most crucial element, one that you and I both possess. We both possess it. Clay quickly comprehended the implication of the three-eyed raven's words, exclaiming, "Magic." The raven's avian head inclined slightly forward, clearly in agreement with Clay's assertion. Indeed, magic. When the last dragon perished, the magic of the world fell into decline, and now, the conditions to awaken the dragon are high temperature, special blood, and magic. This method was unnecessary before the extinction of dragons, as the magic-infused dragons could hatch on their own, but now, it is the only recourse we have. There are no alternatives. The three-eyed raven presented his solution, and upon hearing it, Clay plunged into deep contemplation. No wonder, he thought, that Daenerys was able to hatch her 3 dragons. The essence of the unburned allowed her to survive the wildfire. And the blood of the Targaryens was inherently the most special in this world. By sacrificing that which, her husband, and her child, she garnered precious magic in this era of magical decline, thus fulfilling the conditions to awaken the dragon within the stone. After the long summer, the stars wept blood, and the mother of dragons was born. Chapter 44. The Secret of Bloodlines. Realizing the truth in the words of the three-eyed crow, Cray suddenly pondered a question. Having already obtained the dragon egg, why, as a scion of House Targaryen, did the former Bloodraven Duke not take to the skies riding a dragon himself? His gaze fell upon the unfortunate creature possessed by the three-eyed crow. And contemplating the current visage of the crow, Cray swiftly grasped the underlying reason. This was, in fact, a matter of sequence. When he was still the Bloodraven Duke, he had not yet come into contact with the dragon egg and lacked any magical prowess. However, upon becoming the Green Seer and coexisting with magic, he had become unable to extricate himself from this state. It was indeed a darkly humorous twist of fate, as everything seemed so ill-timed, causing the resurrection of dragons to be delayed by a full century. Temperature was inconsequential. As long as the environmental conditions were suitable, it could be easily achieved. Remarkably, based on Daenerys' practical experience, Cray knew that even at elevated temperatures, a dragon egg would not turn into a roasted egg. The issue of magic was not overly daunting either. If necessary, he could make another trip to Winterfell, placing one hand upon the heart tree while channeling magic into the dragon egg. He chuckled to himself, acknowledging his own audacity. The most troublesome aspect was the peculiar bloodline. This notion was rather fantastical. Targaryens could command dragons, as could the Valerians of Driftmark, and even the bastards of mixed blood could wield the same power. Yet what was the principle behind this phenomenon? Cray was uncertain, but he was certain that the lineage stemmed from the undull Mandalorian family, whose blood could not resonate with dragons. How could I fulfill this condition of special blood? I am not a Targaryen. My ancestors have not intermarried with them. The three-eyed crow shook his head, his tone indifferent. No, your understanding of lineage is flawed. Of course, this is not your fault. Had I not become the agent of my lord, I would not have comprehended the secrets within the so-called bloodline. Cray felt a surge of curiosity regarding the my lord the crow spoke of. The power of the three-eyed crow, aside from subtly influencing others and controlling creatures to unveil a panoramic vision, included the significant authority to trace history and foresee the future. In essence, both the three-eyed crow and his enigmatic master bore the essence of chroniclers of world history. Cray stood still, awaiting the crow's elaboration on bloodlines. My lord revealed to me that the ancient Valyrian Empire had dozens of dragon lords, all of whom could command dragons. But have you ever considered why the ordinary Valyrians did not possess dragons? The truth is, those nearly 50 dragon lord families possessed a bloodline that was, strictly speaking, distinct from that of ordinary Valyrians. They bore a superior Valyrian bloodline. Dragons are beings forged from magic and fire, and this superior Valyrian bloodline is, in essence, an innate affinity for fire magic. Only those with this bloodline can tame the great dragons and communicate with the creations of fire magic. And you, agent of the other, your body is an enigma beyond my comprehension. Not long ago, within the training grounds of this fortress, I observed you wielding fire magic. In my sight, you have also employed a form of defensive magic of unknown composition, as well as a mental magic I have never encountered before. This has appended my understanding. For within my knowledge framework, multiple forms of magic are inherently conflicting, much like ice and fire cannot coexist. Yet you are an exception. At times, I even ponder whether the deity behind you was once a powerful god who perished during the age of potent magic, and you are their agent in this world upon their revival. Cray meticulously committed every word of this lengthy discourse to memory, for it pertained to the lost history of this world and the knowledge of its origins. Unconsciously rubbing his fingers against the hilt of his sword, he exerted all his effort to digest this information, swiftly organizing his thoughts. So, according to your assertion, I can wield fire magic, which implies I may communicate with dragons, thereby enabling me to command them like the Targaryens? No, not quite. The three-eyed crow provided an answer that left Cray disheartened. Constitution and ability are not synonymous. If wielding fire magic equated to commanding dragons, that would greatly underestimate the significance of the superior Valyrian bloodline. The crucial factor is not merely ability, but bloodline. You may use fire magic, yet you may not necessarily be attuned to it. This involves knowledge recorded by my lord, which is not the topic of our discussion today. As for the bloodline issue, I present you with a solution. True dragon bloodline. In this world, there exist only two young dragons hidden in the Shadowlands. One concealed among wolves and the other solitary, watching over the wall. Regrettably, you lack the means to approach them. Yet you are fortunate, for I once possessed the true dragon bloodline myself. As soon as the words left his lips, Mud, standing idly by, like a statue, mysteriously produced a transparent glass vial. Through the immaculate glass, Cray beheld a dark red liquid within. This is my blood. Once, it brimmed with my lord's power, but now I have reclaimed that power. Now, summon your magic and feel the force encapsulated within this blood, much like you absorb the magic of the heart tree. The demon hunter system silently unfurled, and in Cray's vision, the small vial contained not blood but a seething flame. He extended his hand, grasping the slender vial, his magical reservoir fully activated. The flame within the vial, which had been burning quietly, instantly transformed into a torrent of fire, surging into Cray's body through his palm. In normal perception, the dark red liquid within the vial began to bubble vigorously, akin to boiling water, releasing thick, crimson steam that wafted into Cray's hand. It burned. That was the entirety of Cray's sensation. He felt as though his right hand was on the verge of turning to ash, the searing heat permeating every muscle and bone of his palm and forearm, followed by a heart-wrenching agony. This pain was entirely different from the transformation experienced during his metamorphosis as a demon hunter. Undoubtedly, had it been an ordinary person, they would have fainted from the pain long ago. The sensation, akin to being infused with molten lava, gradually spread upward in tandem with the vigorous beating of his heart. Cray clenched his teeth tightly as the voice of the three-eyed crow echoed in his ears. This is the gift of the gods to the dragon lords. As an outsider, an agent of the other, to enjoy this power, you must endure suffering far exceeding that of the dragon lord's progeny. This is the price of power. The magic within him surged wildly, desperately rushing to meet the searing invader coursing through his veins. Yet during this time, Clay's magical reservoir had not replenished. The remaining 120 points of magic were uncertain how long they would last. Before him, the vision flickered, as the three-eyed crow's voice resonated like a devout monk reciting scripture. When this blood flows through your body for a complete circuit, returning to your heart, it will settle there. You must summon your magic and attempt to assimilate it. This is the creation of a brand new Dragonlord bloodline. A method possessed only by my lord who exists beyond the flow of time. Good luck, agent of the other. Chapter 45. To hatch or not to hatch? That is the question. When Clay's guards, sensing something amiss, hurried into the ancient forest, they beheld their young master, weary and slumbering against the trunk of the heart tree. Surrounding him was nothing but an empty wooden box resting beside a puddle. The guards found nothing of significance. The crunch of withered heart tree leaves beneath their iron boots roused Clay from his deep slumber, yet he had no desire to rise. He was utterly exhausted. After enduring indescribable agony, he felt nearly spent, the searing blood finally settling in his heart, as the three-eyed crow had foretold, no longer in motion. With the promise fulfilled, only Clay's personal struggles remained. The discordant voice of the three-eyed crow echoed through the ancient grove, its wings flapping as it vanished, while the figure of Lord Adu from Winterfell receded behind a veil of foliage. An overwhelming fatigue assailed Clay, and just before he succumbed to the encroaching sleep, he placed the dragon egg into his Monster Hunter Systems inventory, as if stowing away herbs for potions. My lord, what troubles you? The guards inquired anxiously, their hearts heavy with concern. While Clay was amiable and remarkably brave, his penchant for solitary escapades was a source of constant vexation for his protectors. Rumor had it that this was not the first time he had done such a thing. The captain of the guard, Horsta, who had once accompanied Clay to Winterfell, had been reassigned to the blacksmith shop due to inadequate protection. Nothing to worry about. Clay waved his hand dismissively, having quickly conjured an excuse upon regaining consciousness. I had a bit to drink with Sir Patimus. His wine is rather potent, and thus, I find myself quite fatigued. A faint scent of wine wafted from Clay, confirming his words. The guards deemed it unnecessary to verify with Sir Patimus, as long as their young master was unharmed. The truth of the matter was irrelevant to them. The affairs of nobles were not their concern. Two brawny guards arrived, assisting the seemingly inebriated Clay onto a horse, flanking him to prevent any potential falls. Slumped awkwardly upon the steed, Clay lamented internally, realizing he must play the part of the drunken lord until they reached their destination. Thus, the inebriated heir of White Harbor, besieged by relentless drowsiness, returned to New Castle amidst the guards' vigilant escort. Upon delivering Clay to the awaiting Velfeet, the captain of the guard sighed in relief and contemplated his next move towards the Sea God Tower, where Count Wyman resided. Seated by the fireplace, Count Wyman listened to the captain's report regarding Clay's drunkenness. He was somewhat taken aback. In his recollection, his grandson was typically moderate in his drinking habits, rarely seen inebriated. However, when he learned that Sir Patimus had been the drinking companion, he paused, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he processed this revelation. That old fool promised to share his wine with me. How could he indulge my grandson instead? Whatever happened to the bonds of brotherhood? Under the guards' perplexed gazes, Count Wyman's expression shifted several times before he dismissed them with a wave of his hand. As soon as the door closed, the sound of shattering objects resonated from within, leaving the guards bewildered by the sudden outburst of anger. Clay awoke the following midday, only aware that he had entered the room leaning against his sister Velfeet's shoulder, and now found himself in this moment. If I trust that three-eyed crow again, I shall. He halted his self-reproach. After all, he had insisted upon taking the dragon egg, so the blame lay with him. Reclining against the soft cushions of his bed, Clay felt the faint, searing warmth emanating from his heart. He understood that the blood of the Dragon King resided there, and he must resolve this predicament swiftly. After assessing his magical energy pool, he noted that he had expended 40 points to alleviate his pain the day prior, leaving him with 80 points remaining. Channeling his magic, Clay sensed the fluctuations of the Dragon King's blood within his heart. His own blood, enveloped by the magic of the monster hunter, surged toward the clearly defined essence of the Dragon King's blood. The moment they met, a piercing pain shot through Clay's chest. Breathless and pale from the pain, Clay gradually regained his color. Cursing under his breath, he continued to explore the transformation of the Dragon King's blood. Following this collision and fusion, he felt a subtle, almost imperceptible warmth in his own magical blood. A realization dawned upon him. By persistently colliding his magical blood with that of the Dragon King, he could ultimately integrate it into his own blood, birthing a new essence of the Dragon King. However, judging by the previous pain, should he expend all his magical energy to make contact, it would likely result in cardiac arrest. Very well, I must proceed cautiously, Clay mused. As the saying goes, it is better to endure prolonged pain than to face a swift demise. He resigned himself to the necessity of enduring this prolonged suffering. Setting aside thoughts of the Dragon King's blood for the moment, Clay pondered another pressing issue. Now that he possessed the dragon egg, what should he do next? In the past, he had fantasized about what he would do if he were granted a dragon, but now that this possibility lay before him, he found himself reconsidering. Caring for an ice wolf and raising a dragon were not comparable. The former symbolized family heritage and legitimacy in the north, while the latter could be seen as remnants of a fallen dynasty, deserving of eradication. Had he been a mere insignificant family, Clay would have fled with the dragon without hesitation. Yet, as the legitimate heir of the wealthy Manderley family, known throughout Westeros, this was a far more complex situation. Rationally speaking, it was inconceivable for him to forsake his identity and status for the sake of a dragon. Emotionally, thoughts of Velfeed, Vera, and his father made betrayal an unthinkable notion. Nevertheless, Clay wished to keep a contingency plan in mind for across the narrow sea. A vengeful queen accompanied by 3 dragons would one day return to Westeros. Should they cross paths on the battlefield, perhaps his dragon would prove unexpectedly advantageous. After all, at that time, the sole true dragon lord remaining in this world would be Daenerys Targaryen, but who knew? Perhaps Clay would also be among them. Chapter 46. The departure 5 fleeting days had passed, and on that morning, the most elite squad of armored cavalry from the Mandler family gathered at New Castle, for they were to escort the young lord of White Harbor southward to Twin Rivers City. Over a dozen blue mermaid banners fluttered above the entire troop, and as the dawn's light kissed their capes, the great gates of New Castle rumbled open. Clad in his armor, emblazoned with a golden trident on his chest plate, and with his sword sheathed at his saddle, Lord Clay guided his steed towards his assembled company. Each sighting of this formidable troop filled him with a sense of aesthetic pleasure. The heavily armored knights, mounted upon their steeds, were the sovereigns of the battlefield in this era. The Mandler family boasted many such warriors, and this southern expedition, with 200 elite knights in tow, served as a splendid opportunity to demonstrate their might to the Fry family. A delicate hand grasped Clay's reins, and he turned to see his sister, Wilfeed, dressed in a simple white gown. "Remember your promise," she whispered gently, stroking the mane of his steed. Clay nodded, fully aware of her concern, given the formidable nature of the Fry family, known for their fervent desire for advantageous marriages. "Fear not, sister, should any Fry make a demand. I shall decline on your behalf," he reassured her, for the truth remained that their father had not uttered a word regarding such matters. A clear signal of his intent to keep his granddaughter untainted by Twin Rivers City. "Very well, I must take my leave now. Farewell, Wilfeed." With a firm grip on his horse, Clay set forth on the path to the port, where they would board a vessel to journey southward, landing at the nearest point to Twin Rivers City along the river's edge. There lay a modest port, small yet sufficient for the disembarkation of Clay and his 200 men. Traversing much of White Harbor once more, Clay relished the reverent gazes of its citizens. His valorous act of slaying a Lannister in defense of his family's honor had spread through the taverns, sung by minstrels, and as the young lord of White Harbor, his reputation soared, nearing the point where he could dine without payment, though not quite there yet. Crossing the city walls, Clay and his contingent of 200 arrived at the military port designated for the family fleet, a place where ordinary merchant vessels were prohibited and entry was stringently regulated. Even Clay, beneath the fluttering mermaid banners, was required to declare his identity before being granted access. Since the king in the north, Brandon the Shipburner, had incinerated the remaining warships of the shipwright Brandon, the north had been devoid of a formidable naval presence for over a century. Yet, the Mandler family, guardians of White Harbor, stood as an exception. While they could not rival the Royal Fleet or the Iron Fleet, the immense financial backing of White Harbor allowed Clay to behold a total of 24 warships, primarily composed of large sailing vessels and swift longboats. A burly man clad in rough fabric and barefoot led a small group at the port and approached as Clay's company arrived. "My lord, this is the captain of our voyage. We shall embark on the Old Man of White Harbor to Twin Rivers City." Clay internally scoffed at the naming conventions of these men, but nodded in acknowledgement, disregarding the captain's unrefined appearance, for he knew he might appear no better. The Old Man of White Harbor was a grand sailing ship, primarily designed for engaging enemy vessels and asserting naval dominance, a veritable flagship. "Young Lord Clay, I am Captain Ston of the Old Man of White Harbor, and I assure you of a comfortable voyage." Nodding in response, Clay greeted Captain Ston, who flashed a broad smile and led the company towards the massive ship moored nearby. Their steeds would board a smaller vessel at the rear of the Old Man, tended by dedicated personnel. As he watched Captain Ston traverse the swaying plank connecting the land to the deck with ease, Clay inhaled deeply, stepping onto the plank first under the watchful eyes of his guards. The moment he placed his foot on the board, he felt a strong sensation of instability. Even the Witcher's agility could not aid him now, and his legs trembled. Yet, retreat was not an option. Resolute, Clay reminded himself of his swimming prowess. Even if he fell, he would not drown, merely endure a moment of embarrassment, which was far preferable to succumbing to fear. Summoning great willpower, he regained control over his legs and cautiously made his way across the plank, taking painstaking steps that should have taken mere seconds. Finally, upon reaching the deck, he exhaled in relief. Captain Stan, who had been observing, grinned widely and remarked, "My lord, you surpass many of the incompetent fools I've seen." Few who have seldom sailed manage to cross the plank so quickly and steadily. Maintaining an air of noble composure, Clay acknowledged the captain's praise with a slight nod, though his legs still quivered beneath him. Turning back, he noted that the captain of the guard, accustomed to seafaring, swiftly crossed the board with ease. The majority of the 150 guards, seasoned veterans of White Harbor's military, successfully boarded without incident, save for a few younger ones who faltered. The remaining 50 would board the second vessel, as they had brought war horses requiring oversight. Clay observed that the first action of the guards upon boarding was to remove their heavy armor, donning instead lighter chainmail with less protection. The captain of the guard remained close to Clay, who inquired, "Why the rush to shed your armor? Though danger is scarce in White Harbor, the waters of Bite Bay are rife with pirates." The captain shook his head and replied quietly, "My lord, while aboard, one must lighten their load. Otherwise, the force of the waves will exhaust one's strength under the weight of armor." He glanced at Clay's armor and began to assist him in disrobing. "You are inexperienced on the water. It is only natural. Allow me to remove this armor for you. It serves little purpose. The pirates of Bite Bay lack the audacity to engage our vessels." Given the captain's insistence, Clay acquiesced. Surrounded by such protection, he had little to fear for his safety. And should the ship sink, that very armor would serve as a fine anchor. Entering the independent cabin prepared for him, Clay savored the novel experience aboard the Old Man of White Harbor. Chapter 47. Maritime Power. As the initial sense of unfamiliarity dissipated, the monotonous expanse of the sea began to weigh heavily on Clay, accompanied by the disorienting sensation brought on by the rolling waves. Despite having experienced seasickness on his return to Westeros, he found himself feeling unwell once more. The once spacious cabin now felt painfully cramped, suffocating him with its oppressive atmosphere. Battling the urge to vomit rising in his throat, Clay pushed open the heavy cabin door, hoping the howling sea breeze might alleviate some of his nausea. Upon exiting the cabin, the evening chill of Bite Bay's waters sent a shiver down Clay's spine. A keen-eyed guard, having anticipated his appearance, promptly draped a cloak over his shoulders. Nodding in acknowledgement to the guard, Clay glanced at the tranquil deck and inquired, "Where is Captain Stan?" The guard, clad in a thin garment yet undeterred by the cold due to his busyness, gestured towards a wooden platform at the stern of the ship. "Captain Stan is up there. Would you like me to escort you?" Observing Clay's slightly unsteady demeanor, the guard expressed concern. However, Clay waved him off, despite his discomfort. The formidable constitution of a monster hunter ensured that he could endure the malaise. Ascending the wooden staircase to the platform, he soon spotted the figures of the captain and the head of the guard. The last rays of crimson sunlight were about to vanish beyond the western sea of Bite Bay, leaving only the sound of crashing waves in their wake. Upon hearing footsteps, Captain Stan and the head of the guard turned to face him, revealing that they had been deep in conversation prior to his arrival. The head of the guard quickly approached. "My lord, what brings you up here?" Clay felt the guard's concern was unwarranted. His mutated physique granted him immunity to most ailments, and he was not easily swayed by the sea breeze. "I merely sought some fresh air. The cabin was stifling," he replied, wishing to steer the conversation away from trivial worries. "Gentlemen, what were you just discussing? Might I join the conversation?" Though his tone was polite, in this vessel, Clay was the undisputed commander, and none aboard could refuse his requests. "Of course, my lord," Captain Stan said with a rugged smile, eager to share their recent discussion. "We were talking about this ship beneath our feet. Are you familiar with the fleet of White Harbor?" Clay had to admit ignorance. Since returning to Westeros, he had been preoccupied with various matters and had not kept abreast of his family's affairs. He vaguely knew of a small fleet in White Harbor, but the specifics eluded him. Noticing his lord's shake of the head, Captain Stan patiently began to educate him on the fleet's composition. "My lord, our fleet at present consists of 10 large ships, 12 longships, and 2 galleys, all established under the aegis of the Earl. In the grand scheme of Westeros, where do you suppose we rank? Difficult to say, but without a doubt, Lord Stannis' royal fleet could easily overpower ours. Their number of warships is threefold ours. Moreover, both the Lannisters and the Tyrells possess fleets that rival our own." Clay nodded, finding this information aligned with his suspicions. Yet he sensed Captain Stan had omitted a crucial point. "What of the Iron Islands?" To his surprise, Captain Stan shrugged, his hands raised in resignation. "Them? I would estimate that their fleet, combined with the aforementioned, is roughly comparable. Furthermore, those Ironborn are singularly skilled in shipbuilding. Given time, they could easily amass 200 vessels. Clay knew the Iron Fleet was the foremost naval power in Westeros, yet he had not anticipated such a stark disparity. In naval warfare, barring all other variables, the battle was fundamentally about the number of ships. Moreover, the skill level of their sailors was also inferior to that of the Ironborn, who spent months at sea, honing their craft. This was indeed a predicament, akin to pitting the people of Westeros against the Dothraki in equestrian skills, purely unfair. Just as Clay's burgeoning ambition to dominate the narrow sea began to wane, he inquired, if the Iron Fleet is so formidable, how was Lord Robert able to quell the Greyjoy rebellion? Ah, that is another tale altogether. You are aware of the Royal Fleet as commander, Lord Stannis, I presume? It was he who orchestrated the near annihilation of the Iron Fleet at the Battle of Fair Isle. There is a saying that had he not decimated the Ironborn, Lord Robert's forces would have been rendered impotent, unable to breach the walls of Pike. As Captain Ston recounted the events of the Battle of Fair Isle, his enthusiasm became palpable. In essence, Duke Stannis had deployed a decoy, luring the Iron Fleet into the narrow strait between Fair Isle and the mainland, where he skillfully commanded the Royal Fleet to seal off their escape routes. After a chaotic skirmish, only a handful of iron ships managed to break free, while the remainder was ruthlessly sunk by the iron-willed Duke Stannis. The obliteration of the Iron Fleet granted House Baratheon absolute maritime supremacy over Westeros, allowing Robert to wage war at his discretion, capable of landing anywhere on the Iron Islands at any time. Captain Ston perhaps did not fully appreciate how profoundly the significance of naval power was highlighted in his recounting. Take the North, for instance. Though the Neck presents a formidable natural barrier, it is only so in conventional land warfare. In naval engagements, such obstacles cease to exist. The Neck is difficult to traverse? I shall simply go around it. How did Theon Greyjoy penetrate Winterfell? He did not advance northward through the Neck, but rather landed unopposed along the scarcely defended western coastline, striking at the city during its most vulnerable moment. If such was the case for an inland city, then Clay's own home, White Harbor, lay directly by the sea. Should conflict arise, the Manderley family would be compelled to allocate sufficient defensive forces in this, the fifth largest city in Westeros. In the absence of naval superiority, failing to maintain adequate garrison strength would equate to surrendering White Harbor to the enemy. It is vital to recognize that a significant portion of the Manderley family's power is sustained by the immense wealth generated by White Harbor. It seemed imperative that he advise his father to invest in a more formidable navy. Alas, he truly was a spendthrift. Chapter 48. King's Landing as Eddard Stark. The current hand of the king found himself ensnared in the quagmire of politics in King's Landing. The ship Old Man of White Harbor sailed southward through the biting winds of Bite Bay. Seated upon a wooden platform, Eddard observed the raucous antics of King Robert Baratheon within the grandest of pavilions, his countenance icy enough to freeze the very air around him. This tournament, held in his name, had squandered nearly 100,000 gold dragons, a paltry sum for a vast realm, yet the treasury was depleted. Not only was the royal coffers empty, but the crown's debts had soared beyond 200,000 gold dragons, encompassing the loans from Bravo's Iron Bank and the substantial debts owed to Lord Tywin Lannister of the Westerlands. The expenses for hosting the tournament, along with the promised prizes, had been borrowed from the king's father-in-law, Duke Tywin, and upon learning this, Eddard Stark felt an overwhelming desire to cease the tournament immediately. Alas, it was a festivity organized by his former brother-in-arms, now king, and halting it was not within his power. In the arena, two heavily armored knights charged at one another, their lances splintering upon impact. These specially treated jousting lances were prone to breakage and were costly to procure. Watching the two squires dutifully present their masters with fresh lances, Eddard's heart bled at the sight. With no funds, how could he, as hand of the king, govern the realm? The royal expenditures, the maintenance of the royal fleet, all necessitated gleaming gold dragons. Where was he to conjure such wealth? He had no intention of soliciting funds from the aging lion. At times, he found himself admiring the current master of coin, Peter Baelish, for managing to sustain the royal finances amid such a significant deficit for so many years without error. Indeed, a remarkable feat, yet Eddard understood well that Duke Tywin was not providing support out of goodwill. The Iron Throne owed a considerable debt to Casterly Rock, which Tywin had chosen to overlook. Yet in exchange, a multitude of Lannisters had infiltrated the Red Keep over the years. King Robert, despite numerous reminders from the former hand, Jon Arryn, remained oblivious to these matters. After spending some time in King's Landing, Eddard discerned that the scent of lions was far more pervasive than that of stags within the walls of the Red Keep. He had initially been reluctant to participate in what he deemed a frivolous contest of lance and tilt, believing that true martial prowess was forged upon the battlefield. Such games, reminiscent of childish play, seemed to serve no purpose beyond eliciting the shrill shrieks of adorned noble women. However, with his daughter present in the grandstands, Thoughts of his sister Lina compelled him to set aside his duties and attend the event. Robert had confided in him that his prince, Joffrey, was betrothed to Sansa. Yet, as fate would have it, when Loras Tyrell presented a flower to Sansa, Eddard's breath hitched momentarily. His expression soured, but upon reflection, he realized that the Knight of Flowers had no engagement binding him, and the Tyrells were not particularly close to his own family. Gazing intently at the young knight, resplendent in polished armor, Eddard's battlefield-honed instincts sensed that Loras was likely more style than substance. Having just heard the herald announce, Loras would face the infamous mountain. Eddard mused that the Na'vi Tyrell might soon learn a harsh lesson at the hands of a Lannister hound. As the competitors prepared, the distance between them was a mere 200 meters, a safe enough span, ensuring that even the finest steeds could not reach full gallop. With insufficient speed, the impact would be mitigated, offering some protection to the fallen southern lords. Eddard's gaze shifted to the other side, where Ser Gregor Clegane, a mountain of a man, loomed large upon his steed, casting an imposing shadow over the comparatively slender Loras Tyrell. Eddard surmised that in their first clash, the Knight of Flowers would likely be unseated. As the contestants readied themselves, the steeds surged forward, yet the distance was insufficient to accelerate their speed, regardless of their rider's skill. The two knights quickly drew near. But to Eddard's astonishment, it appeared that the mountain's horse had gone awry, refusing to heed its rider's commands. As they closed the gap, Loras thrust his lance forward, only for the mountain's steed to break free of its control. In Eddard's eyes, a mass of armored flesh and steel collided violently with the ground, eliciting gasps from the spectators. Furrowing his brow, Eddard found himself begrudgingly pleased at the mountain's misfortune, for he held no affection for the Lannister brood, who had led the slaughter of the Targaryens and committed heinous acts in the fall of King's Landing. Yet, standing behind the mountain was Duke Tywin. Eddard had no recourse but to endure the mountain's display of dominance, even as he held the title of Hand. As the victor, Loras raised his ornate sword to bask in the cheers of the surrounding women, but in the next moment, the mountain, seething with rage, seized a sword from a nearby squire and bellowed in fury. With a vicious swing, he severed the neck of the horse that had caused his defeat. Bright crimson blood gushed forth from the severed artery, staining the ground, and the applause of the crowd was abruptly silenced. All eyes were fixed upon the enraged loser. And soon, the first piercing scream from a woman in the audience shattered the tension, rapidly followed by a chorus of shrieks. Eddard Stark found no pleasure in this turn of events, not because he feared blood. He had long since grown accustomed to it. Since his arrival in King's Landing, the city had continually surprised him with its unpredictable nature. Suddenly, the words of Jon Arryn echoed in his mind. The seeds are strong. He could not yet decipher the meaning behind those words, but he understood that in the moments before death, one's utterances held profound significance. The overwhelming stench of blood filled his nostrils, leaving him deeply unsettled. Chapter 49. The city of Twin Rivers. The scent of bloodshed from Junlin could scarcely reach the tranquil expanse of the riverlands. Upon disembarking, Clay set foot on a weathered boulder along the shore, while behind him, the White Harbor Guard was completing their assembly. The captain of the guard, now clad in lighter yet formidable armor, tread carefully over the sandy and earthen terrain, making his way to his young master. Having arrived in the riverlands, they were now firmly in the southern territories. Despite the short distance, Clay felt no chill. Rather, beads of sweat began to form along his back. For this place was far warmer than White Harbor. My lord, we should be able to set forth in about an hour. Though the riverlands boasted a dense population, no souls could be seen along the rugged beach. Clay and his companions possessed ample provisions, but finding signs of civilization was of utmost importance. This was not the captain's first journey along this route, yet it had been a year since their last departure from White Harbor to the city of Twin Rivers. The dilapidated dock remained unchanged, but the path leading inland had vanished from memory. After much searching through the thick undergrowth, the captain finally discovered the remnants of a trail once traversed. Curiously, the dock did not appear to have been neglected for an entire year. Numerous ships had journeyed from White Harbor to land in the riverlands, suggesting that maintenance had perhaps been undertaken. The captain was uncertain. Briefly reporting the situation to Clay, the captain stood by, awaiting his master's command. The elder had specifically instructed him that all decisions during this journey must originate from Clay. While the captain possessed the experience to voice dissent, it was imperative that he refrained until Clay concluded his deliberations. Captain Ston and the grand sailboat, the elder of White Harbor, had already departed. According to their agreement, upon Clay's departure from the city of Twin Rivers, he would send a raven back to White Harbor, signaling his safe passage, after which the captain would return with his fleet. Observing the darkening sky above and the increasingly dense foliage surrounding them, Clay made his decision to establish a camp, kindle a fire, and arrange for night watch patrols, for they were no longer in familiar territory. The captain contemplated the memory of a small village not far from the trees, hoping to seek refuge there for the night, as it would provide shelter. However, the overgrown path left him uncertain of the village's existence. With this in mind, he felt no need to oppose his master's decision, especially as he lacked the courage to defy Clay, even with the authorization from Count Wayman. With orders given, 200 trained soldiers swiftly began gathering firewood, seemingly having anticipated this scenario, as they had brought along around 50 pieces of camping equipment. Clay, sword drawn, meandered among them, occasionally engaging in brief conversations with resting soldiers. Though many exchanges were mundane and devoid of substance, it was evident that the soldiers felt considerably more at ease than before. As the sun dipped below the horizon once again, the soldiers had constructed a rudimentary encampment, with horses corralled within wooden enclosures and numerous sentinels stationed around the perimeter. Outside the camp, 2 experienced hunting teams of 10 men each were dispatched, fully armed, plunging into the woods. Their task was simple: to drive away any nearby beasts, ensuring the camp remained undisturbed through the night. Of course, should fortune favor them, they would not mind capturing some game for a more sumptuous dinner. The following morning, under the guidance of the captain, Clay led 200 cavalrymen into the relatively modest forest. To call it a forest was somewhat misleading. The vegetation resembled tall shrubs. The leading captain had to find a suitable path to prevent the horses from sustaining injuries from the dense underbrush. After spending much of the day navigating through the thicket, Clay finally laid eyes on the King's Road, which connected the north and south. The sight of this road confirmed their direction was correct, allowing them to proceed. 3 days later, they encountered a patrol from the Forey family near the Green Fork River. The timid soldier, upon seeing the sudden appearance of 200 fully armed cavalrymen, turned pale and drew his sword. Had he not recognized the mermaid banners fluttering among the White Harbor forces, he might have fled in terror. "Greetings, Forey forces. We are the army of White Harbor, escorting young Master Clay to the city of Twin Rivers to visit the esteemed Lord Wade Forey." The captain emphasized the title Lord, as there were several individuals named Wade within the Forey family, and he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. Evidently, the Forey family had informed their patrol of Clay's arrival, and they appeared quite welcoming, as the soldier's demeanor shifted to one of marked respect. "My lord, allow me to guide you to the city of Twin Rivers." Unaware of Clay's identity, he bowed to the crowd, and Clay refrained from revealing himself, rendering any inquiries inappropriate. Nodding in acknowledgement, Clay felt a subtle easing of tension within him. The latter part of this journey had been akin to a wilderness expedition, with only fleeting glimpses of others along the King's Road. The Forey soldier led the way, and Clay summoned the nearby captain. Engage him in conversation. Ascertain any information regarding the Forey family. Additionally, I must know whom he intends to present us to, as we cannot afford to misstep at the gates of Twin Rivers. After pondering for half a minute, the captain grasped his master's intent. He understood the complexities of the Forey family's factions, but recognized that, as a non-noble, he could not approach the matter from a noble's perspective. In Clay's eyes, it was imperative that he meet Lord Wade Forey directly. As for the other Foreys, he would formulate a plan once he established contact with the White Sea Guard present there. To engage with these Foreys without caution could lead to unforeseen complications. Clay found such entanglements bothersome and was wholly disinterested. Before departing, the overseer of the White Sea Guard, Riverwind, had informed Clay that he had dispatched all available personnel to Twin Rivers, and someone would reach out to him upon his arrival. Following the Forey soldier onward, Clay finally beheld the Green Fork River, the bridge, and the countless banners of the Twin Towers fluttering atop the fortress at the bridge's end. This was the city of Twin Rivers. At first glance, Clay's mind was consumed by a singular thought. If he were to lead an assault, how would he conquer this stronghold? Chapter 50. The abundance of phrase here indeed, as expected by Clay. The sentinel guiding them towards the city of Riveron belonged to a faction of House Fry. According to the captain of the escort who returned to Clay's side, had he not inquired, Clay and his companions would have been directly led to Sir Ennis Fry. From the intelligence Clay had reviewed in White Harbor regarding the Fry family, this Ennis Fry was the third son of Lord Walder Fry, the current ruler of Riveron. Following Clay's wishes, the captain remained close to the sentinel, and as they finally came into sight of Riveron's watchtower, a resounding horn echoed across the banks. Cavalry had arrived. Although the city gates were not immediately closed, Clay, with his keen eyesight, observed farmers and merchants frantically rushing through the gates, clearly intimidated by the sudden appearance of the cavalry. For Lord Walder Fry, the long-standing patriarch of House Fry, he was instantly aware of Clay's arrival. While holding the hand of a great-granddaughter, he had been rambling on. But upon seeing the banner of House Manderley outside the city, he quickly realized who was coming. He promptly released the hand he had been gently caressing, stood up from his soft chair with much delight, and commanded his steward, "Our guest from White Harbor has arrived. Go, offer them the finest hospitality." The heir. Clay, that is his name, correct? Please invite him to meet me. "Yes, my lord," the steward replied, bowing before preparing to leave, only to be halted by the lord's voice. Remember, do not let my foolish sons or grandsons take the heir from White Harbor away first. Tell them to behave themselves. As a powerful noble of the Riverlands, House Fry had built its wealth upon the bridge spanning the Green Fork River. Merchants and farmers alike, wishing to cross, were obliged to pay a substantial toll, which enabled House Fry to become the second most prominent noble family in the Riverlands. To speak frankly, without this financial backing, Walder Fry could not have claimed to be anything but a latecomer to the Fry legacy, for had his family been weak, he would have had no power of choice. Having experienced this firsthand, Lord Walder Fry understood well the profound depth of the Manderley family's resources, who presided over a port city, though not renowned for their martial prowess. They commanded respect that no one could disregard. It is well known that with gold comes soldiers. Even if their soldiers lacked fighting strength, could three not overpower one? As long as there was gold, an army was never a concern. Originally, Lord Wylis Manderley of White Harbor had no male heir, leading House Fry to entertain thoughts of marrying Wylis's eldest daughter, Velveth. The motives were clear to Earl Wyman, who, after politely declining their advances, sent them away. For a time, Walder Fry had quelled his ambitions towards White Harbor, but upon hearing of Clay's return and his lack of any betrothal, his aspirations were reignited. It was certain that a daughter of House Fry would marry into White Harbor, but who said a woman could not have a hand in the affairs of White Harbor? Just look at Lady Lisa Tully, who now holds sway over the Vale alongside her son, Rob Aaron. Though her power may appear tenuous, that was Lisa's own predicament. Walder Fry believed his own family could handle such matters significantly better. Thus, eager for news, Lord Walder Fry dispatched raven after raven to White Harbor. And now his efforts bore fruit. The Merman banner had at last appeared in Riveron. The steward, understanding his lord's intent, acknowledged and turned to leave. At this moment, Clay's forces had reached the outskirts of the city. Due to the small size of Riveron, House Frey's own troops were stationed outside the city, making it impossible for Clay to bring all 200 cavalry within. After some deliberation, the captain led 50 men, accompanying Clay as they crossed the bridge into Riveron. Upon entering the city, they had not ridden far when the leading sentinel could no longer contain himself and expressed his thoughts candidly. My lord, allow me to take you directly to Lord Ennis. He is the third son of Lord Walder Fry, and it would be quite simple for him to escort you to meet the lord. Seeing that the sentinel had abandoned pretense, Clay had no desire to indulge him in a charade. Just as he was about to decline, a knight clad in light armor, adorned with the double bridge emblem of House Fry, galloped forth. It was evident that he was confident in his riding skills, charging between the sentinel and Clay, only to be halted by the White Harbor guards, who had already reached for their swords. Noticing the unsavory expressions on the faces of the White Harbor contingent, the knight managed a grim smile as he introduced himself. Which of you is Lord Clay? I am Peter Fry, grandson of Sir Stephen Fry, the firstborn of Lord Walder. Ah, a great-grandson of House Fry, yet Clay found himself utterly unimpressed by the name. Observing the knight closely, he noted that although Peter appeared somewhat younger than himself, his unattractive features and dark complexion made him seem far older. According to intelligence, Sir Stephen was indeed the rightful first heir of Lord Walder Fry. So was Peter representing the firstborn faction of House Fry? After posing this question, Peter struck the sentinel with his whip, and the defeated sentinel, realizing his failure, departed without resistance, muttering under his breath as he left. Once the sentinel was dealt with, Peter seemed oblivious to the disdainful glances from the White Harbor group and reiterated his earlier query. Is Lord Clay present? I am Peter Fry, grandson of Sir Stephen Fry, the firstborn of Lord Walder. I will take you to meet my grandfather, who will then escort you to meet the Lord. Clay was perplexed. He was directly invited by Lord Walder Fry, so why did everyone presume he must go through them to gain an audience? Were they looking down on him? However, ignoring Peter Fry was hardly an option, and Clay's intention for this visit to Riverrun was to navigate smoothly through the situation, so he decided to play along. Contemplating his response, Clay rode forth from the crowd and calmly answered Peter Fray's inquiry. I am Clay Manderley, and you are Peter Fry. Greetings. He refrained from agreeing to meet Sir Stephen Fry, remaining resolutely in place. In truth, he had no desire to meet this Stephen, even if he was the first heir of Lord Walder Fry. Just as he hesitated, an older voice broke the impasse. Peter, step aside. The Lord wishes to invite this Lord Clay directly to the tower. You may return now. Watching Peter Fray's face contort in displeasure, Clay mused to himself that he had already encountered 3 or 4 Frays in this brief encounter. The concentration of Frays in this city was indeed quite remarkable. Chapter 51. Guess the city of Twin Rivers is not particularly large. It might be more accurate to describe it as a bridge adorned with 2 massive fortifications at either end. Krieg and his companions entered the city through the fortress on the eastern side of the Green Fork River, now standing not far from the entrance. Examining his surroundings, Krieg, who was evidently of a higher status within the Fry family than the great-grandson Peter Fry, remained unaware of the man's identity. Peter Fry, visibly displeased, departed hastily. He could not afford to offend the elderly steward who had served the Lord Marquis for decades. In the Fry family, apart from a few exceptions, who would dare to cross this seemingly unremarkable old man? To offend him could spell disaster, for if he whispered a word into the Marquis's ear, one would be in grave peril. At the age of 90, the Marquis's judgments regarding family matters had become increasingly arbitrary. As the soldiers and knights departed, the unfamiliar figure before Krieg made no attempt to introduce himself. He simply turned and led the way, pausing only to add, "I am the Marquis's steward. No one in this city would dare impersonate me. I invite you, esteemed guests, to the main keep, where the Lord has prepared salt and bread for you." This is the renowned custom of guest rite in Westeros. Once a guest partakes of the host's salt and bread, neither party may harm the other during their stay, lest they violate sacred laws that neither the old nor new gods would condone. The nobility of Westeros genuinely uphold this tradition. Despite the bloody battles and ruthless intrigues throughout history, few dare to trample upon this seemingly weak law. Nonetheless, Krieg, well aware of the Fry family's true nature, harbored no illusions that they would honor the sacred rite of hospitality. In a certain light, possessing magic placed him closer to the gods than others, and he dismissed the notion of divine retribution as mere superstition. The infamous Red Wedding had witnessed the Freys trampling upon the rights of guests, yet they suffered no repercussions. Walder Frey's son ascended as the Lord of the Twins, rapidly expanding their domain. As for the subsequent targeting by the Brotherhood without banners and the infamous assassin Arya Stark, that bore little relevance to the gods, stemming purely from the Freys' failure to secure proper defenses. After consuming a small piece of somewhat salty bread, Krieg performed the ritual of guest rite in the Great Hall of the Twin Rivers Keep. Opposite him, slightly elevated, sat a massive black oak chair, where a small, gray-clad elder huddled, his tiny eyes fixed upon Krieg. Undoubtedly, this was the 90-year-old Lord of Twin Rivers, Walder Fry. Reluctantly, acknowledging the elder's age and status, Krieg initiated the greeting. "The Mandlers send their regards, esteemed Lord of Twin Rivers. I, Krieg Mandler, thank you for your hospitality." A wrinkled, toothless old man smiling lacked any semblance of grace, especially given his particularly unattractive features. Lord Walder Fry appeared satisfied with Krieg's demeanor, noting that this young heir displayed considerably more courtesy than his grandfather, that old eel. In a raspy voice that emerged from aged vocal cords, Lord Fry welcomed him. "Welcome, Krieg Mandler. I trust you will find the hospitality of Twin Rivers to your satisfaction. The Fry family shall ensure your safety." Krieg thought to himself that trusting him was akin to jumping into the Green Fork River to drown, yet he maintained a facade of cordiality. Bowing in acknowledgement to conclude the guest rite ritual, guided by the steward, Krieg departed the hall. With the evening still some time away, the formal introduction awaited them at the banquet that night, where the principal members of House Fry would be present, including the wife they had prepared for him. For reasons unknown, despite White Harbor's coastal location, Krieg noticed that the rooms here were far more damp than those in White Harbor. Upon entering, his sensitive nose detected the unmistakable scent of mildew. Frowning, Krieg opened all the windows in the room, though it did little good, as he could see the Green Fork River flowing southward through the open panes. His 50 guards had been assigned to a separate building where other Fry retainers resided, but at the insistence of the captain, 10 guards and the captain himself were accommodated in nearby rooms. After the old steward ushered Krieg into his chamber, he stood resolutely at the stairway like an unyielding, gnarled tree. Initially puzzled by this behavior, Krieg soon understood as he observed wave after wave of individuals attempting to ascend to this level. Lord Walder Fry had dispatched a sentinel to guard him. To be fair, this action from Lord Fry aligned well with Krieg's desires. He had no wish to be disturbed, at least not at that moment. The captain of the guards insisted on inspecting Krieg's quarters, and Krieg acquiesced. The loyal captain remained unaware that Krieg, having trained in basic wolf-style swordsmanship and possessing 5 magical sigils along with a formidable constitution immune to most poisons, was not easily dispatched. Moreover, Krieg had committed no scandalous act that would breach his betrothal. Why would the Fry family seek to eliminate him? He was certain that should he perish here, his own father would declare war on Twin Rivers. It was prudent to maintain a low profile upon his arrival. He awaited an opportunity to contact the White Harbor watchman lurking nearby, believing that the insights of these intelligence operatives regarding the complex relationships within House Fry would be far more practical than his own analysis. Although Krieg was acutely aware that he could trust only half of what he learned. As the sun dipped low, turning a fiery red, Krieg felt no hint of chill in the air. A series of knocks echoed at the door, and the steward's aged voice called out, "Lord Krieg, the banquet is ready. The Marquis invites you to the main hall for the feast. Please follow me." Nodding slightly, Krieg adjusted his lavish attire, recognizing that while such appearances might seem trivial, they could wield significant influence at times. Navigating the dimly lit corridor, Krieg arrived at the Great Hall of the Keep about 10 minutes later. Through the half-opened heavy oak doors, he could hear a cacophony of voices. It was not merely one or two individuals shouting, but rather a multitude engaged in hushed conversation, creating a low hum. It seemed Lord Fry had been correct. Indeed, most members of House Fry had gathered, for such a turnout would not have occurred otherwise. Taking a deep breath, Krieg pushed open the door that felt as though it separated two worlds. Chapter 52. A game of chance. The arrival of Clay momentarily hushed the previously raucous hall. Though this tranquility was short-lived, an elderly gentleman, appearing to be of similar age, raised his glass and boisterously proclaimed, "Welcome, our esteemed guest, Clay Mandler." His words were met with enthusiastic responses from many members of the Fry family, as several raised their goblets or clapped their hands against the dark-hued long table, creating a cacophony of sounds. Marquis Walder Fry extended his gnarled hand, gesturing towards the chair before him, signaling Clay to take his place at the head table, where he was the guest of honor. With no hesitation, Clay strode confidently to the chair that had been prepared for him. The Marquis scrutinized him for a moment before speaking earnestly. "It appears that the old eel of White Harbor has found a worthy heir, unlike myself, who is burdened with a brood of foolish sons and grandsons." Clay suppressed a frown. Had it been anyone else, such a remark about one's own father would have been unacceptable. Yet, facing this venerable gentleman, who at 90 years of age was still more youthful than both himself and his father combined, he could only mutter curses inwardly. He chose not to respond, instead sitting quietly and awaiting the Marquis's next words, as previous intelligence indicated that this nobleman held a strong sense of family loyalty. As expected, Marquis Walder seemed unfazed by Clay's silence and eagerly began to introduce his family members. He pointed to the man who had welcomed Clay upon his entrance, saying, "This is Steve Fry, my eldest son and heir, who is even older than your grandfather. What a misfortune it is to have me as his father." Upon uttering this, the Marquis appeared quite pleased, though it remained unclear whether his joy stemmed from his heir or from his advanced age. As he took a hearty swig of red wine amidst a laugh reminiscent of a night owl, "The lad who intercepted you on the road today, Peter, is his grandson." Though spoken in jest, the Marquis's tone betrayed a palpable tension, as Clay noticed Steve's expression shift to one of discomfort. With this single remark, the old Marquis asserted his absolute dominion over the information in Riverrun while simultaneously chastising his son. The Fry family was indeed a labyrinth of internal complexities. Clay acknowledged Sir Steve with a nod, recognizing the necessity of politeness. The Marquis then shifted his focus to the opposite end of the long table, indicating a tall, balding man. "This is my third son, Aemon. As for my second son, that lad is under the strict guidance of his wife, a golden-haired Lannister lioness, and has not graced my presence for quite some time." Clay was already aware of this situation, as the steward had cautioned him in a previous report that the Marquis's second son, Aemon, harbored strong Lannister inclinations. This was largely attributed to his marriage to a Lannister woman, whose formidable lineage was anchored by her brother, Tywin Lannister. The report had strongly advised against any engagement with Aemon Fry and his offspring residing in Riverrun, a sentiment with which Clay wholeheartedly agreed. The festivities continued as the Marquis introduced his remaining sons attending the banquet, showing little interest in his grandchildren, as a man of 90 might be expected to do. Clay offered polite nods to the sons, whose ages spanned over 50 years, noting their rather unfortunate appearances. It seemed to be a genetic trait, as the Fry men possessed distinctly weasel-like features. Once the introductions concluded, the Marquis clinked his glass, announcing the formal commencement of the banquet. The hall erupted into a lively din, for most of the invited guests had little to do with the evening's theme. They were merely responding to the summons of Marquis Walder. A select few, however, were exceptions, as the long table was cleared, creating a spacious area designated for dancing. Such was the nature of noble gatherings in Westeros. Observing that Clay showed no intention of taking to the dance floor, the Marquis signaled to his steward. As a result, a throng of Fry men and women entered the dance space, alleviating the slight awkwardness that had settled earlier. Clay could dance. Though his skills were merely a remnant from childhood training, he did not consider himself particularly adept. Initially concerned that his abilities might embarrass White Harbor, he soon realized his worries were unfounded upon witnessing the Fry family's dancing. It would be an understatement to say their performances were lacking in grace. Rather, they resembled pairs of individuals jumping about in a haphazard manner, with many hands uncomfortably wandering. Fully aware that he had no choice but to join the festivities, Clay remained seated, donning a smile, sipping from his goblet, and occasionally offering applause. Throughout this, he noted at least 5 or 6 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. He discreetly glanced in their direction. Women, young women, of ages ranging from 12 to nearly 30. It became evident to Clay that these were the females the Fry family had prepared for him. His moment of tranquility did not last long, as one of the Fry women, having adjusted her gown, approached him. Sir Steve's voice promptly reached Clay's ears. "My Lord Clay, This is my granddaughter, Wida. She is of a similar age to you. Understanding the implications of this introduction, Clay immediately recognized her name as Wida Fry, the first mention in his reports. He could feel the weight of many gazes, both overt and subtle, lingering upon him and Wida Fry. Though he found the attention unwelcome, he remained indifferent, as it truly did not concern him. Wida Fry, known as the beautiful Wida, possessed a voice that matched her youth, clear and direct. However, Clay did not believe her appearance warranted such an epithet. She merely passed for acceptable. My Lord Clay, may I invite you to dance? Wida asked, displaying a remarkable lack of hesitation. Here in Riverrun, such a request was one Clay could not refuse. Nodding, he set down his goblet adorned with a double bridge motif and rose to his feet. With Sir Steve observing with a hint of satisfaction, Clay accepted the hand extended by Wida Fry. Chapter 53. A sleepless night. The air was saturated with an overpowering scent of perfume as Clay moved with a stiff gait, half-heartedly responding to the meticulously prepared questions posed by Wida Fry. As a man, he certainly appreciated the flattery of women. However, the realization that such praise was entirely rehearsed dissipated any sense of pride he might have felt, leaving it as fleeting as a wisp of smoke. Wida Fry's attire was equally deliberate, clinging closely to her form in an apparent attempt to accentuate her rather ample bosom. During their dance, Clay felt the gentle press of soft curves against him more than once. He discreetly sidestepped, his face remaining unflushed, treating the encounter as though nothing had occurred. At that moment, it was especially crucial to keep his composure, for he was all too aware of the Fry family's notorious reputation for cunning. He understood very well what intentions they harbored. Interestingly, while spinning Wida Fry around by the waist, Clay noticed a shadowy figure leaning against a stout stone pillar in the hall. He sensed an unsettling gaze directed at him from this individual, which felt almost hostile. Was it a rival? He had anticipated such complications. Clay silently mocked the situation. The Fry family was vast, and it was hardly surprising that their offspring struggled to maintain decorum. As the music concluded, Clay released Wida Fry's hand without a moment's hesitation, offering her a polite smile, while turning his back to shield himself from her lingering, melancholic gaze. He returned to his seat, opting not to touch the cup he had previously set down, but rather requesting a fresh drink from a passing server. Although as a monster hunter he harbored no fear of common poisons, he chose to err on the side of caution. Clay knew that his actions would not escape the notice of Marquis Wida Fry perched above, but what did it matter? To expect him to drink recklessly in an unfamiliar setting would only serve to paint him as a fool. As he clinked glasses with Sir Stephen, Clay heard the latter's inquiry. Clay, my granddaughter is rather lovely, isn't she? I must confess, she is the most beautiful girl along the banks of the Green Fork. The remark was rather blunt, and Clay could only smile in agreement, his gaze drifting to Wida Fry, who had returned to her seat and was animatedly conversing with several other women of the Fry clan. He sighed inwardly. Just a month prior, she barely knew her own identity, yet now she approached him with her family's ambitions, even attempting to seduce him. How much of this was genuine? Perhaps only she could fathom the truth. Fate was indeed capricious. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Clay counted the dances he had shared with Sir Stephen's 2 granddaughters and Geoffrey Frey's granddaughter, as well as a conversation with a 13-year-old granddaughter of Inez Fry about his experiences in Essos. Oh, and there was also Eily Fry, daughter of Simon Fry, who, despite being of a higher generation than those previously mentioned, was still a year or 2 younger than Wida Fry. In summary, after enduring an evening surrounded by Fry girls, even the formidable nerves of a monster hunter felt a profound weariness, as if his very essence had been drained. While the hosts appeared jovial, at least on the surface, the atmosphere became increasingly raucous after Marquis Wida Fry had to take his leave for rest due to his advanced age. Boisterous shouts and the occasional shriek from women echoed through the hall, resembling a chaotic revelry. Clay seized the opportunity to feign inebriation, allowing the captain of the White Harbor Guard, who had finally arrived to rescue him, to escort him back to his chamber. My lord, are you all right? Once assured that no one was outside, the captain stationed 2 guards at the door, closed it behind them, and turned to the suddenly alert Clay with a puzzled expression. Do you think I could easily succumb to these Frey's attempts to intoxicate me? Clay shot a sidelong glance at the captain, annoyance clear in his tone. Even the dullest of minds would have realized that their lord was merely pretending to be drunk. The captain rolled his eyes, contemplating something unknown. Clay noticed the captain's gaze seemed somewhat peculiar, as he scrutinized him, finally speaking cautiously. My lord, we shall not guard your door tonight. If you require anything, just call for us loudly. With this strange remark, the captain exited swiftly, his expression suggesting a shared understanding amongst men that was enigmatic. What was that about? Clay thought. Bewildered, he did not worry about their neglecting his safety, but he indeed struggled to comprehend the meaning behind the captain's expression. Time passed swiftly, and the moon outside traversed a considerable distance across the night sky. As the clamor of Twin River City gradually faded, Clay knew the banquet must have concluded. He intended to remain here for a week before conjuring an excuse to summon his father via Raven back home. In truth, the manner of his return was of little consequence, as this invitation was never predicated on a betrothal. With White Harbor at his back, Clay felt no apprehension that the phrase would attempt to enforce any breach of contract upon him. They could offer him a fry woman, but unless... At this thought, Clay began to understand the underlying meaning behind the captain's cryptic reference to his silver smile. Just then, in the darkness, he heard the soft sound of the door being opened, the lock clicking. Who could it be? Clay's heart raced, his hand instinctively reaching for the longsword he had deliberately placed upon the bed. The blade remained unsheathed, allowing for a swifter response should danger arise. But then, he caught a whiff of an increasingly familiar perfume, Wada Fry. My heavens, what was she doing here? In the next moment, under the luminous moonlight, Clay beheld Wada Fry entering the room stealthily, now clad in a different outfit. Clearly unprepared for Clay's wakefulness, she was visibly startled upon meeting his gaze, her expression shifting through various emotions. Wada Fry, at this late hour, you... Clay began awkwardly, attempting to break the silence. Yet he barely finished his sentence before noticing her hand resting on her shoulder strap. At this juncture, it was impossible for Clay not to grasp her intentions. She aimed to consummate their encounter. Was such urgency truly necessary? He could almost hear her breathing grow deeper and more erratic, prompting Clay to leap from his prone position. By the gods, this was intolerable. Clay lamented silently. Chapter 54. The efficacy of the Yaxisai seal. Though it had been delivered to him on a silver platter, Krell felt no inclination towards the rather unremarkable Wada Fry. Should he find himself entangled with her, he would surely invite a cascade of troubles. My lord, she began. Her fervent words halted abruptly as Krell's hand appeared before her, a pale green sigil, flashing briefly like a falling star. Thank goodness for the Yaxisai seal, Krell thought. Grateful for his hunter's mark that had given him a moment's reprieve, he momentarily restrained Wada Fry, whose disheveled state was flailing awkwardly in the air. With a slight exhale of relief, he commanded her to don her garments and await him at the door. Now, the most pressing dilemma was discerning whether her actions were of her own volition or orchestrated by another. If it were the former, Krell could simply dismiss the encounter after thoroughly depleting any potential desires, assuring Wada Fry that nothing had transpired. However, if it were the latter, complications would arise. It would imply that Wada Fry's movements were under surveillance, and the longer she lingered, the greater Krell's troubles would become. Frustrated with himself for not preventing the captain of the guard's departure, he chided his own naivety, realizing too late that he had overestimated the boundaries of the phrase. However, ruminating on past mistakes was futile. He promptly inquired, Wada Fry, did someone send you to find me this evening? The woman, her eyes devoid of vitality, faced away from him, responding in a mechanical tone, Yes, my lord. My father, Walden, instructed me to climb into your bed. He will come for me in the morning. Stop, you needn't say any more. Krell was at a loss for words. It felt like a bizarre twist of fate, encountering such an absurd scenario. Aside from your father, who else knows you came to see me? He pressed. My grandfather, Stephen, but he rejected my father's proposal. Fortunately, the circle of knowledge was small. And with her father arriving the following morning, Krell was granted time to devise a strategy. Yet, he could not fathom why these individuals were so reckless, so eager to deliver their daughter unto him, seemingly unconcerned about the repercussions of such actions. Krell realized he had drastically underestimated the Fry family's intent to present him with a legitimate wife bearing their name. The room fell silent. Despite the presence of a lone man and woman, there was no hint of romantic tension. After a moment's pause, Krell declared, Wada Fry, you did indeed come to find Krell Mandler this evening, but you seem to have mistaken his room. You did not locate him. Now, leave and return to your quarters to rest. Whatever the case, this woman needed to depart swiftly. Any further incidents could lead to complications that would be difficult to explain. Yes, my lord. Her response remained as stiff as before, and she exited the room. Krell watched her descend the staircase and vanish from sight. Allowing himself a moment of relief, he then hastened back to a location near his own quarters, where the captain of the guard resided. Just as he approached the door, it creaked open, revealing a perplexed expression on the captain's face illuminated by the flickering candlelight in the corridor. Come, we need to speak in my room, Krell said coldly. Had it not been for the captain's misinterpretation of his intentions, this harrowing evening could have been avoided. Seeing the displeasure on Krell's face, the captain realized he might have committed a grave error. 10 minutes earlier, he had spied Wada Fry visiting his lord, and had even taken a moment to admire her ample figure, feeling a twinge of envy towards Krell. He had not considered the potential for trouble, believing that such encounters were commonplace among noblemen. Moments later, Wada Fry exited Krell's chamber with a stiff gait, having just internally derided his prowess, only to be confronted by Krell's dark expression. Did you know this would happen? Krell's inquiry left the captain taken aback. unsure of how to respond. My lord, I assumed you were not intoxicated and were waiting for such an occurrence. Wada's behavior is quite common among nobles. Krell was left speechless. What could he possibly say? Was he too naive, or was the captain overthinking? After a moment of silence, Krell chose to abandon the topic and directly commanded the captain, from this moment forth, express your thoughts clearly. No more of this unspoken understanding. Bring your men. I do not wish for anyone to enter after midnight. The captain left in a daze, having realized that nothing had transpired in Krell's room, and quickly understood that he had misinterpreted his lord's intentions. He believed Krell had grasped the situation, while in truth, Krell was entirely unaware. Having been taken by surprise by Wada Fry, cold sweat beaded on the captain's brow as he gathered those guards he had dismissed earlier, ignoring their complaints and scanning every corner of the floor with vigilance. Just because Krell had not pursued him this time did not guarantee he would be so fortunate in the future. Krell's handling of Wada Fry was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Although his Yakusai seal was not potent enough to induce long-term memory alteration, it was sufficient to confuse Wada Fray's mind. Upon returning to her quarters, she remained oblivious to the fact that she had been hypnotized. Her mind was caught between Krell's assertion that she was lost and her memory of approaching his residence. Regardless of the chaos in her memory, she could at least comprehend that her mission had failed. No one but her father could attest to her visit to Krell's room. Hence her claim of having shared his bed was utterly unfounded. The crucial point was that when her father, Walden Fry, came to find her in the morning, he would discover that his daughter was not in her bed, thereby exonerating Krell. Whatever Wada Fry might say afterward would be inconsequential. Trouble loomed ahead, and Krell rubbed his temples, gazing at the flickering candlelight, unable to find solace in sleep. Through this ordeal, he realized that he possessed more principles than the seasoned aristocrats of Westeros. Such a realization was hardly commendable in this world rife with schemes and betrayals. A lower threshold of morality could lead to a more prosperous existence. Upholding one's inner sense of justice could ultimately lead to one's own downfall. Chapter 55. The city gate the following morning, as the impatient Walden Fry forcefully advanced upon the Mandler family stronghold, he was intercepted by the captain of the guards. Tensions flared between the two parties when a peculiar-faced Fry knight galloped forth, delivering astonishing news that left Walden Fry utterly speechless. His daughter, Wada Fry, was not within the Mandler residence, but rather remained dutifully in her chamber, the place rightly belonging to her. The enchantment of Axis had thwarted her completion of the task entrusted by her father, also disrupting her memories. In a fit of fury, Walden Fry hastily departed, leaving the confusion surrounding Wada Fray's state of mind as a matter irrelevant to Clay. With a flicker of magical energy at his fingertips, the icy force conjured by the alder seal extinguished the candles as Clay stood upon the high platform, coldly observing the retreating figures of the Frays. Unlike the later predicament faced by Robb, who led the northern forces trapped at the Twin Rivers, compelled to accept a marriage pact with the Fry family in a desperate bid to seize the river crossing, Clay harbored no such apprehensions. He was free to choose whom he would marry, or whether to marry at all, and publicly, no individual had any justification to coerce him, which was precisely why he could approach the Twin Rivers with such audacity. After breakfast, Clay and his guards departed the stronghold, having concluded the previous day's social engagements. He intended to pursue his own interests, such as meticulously inspecting the fortress overlooking the Green Fork River. The Fry family had lingered here for 6 centuries. Since their establishment of this stronghold, no one had ever successfully breached its defenses. It was not that the fortress possessed any magical protections. In truth, it was merely an ordinary bastion of stone and brick, with walls that, in Clay's estimation, paled in comparison to the grand barriers of White Harbor. However, the fortress boasted a significant advantage, the perpetually flowing Green Fork River coursing through its heart. This river's existence rendered it impossible for would-be conquerors to encircle the stronghold entirely, as both the eastern and western fortifications faced the shore with only one side exposed. Compounding the challenge, the relatively modest size of the stronghold created a confined battlefield, such that even if their adversaries possessed overwhelming numbers, only a small contingent could engage at any given time, resulting in a strategy akin to pouring oil on a fire. Prior to Egan's conquest, the Twin Rivers had not encountered any worthy opponents, and the exorbitant tolls allowed it to amass an army of 3,000. Thus, this seemingly insignificant stronghold and its master, the Fry family, gradually grew formidable, transforming into an immovable stone in the Green Fork's path. Presently, no one in the north had contemplated what course of action to take when this bridge truly obstructed their advance, while Clay, acutely aware that war was inevitable and preparations must be made, personally visited the fortress in search of its vulnerabilities. Clay's position was at the castle on the eastern bank of the Green Fork, where the Fry family had also constructed their main keep, and he resolved to begin his examination at the eastern gate. While Clay lacked military expertise, it did not imply that all were equally uninformed. During their journey, casual conversations with the captain of the guards, a veteran of the usurper's war, had imparted to him a rudimentary understanding of how to besiege a fortress. The Fry family had stationed guards at the entrance of the Mandler residence, and upon witnessing Clay's emergence, a diminutive Fry, whose name Clay could not recall, approached him with a broad smile, inquiring, "My Lord Clay, where are you headed?" Casting a disinterested glance at this minor character, Clay replied coolly, "I intend to stroll along the city walls. You need not accompany us. Under this sunlight, I trust that my presence here leaves no secrets hidden from the Marquis. Does it not?" After patting the embarrassed Fry family member on the back, Clay proceeded toward the city gates with his guards. Within the modest fortress, a lively atmosphere prevailed, as various vendors displayed their wares along the roadside, calling out to sell peculiar trinkets that even Clay could scarcely recognize. Occasionally, soldiers adorned with the Fry double tower insignia appeared, but they posed no hindrance to the sidewalk merchants, not out of compassion, but because the entrance toll had rendered them quite affluent, leading them to disdain these pitiful souls devoid of profit. Feigning interest, Clay directed his guards to purchase a few items from the nearby stalls while he stood at the city gate, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he scrutinized the eastern gate of Twin Rivers. It stood as a formidable black steel barrier, with each bar thicker than Clay's calf. Outside the steel bars, there was a black oak door, which Clay had noted upon entering the city. It was not particularly thick, suggesting it would not offer substantial defense. However, during warfare, the besieging force would need to completely dismantle this wooden door to assault the robust steel gate behind it. After considerable observation, Clay concluded that there were two strategies to neutralize the gate. The first was to prevent it from closing, or to ensure that someone could raise it during the siege. This presented a challenge regarding how to position those controlling the gate precisely at the onset of battle. Clay recalled his White Harbor guards. Perhaps this would serve as their next strategic objective, coincidentally leading him to seek the White Harbor guards stationed there for further intelligence. The second strategy was not to engage the gate directly, but to bypass it altogether. As long as the army could encircle the city for an extended duration, Clay could procure enough artisans to tunnel beneath the gate, much like those found in White Harbor. However, this approach required time, and if circumstances were urgent, it would need to be relegated to a contingency plan. Clay mused that having a few mammoths would be advantageous. With such beasts, they could simply tear the gate apart, eliminating the need for all this complexity. After selecting various items he fancied, each carried by his guards, they gradually returned to his side. Once the last guard arrived, Clay nodded in approval of their shopping choices and led them up to the city walls. Previously, while surveying the battlements of White Harbor, Clay was greeted by the endless expanse of the ocean, bustling sailors, and throngs of citizens. However, upon ascending the walls of this fortress, an inexplicable sense of decay and discomfort enveloped him, not solely due to the fluttering double tower banner atop the battlement, but also because of the moss that had infiltrated the crevices of the bricks. The moisture from the green fork had thoroughly eroded the castle, leaving it perpetually damp. On the battlements, Clay unexpectedly spotted an individual he had encountered the previous day at the banquet, Sir Ennis Fry, the third son of Marquis Wada Fry. Chapter 56. The transaction. As Clay's gaze met that of Sir Ennis Fry, he realized that the latter had deliberately awaited his arrival. It appeared that there were quite a few Frays in this Twin River city who were particularly concerned about him. Clay mused, feeling a surge of caution while maintaining a warm smile. He gestured to his captain of the guard to halt, then proceeded towards Ennis. Though he was reluctant to meddle in the Fry family's affairs, the current circumstances compelled him to engage, for they had already crossed paths. Clay could not afford to let it be said that the man from White Harbor turned his back on a member of the Fry family. This was not merely a matter of personal honor. It was a sentiment shared by many in the north and some from the south. What might initially seem trivial could easily be twisted into something significant by the whispers of rumor, a prospect Clay wished to avoid. He did not stray far from his guards, maintaining a delicate distance, one that suggested he was not conspiring with Sir Ennis Fry, yet ensured their conversation remained somewhat obscured from the ears of his protectors. Rather than approaching Ennis directly, he indicated the nearby parapet and walked over to it first. Despite the fact that Sir Ennis was thrice his age, Westeros was clearly not a place steeped in traditions of venerating the elderly, especially in the discourse between noble families. Leaning against the slightly damp stones of the castle wall, with the lush forest that Clay had traversed earlier visible beyond, Sir Ennis joined him, leaning against a nearby battlement. The two men remained silent, sizing each other up. Clay, unhurried, was curious to discern what this Fry, who had awaited him, wished to convey. "Lord Clay, what is your opinion of our Fry family?" After a few minutes of silence, Sir Ennis recognized that the young man before him possessed an admirable composure and would not be the first to speak. Reluctantly, he posed a question devoid of a definitive answer to break the stalemate. "My perspective holds little significance. Your primary concern is merely the stance of Lord Walder Fry towards you, or rather, towards the entire Fry family. In his few days' stay, Clay had perceived Lord Walder Frey's extraordinary control over the family, with each member both fearing him and delicately seeking his favor. The raucous festivities would fall silent at the mere sound of the old man's cough, even if he were merely choking on his wine. The Lord had the power to publicly humiliate any family member without consequence, regardless of how many generations had since passed. Clay's unexpected response caught Ser Ennis off guard. He had not anticipated Clay to offer anything of substance. Yet, the seemingly handsome young man from Manderley had articulated precisely what weighed on Ennis's mind. Nodding slowly, the over 50-year-old Ser Ennis realized that he could no longer assess this youthful Manderley by his age alone. You speak the truth. My father has occupied that black chair for decades, from my birth to that of my grandson, Genos, who is now 7 years old. And yet my father remains firmly seated. My brother Stephen and his offspring are truly unfortunate, having waited for decades. As he spoke, Ser Ennis sighed deeply, expressing a sense of injustice regarding his brother Stephen's prolonged wait. Clay mirrored a look of regret, though internally his vigilance heightened, for it was clear to him, even to the dullest of minds, that Ennis's lament was not for his brother, but rather for himself. Moreover, what puzzled Clay was why Ennis felt compelled to share such sentiments with an outsider from White Harbor. They had barely met. And did Ennis not fear that Clay might relay these words to Lord Walder Fry? The smile on Clay's face remained. Yet he felt it strain under the weight of the conversation, as Ser Ennis, seemingly oblivious to his previous remarks, shifted to a new inquiry. Lord Clay, I have heard that your grandfather, Lord Wyman Manderley, has 2 granddaughters renowned for their beauty throughout the north, your sisters. Clay thought of his sister, Wilfried, who indeed possessed a beauty that could warrant such a claim, unlike his younger sister, Wyla, whose childlike round face did not quite fit the description. Why was Ennis bringing them into this conversation? An inkling of suspicion began to arise in Clay's mind regarding Ser Ennis's intentions. As anticipated, the bald, gray-whiskered old Fry proceeded to voice his thoughts. Lord Clay, I have been informed that the 2 Manderley sisters remain unbetrothed. This cannot stand. My grandson, named after King Rob Fry, should he be fortunate enough to forge a union with one of your sisters, I believe the Fry family would remain your steadfast ally. Of course, this would require your assistance and that of the entire Manderley family. At this juncture, Clay fully grasped Ser Ennis's earlier cryptic remarks. It was evident that he was adept at the art of persuasion, first insinuating instability within the Fry family, hinting that both he and his brother Stephen did not wish for Lord Walder to linger much longer. Under this premise, Ennis began to weave his proposal, using the prospect of a marriage alliance between his grandson and either Wyla or Wilfried as leverage. He conveyed that should this union materialize, and the Manderley family support him in his endeavors, he would bestow generous rewards upon Clay. However, Clay found it curious why Ennis was so certain that he would entertain such a crude scheme. Whether this notion was spontaneous or carefully considered, whether he was genuinely probing Clay's intentions or merely testing the waters, one truth became clear. Ennis Fry harbored ambitions concerning the Fry family succession. There was no plausible reason for Lord Walder Fry to send his 3rd son to gauge Clay's sentiments on such matters. Thus, it could only be Ennis's own machination. Discarding the grand vision Ennis had painted for him, Clay discerned the underlying objective. Ennis sought his agreement to marry Wilfried or Wyla into the Fry family, thereby binding Clay to his ambitions. In the future, whatever schemes Ennis might envision, Clay would have no choice but to either support or tacitly approve, unless he were to disregard the well-being of Wilfried or Wyla entirely. Internally cursing, Clay held no aversion to others employing cunning against him. But he could not abide being treated as a fool. Your grandson? Not a chance. Clay thought bitterly. Chapter 57. Refusal from an emotional standpoint. Even if Clay were given 1,000 chances to choose again, he would never allow his family to marry into such a family, one rife with intrigue and treachery. He could hardly imagine a peaceful night's sleep within such a sprawling clan. If Clay were to consider the interests of his family solely from the perspective of being the heir of White Harbor, it would be a rather opportunistic approach. He recalled how his grandfather had taken his sister, Wilfried, to Winterfell when Rob was still rather naive. Pondering the description of Rob's future wife, Jane Westerling, Clay thought to himself, rather than marrying into an obscure Fry family, why not explore the Stark lineage instead? The Fry family relied merely on their bridge, which could potentially hinder the northern armies from crossing the Green Fork in future conflicts. However, if Clay were to succeed in discovering a way to breach that bridge, the Fry family would hold little value beyond their 3,000 soldiers. Thus, rationally, Clay held no inclination towards agreeing to this marriage, especially since he had promised his sister Wilfried he would respect her wishes. As the heir of White Harbor and the undisputed future lord of the realm, Clay was entitled to influence the matrimonial fates of the women in his family, which is precisely why Sir Emon Fry sought him out. In truth, prior to Clay's arrival, The Fry family had deliberated over this matter. They sought not only a betrothal with Clay, but also aspired to unions with either Wilfrid or Willa, particularly with his sister Wilfrid. Observing the earnestness on Sir Emon Frey's face, Clay inwardly scoffed. Sir, your proposal is commendable. However, I regret to inform you that such a significant matter requires consultation with my grandfather, sister, and mother. I hold their opinions in high regard. With a similarly sincere demeanor, yet a furrowed brow and a hint of complexity in his expression, Clay endeavored to convey a semblance of support for Sir Emon's plans, albeit with the caveat that he could not make unilateral decisions. Dissatisfied with Clay's response, the elder Fry, gripping his graying beard, scoffed, Clay, as the heir of White Harbor, the most valued scion of Old Eel, why can you not make a decision? This is a right inherent to your status. At these words, Clay's countenance darkened. Abandoning his earlier demeanor, he found the underlying tone of condescension distasteful. Did he not know what he was capable of? Did he require a Fry from the twins to instruct him? His voice noticeably subdued, Clay fixed his gaze upon Sir Emon's somewhat reddened, glistening eyes, and coldly retorted. How we, the Manderleys, choose to decide matters is our own concern, sir. At this point, even Sir Emon understood that he would not reach any agreement with the seemingly impetuous Clay today. His expression grew sour, and muttering a few coarse expletives. The Fry stormed off, their shared ire holding an unspoken truth known only to the two of them. As Sir Emon departed, the watch captain, who had been observing the encounter, hurriedly approached, narrowing his eyes at the direction of the Frey's exit. My lord, what just transpired? Nothing of consequence. Sir Emon Fry wishes to wed his grandson to Wilfrid and Willa. I would rather descend into the depths of hell than acquiesce to such a union. Remember, instruct everyone to refrain from discussing our meeting. The captain nodded obediently, though he struggled to comprehend the palpable enmity in Clay's words towards the Fry family. After all, the North and the Riverlands had once fought side by side against the Targaryen dynasty. Although Lord Fry had arrived late to the fray, the veterans still held a favorable view of the Riverland nobility. Concerned for Clay, he hesitated before speaking. My lord, has the Fry family done something to displease you? Not to such a grave extent. Why do you ask? Then why do you harbor such aversion towards the Freys? No offense intended. But I merely wish to say, my lord, we should avoid conflict on Fry territory. Shaking his head, Clay appreciated the captain's concern but recognized the need for prudence. He had no intention of provoking the Freys. Tell me, how many unwed heirs does Lord Walder Fry have? I apologize, my lord. I am not entirely sure, but there are quite a few. Unsure why Clay would pose such a question, the captain answered earnestly. Clay smiled, retracting his hand from the damp stones, smoothing his wind-tousled hair before resting it on the captain's shoulder. No, you are quite aware, the term many suffices. The Freys are numerous, and their name holds little value. We have no need to send our kin into a graveyard of a family for the mere possibility of support from the Freys. Clay did not expect the seasoned warriors to grasp the complexities of his reasoning. Westeros was a society with rigid class structures. If one's ancestors were not nobility, one would scarcely think like a noble. Certainly, there were foolish nobles aplenty, yet the majority were astute. The humid winds from the Green Fork brushed against Clay's skin, imparting an uncomfortable stickiness, and in that moment, he cast aside thoughts of Sir Emon Fry. Let us proceed. Let us continue our tour of the walls, he remarked to the captain, who was still deep in thought. The captain promptly ended his contemplation and followed closely behind Clay, as their footsteps echoed over the moss-covered stones. It seemed as though the rain had only recently ceased, with puddles pooling in the damaged sections of the city walls. The Fry soldiers stationed along the path were oblivious to the recent exchange, and even if they were aware, they would not care. For the military power in the twins remained firmly in Lord Walder Frey's grasp. Only the eldest, Ser Steverin Fry, possessed a modest guard, while the rest of his progeny were strictly prohibited by the Lord himself from amassing forces exceeding 50 men within the twins. The stationed Fry soldiers, upon seeing the White Harbor visitors adorned with the mermaid crest, did not impede their passage, recognizing them as esteemed guests of the Lord. Meandering at a leisurely pace, Clay ascended the castle walls from the gate and traversed the southern section of the fortifications. Upon returning to the gate, he privately assessed the structure, deeming it an aging wall with unimpressive defensive capabilities, lacking proper maintenance. Given sufficient time, he mused, even with simple siege engines, this castle would scarcely withstand an assault. The real dilemma lay in ensuring the Freys could not escape. How to encircle the castle entirely or prevent their flight posed a new challenge altogether. Chapter 58. The conception on the finger of Cray rested a ring adorned with a blood-red gemstone, a symbol of his status as the commander of the White Sea Guard. His presence here would undoubtedly be noted by the members of the White Sea Guard who lay in wait, and this ring served as the finest scepter of authority. Prior to his departure, Commander Hewen had informed Cray that upon his arrival in Twin River City, should he require the support of the White Sea Guard, He need only etch a trident symbol onto the outer wall of the grandest Seven Gods Cathedral in the city. Upon seeing this emblem, the White Sea Guard stationed in Twin River City would devise a means to approach Cray, with the secret phrase being Black Sea, White Waves. The process appeared straightforward. Yet the verification of identities involved a somewhat intricate procedure, necessitating a degree of confidentiality and anti-counterfeiting measures. Overly stringent filtering criteria would only serve to render the entire chain exceedingly fragile, significantly diminishing its practicality. Prior to his arrival in Twin River City, Cray had merely intended for them to monitor the internal affairs of the Fry family, without formulating a plan for their subsequent tasks. However, through his observations over the past 2 days and snippets of information gleaned from the guards, coupled with the recent remarks of Innes Fry, Cray had come to the realization that the entire Fry family was perched upon a volcano. Marquis Wade Fry, himself a figure of overwhelming strength, had wielded various powers within the family for decades, and even at the venerable age of 90, showed no clear signs of frailty or diminished vigor. Remarkably, on the day of his 90th birthday, he had married his 8th wife, Joshua Inford, who was a mere 16 years of age, nearly the same age as Cray. The king, formidable and long-lived, though aging each day, showed no inclination to relinquish power, while Steve Wren and many other Frays, having waited impatiently for decades, yearned for the old man to return to the embrace of the Seven Gods. They eagerly anticipated his demise, engaging in relentless competition to win the old Marquis's favor through any means necessary. Innes Fray's words today, although laden with embellishment, hinted at an intention to court the Mandrell family as allies. Although inheritance laws were paramount, they often yielded to the whims of absolute noble authority, which could introduce an element of unpredictability. Cray began his walk towards the northern city wall. While the southern wall showed signs of weakness, it lacked any significant vulnerabilities. The towers stood tall, and though the stones were covered in moss, no fissures threatened collapse. The captain of the guard, trailing beside him, caught the faint whisper of Cray's voice, audible only to the two of them. If you had 4,000 men, how would you seize Twin River City? The guard captain, startled by the question, quickly glanced around, relieved to see that apart from the many White Harbor guards behind them, there was no one else on this section of the wall. He understood that Cray had deliberately chosen this secluded spot to pose his query. Asking how to take Twin River City on the Fry family's territory was a question only someone as audacious as Cray, who dared to challenge the Lannisters, could ask. Initially, the captain thought Cray was jesting, but upon seeing the seriousness etched on his face, he realized Cray was in earnest. My lord, with 4,000 men, I doubt I could capture Twin River City. Marquis Fry can muster over 3,000 troops. In a siege, the ratio of forces would be nearly 1-to-1, offering little chance of victory. He answered his young lord's question with candor. As a seasoned veteran, such inquiries posed no challenge for him. Yet, he gazed at Cray, who remained lost in contemplation, his mind swirling with thoughts. What, he wondered, was Cray truly aiming for with this journey to Twin River City? As the captain of the guard personally selected by Earl Wayman, he held a respectable position within the White Harbor Guard, and was well aware that Cray had ostensibly come to visit Marquis Wade while also addressing his betrothal concerns. However, it suddenly dawned upon him that from the outset, Cray seemingly had no genuine interest in the marriage arrangement. His focus lay entirely on the Fry family as a whole, or rather, on Twin River City itself. Just as this realization struck him, Cray posed another question. I know the Fry family's standing army consists of only about 500 men. The 3,000 you mentioned implies that too. 500 of them are hastily recruited peasant soldiers, correct? Indeed, my lord. Now let me ask you this. If conditions permit, theoretically, we would only need to station at most 1,000 men at the gates of Twin River City to prevent Marquis Wade's 500 peasant soldiers from entering the city. Wouldn't we? Well, yes, but my lord, Twin River City has 2 gates. We could at most block the eastern gate, but the western gate. As far as I know, the main estates are situated on the eastern bank, whereas the west is closer to the mountains and seems less populated. That is correct, my lord. He had to concede that Cray's somewhat fanciful notions held a kernel of truth. If one could eliminate certain disruptive factors, it could indeed be achieved. The region was densely populated, yet apart from Duke Tully's flowing city, no other house possessed a standing army exceeding 1,000 men. Warfare typically involved vassal knights summoning peasant soldiers from their estates, assembling and equipping them before heading to battle. This required sufficient time, and if they could eliminate the enemy before the peasants were armed, it would severely diminish their combat effectiveness. Regardless of Cray's dangerous line of thinking, the captain, drawing from his battlefield experience, knew that once war commenced, nobles would summon soldiers into their castles or assemble them at specific locations. For this plan to hold any chance of success, it would need to catch everyone off guard, leading troops to hide in the woods on the eastern bank. Launching an unannounced assault, with cavalry rushing to the gates of Twin River City. However, the Fry family was far from naive. They would undoubtedly have numerous scouts on their own territory, making it improbable to remain completely undetected prior to an attack. My lord, for your plan to succeed, we must eliminate the eyes the Fry family has embedded in the woods on the eastern bank. Otherwise, our forces from White Harbor will be discovered as soon as we draw near. Ah, that is not for you to concern yourself with. Cray chuckled softly, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a piece of paper, which he handed to the bewildered captain. His tone shifted to one of grave seriousness as he spoke. This pattern on the paper. You must select a trusted individual from the guard to carve it onto the church's wall. You yourself must not go, remember. Choose those you can trust, and who are typically discreet. No errors are permitted. Now he was eager to see what the White Sea Guard, hidden within Twin River City, had truly observed. Chapter 59. Behind the scenes in the midst of these affairs, it was not appropriate for Clay, the focal point of attention, to act personally. Countless eyes were fixed upon him, and even his ever-present captain of the guard found it unsuitable to intervene. The White Harbor Guard, consisting of 200 men, had arrived in Twin River City, and among them, the most unremarkable individual was indeed the most suitable for this task. They were blissfully unaware of the significance of etching something onto the outer wall of the church. Even under interrogation, they would not betray any secrets, for they genuinely knew nothing. Upon stepping onto southern soil, the old gods held no power here, which meant that the all-seeing eyes of the three-eyed crow had lost their efficacy. For the time being, Clay need not worry about any breach of confidentiality. As for the North, he could not prevent the three-eyed crow from spying on him. However, it dared not take any action against him. For Bran and the Heart Tree were its Achilles heel. Upon receiving a plain piece of paper, the captain of the guard recognized it as the most common letterhead. As he unfolded it and gazed at the uniquely designed trident emblem at its center, confusion washed over him. He could not comprehend what his young master was attempting to achieve. The Mandrell family was equally devout in their faith toward the seven gods. So was this some special prayer ritual? Clay paid him no mind. Confident that he need not repeat himself, the guards would see to the matter properly. After inspecting the city walls, he found the conditions of the north and south walls to be similar. The dampness permeated every brick, yet there were no significant vulnerabilities. This meant that Clay could not locate a single point for a concentrated breakthrough and would have to resort to other methods. As the group descended from the city gate, Clay gazed at the sun already climbing high in the sky, silently praying that his lunch would not be interrupted by a certain Lord Flay. Yet, fate had other plans. Just as he was about to leave, he was halted by the distinct raspy voice of Sir Stephen Flay. Clay, my father has asked me to invite you to join him for lunch. I trust you will come? Momentarily taken aback, Clay wondered what Lord Ward Flay wanted with him. But he quickly masked his surprise with a courteous smile. Cursing inwardly several times, he deduced that Lord Ward had summoned him for a reason. The meal was merely a pretext to pose some questions. Upon entering the main hall of the Lord's Keep for the third time, the remnants of the previous night's revelry were no longer visible, save for the faint scent of wine lingering in the air. A 6 or 7 meter long table had been set up in the center of the hall, laden with an extravagant array of calorific dishes. Lord Ward Flay occupied the central seat, diligently attending to a perfectly crisp roast pig. Curiously, Clay noted the absence of women by Lord Ward's side, an unusual sight for a man so accustomed to their company. Only 2 chairs graced the hall, one for Lord Ward and the other, naturally, for Clay. As the heir, Sir Stephen Flay did not receive a chair. He discreetly tore off a chicken leg from a plump fowl on the table, greeted his father, and departed, thoughtfully closing the hall door behind him. Having arrived, Clay made no pretense of politeness and took his seat, his eyes scanning the table for his desired fare. He was unconcerned about the possibility of poisoning. His constitution rendered him immune to common toxins, and as for the high-grade tears of bliss, Lord Ward Flay was unlikely to procure such a substance. And even if he did, there was no reason to use it on him. Help yourself, Mandrell lad. I am an old man and cannot consume much. Lord Ward Flay gestured towards the spread, indicating that Clay could serve himself. He refrained from mentioning the purpose of the invitation, and Clay, in turn, feigned ignorance, selecting a few of his favorite dishes and beginning to eat leisurely. The wine was exquisite. A full bottle of golden grape wine from Qingting Island sat beside him. He poured himself a glass, savoring the aromatic liquid, pondering how long this old fellow could maintain his composure. The meal lasted approximately half an hour. Neither man was particularly quick in their dining habits. Clay was naturally inclined to savor each bite, while Lord Ward Flay was engaged in a battle with his aging mastication muscles. Setting down his wine glass, Lord Ward Flay exhaled contentedly, observing Clay, who had also paused his knife and fork. A semblance of a smile flickered across his face as he finally spoke. Mandrell lad, it seems you have garnered quite the favor from my foolish progeny these past few days. Understanding the implication, Clay shrugged nonchalantly, his expression unchanged as he calmly replied, "Indeed. I am grateful for the Flay family's hospitality. They are undeniably quite enthusiastic." With a derisive snort, Lord Ward Flay, eyeing Clay, decided to address the matter directly. "My great-granddaughter, Veda Flay, has expressed a desire to share your bed. I wonder why she was unsuccessful. Do you have any insight?" As he spoke, Lord Ward Flay's previously narrowed eyes widened, keenly observing every flicker of emotion on Clay's face. However, disappointment soon followed. For Clay's demeanor remained as placid as the surface of the eye of God's lake. The mandrel lad replied slowly, "My lord, I am entirely unaware of Miss Veda's intentions. I trust the Flay family upholds a strict moral code, and such rumors are likely unfounded." Clay had initially wished to add that with a venerable elder like him, it was improbable for any offspring to engage in such behavior, but he held back, recognizing that provoking the old man was unnecessary at that moment. After scrutinizing Clay's face for a moment, Lord Ward Flay exhaled, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Indeed, you are correct, mandrel lad. It must be mere gossip. It seems some tongues ought to be restrained." Clay offered a cordial smile, refraining from responding to Lord Ward Flay's statement. With no fruitful outcome from that inquiry, Lord Ward Flay shifted to another topic, an enigmatic glint in his blue-gray eyes. "So, mandrel lad, could you enlighten me about your conversation with my dim-witted third son on the eastern city wall this morning? I have been informed that he was specifically waiting for you." This was indeed true. Aside from the White Harbor Guard, there had been several Flay soldiers loyal to Lord Ward present at the time, and Clay could not deny that the encounter had occurred. He was uncertain whether Innes Flay had relayed all the information to his father, but that was of little concern. He knew what to say. Chapter 60. The meeting. Clay did not respond to Marquis Froe's inquiry, but instead posed a question of his own. "My lord, would you prefer the truth or a falsehood?" The old Marquis, his waxen complexion further illuminated by the candlelight, squinted as his sagging skin twitched slightly. With an expressionless face, he replied, "Do not play games, young Mandler. I can certainly comprehend your truths. As for falsehoods, I am curious to hear what they entail." With a smile, Clay leaned back in his chair, adopting a relaxed and comfortable posture, and slowly remarked, "The falsehood is that Sir Innes and I are deliberating on how he might supplant his elder brother, Sir Stephen, as your heir. The truth, however, is that he desires either my sister or my younger sibling to wed his grandson." In reality, both statements held a kernel of truth, yet this dichotomy of truth and falsehood was crafted to instinctively compel the listener to choose one. No matter how fearful Sir Innes was of his father, he would never utter such treasonous sentiments. Thus, the only veritable truth rested in Clay's remarks regarding the marriage proposal. Anything beyond that could be disregarded. "Huh, and how did you respond to my foolish third son?" Lord Ward fell silent for a moment, opting to trust Clay's truth. In his recollection, his third son was an exceedingly cautious individual, and even if such thoughts crossed his mind, he would not confide them to Clay, an outsider. "I declined his proposition. To be frank, Sir Innes's request was rather abrupt. I did not even know who they were. Moreover, my lord, the Froe family boasts many eligible young individuals. Why should I not seek a suitable match for my sister or younger sibling?" Before Lord Ward Froe, Clay felt no need to employ the same rhetoric he used with Innes. He spoke directly. Upon uttering this statement, Clay understood that this so-called luncheon had effectively concluded. The Marquis had summoned him merely to assert his control over the web of familial connections. As for what specific inquiries he might have, they were of lesser significance than the preceding matters. Clay's responses did not exceed the old Marquis's expectations, and thus, with no further questions, the midday repast came to an end. Nodding, Lord Froe's voice was hoarse and unappealing as he said, "Very well. Familial unions are of great significance and cannot be rushed. Since you harbor such intentions, I shall arrange for some suitable progeny to visit White Harbor. Whether it bears fruit will depend upon their capabilities." In Lord Froe's mind, the most pressing concern regarding Clay's words was the last sentence. He ardently wished for the family bloodline to permeate the Mandler lineage, thereby augmenting the influence of the Froe family. Without a moment's hesitation, Clay agreed to this request, for was it not a simple matter? If he chose to descend upon their arrival in White Harbor, it would be easily manageable. Should he manage to deceive a few of Sir Stephen's direct descendants, and conflict erupted, having them in his grasp would indeed prove beneficial in the conquest of Twin Rivers. If all else failed, the renowned Froe faction was a rather intriguing option. The esteemed Lord Froe, with his numerous offspring, would surely appreciate the gifts bestowed by the Mandler family. Before dinner, the captain of the guards returned to report that arrangements had been made for individuals to engrave the designated mark upon the walls of the Seven Gods Church. As per Clay's blueprint, demonstrating a modicum of intelligence, the captain refrained from inquiring about the purpose of Clay's actions. For now, Clay awaited the arrival of the White Sea Guards, who lay hidden nearby. "Go, and remove that Froe from the entrance. He is an eyesore." Nodding, the captain of the guards prepared to depart, but was halted by his lord's voice. Wait, once you clear the area, have someone keep watch at the entrance. If anyone arrives and presents the mark you were instructed to carve, and the password checks out, admit them at once. However, do so as if they are acquaintances. Do you understand my meaning? At this juncture, even the dimmest of minds would grasp that Clay's instructions for the mark were not part of some peculiar prayer ritual, but rather a signal for contact. Clay harbored no concerns regarding potential leaks from the captain or the guards. The trident emblem featured a unique pointer that updated at regular intervals, with each time frame possessing a singular, fixed direction. Should this mark appear again after the passage of time, it would serve solely to inform members of the White Sea Guards that a breach had occurred and they should depart immediately. When the dawn of the following day arrived, Clay, having just finished breakfast, practiced the sword techniques of the wolf school in the courtyard. Experiencing the true essence of waiting, Clay suddenly realized how scarce entertainment was throughout Westeros. Apart from alcohol, the modes of leisure were limited to brawling and contests, including wrestling, swordplay, archery, and more. Even amongst the Ironborn, a rather gruesome finger dance had gained popularity. As night fell, one need not elaborate. In beds, on carpets, balconies, and even in the woods, everyone engaged in the same activity. With his keen hearing, Clay could discern the damned cries each night. Boredom compelled Clay to teach the captain of the guards to play Go. After winning 2 rounds effortlessly, he found little joy in it. However, the captain was elated, spreading the game to his subordinates. Lacking sufficient paper, within half a day, the courtyard was filled with guards huddled together, drawing in the mud with daggers or twigs, leaving Clay's eyelids fluttering at the sight. Upon their departure, the Froey family would undoubtedly scratch their heads in confusion at the myriad of circles and crosses littering the ground. At this moment, Clay began to reminisce about the unparalleled joy of playing Gwent, a game that had earned him the moniker of Monster Hunter. How he wished for a deck at this very moment. Imagining the scene, Clay envisioned himself facing off against his sister, Velfeed, as he played Robb Stark, summoning the direwolf Grey Wind from his deck. Velfeed countered with Wildfire, obliterating the direwolf he had just summoned and igniting the burning effect in the melee positions. Wait, this line of thought seemed promising. The deck divisions were readily available. Stark, Tully, Arryn, Lannister, Baratheon, Martell, Tyrell, Greyjoy, perhaps even adding Targaryen and the Night's Watch. The Great Lords could serve as hero or leader cards, while dragons, direwolves, and shadowcats could represent summoned units, and so forth. Once such fanciful thoughts took hold, they became unstoppable. Clay even envisioned the 2 armies preparing for battle, only for both commanders to spot one another and exclaim, is that not the old hand? Come now, let us not engage in battle just yet. First, let us play a round of cards. His lips involuntarily curled into a smirk, and unbeknownst to him how long he had been lost in thought, Clay's reverie was abruptly interrupted by the captain's voice. My lord, the guests have arrived, and the mark and password are in order. Clay snapped back to reality, observing a diminutive man dressed as a traveling merchant kneeling before him upon recognizing the ring symbolizing the authority of the White Sea Guards. Twin Rivers, any haven't? I have met the esteemed commander. Chapter 61. Intelligence. Without the slightest hesitation, Clay once again felt the absolute authority of the trident ring adorned with a blood-red gem. A symbol in the White Sea Guard that recognized only the ring, not the man. Stand up, let's go in, Clay commanded. Although only the captain of the guard was present, the courtyard was hardly a suitable place for the exchange of intelligence. Swiftly rising, Auntie Howen said nothing further and followed the unfamiliar commander into the 3-story building adorned with the mermaid flags representing White Harbor. He was already aware that this was the residence of the Mandrell family in Twin River City, so he was not overly concerned for his safety. Making his way directly to an unoccupied study, Clay took his seat and gestured subtly to the captain, who nodded in understanding and bowed out of the room, closing the door behind him. Regarding Auntie Howen, who was equally unfamiliar to Clay, he pointed to a chair in front of him, signaling for him to sit and speak. Clay's first impression could be summarized in a single word: ordinary. Indeed, if not for the confirmation of his identity, anyone would perceive Auntie Howen as merely a common merchant, clad in a tattered outer garment, with cracked fingers and a face weathered by the elements. The severe wear on his shoulders bore testament to years of bearing heavy burdens. His skin a stark yellowish black, far removed from the pampered complexion of the nobility. Clay conceded that Auntie Howen was a competent member of the White Sea Guard. After all, the best spies are often those who appear least like one. Clearly, this Auntie Howen, bearing the surname of a river's illegitimate child, was excelling at his role. Would you care for a drink? If you wish, the selection may not be exquisite, but there is plenty of ale to soothe the throat. Auntie Howen paused, slightly taken aback by Clay's invitation, before nodding. It was evident he was not one for expressive dialogue. Clay selected a bottle of what appeared to be decent wine from a chest, deftly uncorked it, and allowed the pale liquid to fill the glasses. After pouring, he lifted his own glass, while Auntie Hohen gently grasped the long stem of his. With the pleasantries concluded, Clay was eager to proceed without delay, not out of a desire to hasten Auntie Hohen's departure, but rather because the longer he lingered, the greater the risk of being observed. Twin River City held many eyes upon him. You know who I am, so let us skip the formalities. The information Director Hohen entrusted to you, along with other recent intelligence, I trust you have prepared it for me. Now, I require your report. Auntie Hohen exhaled softly, clearly aware of Clay's identity. His greatest concern was that this young lord from White Harbor would be a superficial dandy. Engaging in frivolities here would be a source of great frustration for him. However, it appeared that this Lord Clay was remarkably straightforward, diving right into the matter at hand, precisely how he preferred it, as spies to test unnecessary formalities. Producing a small notebook he had prepared, Auntie placed it on the table. Clay's gaze fell upon the cover, which indicated it was a common text of the Faith of the Seven. Without keeping his commander waiting, Auntie opened the cleverly concealed cover and extracted a neatly folded sheet of paper. Commander, this contains the latest news from Twin River City, along with the intelligence Director Hohen has relayed to you. Please review it. Clay was quite satisfied with Auntie Hohen's caution. The potential loss of such crucial intelligence could have dire consequences, and ensuring it remained confidential was paramount, as any leaks could grant the White Sea Guard ample time to evacuate the city. As he unfurled the paper, Clay's eyes fell on the first line, Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of Eddard Stark, has departed Winterfell to join his uncle Benjen Stark at the Wall, becoming a member of the Night's Watch. Upon reading this, Clay realized Jon had indeed pursued his ideals, beginning his watch at the Wall, forged from ice and magic. Next, Clay's gaze shifted to the second line. Tyrion Lannister has returned from the Wall to Winterfell and is currently heading south, expected to travel along the King's Road through the Neck shortly. Having only met the imp a few times without forming any acquaintance, Clay had no immediate thoughts regarding him, especially since Bran's fate had been altered by his own intervention, preventing Catelyn from encountering the assassination attempt aimed at Bran. Consequently, she had no reason to proceed south to King's Landing to inform her husband, Eddard Stark, of the supposed Lannister plot against Bran. Nor would she fortuitously cross paths with Tyrion on her return to the north. With Tyrion unapprehended, Tywin Lannister would not summon his bannermen to march into the Riverlands amidst a time of peace in the Seven Kingdoms. After much tumult, it seemed that aside from Bran's slightly altered fate, the greatest beneficiary of Clay's arrival was indeed Tyrion, a twist of fate worth noting. Pondering this, Clay's attention shifted to the third line, but he instinctively held his breath upon reading it. It has been confirmed that Hall Lycos indeed exists, a member of the vassal nobility of the Crownlands, and the only son of Rufus Lycos, the lord of the Lycos family. Furthermore, the vassal lord of the Lycos family is the Lake family of Old Town. The latter part held little significance for Clay, but the revelation that Hall Lycos was still alive took him by surprise. Littlefinger had not acted against him. The intelligence provided a brief overview of Hall Lycos' character, noting his capricious nature and that he was currently residing in his family's castle. However, the report failed to mention why he was in Littlefinger's service, which was unsurprising, as the White Sea Guard lacked the resources in King's Landing to uncover such information. Yet, this intelligence was sufficient. With Hall Lycos still alive, Clay felt compelled to meet him during his journey south, extending the Mandrell family's sincerest greetings. If he could extract any leads regarding Littlefinger from him, it would be advantageous, though not essential. If memory served, when the head of the Lake family went to war, the governance of Old Town rested with the Lycos family, who were vassals. As the sole son of Rufus Lycos, Clay surmised that this former assassin, now a minor noble of the Crownlands, might well prove to be a valuable card in his hand in the future. Chapter 62. The Second Command. Having reviewed the 3 pieces of intelligence, Clay reached a conclusion. The war would erupt later than anticipated, granting him and the entire Mandler family a precious interval to accumulate strength. Before his departure, the elder had dispatched a caravan to procure herbal ingredients for potions, which was already traversing the lands of Westeros to obtain the necessary materials while discreetly acquiring other items to mask their true purpose. Upon his return from his journey to Twin River City, Clay would promptly address the issue of magical energy and subsequently set about forming his own demon hunting team. As for the events transpiring within King's Landing, despite being an exceptionally powerful demon hunter, he was but one man, unfamiliar with the city, rendering him incapable of stirring chaos therein. The reason he maintained the presence of the White Sea Guard in King's Landing was to ascertain the timing of the war's outbreak, should tensions escalate within the city. Such as the notable departure of Gendry Baratheon, it would signal the imminent mobilization of Clay, the Mandler family, and even the entire North. As a young nobleman, Clay had no plausible excuse and would undoubtedly lead the Mandler family's forces to join the Northern Alliance, advancing southward along the King's Road to participate in the conflict. If he failed to prepare during this invaluable time, he would find himself ensnared by the war, becoming reactive rather than proactive. The recruitment and armament of his demon-hunting army, dragons, and common soldiers were matters requiring careful consideration. Turning his gaze from the parchment, Clay looked towards Anti-Hevron, who sat silently in his chair, and inquired with a furrowed brow, "How many members does the White Sea Guard have in Twin River City?" Anti-Hevron, evidently well-versed in this matter, responded without hesitation, "In Twin River City, the White Sea Guard comprises 63 individuals under my command, all awaiting your orders, my lord." 63, you say? That is indeed a considerable number. These are not mere farmers plucked from the fields. Sir Bartimus had once informed Clay that every basic member of the White Sea Guard had undergone rigorous swordsmanship and survival training at the Wolf's Denver. Thus, those 63 individuals equated to a battalion of soldiers clad in civilian attire. If utilized effectively when the army besieged Twin River City yet failed to conquer it, this force could yield remarkable results. Contemplating this, Clay posed a second question to Anti-Hevron. If I were to instruct these 63 to infiltrate the guard at House Fry's gates, would it be feasible? Recognizing the implications behind this query, Anti-Hevron, seasoned in his profession, furrowed his brow and replied gravely, "Commander, of the 63, 12 are already serving within House Frey's military. Given me 2 months, I could arrange for at least 20 to join their ranks. However, concerning the gates," he hesitated momentarily before continuing, "you understand. Once hostilities commence, the positioning of the guards is unpredictable. I cannot guarantee they would all be stationed at the gates, and we have but one man responsible for the hinges. Without additional support, the risk is considerable." Clay sat in contemplation, swirling the red wine in his glass, quietly reflecting. He had to concede that Anti-Hevron's words held merit. War was no trifling matter, and the allocation of soldiers was fraught with uncertainties. Merely relying on 20 infiltrators would be insufficient. If they were to seize the gates through internal support, he would require them stationed near Twin River City's entrance to eliminate the guards and delay them long enough for a substantial force to breach the city, lest they meet a futile end. Observing the silent commander, Anti-Hevron could not fathom Clay's reasoning for such inquiries. He could not believe that a man of stature, recognized by various stewards and Sir Bartimus, was merely an aimless young man. "My lord, may I inquire why you hold such interest in House Fry, even considering the conquest of Twin River City? Forgive my ignorance, but I see no signs or rationale for war between White Harbor and Twin River City." It was not merely the army of White Harbor, but the entire northern host, Clay thought to himself. Warden Fry treasured his Twin River City, having extorted a handsome tribute from House Stark, with the roots of the Red Wedding firmly planted here. Clay required a Fry family utterly subservient, rather than one retaining considerable power, capable of severing the northern army's retreat. The two concepts were fundamentally different. Regardless of whether he would remain a vassal of House Stark, Clay recognized the critical importance of controlling Twin River City. Should the fleet from White Harbor encounter unforeseen circumstances and enemies block the seas, the significance of this bridge would be undeniable. You need not grasp every detail. Simply follow my orders. Before I amend this command, you must infiltrate House Frey's military while ensuring the secrecy of the White Sea Guard in Twin River City. In due time, you will understand my intentions." Nodding in agreement, Anti-Hevron, as a member of the White Sea Guard, would unconditionally comply with the command of his superior. After all, those who did not adhere had long since departed, in every conceivable sense. Clay's orders were not yet concluded. He sensed the urgency of the moment intensifying. Since he had arrived in Twin River City, he needed to arrange matters accordingly. "Additionally, I require you to compile information regarding the military strength, population distribution, and the existence of any small fortifications among the knights or minor nobles along the eastern bank of Twin River City. Once assembled, send it promptly to the Wolf's Den in White Harbor. Remember, speed is of the essence." This command was not overly complex, yet Anti-Hevron pondered its utility. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from affirming his superior's orders. He now comprehended that this young commander of the White Sea Guard was poised for significant action in Twin River City. As an intelligence officer, he welcomed a leader with such ambition and vision. Moreover, he discerned that all the commands issued by the commander, when viewed collectively, suggested that this young man, destined to inherit White Harbor, was resolute in his belief that war would soon unfold, tasked solely with overseeing Twin River City and gathering intelligence from the Riverlands. He lacked sufficient information to assert that the Seven Kingdoms, which had enjoyed a prolonged peace, would soon descend into war. Yet, the commander's perspective undoubtedly surpassed his own. Perhaps war would come, perhaps it would not. Nonetheless, prudence in preparation was never misplaced. His gaze fell upon Clay's hand resting on the desk, specifically the trident ring adorned with a blood-red gem. That ring symbolized the faith of the entire White Sea Guard. None would defy its will. Chapter 63. The Bloodstained Letter. Thus, it was that Clay wished to avoid allowing Anti-Heaven to linger too long in his company. For the presence of many eyes could bring unnecessary troubles to the White Sea Guards organization in Wano City. You have heard the mission, now go and execute it. Should any unforeseen events arise in Wano City, send a raven at once to the Wolf's Den to contact me. However, I must caution you to gather intelligence without revealing your identity. The time for desperation has not yet arrived. With boundless thoughts swirling in his mind, Anti-Heaven transformed back into a familiar merchant known to the White Harbor Guards. He patted the shoulder of one guard, grasped a bottle of inferior ale, and feigned an unsteady gait as he departed from the Mandela family's residence. In truth, there remained some intelligence that Anti-Heaven had compiled. But Clay saw no necessity to keep him waiting for his review, especially as they were still on the territory of the Fori family, where caution was paramount. From the study's window, Clay watched as Anti-Heaven melded into the crowd, until his gaze could no longer capture the sight of the not-so-tall figure. Only then did he slowly return to his chair, lifting the intelligence documents that lay upon the table. Aside from the aforementioned details, the remaining information pertained to members of the Fori family. Anti-Heaven had gathered intelligence on several women who had interacted with Clay, as well as information on a few significant members of the Fori clan. For each individual, Anti-Heaven had appended his recommendations, along with explanations for those suggestions. He advised against any further interactions between Master Clay Mandela and Wada Fori, the daughter of Lord Walton Fori, due to rumors circulating through Wanha City regarding Wada's alleged involvement with a certain member of the Fori family, Hevered. After thorough verification, the claims proved to be true. Hence the strong recommendation for Clay Mandela to refrain from any inappropriate contact with Wada Fori. As Clay softly articulated these words, he understood that the information was a directive he had issued while at the Wolf's Den in White Harbor. The absence of any mention of the White Sea Guard and the lack of explicit subjects served as a protective measure for both Clay and the guard. Wada Fori. Clay mulled over the name, recalling a night steeped in dread. Goodness, was Wada Fori truly savoring what was in her bowl while still contemplating him? The one left in the dish? He also remembered the moment at the Fori family's main hall, where he danced with Wada and the man leaning against the wall, whose eyes brimmed with jealousy, a gaze Clay still vividly recalled. Perhaps he was the infamous Hevered? In the days that followed, Clay received a myriad of invitations from the Foris, whose names had begun to blur in his memory. Aside from the initial intervention by Marquis Waiter Fori, it seemed there was now no one to prevent such overtures. Clay's response to these invitations was a firm refusal. Having achieved his objectives in Wano City, he saw no reason to entangle himself with the intricacies of the Fori family. His plans for Wano City were such that, had he not personally visited, one would hardly discern them. How could he, seated in White Harbor, remotely direct the White Sea Guard to infiltrate the garrison and seize the city gates amidst the chaos of war? The underlying conflicts among the Fori family members had yet to surface, leaving him with little to exploit. He had no time to squander on observation and strategizing. Now, with the groundwork laid, Clay began to contemplate a reasonable exit from Wano City. He had come at the behest of the Fori family, yet despite their great expectations, he had neither secured any betrothal nor offered any concessions regarding the matrimonial prospects of his sister and mother. While not strictly necessary, Clay felt compelled to devise a plausible rationale for his departure. A sudden exit would be deemed inappropriate. As dusk fell, reclining in a chair adorned with soft cushions, Clay reveled in the pleasantly temperate breeze of the southern lands. The golden-orange sunlight bathed him, and the glass of red wine in his hand swayed gently. Before him lay a simplified map of the riverlands. In every regard, this land appeared far more suitable for human habitation than the frigid northern territories. The Green Fork, Red Fork, and Blue Fork rivers traverse this region, bestowing ample moisture upon the land. Thus, aside from the more southerly green lands, the riverlands stood as perhaps the most densely populated area across the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, as the lord of the riverlands, the Tully family failed to secure control over the Bloodgate to the east or the Golden Tooth to the west, though merely two fortresses. The lack of control over these locations was inconsequential in times of peace, yet it could prove fatal should war arise. This meant that the riverlands could not thwart the Valley Knights emerging from the Bloodgate, while to the west, Tywin Lannister's elite forces could directly invade the defenseless plains of the riverlands, laying siege to the capital, Riverrun. Moreover, in the south, despite the nominal ownership of the largest castle in the Seven Kingdoms, Harrenhal, by the riverlands, Riverrun's control over it was virtually non-existent. An enemy advancing from the south along the King's Road would find no fortification within the riverlands for the nobility to rally around. To the north, the formidable strength of Wano City, perched above the Green Fork River, had increasingly disregarded the long-ailing Duke Hostine Tully of Riverrun. In summary, the riverlands constituted a vast expanse caught in the throes of conflict, while its nobility languished in relative weakness compared to their counterparts across the Seven Kingdoms. Presently, the young heir of Riveron, Edmure Tully, lacked the charisma to rally the troops. His reputation as a follower meant that, should an external threat materialize, the Riverlands would swiftly disintegrate into chaos. Frowning, Clay regarded the land with a tinge of frustration. The alliance between the direwolves and the trout would not conclude until both the Stark and Tully families were extinguished. Until that day, the North would remain steadfast allies of the Tully family. As he prepared for war, he naturally pondered how to bolster the strength of the Riverlands before the arrival of northern reinforcements, seeking to minimize any potential losses. As for hoping that the Riverlands nobles would unite under the banner of the Silver Trout to vanquish the invincible Lannister forces, that was nothing short of a delusion. Even doubling the current military strength of the Riverlands would be an unattainable feat. There were no war gods among them to prevent the invaders from capturing even a few castles. Any such defense would be seen as a remarkable achievement by the lords of the Riverlands. However, ensuring minimal losses was imperative. At least until Clay could establish his own ventures or seek alternative paths, he remained a member of the North. It was evident that the northern forces could not sustain a series of defeats. Once, when gathering the entirety of the North along with the Forey forces, Robb Stark, the king in the North, commanded merely 23,000 men. He could defeat the Lannisters once, twice, or thrice, but should they inflict a severe blow to him, he would be forced to retreat. As he contemplated these matters, Clay's keen ears suddenly detected the sound of iron boots clattering against the wooden staircase. Someone was approaching. In the next moment, the door was flung open, and the slightly breathless captain of the guard presented Clay with a rolled-up white note. "My lord, a letter." Perplexed by the captain's evident agitation, Clay unfurled the note and, upon reading the first line, found himself momentarily stunned. It read, "The White Harbor trading convoy has been attacked in the northeast of Manhwa City, resulting in 48 fatalities among the 54-member convoy, with 6 more missing. Please exercise utmost caution, my lord." This was a letter from Anti-Heaven, and the trident emblem at the bottom confirmed its origin. Through the pristine paper, Clay could almost taste the iron tang of blood. "Soon, I shall depart from Twin Rivers City. However, affairs here are far from concluded. Since in an alternate timeline the Fry family opted for treachery, I too shall bestow upon Lord Walder Fry a fate marked by betrayal in this realm." Chapter 64. Preparing to depart. Having meticulously read every word of the letter, Clay's previous good spirits had vanished entirely. The incident occurred near the neck of the Twin River City, where the White Sea Guard received intelligence from their scouts and promptly relayed it back to the city. Clay surmised that the Crows had likely taken flight towards the Wolf's Den at White Harbor. The letter did not specify the assailants, suggesting that the sender only learned of the news later. However, the matter itself was gravely serious. A merchant convoy of over 50 individuals was undoubtedly transporting a significant cargo. Based on Clay's understanding of his own merchant fleet, at least half of them were armed guards. The exact nature of the convoy's cargo remained unknown. Yet given the sensitive location of the neck, an ominous premonition began to stir within Clay. The formula for the demon hunting potion included ingredients sourced from the neck, and if misfortune had indeed struck, encountering bandits would be a bitter stroke of luck. However, the real concern lay in the possibility that someone had set their sights on the newly acquired procurement orders that had emerged upon his return to White Harbor. Clay recognized that it was time for him to leave Twin River City. Given the gravity of the situation and his position as the heir of White Harbor, he needed to head north immediately to address this issue. "My lord," the captain of the guards wore a similarly grim expression. Although they would not be taking the land route through the neck on their return, the path through the forest to the eastern coast was still perilously close. The thought of ambushing a White Harbor merchant convoy of this size infuriated the veteran soldier. "Wait, let us first ascertain the situation. This is first-hand information, and we still know too little," Clay declared, casting aside his wine glass and rising from his chair, pacing the room with a furrowed brow. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Based on your experience, if you were to attack a convoy similar to the one described in the letter, how many men would you require?" The captain shook his head, responding in hushed tones, "My lord, your question lacks precision, making it difficult for me to answer. I am unaware of who is responsible for this. Our convoy guards wear light leather armor and wield only swords. If my cavalry were to engage, 50 men would suffice to end the battle swiftly." But Clay interjected, articulating the unspoken words, "That is indeed impossible." The marshy terrain of the neck was home to the Lade family and a few marsh dwellers. The idea of over 50 heavily armored cavalrymen slipping past countless watchful eyes to appear at the neck was utterly absurd. They had traveled by sea, and aside from the Mandrell family, no substantial military presence could be found on the waters of Bitten Bay. The logistics of transporting 50 men along with their gear without anyone noticing were simply unfeasible. Could it truly be bandits? Clay found this hard to believe. Although the region had a history of banditry, annihilating a group of 50 would necessitate at least 100 marauders, given their equipment. Regardless, he resolved to go himself. The information at hand was limited, and any further insights would have to be gleaned upon arrival. Yes, my lord, that seems impossible. So what shall we do now? The captain nodded, standing by in quiet anticipation of Clay's orders. He trusted that, given Clay's temperament, he would not remain idle in Twin River City. Gather all White Harbor guards in Twin River City. When I return from Manhwaedit Flory, I want 200 men, not one less. Even if you must drag them away from their women, I expect them here, Clay commanded, his tone stern. Despite his youth, his authority as the heir to White Harbor had instilled an undeniable gravitas that prompted the captain to nod in affirmation. After confirming the orders, he promptly turned to execute them. Good news rarely leaves the door, but bad news travels far and wide, Clay mused, surmising that the Flory family, whose influence extended throughout the upper reaches of the Green Fork River, had likely caught wind of the situation. At that moment, Manhwaedit Flory was undoubtedly awaiting his arrival. After preparing himself, Clay departed the Mandrell family residence accompanied by 2 attendants, heading directly towards the main fortress where Manhwaedit Flory resided. With steady strides, Clay reached the entrance, composing his expression and slowing his pace. During such times, an air of impatience only invites disdain. The Flory guards, clad in black armor adorned with the Twin Towers emblem, recognized him immediately by the mermaid insignia on his armor and permitted him passage without hesitation. Where's the Marquis? I need to see him immediately, Clay inquired, as he was unfamiliar with the inhabitants of this castle and had no choice but to question the soldier guarding the entrance. However, it was not the guard who answered him, but a voice, somewhat familiar, emanating from behind. Young Master Clay, allow me to escort you to my father. You need not inquire further. Turning around to see the speaker, Clay was momentarily taken aback. It was Innes Flory. What was he doing here? Their previous encounter at the East City Gate had ended in a bitter departure, and Clay had silently mocked him for his delusions. Now, why was he so congenial? A warm smile graced Innes Flory's face as he approached, clapping Clay on the shoulder. I intended to find you at your residence, but the Mandrell people informed me you were not there. I knew you would be here instead. Clay shrugged off the hand on his shoulder, his gaze fixed intently upon Innes. He was eager to understand why Innes had sought him out at the residence and how he had deduced Clay's return to this place. Seemingly aware of Clay's thoughts, Innes led him toward the staircase of the main fortress, speaking softly and vaguely. The crows of the Flory family are managed by me and the scholar. My father would never allow his fate to rest in the hands of outsiders. The lack of context was evident, yet Clay comprehended the implication. Innes managed the crows, which meant he was undoubtedly aware of the massacre of the White Harbor merchant convoy. Upon realizing that he could not locate Clay at the Mandrell residence, Innes had immediately surmised that Clay would seek out Manhwaedit Flory. Moreover, Innes's words hinted at another layer of information. The scholar of the Flory family seemed to be similarly sidelined, but unlike Clay's own family, the Flory family's plight stemmed from Manhwaedit Flory's own fear of mortality. Clay's wariness surged anew. A Flory who possessed a portion of the scholar's authority, yet remained amicable after Clay's rejection, was certainly an individual to be treated with caution. Understanding that Innes had more to say, Clay discerned the ambiguous smile on his lips. He knew that Innes had not yet relinquished hope. Chapter 65. The journey north following the footsteps of Sir Innes Fry. This marked the 4th occasion for Clay to enter the tower that epitomizes the utmost authority of Twin River City, and this time, he came to bid farewell. Having long been accustomed to the penetrating gazes of the phrase that seemed to follow him everywhere, he treaded over countless damp and dark black tiles as he accompanied Innes Fry to the study located high within the tower. The moment he pushed open the door, a wave of warm air enveloped him. Evidently, the fireplace within had been ignited, creating a stark contrast between the interior and exterior temperatures. This minor detail struck Clay sharply. Time, indeed, was gradually eroding the frail body of Ward Fry, who now felt no chill. Yet this 90-year-old man still chose to kindle the fire. Time is impartial to most, as decreed by the gods. However, some beings in this world resist such decrees, such as the priests of the Red God in the south and the servants of the Cold God hidden within the snowstorms to the north, not to mention Clay himself. The door creaked as Innes Fry ushered Clay into the room, where the fiery sunlight seeped through the partially ajar window. Slowly creeping across the surface of the black oak table, the Lord of Twin River City was ensconced beneath a thick fur blanket, reclining in his chair with closed eyes. Pretending to doze, Clay noticed a raven's letter resting on the table before him. Having likely heard the footsteps, Marquis Ward Fry took 5 seconds to transition from his drowsy state back to that of a stern and irascible lord. He scrutinized Clay and the figure of his son, Innes, standing beside him. After a brief silence, this diminutive old man unleashed a sharp and scathing inquiry, directing his ire towards his son. Innes, you uncouth wretch. Why did you not inform me of the guest's arrival? With a son like you, I feel as though I am residing in the 7th circle of hell. What could possibly prevent you from even exchanging a greeting with your father? Clay was taken aback, perplexed by the sudden outburst of anger from Ward Fry. It was hardly proper to chastise one's son in front of outsiders. Did he not realize how ridiculous that appeared? And you, my esteemed guest from White Harbor, he continued. Do enlighten me. What brings you here, disturbing my dreams of exploring the bodies of young maidens alongside my foolish son? Ward Fray's words, uttered with a slight frown, conveyed a profound disregard for propriety. It was one thing for a youth of perhaps 20 to engage in such discourse. Yet for a 90-year-old man who had recently wed an 18-year-old girl to speak so indiscriminately was rather grotesque and repugnant. Your Grace, Clay interjected. I have received word that a caravan from White Harbor encountered a violent assault north of Twin River City, near the Neck Marsh. Many perished there, and as the heir, I must depart immediately. As a courteous gesture, upon a guest's departure, it was customary for the host, Ward Fry, to provide or return horses, marking the conclusion of hospitality. Oh, is that so? May the seven gods bless them and grant those poor souls a swift return to their embrace. What should have been mere platitudes of comfort, devoid of substance, were rendered hollow by the insincerity etched upon the Marquis's face, akin to that of a weasel. It was evident that he had already received news of the incident, displaying no surprise whatsoever. His bald head bowed slightly, and after a few seconds, it lifted again. Perhaps signifying a moment of mourning? Yet that held little significance. The lost souls of White Harbor would hardly take solace in the condolences of a Fry. Very well. You may depart. Innes, return the horses to our friends from White Harbor. Take some men and investigate that area. After all, south of the Neck Marsh, where the Green Fork flows, remains part of our Fry estate. The latter part of his words devolved into a muddled incoherence that Clay could scarcely comprehend. Innes Fry nudged him gently, then promptly extended his own farewell to his father before turning to exit the room. Understanding dawned upon Clay, and he followed suit, leaving the study imbued with the scent of burning wood. Stepping outside, he found Sir Innes Fry leaning against the dark wall, one hand resting on his chin, idly toying with his tuft of silver hair, a habit he seemed to cherish. In the silence of the long corridor, dim and grave like a tomb, only Clay and Innes Fry remained, with the solitary observer being the flickering candlelight mounted on the wall. Regarding my previous proposal, Clay Manderley, we shall discuss it later. I am not concerned with the source of your information. I will share what I know. After a brief pause, he continued, the attack likely occurred last night. The first to discover it was a merchant leader passing through the next morning. That area is the northernmost nightly fief of the phrase, and upon receiving the news, that fellow immediately sent word via Raven. As for who perpetrated this act, how it transpired, and the number of casualties, to be frank, I do not know. The incident occurred at night, and apart from the strewn bodies, nothing remains to identify the assailants. Thus, as the heir of White Harbor, it is imperative that you go, and as a scion of the Fry family, I must also investigate the presence of this mysterious band of marauders that could silently take down dozens of men on our lands. He shrugged, his voice tinged with resignation. This task is not mine. It belongs to my brother, Stephen. Alas, he is preoccupied with other matters, so let us be off, my friend from White Harbor. Gather your forces, and I shall await you at the city gate, where we can converse further on our journey. Although evening had descended, Clay was not one to return home for a restful slumber while the bodies of the White Harbor caravan awaited him. It was clear that Innes Fry was equally eager to uncover the identity of this enigmatic force. With a swift gallop, clad in armor, Clay rejoined the protection of 200 cavalrymen, illuminated by the glow of torches, alongside 100 gathered Fry horsemen. They surged northward under the stars towards the blood-soaked site of the brutal massacre. Before departing, he had released a raven bearing news. His father would receive it promptly. And regardless of whether it pertained to the shipment of ingredients, Clay was confident that his father's keen mind would grasp its significance. What was lost could not be reclaimed, and ensuring the safety of the caravan still en route was of utmost priority. Chapter 66. Every family has its own difficulties almost following the same route that Clay took from White Harbor to the Twin River City once he reached King S Road. The path back to White Harbor veered east directly to the seaside, while the location of the ambush required continuing northward along King S Road. Traveling swiftly through the starry night, Clay heard numerous curses and complaints from the soldiers of House Fry. Whenever these grievances reached the ears of Island Fry, they were met with the sharp crack of a whip slicing through the air. However, the 200 cavalrymen from White Harbor who accompanied him seldom voiced their discontent. The massacre of their merchant convoy ignited their fury. The harsh environment of the north had forged their straightforward temperament, prompting them to remain silent, consumed by a singular desire to hunt down those scoundrels and hang them from the trees. The journey was not an easy one. The farther north they traveled, the more treacherous the path became. The once straight and spacious King S Road had received no maintenance funding from the Baratheon regime for many years. Plants sprouted from the compacted earth, their roots burrowing deep and shattering the soil into fragments. In such minor details, one could perceive the true state of House Baratheon's rule in King's Landing, outwardly resplendent, yet fundamentally decayed. When the formidable Robert fell to the tusks of a wild boar, his kingdom proved to be as fragile as a house of cards. As night descended, Clay, along with more than 300 men, set up camp near King Esroad. Among the army, Clay felt no fear of anyone daring to confront the armed cavalrymen. To silence 300 men without a sound would require at least 1,000. No fewer. The sentinels dispersed into the shadows, and Clay and Island Fry sat before a crackling bonfire, where an unfortunate deer had been prepared by the guards, suspended from a branch and roasted over the flames. This marked the third night since their departure from Twin River City, and Clay awaited Island Fry, who had come specifically to speak with him, as the latter had yet to finish his earlier thoughts. Drawing a sharp dagger that glinted under the moonlight, Island Fry sliced a piece of still bloody meat from the deer's leg and skewered it on the tip of the dagger before bringing it to his mouth. Clay could hear the crunching of the flesh as he chewed. Lord Clay, who do you think could commit such an act? We both know it takes more than 100 men to pull this off. Island Fry initiated the conversation, having held his tongue until today. Finally emerging from his camp to seek Clay out, as they were set to arrive at the scene by noon the following day. My lord, that question should be directed at you. 100 armed men appearing unnoticed on Fry territory. How would I know anything? If they were bandits. Are there even enough in the vicinity of Twin Rivers City to muster such a large force? Island frowned, the firelight casting a reddish hue on his usually pale complexion. He instinctively grasped a tuft of his small beard, pondering for a long while before responding. You see, much of what happens outside Twin Rivers City falls under my purview. From what I understand, there have always been a few small bands of thieves in the area, but they are not numerous. The largest group comprises no more than 30 men. So, theoretically, if these small bands were to combine their numbers, they might reach 100. Clay was not surprised by the presence of bandits. The scarcity of banditry in the north was not due to the high standards of the northerners, but rather the vast, sparsely populated lands that made banditry a perilous endeavor. However, in the densely populated south, during this era of severely lacking governance, a handful of deserters could easily venture into the woods with their gear and establish a foothold, provided they did not attract too much attention, as the noble lords hiding in their castles would seldom mobilize forces to eliminate them unless the disturbances grew too severe. Them, Island Fry scoffed. Indeed. In terms of numbers, it's plausible they could be responsible, but do you think these bandits lack their own conflicts? It is utterly impossible to unite them for a common cause unless King Robert were to approach them with a sack of gold dragons, which might temporarily rally them together. Nodding, the area around the bonfire fell into silence once more. Clay knew that Island Fry had not come merely to discuss the identity of the culprits. That topic had been thoroughly debated over the past 3 days and required no special visit. Lord Clay, there are no others present. I believe we should shift our focus to another matter, such as your sister's betrothal. Eventually, Island Fry circled back to the topic at hand. Clay furrowed his brow, his voice cold. Sir Island Fry, I believe I made myself quite clear on the eastern wall of Twin River City. This matter is beyond my authority. Clay found it perplexing why Island Fry was so intent on an alliance with the Manderley family. There were numerous nobles throughout the 7 kingdoms eager to marry off their daughters. Surprisingly, upon hearing Clay's blunt refusal once more, Island Fry showed no sign of anger. Instead, a cryptic smile spread across his face as he took a swig of ale and whispered, Lord Clay, you need not speak so to me. Did you express your inability to act when you slaughtered the Lannisters in Winterfell? Listen closely, I wish to propose a deal. Narrowing his eyes, Clay remained silent, eager to uncover Island Fray's intentions. My father is already 90 years old. Apart from the old steward who has been by his side for decades, he trusts no one. Do not be deceived by his apparent camaraderie with my brother, Stephen. Let me tell you, he is most wary of him. He is acutely aware that my brother is over 60 and may not outlive him much longer. Do you grasp the implications of that? Not just Stephen, but even his sons and grandsons are eager for the old man to depart this world sooner rather than later. In the absence of any Fry soldiers nearby, Island's disdain for his family members was palpable as he spoke. The old man, in his quest for safety, has forcibly divided some of my brother's powers and granted them to me. Otherwise, it would have been Stephen accompanying you on this trip. I still vividly recall what Stephen muttered privately. Once he becomes a lord, he will ensure my demise, and he swore this to the 7. Looking intently into Clay's eyes, Island's own were bloodshot and glistening with emotion as he pronounced the most venomous words deliberately. In that case, I must send them to meet the 7 before they can strike against me. Chapter 67. The plan. Why me, Jazz? You could easily find someone else for this. Clay furrowed his brow, having made his point abundantly clear. Feigning ignorance at this juncture seemed pointless. Yet, Clay was perplexed as to why Innes Fry had singled him out for this task, knowing full well that broadcasting such matters would be sheer folly. Because you. along with the Manderley family backing you, possess something I desire, the golden dragons. Once I ascend to the title of Marquis Fry, I will require a substantial amount of golden dragons to pacify these unruly individuals. Furthermore, the support from your Manderley family would alleviate considerable pressure on me. Innis Fry concealed the sinister expression that had briefly surfaced, reverting to his customary impassive demeanor. He retrieved a golden dragon from his pocket and tossed it directly to Clay. You seek the golden dragons of House Manderley and wish to marry one of my sisters or daughters to your grandson, all the while expecting our support for your patricide. Pray tell, what does House Manderley stand to gain from this arrangement? This was an evident matter. House Manderley was being asked to sacrifice so much, risking their reputation and incurring significant peril. Surely, a satisfactory reward must be forthcoming. Innis Fry required House Manderley's intervention to stabilize the situation post-patricide with golden dragons and influence. Naturally, Clay was keen to negotiate a favorable deal. Moreover, he was curious. Was not the town of Two Rivers quite affluent? Although White Harbor surpassed it in golden dragons. Beyond a certain threshold, their worth diminished to mere numbers. Realizing he must address this question, Clay understood that this was not merely a personal matter between him and Innis. It was a negotiation between the Manderley and Fry families, assuming Innis could indeed represent the phrase. As the bonfire crackled, Innis Fry extended 3 fingers, speaking with utmost seriousness. First, your sister or daughter will marry my future heir, Robert Fry. I assure you, their progeny will control the entire Fry lineage. Second, should everything proceed smoothly, Two Rivers shall relinquish any tax obligations to House Manderley before my meeting with the 7 gods. You understand the magnitude of that wealth. Third, in the event of war, the Fry family will unconditionally stand by House Manderley, regardless of whether your enemies lie to the south, north, east, or west. Upon hearing Innis Fray's propositions, Clay could not suppress a cold chuckle within himself. What a bold maneuver it was to attempt to swindle the unwary. The first point appeared to suggest that the Manderley bloodline would merge with the ruling Fry line, provided Innis Fray's scheme succeeded. However, the notion that a daughter of House Manderley would not marry the direct heir, but rather a cadet branch was ludicrous. White Harbor, after all, was the 5th largest city in Westeros, boasting a population exceeding 200,000. The allure of Clay's status as heir was intrinsically tied to the city's stature. To propose a marriage to his heir as a condition was utterly farcical. Regarding the second point, while this had some substance, it was still built on tenuous ground. The phrase had occupied Two Rivers for many years, collecting tolls that, though not comparable to the trade totals of White Harbor, were still significant. The potential for tax exemption for White Harbor merchants could indeed result in substantial savings. Yet this, too, was a castle in the air. Firstly, Innis Fry, now in his 50s, was unlikely to reach his father's age. Even with good fortune, White Harbor would only enjoy tax exemption for a maximum of 20 years. Secondly, the question of tax exemption was not within White Harbor's control. In essence, if Innis Fry were to wake up one day in a foul mood and decide to impose taxes again, what could White Harbor do? Rise in rebellion? On what grounds? Would they dare to disclose the rationale behind the tax exemption agreement? In summary, this was merely a mirage, with the feasibility of Clay and his Manderley family actually benefiting from it hinging entirely on the whims of House Fry. Lastly, regarding the third point, trusting the Fry family's promises seemed even more ludicrous than expecting Robert Baratheon to lick Daenerys Targaryen's toes. When White Harbor truly faced an adversary, could Clay truly anticipate support from Two Rivers? Dream on. Thus, Innis Fray's 3 propositions, seemingly binding the two families together, required House Manderley to sacrifice a daughter without inheritance rights for the prospect of significant future savings and an additional ally in times of war. What a splendid deal it was! If not for the constraints of the situation, Clay would have relished the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to Innis Fray's face and sternly inform him, "You are quite adept at proposing terms. Do not do so again." Initially intent on rising to conclude what appeared to be a futile negotiation in Clay's eyes, he paused, reconsidering. "My lord, may I inquire how you intend to execute your plan to graciously escort your family to meet the 7 gods? In the ancient laws of Westeros, regardless of circumstances, the act of patricide often resulted in immediate execution for the unfortunate, while the fortunate lived a lifetime in disgrace. Much like the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, who, as a member of the Kingsguard, failed to protect his king and instead plunged a dagger into him beneath the Iron Throne, despite standing on the side of victory. He was forever condemned. Thus, for someone like Innis Fry, proposing a plan of patricide, Clay felt no need for leniency. A response laced with disdain and mockery was the only fitting reaction for a true Westerosi. Evidently, Innis Fry seemed impervious to the scorn in Clay's words, his expression remaining serious as he replied, "My Lord Clay, you know I wield some authority among the scholars, and my father, for the most part, resembles the man he was before we left Two Rivers, drowsy and lethargic. He trusts only his lifelong steward, but let me tell you, the steward's only grandson has taken a fancy to my granddaughter. When the time comes, I can assure you he will stand by my side. After all, if the old man dies, Stephen will not spare him. Just as if you would spare him, Clay scoffed. Perhaps? Innes Fry replied with a cryptic smile. My father will depart unexpectedly during a banquet with Stephen, and all the blame, known only to the seven, will fall upon my dear brother, whom I will execute as a patricide. I must point out that even if everything you previously mentioned succeeds, the inheritance seems to fall to your second brother, after all. You rank third. Innes Fray's smile did not waver in the slightest at Clay's remark. Shaking his head, he responded without a hint of emotion, my poor second brother, married to a Lannister, is hardly present in Two Rivers. Once my plan is executed, I shall be the master of Two Rivers. Do you truly think Lord Hoster Tully would allow a fry covered in lion's fur to take command of Two Rivers? Furthermore, even if he were to arrive, the journey does not seem particularly safe. After all, there are bandits. An unfortunate incident would be quite reasonable, given that all the lords of the Riverlands would undoubtedly hope for such an occurrence. Chapter 68. The scene. Regardless of the potential pitfalls of the plan or the bloodshed it may entail, Clay remains indifferent, as he had never truly intended to give his consent from the outset. Yet, observing the seemingly composed Sir Innes Fry, whose eyes concealed a flicker of madness and anticipation, a thought suddenly crossed Clay's mind. Why not feign agreement for the time being? Such verbal agreements lack substance on paper and hold little persuasive power. You know it. I know it. As long as I do not acknowledge it, you cannot convince others of its authenticity. If, during the Northern Army's advance, chaos could be incited within Riverrun, leading the Fry family to turn against one another, coupled with the White Harbor Guard's actions within the city, Clay's chances of seizing Riverrun would be significantly enhanced. As for the consequences, they are rather inconsequential. After all, marriage cannot simply be declared. Even if Innes dispatched someone to White Harbor, it would take 2 or 3 months. And by the time that elapsed, Clay would likely be leading his forces southward. If Riverrun were truly captured, Innes could demand the fulfillment of promises. Yet Clay could simply deny them. The city would be firmly in the hands of the Northern Army, so what fear would remain? As long as an opportunity arises for Robb and the other Northern nobles to realize that the true parricide within the Fry family is the very Innes Fry standing before them, Clay would not need to lift a finger. Under the banner of the king in the north, Robb would undoubtedly execute him. For the Honorable Stark family does not permit such individuals to thrive. Upon returning to his tent, Innes Fry was filled with exhilaration, for Clay Manderley, who had remained non-committal until then, finally endorsed his plan after an impassioned description of a splendid future and intense bargaining. He pledged 50 years of tax exemption for White Harbor and promised to publicly declare an alliance between their houses once the matter was resolved. Should the Manderley family encounter enemies, the Fry family would lend their unwavering support, lest they be deemed blasphemous to the seven. Furthermore, the inheritance rights of children born to women from the Manderley family must be guaranteed, necessitating his journey to Riverrun to publicly announce this to the lords of the Riverlands. Prior to his actions, the Manderley family would send Clay's sister to Riverrun and arrange a marriage pact with his grandson, Robb Fry. This Manderley woman would secretly bring a dowry valued at 50,000 gold dragons to secure the loyalty of key figures in Riverrun. Ultimately, once he executed his plan, the Manderley family would openly support Innes's claim to power. Although the Manderley family belongs to the north, their substantial influence in the region cannot be overlooked. At this juncture, Innes Fry felt that his plan was finally gaining traction. Having never held the reins of his family's finances, he had spent an immeasurable amount of gold dragons over the years to bribe key individuals. Once the Manderley family's support was secured, his dwindling treasury would be replenished. Clay was unaware of the thoughts racing through the mind of Innes Fry, who had spent a sleepless night in excitement. Rising promptly at 6:30, influenced by his biological clock, he engaged in his sword practice, having already finished breakfast by the time an exuberant Innes Fry sought him out. Observing this scene, Innes could not help but marvel at Clay Manderley, the once obscure youth who exhibited remarkable tenacity, practicing swordsmanship with unwavering discipline. This was no mere pastime of youth, but a genuine skill of lethality. As he sheathed his sword and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel offered by his attendant, Clay donned a congenial smile befitting an ally and exclaimed, "Good morning, Sir Innes." His demeanor was far more affable than before. Reassured by this shift, Innes found Clay increasingly agreeable, a smile breaking across his pale visage as he nodded in approval, saying, "Young Master Clay, your swordsmanship appears quite impressive." This was merely a courteous compliment, and Clay did not feel compelled to inquire further or display humility. A simple nod sufficed. With his smile retracted, Clay knew the performance had come to an end, for more pressing matters awaited. Mounting his horse, he addressed Innes Fry, "My lord, let us depart. We must uncover the perpetrators of the blood debt owed by the White Harbor merchants." With a gentle nudge of his steed's belly, he surged forward. After several hours of swift riding, Clay finally covered the last stretch, encountering the Fry Knights bearing the Twin Towers banner, the lords of the land. Without hesitation, he interrupted their inconsequential chatter, raising his whip to assert, "Take me to the site where you discovered the bodies." By now, the corpses had undoubtedly been removed. They could not possibly remain near King's Road, yet Clay felt compelled to inspect the scene, far more revealing than any other account. Though inwardly scolding Clay's assertiveness, the knight, a mere landed squire of inferior rank, had no choice but to comply, particularly with Ennis Fry following in a manner suggesting Clay's leadership. Bowing his head in acquiescence, the knight led the way on horseback. As they traversed a stretch of road, Clay surveyed the terrain on either side, his heart quickening. 2 hills rose on either side, lush with verdant foliage, with King's Road as the sole exit. It was an ideal ambush site, elevated and blocking the escape route. A caravan in such terrain would find it impossible to turn around, and even mounted, they would struggle to flee. Casting a glance at the captain of his guard, a seasoned veteran, Clay recognized the implications. With a swift gesture, the cavalry behind him surged toward the flanking ridges. Ennis Fry, slightly delayed in his reaction, soon followed suit, striking the leading knights back with his whip, and the Fry Knights hastily joined the White Harbor cavalry. If there were indeed ambushers lying in wait, their elevated position would pose significant danger, despite the 300 men at his command. What a fool, Ennis seethed internally, unable to recognize the peril and offer a warning. Simultaneously, he cast a surprised glance at Clay, who remained seated on his horse, silent and still. This boy, having never set foot on a battlefield, exhibited a sensitivity that surpassed even his own, a man accustomed to the specter of death. Why did he not possess such exceptional progeny? Ennis Fry could not help but envy Lord Wyman, lamenting his own sons, who were only preoccupied with carnal pursuits, sighing deeply within. Chapter 69. The demon hunter senses. Clem understood that in this particular terrain, 100 men might not be necessary. Under the cloak of night, they could launch a surprise attack from above, effectively sealing the escape routes and commencing a massacre. This was a meticulously chosen battlefield, as someone had already plotted to ambush the merchant convoy from White Harbor here, akin to a hunter lying in wait amidst the grass to deliver a fatal strike at the most opportune moment. "Young master, be cautious," urged the captain of the escort, who was lagging half a horse's length behind, as he drew his sword and positioned it defensively in front of Clem. Raising his hand to press lightly on the captain's gripping hand, Clem shook his head and calmly replied, "No need for concern. Go inform the others to search the woods for anything of interest, and also check for any tracks left by men or horses." With that, Clem gently spurred his horse forward toward the scene. It was not that he felt invincible. He did not believe that after ambushing the White Harbor convoy, anyone would dare to attack a cavalry force of nearly 300 men in broad daylight at the same location. As he halted at the mouth of the valley, his keen hunter's senses confirmed that there were no traces of magical energy left behind, indicating that the only weapons used here were steel. No other unexpected factors were at play. As a demon hunter, he possessed an unparalleled sensitivity to his surroundings. While he could not catch every minuscule detail, he could reconstruct the events of that fateful night 4 days prior with each step he took across the land. The overturned grass bore witness to the violent impact of someone being forcefully thrown down, suggesting that it was not merely a fall, but rather, yes, indeed, someone had been knocked over by a horse. On a patch of tattered grass, Clem's gaze fixated intently as his mind replayed the scenario. He could ascertain that someone had been struck and landed there, but whether this individual belonged to White Harbor or was part of some mysterious force remained uncertain. Equally ambiguous was the identity of the horse that had delivered the blow. Was it a pack horse from the convoy, or a war steed charged in a battle? The presence or absence of a horse would yield entirely different conclusions regarding the strength of the force involved. Dismounting, Clem halted the escorting guards from following suit, gesturing for them to spread out while he knelt to pick up several clumps of dark red earth. Blood? Clearly, the individual who had been thrown suffered significant injuries. A mere collision would not have resulted in such pronounced external wounds. The volume of blood suggested that either the person had been previously injured, or had their throat slit by someone. Casting aside the soil, Clem turned to the closest guard and commanded, "You. Inform your captain to count the hoofprints if there are any, and let me know the exact number of horses." "Yes, my lord." The soldier straightened, acknowledging the order, and promptly rode off toward the ridge on the right. Uncertain of what Clem had discerned from the ground, Sir Innes Fleury, who followed closely behind, felt compelled to ask, but ultimately refrained, sensing the tension etched on Clem's face. He could not shake the feeling that the young man stepping onto this battlefield had transformed into someone else entirely. The bodies had been collected by the knight in charge of the territory, who commanded farmers and guards to gather them. Initially piled in a corner of the valley, after 4 days in the summer heat of the south, they had become unbearable. Thus, the knight only retained 3 corpses in relatively better condition, burying the rest in unmarked graves, names forgotten, marked only by a crude carving of a mermaid on a stone. Clem could distinguish the new footprints with clarity. It was evident that the process of moving the corpses had obliterated many valuable clues, but he could not blame them. Tell me, did all the bodies succumb to sharp weapon injuries? Or were there any fatalities caused by crossbows or longbows? Clem posed the question to the Flory family knight who had been trailing them. The graying knight stepped forward quickly. A sycophantic smile plastered on his face as he hastily replied, "No, my lord, they all died from sword wounds." "Are you certain?" Clem scrutinized the bloodshot eyes of the knight. "I am certain. I checked each one when we buried them. I assure you," he responded affirmatively, nodding. Clem chose not to linger on the knight's face, waving him away as he continued his search for clues in the narrow valley. "Lord Clem, have you discovered anything?" Sir Innes Flory, who had been patiently waiting, finally asked the question that weighed on his mind. Clem did not answer, but instead posed another inquiry. "Sir, I initially estimated that it would take 100 men to annihilate this force, but now I believe that might be a rather extreme assessment. How many do you think would be required to ensure that not a single one of the 50 men escapes?" Innes Flory instinctively placed his right hand on his silver-gray mustache, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. After a moment, he offered his assessment. "My lord, if they were bandits, then without armor, even with a surprise attack leveraging the terrain, there would need to be at least 60 men. However, if they were not bandits and had sufficient equipment or horses, then 30 men split into two groups could likely wipe out half of the convoy's defenses in a single charge, and after 3 rounds, they would all be lying on the ground." This was a reasonable assertion, and Clem nodded in agreement, murmuring, "Whether or not they had horses will be clarified once we investigate the hills on either side. Let us observe. Perhaps we will uncover something of significance." Parting ways with Innes Flory, Clem replayed the events of the battlefield in his mind. The hoofprints on the hills above were inconclusive, since the White Harbor convoy possessed horses. This added considerable complexity to Clem's investigation. Suddenly, a pivotal question struck him. "Tell me, did you find any wagons at the scene? And were the goods they transported still present?" Clem's expression shifted to one of exasperation as the knight from the Flory family, who had hurried over, answered without hesitation. "I found nothing, my lord. When I arrived, there was nothing here but the bodies. It seems the bandits in the mountains targeted the supplies of the White Harbor convoy, resulting in this calamity." At that moment, Clem's gaze sharpened as he peered over the knight's shoulder, spotting a peculiar mark on a small mound of dark red earth. Waving his hand, the knight instinctively withdrew, though he did not stray far, knowing he would likely be summoned again for questioning. Clem paid him no mind, approaching the small, blood-scented mound where he knelt and sifted through the soil. His countenance darkened as he uncovered a tiny hole, revealing hardened clots of blood within, a mark left by a crossbow bolt striking the ground. A sudden alarm surged within him, and, with a discreet glance at the knight who was idly wandering nearby, Clem's heart sank. He was lying. Chapter 70. Conspiracy as the heir of White Harbor. The well-versed Clay immediately discerned the unmistakable marks left by a powerful crossbow. The short bolts, discharged from a mechanism, could pierce steel at close range. The minute soil crater created by these bolts was buried beneath a mound soaked in blood, a feat inconceivable for a mere merchant caravan. As a discreet merchant troop, it was implausible for them to possess such a complex, costly, and maintenance-intensive weapon. This bolt could only have originated from the assailants. The audacity of the attackers, ambushing the merchant caravan in the vicinity of King's Road, where danger lurked at every corner, was astonishing. If the crossbow belonged to them, the absence of the bolts indicated they had meticulously cleaned the battlefield. Yet, the conundrum lay in the darkness of the night. After committing murder, they had not hastily fled, but had inexplicably taken the time to tidy the scene, even retrieving bolts buried deep in the earth. Were they bold enough to act in such a manner? This was hardly the mindset of a typical assailant. Moreover, given the use of crossbows, one could hardly assume longbows were absent. In an attack on a caravan of over 50, could they have retrieved every single arrowhead? More importantly, Clay had previously inquired with a knight whether all victims succumbed to sword wounds. The knight had emphatically confirmed this, insisting on the sole presence of sword injuries. So, what then accounted for the crossbow bolt? The implications were clear. The knight had lied, hastily concealing the corpses of the other merchants to obscure the truth of their demise. Did the Flory family instruct him to do so? This thought crossed Clay's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. At this juncture, the Flory family had no motive to act against White Harbor, especially with him present. The risks were far too great. So, who was this knight deceiving on behalf of whom? Clay felt an overwhelming urge to confront him directly, to impose a mark of accusation upon his brow, demanding the truth. Alas, the current situation did not permit such overt actions. Clay quickly deduced that the circumstances here must have been orchestrated by the knight and his accomplices, suggesting he was well aware of the impending attack. They had calculated that by the time Clay arrived, the bodies would have begun to decay and emit a foul odor. Deliberately presenting 3 corpses with only sword wounds to mislead him, while those struck by crossbow bolts lay buried long before. The absence of cargo-laden carts and the presence of merely sword-inflicted wounds were part of a ruse designed to mislead Clay and his companions into believing they had been ambushed by poorly equipped bandits. Clay surmised that the disarray of hoofprints on either ridge was likely a similar fabrication. Rising from the ground, Clay feigned nonchalance as he discarded the dark red soil from his hands, brushing off his palms as he quietly approached the gathering of his family's cavalry. He was determined to prevent a repeat of the events that transpired 4 days prior, despite currently commanding a well-equipped force of 200 cavalrymen. Upon reaching his cavalry, a squire promptly brought forth Clay's steed. After stroking the cheek of the magnificent white horse, Clay mounted. At that moment, the captain of the guard galloped down the slope toward Clay's troop, pulling his horse to a halt just 5 paces away. "Share your findings directly," Clay commanded. He tossed a water pouch from his saddle to the captain, who caught it and drank deeply, regaining his breath before reporting, "There are indeed wheel tracks on the ridge, as well as footprints. However, it's been 4 days, and it appears it rained a bit in the last 2 days, causing many of the marks to fade. There are numerous hoofprints. I estimate approximately 20 horses. Sir, this closely aligns with the number of pack horses in our caravan." The captain's brow furrowed as he delivered the report, and Clay, familiar with the captain's demeanor after their time together, sensed he had more to say. The captain's gaze flickered toward Clay's back, indicating he preferred to speak away from prying ears. Stepping away with their horses, distancing themselves from Innis Fleury, who was questioning Clay's cavalry, the captain lowered his voice. "Sir, something feels amiss." "What do you mean?" Clay squinted, intrigued. "There are numerous inconsistencies. Firstly, I recognize the carts we manufacture in White Harbor. The wheelwrights tend to make the wheels larger than those of southern craftsmen due to our northern climate's heavy rains and muddy terrain. Yet, while examining the wheel ruts, I found not only our wide wheel prints but also several narrow ones. Where did those come from? If they were bandits, did they really prepare carts in advance? Moreover, the number of horses doesn't add up. There are indeed over 20 hoofprints heading east along the ridge, but after this battle, was there not a single horse slain or injured? I just checked, and every footprint was solid, not a single sign of a limping horse. Lastly, what about the west? Why are there no traces there? It is only conceivable that our people could have been completely surrounded if approached from both sides, yet to the west. There are only footprints of people. Where are the horses?" The captain's series of queries illuminated the illogical aspects of the scene. While these individual points did not construct a complete narrative, they were nonetheless significant. Clay understood that the knight was indeed lying. Everything here had been meticulously arranged for his observation, all a facade. What lay hidden elsewhere? By reversing the assumption that the attack had originated from the east, Clay pondered where the western route might lead. The answer, he surmised, pointed directly to the knight's estate. A vague realization began to dawn upon him. It seemed evident that the knight had coordinated with an armed force arriving from the east, orchestrating this elaborate ruse. How else could a mere landed knight possess the capacity to obliterate an entire merchant caravan? As a local power, he might have informed the attackers of the slow-moving caravan's whereabouts, laying an ambush on the western side while the mysterious force struck from the east. After the assault commenced, he would block the ridge to prevent any escape, allowing the other force to execute the final slaughter. Clay was now fervently eager to ascertain the contents of the merchant carts. If they contained alchemical recipes for demon-hunting potions, it would certainly jeopardize his plans. However, aside from seizing an opportunity to confront the knight, Clay lacked sufficient evidence to substantiate his suspicions. As the heir of White Harbor, he recognized he had 2 paramount tasks ahead. First, to honor the deceased, and second, to uncover the culprits behind this heinous act and see that justice was served. Chapter 71. Urgent recall. Have you shared these discoveries with anyone else? Clay inquired, his expression stern as he addressed the captain of the guard. The latter shook his head, cautiously surveying the surroundings as if fearful that their conversation might be overheard. Of course not, my lord. I sense something amiss here. I strongly advise you to depart for White Harbor immediately. We shall not wait for the fleet. We will take the land route through Genghis. Once we reach the north, no one can challenge our 200 men. The captain, a seasoned warrior who had survived the brutalities of battle, had an acute sense of foreboding in this strange theater of war and instinctively tightened his nerves. Patting the captain's shoulder to ease his tension, Clay, his face inscrutable, whispered, "How can we leave? My grandfather did not issue any orders for my return. Departing now would imply that we are afraid. It is not yet time. While we could simply vanish, the nature of the Fleury family means that as the heir of White Harbor, my reputation will suffer within their reach. I may not care for honor, but the Mandlers hold it in high esteem. We value it more than the Southerners do." Pausing momentarily, Clay gestured towards the western ridge, murmuring almost to himself, "At the very least, I must ascertain who has laid hands upon you. The blood debt of the Mandlers must be repaid in kind." After surveying the site, and feeling a mix of anger and frustration at the apparent lack of findings, Clay slowly urged his horse towards the western slope, where a hastily arranged burial mound awaited his inspection. The freshly turned earth was roughly smoothed over, and a stone, roughly half his height, stood in the open field, etched with a crudely crafted mermaid design, the last remnant of the White Harbor caravan in this world. Clay did not know their names. Only upon returning to White Harbor and consulting the municipal records could he uncover their identities. Thus, standing there, he drew his long sword and plunged it into the ground. The 200 cavalry dismounted in solemn formation to pay silent tribute, a gesture that was all he, the heir of White Harbor, could offer them at that moment. A solitary eagle's cry shattered the stillness, marking the end of the moment of mourning. Innis Flor approached the silent Clay, feeling the need to offer comfort to the young man, barely past his teenage years. Yet, Clay required no such solace, rather than lamenting the loss of those few lives. He was indignant, grasping a great army yet finding no target, while the truly suspicious individuals remained unassailable. My lord, upon my return to White Harbor, I shall send someone to ensure that they are conveyed back. Although the Mandler family is devout in our worship of the seven gods, these simple folk of the north are fervent believers of the old gods. They deserve to rest beneath the heart tree under the gaze of the old gods. Clay's tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Innis Flor could not refuse his request and nodded, retracting his hand that had been poised to comfort Clay. As you wish, Lord Clay. Turning around, Clay scanned the crowd for the landed knight of the Flor family who had brought them here at noon. Furrowing his brow as he asked Innis Flor, "It seems the lord of this land has abandoned us guests. Such poor hospitality, wouldn't you agree, Sir Innis Flor?" Innis Flor understood the implication. It was directed at the landed knight. Here stood an heir of White Harbor and the son of the Flor family patriarch. While this minor knight had vanished without a trace, he mentioned there were matters to attend to in the territory and suggested we explore at our leisure. Once I realized there were no further clues, I allowed him to depart. Did you have business with him, Lord Clay? Innis Flor found it curious. Clay rarely employed such a sardonic tone. Typically, he embodied the courteous demeanor of a noble youth from the chivalric tales. Nothing of consequence. Since the lord did not invite us to his home for a tour, and we have not partaken of any salted bread, we shall refrain from disturbing him. Clay scoffed internally. This landed knight had fled swiftly. Had it been one of the great northern lords, known for their even harsher tempers, they would have stormed into the knight's estate by now, while the Flor family had granted him the rights of a guest. Clay could argue that the knight had neglected his duty by leaving them unattended. However, Innis Flor remained puzzled by the underlying motive behind Clay's words. He did not believe that Clay was vexed over missing the chance to tour the rustic noble's estate. As the heir of White Harbor, he had surely seen far grander sights than a wooden house set in farmland. At that moment, the sound of hooves reached Clay's ears. With everyone dismounted and having just completed their tribute, who could be approaching? Turning abruptly, Clay gazed towards the direction of the sound, the King's Road. At the foot of the ridge, Innis Flor, initially oblivious to Clay's focus, registered the distant hoofbeats only after several seconds, instinctively drawing his sword as nearby guards mounted their horses. Do not worry, there are only 2 horses. They must be from your family. Come to convey a message to one of us. Clay restrained Innis Flor, who was about to mount his steed, shaking his head softly. Just then, 2 banners emblazoned with the Twin Towers insignia appeared atop the ridge. Clay's assumption proved correct. The approaching riders were indeed cavalry from the Flor family. Examining Clay closely, Innis Flor had to concede, "Congratulations, young Clay. It seems your speculation was accurate. Let us discover whom these 2 eager souls seek." Labeling them eager was, in fact, a modest understatement. Had this been a time of war, such a hastily approaching cavalry would have faced arrows regardless of whose banner they bore. This was not mere rashness, but a disregard for their own safety. "As you wish, Lord Innis," Clay replied. The already mounted Flor and White Harbor guards halted their advance, and the 2 riders dismounted, exchanging words with the guards. Shortly thereafter, Clay and Innis witnessed as the guards relieved them of their weapons and escorted them forward. Once they had settled, Innis struck one of the riders with his whip and immediately demanded, "You too, who sent you?" The injured guard, clearly aware of Innis Flor's identity, dared not resist. Gasping as he replied, "My lord, we were sent by the Marquis." "For what purpose?" "The Marquis instructed us to deliver a letter from White Harbor, penned by Count Wayman, addressed to Master Clay Mandler. It instructs him to proceed to the East Coast port at once, as his fleet awaits him." One of the riders produced a letter from his breast pocket, and Clay swiftly seized it, tearing it open to reveal his father's handwriting, which conveyed a singular imperative: return to White Harbor with utmost haste. Chapter 72. Return, young master. Why is the Lord so eager for us to return to White Harbor? Did the letter explain? The speaker was the captain of the guard, equally taken aback by Count Wyman's letter, which appeared to have been sent directly from White Harbor to the city of Wanha. Upon receiving the letter, the people of Wanha immediately pursued him and his companions. Considering the timeline, their larger group, moving at a slower pace, had been overtaken by 2 cavalrymen from the Folii family, who had left Wanha a full half-day after him. This indicated that Count Wyman's letter arrived in Wanha just a day after their departure. The Raven's flight from White Harbor to Wanha was not particularly lengthy, however. It suggested that Count Wyman had not awaited their reply from Wanha before dispatching this urgent missive. "I do not know," replied Clay, shaking his head. Grandfather did not specify in the letter, only sternly insisted we return to White Harbor at once, with no room for negotiation. Clay was acutely aware of the implications of the timing. The arrival of the letter meant that as soon as the old man learned of the ambush on the merchant caravan from the Wolf's Den, he had issued a summons for Clay to return. While he had numerous speculations, he lacked the necessary evidence. The old man would never divulge such matters in writing, as that would equate to sharing intelligence with the Folii family. This unexpected letter disrupted his plans. He had intended to remain for another night and clandestinely infiltrate the knight's residence after midnight, confronting him with a fierce accusation to ascertain who among them had participated in the ambush. Now, however, he had no choice but to depart. The letter was explicit. He was to hasten eastward to the coastal port, where his fleet awaited him. It was evident that the old man was indeed anxious. With a heavy sigh, Clay glanced back at the solitary grave standing in the wilderness and mused, "When I return, it may well be as the commander leading my forces southward. Then I shall deal with those implicated. I have no intention of letting them escape." In the same vicinity, Innis Folii observed Clay, who was deep in thought, realizing that he was about to depart. Having regarded him as an ally, Innis felt the abruptness of the situation had caught everyone off guard. Yet he could not voice a plea for Clay to stay, as the direct order from the head of the Mandler family necessitated that the matter be handled solely by him. Removing his hand from his beard, which bore the weight of his burdens, Innis placed a comforting hand on Clay's arm and spoke softly, "Lord Clay, allow me to manage matters here. You may send someone from White Harbor later. I assure you I will ensure everyone here is returned. Since it is the command of Lord Wyman, you should set forth. However, do remember our agreement, Lord Clay. You are still young, while I am already in my 50s and cannot wait much longer." Understanding the implication of his words, Clay snapped back to attention and countered, "So, Sir Innis Folii, when do you intend to commence your plans? Such a benevolent scheme is complex and requires thorough preparation." Innis placed his hand back on his beard, smiling as he nodded, speaking in a low voice, "Of course, Lord Clay, when the time is ripe, you will know. However, during your journey to White Harbor, you must convince your grandfather to formalize a marriage pact between our families." Clay chuckled, choosing not to respond further. "A marriage pact? Patience is required. Just wait a little longer." Uncertain of what had transpired in White Harbor, Clay could not afford to linger. He mounted his horse and meticulously surveyed the land where an entire merchant caravan from White Harbor had once perished, committing every detail to memory. With no further sentimentality, he turned his horse eastward and rode away. This time, his destination was the small harbor where Clay had previously landed, situated southeast of their current location. Approximately a 3 to 4 day journey. This was the swiftest route back to White Harbor. Taking the King's Road northward, crossing Kaling Bay, and then heading east would consume 10 days to half a month. Far too much time wasted. Clay preferred to minimize the hours spent on the road. Clay intentionally followed the traces left by the mysterious forces that had ambushed them eastward for a while. But it was evident that these individuals had deliberately created footprints and wheel ruts before erasing all traces upon entering the woods. Even with Clay's keen senses as a monster hunter, he could not track their direction, which underscored a crucial point. These individuals were certainly not mere bandits, as such professional techniques were beyond the capabilities of ordinary rogues. "Young master, we have lost their trail. The men have fanned out to search, but found no traces." The captain of the guard lamented, striking the nearest tree trunk in frustration, causing a small section of its cracked bark to splinter away. The prolonged pursuit that ended in failure left him infuriated yet helpless. "Never mind. We will eventually hold those accountable for this debt. But that is not our immediate concern. Let us proceed swiftly through this forest. I do not care for its scent." The return journey was unremarkable. The first half of the trip was manageable, but the latter half veered unexpectedly. First, they were startled by news of the merchant caravan's ambush, hastening to the scene only to discover hidden complexities. After a thorough search, they finally uncovered some clues, but just as they were preparing to investigate further, an urgent letter summoned them back to White Harbor, a most regrettable interruption. On the third day at dusk, Clay, accompanied by his 200 cavalrymen, arrived at the shore, where he beheld 4 grand sailing ships docked in the port, 2 more than when he had departed. A group of individuals stood at the port, and upon spotting Clay and his men, they swiftly approached, revealing the familiar mermaid flag that identified them as part of the Mandler family. As Clay drew nearer, he was taken aback to see Sir Marlin at the forefront. "Marlin," he muttered to himself, surprised that he had crossed over Biting Bay to meet him. Estimating the number of people on the dock and the ships, there were at least 100. What could this mean? Upon his approach, Sir Marlin immediately inquired, "Clay, did you encounter any troubles along the way?" Clay was momentarily taken aback by the question. "Troubles? What do you mean?" Shaking his head, He rode alongside Sir Marlin towards the dock, replying, "No, the journey was quite smooth. We received news of the merchant caravan's ambush south of the neck, and we made haste to the port, arriving in 3 days." "That is good," Sir Marlin replied, a hint of relief evident in his tone. "Sir, what on earth happened? Why is grandfather so insistent on my return?" Anticipating Clay's inquiry, Sir Marlin sighed deeply and spoke gravely. "Do not ask. When we return, your grandfather will explain everything. For now, let us board the ship. Only amidst the army can I feel truly secure." Chapter 73, Bloodlines and Seals. Sir Marlin brought over 200 men from White Harbor, a number slightly exceeding that of the troops Lord Clay had taken to the Twins. While Clay's expedition had been a distant journey, necessitating a display of military might with 200 cavalry, the question arose as to why Sir Marlin required such a large contingent for his retrieval, including the crew. The 4 ships carried approximately 500 individuals, a considerable force in the sparsely populated north, where even lesser nobles, without full mobilization, could scarcely muster this many. Under Sir Marlin's relentless urging, Clay and his men boarded the ships without delay, and the old knight issued commands for the fleet to set sail back to White Harbor without a moment's pause. Observing the seasoned knight at the bow, exuding an aura of military authority, Clay was filled with questions, ultimately approaching Sir Marlin to inquire, "My lord, is it truly necessary to be in such a haste?" Sir Marlin, somewhat exasperated, glanced at Clay, the heir of White Harbor, who had spent 2 years wandering in Essos, only to return home for a mere 10 days. The remainder spent traveling to various locales. Why could this young lord not simply remain in White Harbor in peace? Clearly, he was too idle. It might be time to return and request the Earl to assign him some responsibilities to curb his incessant wandering. However, this urgent summons could hardly be blamed on Clay. It was the command of Earl Wyman. The specifics eluded him, but he was aware that the family's caravans dispatched further south had not faced attacks. Yet they had undergone severe inspections. Typically, caravans passing through checkpoints would bribe officials with gold dragons. Yet this time, the inspectors refused even the gold already in hand, feigning a righteous demeanor as they rigorously scrutinized the goods. Evidently, this was an unusual occurrence, suggesting that someone of significance had taken an interest in the influx of caravans to White Harbor following Clay's return, eager to discern the nature of their cargo. While Sir Marlin could not fully grasp the situation surrounding Clay and Earl Wyman's arrangements, he was nonetheless perceptive enough to realize that an investigation into Clay was underway. "We require your presence at the Mermaid Palace to assure your grandfather and me," Sir Marlin stated, opting not to elaborate further, believing Earl Wyman would relay more to his grandson. He shifted the subject. "You have spent considerable time in the Twins. What insights have you gained?" "From my observations, the second generation of the Freys are embroiled in fierce infighting. While Marquis Walder Frey has attempted to maintain a balance, at 90 years old, his influence seems limited, perhaps even exacerbating the conflicts," Clay replied. Nodding slightly, Sir Marlin had heard whispers regarding the internal strife of House Frey. Suddenly, he cast a serious look at Clay and demanded, "Young man, I am aware of your true purpose in your travels. Do not tell me you have entangled yourself in the Freys' disputes and returned with a marriage pact." Clay promptly denied this assertion verbally. Yet internally he mused that he indeed had secured a marriage pact with House Manderley, albeit one he had no intention of fulfilling. Such thoughts were best reserved for a conversation with his father upon their return to White Harbor. Aboard the swaying vessel, Clay found it difficult to sleep, accustomed as he was to solid ground. Lying in his cabin, he gazed out the porthole at the shimmering sea under the moonlight. During his prolonged stay in the Twins, he had endeavored to envelop his blood with his magical energy, seeking to penetrate the Dragon King's blood that resided within his heart. A clump roughly 3 to 4 centimeters wide. Thanks to his efforts, much of it had been assimilated, though the price was the excruciating heart pains he endured each night, leading outsiders to believe he suffered from a heart condition. A thought crossed his mind, and the Demon Hunter system activated in his vision. Demon Hunter system, level 2, potions, expand, bombs, expand, equipment, expand, magic pool, 80 unlocked seals, Quinn, level 1. Burden, level 1, Igni, level 1, Axii, level 1. Clay opened his inventory and retrieved the blue golden dragon egg, which lay cool to the touch. Yet he sensed a powerful connection to the egg, fueled by the magic embedded within his blood, foreseeing that once the Dragon King's blood fully coursed through him, he would awaken the being within. Under the moonlight, the egg's surface shimmered with vibrant hues, evoking a deep longing within Clay. Yet he understood that power could not be acquired without a price of time and effort. Returning the dragon egg to his inventory, Clay shifted his focus to the 5 seals he had unlocked. Caught up in various endeavors, he had not taken the time to thoroughly assess his abilities. In his experimentation, he found that the effectiveness of the Demon Hunter-S seals did not quite measure up to the capabilities of the Griffin School's seals in the Hunter world. Possibly due to his low seal level, he perceived his abilities as akin to the versatile seals of the Wolf School. Yet, like any ambitious individual, He yearned for greater advancements. For an ordinary demon hunter, seal abilities might solidify upon mutation, with further growth relying solely on the passage of time. However, Clay's demon hunter system had spared him from this arduous process. Currently, all his seals were at level 1, requiring a vast accumulation of magic to progress. To ascend from level 1 to level 2, he needed 300 points of magic, a toll comparable to the energy expenditure he had endured during his initial transformation into a demon hunter, exempting himself from a host of side effects. Having ventured to the Seven's Church in the south, Clay noted that despite the exquisite craftsmanship of the statues, the chaotic magic enveloping them appeared woefully inadequate and intermittent in his demon hunter's vision. Indeed, the three-eyed crow had spoken the truth. The Seven, despite their wide following in the south, seemed to be in a deplorable state, or perhaps their inherent power was simply that diminished. He pondered whether the Grand Cathedral in King's Landing and the church in Old Town could offer him access to the power of the Seven. Having encountered the three-eyed crow, a representative of the old gods, he was curious to discover whether the Seven had entities in Westeros that embodied their will. However, at present, Clay realized that to acquire sufficient magic, he must seek out the heart trees scattered throughout the north, making it a priority upon his return to White Harbor. Chapter 74. The Dock. New castle. 4 majestic sailing vessels adorned with intricate mermaid designs commanded the tumultuous waters of Biting Bay, a formidable presence that none dared to provoke. Although the pirates occupying this region could collectively overpower Clay's fleet, such an endeavor would inevitably incite the wrath of the Manderley family. 20 or so warships may seem insignificant across the Seven Kingdoms, yet they would be more than sufficient to deal with the longships manned by the pirates of Biting Bay. Throughout his journey, Clay had observed numerous pirate longships lurking in the distance, trailing the White Harbor fleet. However, upon Sir Marlin's command to unfurl the sails and draw near, these vessels vanished with remarkable swiftness. On an afternoon shrouded by ominous clouds, heralding an impending storm, the White Harbor fleet, accompanied by their young lord, finally returned to their home port. Breathing in the briny scent of the sea, Clay stood at the bow, surveying the bustling port and the imposing silhouette of the grand new castle atop the hills at the far end of his gaze. Over a month prior, he had made a similar journey back to White Harbor, but then he was a newcomer to Westeros, utterly bewildered by his surroundings. Now, while the port remained as lively as ever, he had undergone a profound transformation. Mooring a large vessel is a complex affair, fortunately. White Harbor boasts the largest deep-water port in the north, sparing Clay the need to row a small skiff to reach the land. Upon disembarking, he quickly spotted his sister, Vayfield, standing amidst a throng of attendants, her white gown making her presence unmistakable. Clay wondered about the absence of Vela, given her fiery temperament. She would likely seize any opportunity to await his arrival at the docks. However, her absence suggested she had once again incurred their father's ire and was confined to her quarters. As he stepped onto the gangplank, Clay set foot on northern soil once more. He composed himself and did not wait for his guards to retrieve the horses tethered to the ship. Instead, he strode towards the gathering crowd. The throng parted to grant him passage as he approached his sister, playfully teasing, "Sister, you look resplendent. Who are you waiting for here?" Valefield responded with a discreet eye roll, taking Clay's arm as she said, "Grandfather instructed me to greet you here. I have brought a horse for you." Eager to hear your tales of the journey to Riverrun, Clay was acutely aware that their grandfather would not disclose the matters concerning the so-called Valyrian super soldiers to Valefield. Such information was not meant for a lady's ears. He smiled at the welcoming crowd and, upon scanning the familiar faces among the guards, was pleasantly surprised to find several candidates he had shortlisted for his demon hunting squad, now serving as his personal guards. It appeared that during his absence, they had made commendable progress in their training with the White Harbor Watch, and he surmised that the assessments he had left for their grandfather would yield results. The thought of personally forging the first demon hunting squad in all of Westeros quickened Clay's heartbeat. Yet he was soon reminded of the merchant convoy that had met its demise south of the Neck, as well as Sir Marlin's words aboard the ship. He silently prayed that the herbs required for his green potion were unharmed. Otherwise, all plans would have to be postponed. After exchanging pleasantries, Clay assisted Valefield onto her horse before mounting his own. Under the protection of an entourage of guards and personal retainers, they set forth, hooves kicking up dust as they ascended towards the Manderley family's new castle. "Clay, was your journey to Riverrun smooth?" Those phrase. Vayfield hesitated, and Clay knew precisely what she was alluding to. He had promised her before his departure that he would not forsake that vow. As he rode, his body swayed with the rhythm of the horse, offering her a reassuring smile. Clay would not divulge the matter concerning Innis. It was futile and unnecessary. "Indeed, the Fry family has expressed interest in your betrothal, but rest assured, none among them can take you from White Harbor. I guarantee it." Upon hearing Clay's words, Valefield, who had been anxiously anticipating such news, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Deep down, she understood that as the heir of White Harbor, Clay possessed the authority to influence her future marriage. During his absence, She had lived in fear that a missive from Riverrun would arrive, announcing that Clay had arranged for her to wed an unattractive fry, necessitating her to prepare for a departure, laden with her dowry, never to return to White Harbor. She had awakened from such nightmares on multiple occasions, but now, reassured by Clay's promise, she knew she would enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. At the Sea Goddess Tower, in Count Wyman's study, Valefield refrained from entering, halting just outside the door as she bid Clay farewell. The old lord appeared unchanged, drinking summer red as if it were water. Upon Clay's entrance, he immediately brightened, his imposing figure rising from the chair to circle around Clay, muttering something incomprehensible at a swift pace. "Young man, it seems the Freys are not as formidable as I thought. They haven't managed to ensnare you. I expected you to return with a couple of desirable ones from that nest of Freys." The old lord's tone was earnest, yet the words bore an air of jest. With a resigned gesture, Clay, under his grandfather's scrutinizing gaze, pulled out a chair for himself, pouring a glass of summer red instead of drinking directly from the bottle like the old man. "Grandfather, I can still maintain my composure, can't I?" he replied, only to be met with the familiar retort about his father's youthful indiscretions. "Ah, the same defiance. Your father once told me the same, and the very next day, I had to drag him from his room." The old lord chuckled. Clay sighed, wondering why his grandfather felt the need to draw parallels between their experiences. In truth, he was not averse to indulging. He simply found it distasteful to mingle with countless others, a thought that made him grimace. "Enough of this banter. I know you wish to understand why I summoned you back." The old lord's tone shifted to one of gravity. "Clay, the merchant convoy from the Neck was carrying precisely what we require, and apart from those in the north, all other convoys have been scrutinized through legitimate means. Most importantly, news from King's Landing indicates that Lord Eddard is actively searching for the king's bastards." The old lord's expression turned serious as he concluded. "There is an unsettling scent emanating from that city." Chapter 75. The situation: the king is alive and in the prime of his life. Observing his physique, one could surmise that he could indulge in revelry and carnal pleasures for several decades before meeting the Seven. Given King Robert's temperament, had the Seven summoned him prematurely, he would have wielded his war hammer and dealt with them individually. Despite the king's indulgence in the pleasures of life and his numerous romantic escapades, resulting in a multitude of illegitimate offspring, the fact remains that he has 2 legitimate sons and a daughter. Although the current crown prince is not particularly well liked by others, save for his mother. As the hand of the king, summoned from King's Landing to Winterfell, Eddard Stark should be diligently managing the chaos he left behind in the capital. Why, then, is he searching for the king's bastards? Whether in King's Landing or distanced from that quagmire, the lords with eyes on the situation are all astute players of the Game of Thrones. It is well known throughout the 7 kingdoms that Eddard Stark is a paragon of honor and justice, a reputation that the icy north cannot conceal. Given his bond with King Robert, it is inconceivable that he would be tasked with hunting down these illegitimate children on behalf of others. Thus, the matter takes on an unusual flavor. The king would not compel his dear friend to uncover and legitimize all his bastards. In the Red Keep, a lioness with curly fur lies in wait. Only a king in folly would dare provoke such a creature. So, why is Lord Eddard Stark in such haste to locate these heirs? For years, the whispers among the noble class have suggested that the king's 3 children bear a striking resemblance to their mother and uncle, circulating as just among the lords of the realm. If not to legitimize them immediately, could it be that Lord Eddard is investigating something else, or preparing for some inevitable event? Reports from the Night's Watch stationed in King's Landing indicate that the chaos following Jon Arryn's sudden death has shown no signs of abating since Lord Eddard's arrival. Instead, rumors abound, and even the most destitute beggars seem to share snippets of earth-shattering news with their companions. As the widow of Jon Arryn, Lisa Tully, accompanied by the young and frail Lord Robert Arryn, has fled King's Landing, hastily sealing the gates of the Eyrie, though it remains unclear against what threat she is guarding. Having witnessed the tumultuous tides of Westeros for decades, Lord Wyman Manderly senses a growing unease in the undercurrents of the current situation. Coupled with the recent attacks on merchant caravans procuring herbs, the elder becomes increasingly agitated, promptly summoning his heir from the Riverlands to his side. The old nobles, seasoned by their participation in the War of the Usurper, understand well that when war breaks out, the Riverlands become a focal point of contention for all parties involved. Should his heir remain in White Harbor while the city becomes a target, it would be tantamount to offering a valuable prize to the enemy. An act of irresponsibility towards the Manderly legacy. One must not dismiss this as mere paranoia from an aging noble. Consider what ignited the War of the Usurper, the Stark lady's elopement with the Targaryen heir, which led to the downfall of a 200-year dynasty, leaving the realm awash in blood. Now, as Lord Eddard Stark investigates Jon Arryn's death, while fervently searching for the king's bastards, who, theoretically, hold no claim to inheritance but whose identities are uncertain, one cannot help but wonder what thoughts may arise among those sensitive to the specter of war. Observing his grandfather's grave demeanor, Cregan understands the impending turmoil within the city. His butterfly effect merely spared Bran from witnessing the forbidden, indirectly saving Tyrion from false accusations and delaying the onset of war. However, as Lord Eddard's investigation deepens, the implications of Duke Jon Arryn's dying words will inevitably lead to revelations regarding the true identities of the king's 3 children. At that juncture, regardless of the outcome, war will be inevitable. The Lannisters' influence in King's Landing is formidable. Upon King Robert's death, Queen Cersei could disregard any opposition, casting down the isolated and vulnerable Lord Eddard. Stannis commands the royal fleet anchored at Dragonstone, while the Duke of Storm's End will crown himself after escaping King's Landing, uniting the forces of Storm's End and the Riverlands to march upon the capital with a formidable army. This is a cascade of events akin to falling dominoes, a tide of destiny that no deity can halt. Grandfather, we can afford no concern for King's Landing at present. We must deliberate on our next course of action. Cregan senses the urgency of the situation escalating, yet this compels him to focus on the plan previously devised with his elder. Sir Mauron and his grandfather have already selected the appropriate individuals. Everything is in place, save for the necessary herbs for the concoction. I understand. His grandfather sighed deeply, waving a hand in mild frustration as he settled back into his chair, propping his chin on his hand. During your absence, some materials have gradually arrived at White Harbor, yet most have been seized by the emerging inspectors. A negotiating party is en route, but time is required. All told, according to your specifications, we can currently assemble a maximum of 10 parts for you. The remainder is unattainable, as some materials are particularly difficult to procure. Compounded by Cregan comprehends what his grandfather leaves unspoken, the ambush he witnessed at Neck's End. Grandfather, the ambush against our White Harbor caravan likely harbors deeper motives. You know this must be orchestrated by significant figures, yet I must assert that local nobles were complicit. I was present at the scene. Cregan meticulously recounts his findings to his grandfather, having previously disclosed his own transformation and revealing how he discerned the anomalies. Grandfather, given the current instability, let us set this matter aside for now. Once the situation stabilizes, I will lead a sufficient force to raise that knight's estate and uncover the truth behind the events. Cregan calmly articulates his intentions to his grandfather. With the materials at hand, we will muster as many men as possible. Only the power we wield ourselves is true. Chapter 76. Material organization. Nodding in agreement, the elder conceded to his grandson's assertion. This was, after all, an unavoidable circumstance. The practice of acquiring information through the inspection of merchant caravans had become an unspoken norm among the nobility of Westeros. For instance, the Riverlands, vast and abundant in grain production, boasted wealthy nobles. However, a notable deficiency existed: the lack of high-quality iron ore. If, for a period, the affluent lords of the Riverlands were to invest heavily in iron, what would one surmise? In this era, iron's primary uses, aside from crafting agricultural tools and minor objects, revolved around the manufacture of various weaponry, including, but not limited to, longswords, shields, armor, and arrows. Given the generally poor preservation of iron goods, common nobles would not stockpile large quantities unless iron was locally sourced. Thus, if a noble or a specific region's lords were to procure iron on a grand scale, one could only speculate on their intentions. Caravans served as excellent conduits of information. Many denials from noble lords were laid bare through their actions, revealing the goods they acquired. Concerning the investigation of the White Harbor caravan, both Clay and his grandfather found themselves powerless. Such was the clandestine code among the aristocracy that by the time the White Harbor merchants journeyed south to reclaim their detained caravan, the nature of the goods would have long been discerned. Although the elder had taken precautions by mixing essential herbs with a plethora of inconsequential items, the time lost during the retrieval process was indeed substantial. The grandfather and grandson discussed forthcoming arrangements and the troubles surrounding the phrase of River Run. The elder expressed his disdain for the Fry name, while simultaneously deriding Clay's mention of Island Fry's plan. In the elder's words, if the young scion wished to stir trouble, let him do so and witness the chaos he could unleash upon River Run, an outcome he would relish. The elder praised Clay for feigning acceptance of Island Frey's betrothal, anticipating that it would further complicate the already tumultuous affairs of the tardy Fry lordship. Even if Island sent emissaries, Clay could dismiss them or eliminate them altogether, delighting in the prospect of deceiving Island and, should there be any discovery, understanding the implications of the Mandler family's position. As their conversation wound down, half the day had passed. The two had consumed 4 bottles of golden wine from the Isle of Tears, their considerable tolerance rendering ordinary alcohol ineffective. At yet another customary dinner, Clay encountered his father, uncle, sister Valefide, and his dejected sister Vera, who had been confined by their grandfather for the day. Lying in bed, Clay once more experienced the excruciating pain akin to a heart being torn asunder, feeling the dragon blood within him swell. In the darkness, A satisfied smile emerged as he finally relaxed his taut nerves and drifted into slumber. The following day, Clay arrived early at the Sea God Tower. At the pinnacle of this lofty structure lay a storeroom that had remained vacant for years, previously filled with family bric-a-brac. Now, the Earl Wyman had organized the materials brought over, placing them within. Clay took only one key, not even retaining a spare for himself, bestowing the sole key upon his grandson, believing that he lacked the knowledge to make use of it. Keeping an extra key would only increase the risk of the herbal formula being exposed. With the specially crafted key, Clay unlocked the heavy door, pushing it open to reveal a peculiar scent wafting from within, detected by his keen sense of smell. After taking a whiff, he quickly discerned that it was the aroma produced by a mixture of herbs used in the crafting of the grass potion. Stepping inside, Clay immediately spotted a vast table, which held not only ingredients kept fresh by ice, but also a large clump of coppergrass and other similar items. He was unsure how the caravan managed to preserve the freshness of these herbal materials. On the opposite side of the long table sat a smaller round wooden table adorned with various bottles and jars, items that were likely not requested by Clay, but rather a result of his grandfather's own assumptions regarding the necessities for potion making. Had Clay been an ordinary witcher, he might have required an intricate alchemy station, enduring countless failures to master the art of crafting the grass potion. Fortunately, he possessed a system. Each time he created a grass potion, the system flawlessly executed the task, ensuring the highest quality, albeit unable to be sold. However, this process would demand a certain amount of his energy. He could not simply synthesize potions with a single keystroke as in a game, requiring brief intervals of rest. Given that Clay held the only key to this room, he could safely stow away the herbs in his inventory, adding a layer of security. After all, the caravan dispatched by the Mandler family had mixed these herbs amongst a multitude of other goods, and should anyone investigate, they would likely record the types of commodities without piecing together the correct formula for the grass potion. Yet, should the contents of this room be discovered by a discerning individual, it would result in the immediate exposure of the formula. While synthesizing it posed significant challenges, the mere possibility of its leakage was intolerable to Clay. Furthermore, the grass potion was not only essential for the mutations of witchers, but also a potent toxin. Without the aid of a mage, this seemingly innocuous liquid could rival the effects of the infamous Tears of Lys, perhaps akin to the demise of King Joffrey. Thus, Clay's decision to secure the herbs was a prudent choice, simultaneously addressing the preservation issue. Although the low temperatures from the ice would slow decay, it was not a permanent solution. Placing them within his inventory would eliminate such concerns. Clay spent approximately an hour meticulously sorting and storing the materials in his system inventory. While readily available items like sentinel bark, phantom grass, and coppergrass were abundant, the critical component, the lizard's venom gland, was in short supply. His grandfather had indicated that only 10 portions could be procured, with the lizard's venom being the rarest. This item, a local specialty of the neck, was already scarce in White Harbor, and the remainder had unfortunately been lost along the way due to unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 77. The Brew of the Herb of Healing. Praised by all who partake a week prior, news had reached King's Landing that Eddard Stark had commenced his search for the king's bastards. It was only a matter of time before the identity of Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella became apparent to those with enough sense to recognize the abundance of black hair. Previously, Clay had been unable to predict when turmoil would erupt in King's Landing, which was why his journey had taken him to the twins. However, upon his return and hearing the discordant whispers from the capital, he realized that this was his final opportunity. Let the tension be what it is. I must first concoct a potion of the herb, Clay mused to himself. The mutation potions for witchers were categorized into schools, resulting in varying effects. Clay was aware of this and thought that perhaps, leveraging the system, he could experiment with improving these potions in the future. The Witcher system was currently at level 2, and the path to level 3 was not clearly defined by this rather laid-back system. Yet, Clay had a premonition that once he successfully created a Witcher, the system would undergo another transformation. As for him, if he could develop an improved version of the herb potion or some Westerosi variant of the mutation catalysts, he was eager to explore the possibility of secondary mutations. After all, who would not desire to amplify their strength? Enough of this for now. Let me focus on the task at hand. Clay dismissed his thoughts and selected reusable materials from his inventory: dragon bone, ghost grass, copperleaf, sentinel bark, lizard lion venom, and mature swamp leeches, following the proportions dictated by the system to the synthesis location. Fully engrossed in the endeavor, Clay felt the herbs undergoing alchemical transformation in a space he could sense but could not describe, his mental energy gradually depleting. Fortunately, crafting these potions did not consume magical power. Otherwise, with only 80 points remaining in his magic pool, he might not have been able to sustain the effort. As for magical energy, he had struck a deal with the three-eyed crow, allowing him to freely draw upon its resources for the time being. But this would not always be the case. The three-eyed crow was effectively investing in his conquest of the south, preparing to confront Ruler, creating a scenario akin to a Three Kingdoms dilemma. The dynamics were reminiscent of Sun Quan supporting Liu Bei against Cao Cao, as Sun Quan alone could not contend with Cao Cao's vast army. Yet, once Liu Bei established himself in the Riverlands, the alliance began to shift towards a tripartite balance of power. If Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang were to mount a vigorous northern campaign and seize the Guangzhong region, the Sun-Lu alliance might very well transform into a Sun-Chao coalition. Timing is everything. The game in Westeros mirrored this as well. At present, Clay held dominion only over White Harbor, an insufficient force to instill significant trepidation in the three-eyed crow, representing the old gods. However, should he establish a foothold in the south, the nature of the support he currently enjoyed could be called into question. It remained unclear whether the faith of mortals bolstered the existence of deities. The intricacies of magic and divinity in Westeros eluded Clay's comprehension. He did not perceive humanity as pivotal to the gods. Otherwise, how could the seven, the most widely worshipped deities in Westeros, have diminished to such a state, while the old gods of the north, with a far smaller following, retained their vigor? The three-eyed crow consistently emphasized the south, not its inhabitants, leading Clay to contemplate the possibility that the land itself might hold greater significance than its living beings. Nonetheless, he could not entirely dismiss the chance that the crow was misleading him. Engaging in a battle of wits with a being whose lifespan far exceeded that of mortals, who could navigate the currents of history at will, required Clay to exercise utmost caution. Some thoughts must remain unspoken, for who knows if eyes were upon him even now. As time flowed steadily, Clay awaited the completion of his first brew of the herb potion. The initial preparation seemed to be a gesture of goodwill from the system, demanding little of his mental faculties. However, for the second crafting, he would have to contend with mental exhaustion. In the dimly lit chamber, Clay lost track of time until, at last, he heard the familiar sounds of bubbling and splashing water, invigorating his spirit. He understood that the second potion of the herb had successfully brewed. Indeed, the familiar icon appeared in his inventory, and he immediately focused his mind to inspect the still-warm concoction. Name: Herb Potion Version 2. 0 effect. Induces Witcher mutation in ordinary individual side effects. Significant nerve damage can be mitigated. Severe reduction in fertility can be mitigated. Pupil dilation can be mitigated. Base success rate 40 can be improved. Notes: a potion of higher quality. Consume it, and your chances of survival will be slightly improved compared to your predecessors. The door to becoming a Witcher shall open for you. However, it is imperative to avoid spear-wielding women and those with magic. One cannot handle them. Taking a deep breath, Clay regarded the potion's notes with a twitch of his lips. What did it mean that spears had become a customary weapon for Witchers? And what was this about women with magic? If they meant sorceresses, they could have simply stated so. Clay felt a twinge of discrimination. Did such beings truly exist in Westeros? Suddenly, a vivid image of a woman clad in red robes crossed his mind. Her words could indeed classify her as a sorceress, albeit a unique variant from the realm of ice and fire. Recalling the actions of that red-robed woman named Melisandre, Clay deemed it wise to proceed with caution. He understood the wisdom in heeding advice, and while he would not concede to the system's implication that he could not handle such matters, exercising prudence could only serve him well. Moreover, he was intrigued to witness firsthand the followers of the Red God Ruler, to experience the essence of Ruler's magic through the eyes of a Witcher. He hoped not to encounter a walking sun in the process, he mused. Nonetheless, Clay noted that the potion he had just crafted appeared to be an upgraded version of the previous one. Although the basic success rate had only increased by 10%, this represented a significant advancement. It was worth noting that in a genuine Witcher transformation, even with a plethora of mages and assistants present, the pack led by Geralt managed to achieve a success rate of merely 40%. In comparison, Clay's Witcher system was indeed commendable. The herb potion produced by Clay was genuinely a product of integrity. He could not help but smile at the thought of those young men selected by the old lord. Fear not, for I am here. Apart from the pain, the rest is my concern to resolve. After all, this herb potion is crafted with good intentions, is it not? Chapter 78. The future demon hunters. After completing the first batch of freshly brewed herbal medicine, Cleary felt a slight fatigue, which was acceptable and did not hinder his actions. He fiddled with the 3 small vials of the improved herbal concoction in his hands, yet to his naked eye, he could discern no difference from the original. After a moment's contemplation, he returned the herbal medicine to his inventory. If memory served him correctly, this substance lacked preservative qualities and should be used immediately upon creation. Cleary could not afford to let it be exposed for too long, lest it lose its potency and render all his efforts futile. For now, he decided to set aside the task of potion making and instead, he would inspect the selected candidates, seeking to identify one fortunate individual to become the second demon hunter following in his footsteps. Cleary mused aloud. Recalling that his father had briefed him yesterday, Sir Marlon had completed the selection process, and during Cleary's absence, his father had been tirelessly indoctrinating these individuals. Originally, as offshoots of the Mandler lineage that had diverged from the main branch over the millennia, they were already elated at the prospect of meeting the patriarch of their family, Count Wyman of the Mandler clan. Now, they were aware that they had passed through numerous layers of scrutiny and were finally poised to return to their family's bastion, New Castle, pledging their allegiance to the future Earl of White Harbor, young Cleary Mandler. Their outlook was indeed bright, as his father persistently extolled Cleary's deeds in Winterfell. Subtly hinting at the extraordinary experiences Cleary had encountered in Essos, they felt privileged to share in the young Lord's past adventures. According to his father, the performance of these individuals had greatly pleased him, and now, Cleary was eager to see what manner of people could earn such approval. Having already joined the White Harbor Guard, the first batch of 22 candidates, who had successfully passed the selection, now awaited Cleary in the castle's guardroom, residing with the other attendants. Yesterday, their revered master, Cleary Mandler, had finally returned from the lands of the Southerners. Filled with excitement, they had eagerly gone to the port to welcome their master. Although none could rival the status of Cleary's sister, Wilfrid, their enthusiasm for the occasion remained undiminished. 22 pairs of eyes were fixated on the tall, young man descending from the ship, sword at his waist, eager to imprint his visage in their memories. Reclining on his bed, Crizin Mandler caressed the family heirloom armor resting beside him, envisioning a promising future. This armor had once belonged to his great-grandfather, who donned it while serving the former Earl of White Harbor in battle. As a knight granted land by the Earl in the northern reaches of White Harbor, his great-grandfather had enjoyed a prosperous life. However, both his grandfather and father lacked the acumen for stewardship, squandering the family legacy left by their ancestors, leading to a decline that left Crizin with nothing but a suit of armor that had not seen wear for decades. Initially, selling this armor, which held countless honors, seemed to be Crizin's only option for survival. Yet one day, the renowned Sir Marlon Mandler approached him, offering a life-altering opportunity to revive the family fortunes, to become the personal guard of the young Lord Cleary Mandler, whom he had never met. Through the myriad of rumors circulating in the streets of White Harbor, Crizin learned that this young lord had the audacity to draw his sword against the Lannisters in the presence of the king. Unlike his father, who had adopted a life of idleness, Crizin inherited a contempt for the Southerners, particularly the Lannisters, who had committed numerous acts of dishonor during the War of the Usurper. He held great anticipation for this master. As Sir Marlon had stated, the direction of Cleary's sword would dictate their path. Lost in thought, Crizin was approached by Vito Mandler, brandishing a chicken leg, who gestured toward the steel sword resting on Crizin's bedside and cheerfully invited, "Shall we duel in the courtyard, Sir Crizin?" The title Sir was a playful nickname bestowed upon him by his peers, as he was the most diligent and dedicated in training, leading them to believe he aspired to earn Cleary's favor and be knighted once more. Though he had not achieved the top rank, he consistently garnered praise from Sir Marlon. Sometimes, attitude outweighed talent. With Vito being one of his closest companions among the 20 or so, Crizin had no inclination to refuse his invitation. With a chuckle, he leapt from his bed, forgoing armor, and seized his long sword, following Vito, who had just finished devouring a chicken leg, outside. Both clad in ordinary attire, the two stood in an open space, fully aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses, trusting that neither would inflict harm upon the other. This was a principle emphasized by Count Wyman when he observed them as personal guards. They were to become individuals to whom their comrades could safely entrust their backs while focusing on the enemy before them. Let us begin. Vito, whose swordsmanship paled in comparison to Crizin's, took the initiative, charging forward with a fierce shout. A crowd had gathered, eager to witness the duel between comrades, which had become their most anticipated spectacle. Standing on the periphery, Cleary observed the encounter with a calm demeanor, meticulously scrutinizing each strike and defense exchange between the two combatants. No matter how eloquently one spoke, true skill could only be revealed through action. The gathering of over 20 individuals was not tightly packed, allowing Cleary to approach slowly, casting his gaze over each participant, missing not a single detail. Ultimately, he withdrew his gaze and redirected his attention to the duelists. Through experience and keen observation, he had deduced that the dark-haired guard was destined to lose. Combat exacted a tremendous toll on physical stamina, a truth applicable to all. Breathing heavily and with stiffened arms, the signs of exhaustion were evident. While their swordsmanship was comparable, the dark-haired guard fell short in physical endurance. Indeed, mere seconds later, during a fierce clash, Vito's grip faltered, resulting in his weapon being knocked from his hand. In the next moment, a jagged black sword was thrust before him, its tip poised at his throat. He had lost. This outcome had long been anticipated in his mind. However, witnessing it unfold dampened his spirits. Observing his disheartened friend, Crizin was about to offer words of comfort when he noticed Vito seemingly transfixed, staring blankly at something behind him. Curious, he turned around, only to feel a hand rest on his shoulder, accompanied by a gentle voice in his ear. My personal guard. As the victor, will you accept my challenge? Whirling around, upon seeing that youthful visage, Prison instinctively called out, Lord Cleary. Chapter 79. The first candidate. No one noticed how their young master, Clay, had silently appeared at their side, much like a shepherd dog oblivious to the wolf's kiss poised at its throat. As a personal guard, such lack of vigilance could pose grave issues on the battlefield. After the victor of the contest called out to himself, he stood as still as a statue. Clay found it amusing and, understanding the other's feelings, spoke up. What's wrong? Have you exhausted yourself too much? No worries, I can wait. As if awakening from a dream, Clisson regained his senses. The gentle smile on the young master's face was meant to be reassuring, yet it only heightened his unease. No. Young Master Clay, I fear I might injure you. His words stumbled, but at least he conveyed his intent. He had only witnessed the young master wielding his sword once, and that time, everyone was cautious, afraid to engage in real combat with him. There were too many people around, and he had never had the chance to face the young master directly. After a period of systematic sword training, Clisson felt substantial progress in his skills, which fueled his apprehension. Clay sensed a hint of disdain directed at him, though he knew it was unintentional. Such trivial social interactions differed greatly from the core matters concerning him and his father. Shaking his head, Clay flicked his wrist, drawing his finely crafted steel sword with a swift motion, performing a flourish that released a silver flash. What is your name? Clay inquired calmly. It took a moment for Clisson to realize the young master was asking for his name, and he answered somewhat awkwardly, Clisson. No sooner had he uttered his name than Clay's voice pierced the air like an arrow. Clisson, I shall remember your name. Now, as your lord and master, Clay Mandrick, I command you to take up your sword. As Clisson raised his sword halfway, Clay could clearly see his hesitation. Thus, he added fuel to the fire. You lack the courage even to raise your sword? If that is the case, you might as well leave now. This place has no need for weaklings. At that moment, Clisson's gaze hardened. He was not spurred by the insult of weakling, but by the thought of being dismissed by Clay. The weight of restoring his family's honor and reclaiming the title of knight bore heavily upon him. He could not accept being disgracefully expelled from the personal guard. Absolutely not. Finally, he raised his sword, locking eyes with his young master, and said solemnly, Be careful. My lord. The only response from Clay was to point his sword toward Clisson's blade. Following the teachings of Sir Marlin, Clisson instinctively took a probing step forward. In one-on-one duels, the first to strike often leaves themselves open to a counter from a patient opponent. However, Clisson quickly found that young Master Clay pressed forward relentlessly, providing him with no opportunity to gain ground. Their blades met and parted, but Clisson found himself gradually retreating under Clay's relentless advance. He could not risk testing the young master's patience. If he fell back any further, he would lose the chance to counterattack. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and lunged forward with a fierce thrust, initiating the attack. Uncertain of the young master's strength, he aimed cautiously, prepared to withdraw should Clay fail to react. The disparity in their social standings weighed heavily on him. Yet, in the next moment, he realized how foolish his thoughts were. As Clay deftly sidestepped the thrust, and with a swift movement, struck Clisson's wrist with the back of his sword. With a muffled grunt, Clisson staggered back, the searing pain in his wrist dispelling any underestimation he had harbored. Had Clay used the edge of his sword, his right hand and weapon would have already fallen to the ground. Clay nodded at him to continue, performing another exquisite flourish as his blade rested against his arm. A mere reminder for Clisson to take the duel seriously. Taking a deep breath, Clisson understood that the young master's swordsmanship was likely on par with his own. The Northerners, known for their martial prowess and straightforward nature, demanded one to give their all to earn respect. After another tentative exchange, Clisson swung his sword fiercely toward Clay's left armpit, a challenging strike to defend, as it required a reverse grip, making it difficult for the defender to parry a full-force attack. In the blink of an eye, Clisson witnessed young Master Clay's sword stand firm like an indomitable pillar, absorbing his strike with a resounding clash. Before he could comprehend, Clay's unoccupied left hand seized Clisson's sword-wielding wrist. A surge of force coursed through Clisson, as the wrist that had been struck earlier faced yet another assault, sending agonizing pain racing to his brain. Just as the command to maintain his grip on the sword formed in his mind, his body instinctively dropped the weapon. With a powerful tug, Clay pulled Clisson's throat to the edge of his sword's blade. The outcome was clear. Clay's keen hearing captured the collective gasps of the surrounding guards. It had all happened too quickly. From the onset of the duel to Clisson's defeat, it had been but 2 moves, and both targeted the same spot. They all knew Clisson's skills. While he occasionally fell to others, he was undeniably among the elite. After spending time together, they were all aware of his prowess. Yet, in the hands of young Master Clay, Clisson appeared almost childlike, easily toyed with. It was evident that it was not Clisson who was holding back, but rather Clay himself. All right, Clisson, I am the victor now. I welcome you to challenge me again to reclaim your title, Clay said with a smile, pulling the complex-faced Clisson to his feet and sheathing his sword. My lord, your valor is unmatched among those I have encountered, Clisson clumsily praised, his words lacking eloquence. Clay chuckled, patting Clisson on the shoulder. This is but the beginning, my friend. The realm of Westeros is vast, and I shall take you to witness the swordsmanship of the southern warriors. Though he silently added in his mind, most likely on the battlefield. He had already resolved that Clisson would be his first choice. Clisson, I have a task for you. I wonder if you can accomplish it. Clay's expression turned serious, devoid of any hint of jest. Without a moment's hesitation, Clisson stood tall, like a javelin planted into the earth, and proclaimed, Your sword's edge is my direction. With the candidate determined, Clay entrusted him to his father, who would escort Clisson to a secret underground chamber where he would undergo his trial. Meanwhile, Clay departed from the new castle alone, for he intended to venture to the sacred woods surrounding the Wolf's Den, seeking a measure of magical power from our esteemed three-eyed crow. Once he became a demon hunter, his magical energy would gradually replenish itself. Yet for now, Clay played the role of a mage tasked with maintaining physical stability in preparation for Clisson's transformation. Furthermore, he had no choice but to embark on this journey to mitigate the terrifying side effects. Chapter 80, The Abundance of Magic. All things prepared, the sacred wood forest remained as tranquil as ever, with robust trunks supporting a vast sea of leaves in various hues, floating above the ground at a height exceeding 3 meters. This place, near the ancient Wolf's Den of White Harbor, was one that few dared to approach, and thus, Clay's arrival might very well mark the first visit to this ancient woodland today. The last time he was here, prior to his journey to Twin River City, he shared a bottle of subpar ale, imbued with the sin of memories, with Sir Bartimus, the commander of the White Sea Guard. Now, Sir Bartimus had long departed from this forest, returning to his fief, while Clay found himself back in this sacred space, once again communing with the ancient powers of the old gods of the north. With his exceptional senses, Clay swiftly navigated through the outskirts of the sacred wood forest and beheld the ancient heart tree at its center, standing as he remembered, with the familiar pond at its base. Circling the pond, Clay approached the foot of the heart tree, where purplish-red leaves swayed above him, rustling softly in the serene and beautiful environment. This was a realm that could enchant the heart, yet Clay understood all too well that this ancient heart tree, marked by the passage of time, served as but an eye planted here by the three-eyed raven. When the three-eyed raven departed last, it left behind a wellspring of magic, which Clay had not had the opportunity to harvest before hastily venturing south. Now, the time had come to claim this gift. Gently pressing his palm against the heart tree's cool bark, Clay's demon hunter system unfurled in his mind's eye. He accessed his magical reservoir, initiating the second extraction of magic from the heart tree. Unlike the last time, when he nearly burst from the overwhelming surge of magic, he had now mastered the art of controlling the influx. Although the reservoir displayed no upper limit, Clay's own body had its constraints. The magic of the three-eyed raven, a manifestation of the old gods, was inherently chaotic, a fusion of numerous powers that he could not wield directly. It required purification through his system's reservoir first. Should he attempt to harness such magic without filtration, he instinctively knew that even with a dozen allies by his side, it would not suffice to save Crisson. According to the three-eyed raven's theory, the disparate magical energies across different systems posed a lethal poison to magical beings. Clay surmised that without his demon hunter system acting as a filter, he would be utterly incapable of wielding the powers of the old gods. As the magic flowed steadily into him, the numbers in his reservoir fluctuated, rising from an initial 80 points to a target of over 200. With a heightened success rate of 10%, he would conserve some magic to ensure Crisson's survival. Aside from the issues surrounding fertility exemptions and various side effects, the accumulated magic would suffice to create 2 demon hunters. At this stage, the magic of the three-eyed raven was his to command without restraint. There was no need to amass excessive quantities, for he vividly recalled the pain of being overwhelmed by magic during his last visit to the sacred wood forest in Winter City. As the magic surged, Clay continued his extraction, acutely aware that the three-eyed raven could perceive his actions. In a sense, his behavior was akin to plucking its feathers. Could it possibly remain unaware? Beyond the Great Wall, in a concealed cavern, the three-eyed raven, ensnared by countless vines and resembling a withered branch, opened its blood-red eye, twisting its rigid head to gaze southward. Why is it that when my power enters your body, I lose all sensation? The more secrets you harbor, the greater my trepidation. Even my master is oblivious to who truly stands behind you. Such a concern weighs heavily upon me, agent of the alien god. A silent murmur drifted through the shadowy space, laden with deep-seated doubt and apprehension. The three-eyed raven had observed the heretics of this northern land countless times. Yet to this day, it had gleaned nothing. What power was it that it yearned to uncover? Half an hour passed before Clay finally ceased his actions. Withdrawing his hand from the core spark, he had accumulated 220 points of magic, ample for his forthcoming endeavors. All right, that's done. I should head back. If I linger too long without appearing in White Harbor, I can only imagine how many people will grow anxious. Truly, these past years have never felt so significant. With a self-deprecating thought, Clay turned to retrace his steps. His demon hunter senses enabled him to discern the footprints left behind, proving invaluable for navigating his way home. While others relied on direction, a directionally challenged demon hunter relied on footprints, quite peculiar indeed. Retracing his path, Clay exited the sacred wood forest to find his horse grazing contentedly. It was not the simplicity of White Harbor's folk that kept the steed safe. Rather, the mermaid crest emblazoned on the saddle and gear deterred others from coveting it. Mounting the horse and stroking its mane, Clay gently nudged its sides, and the well-trained steed responded instantly, galloping under his guidance towards Newcastle. For Chryson, he could hardly fathom that a single word from Master Clay had transported him to the very heart of the Mandrell family's architectural marvel, the Sea God Tower, where he stood before Lord Wyman, the patriarch of the Mandrell clan. Upon understanding Chryson's intent, the elder immediately recognized that this young man was the first choice of his grandson. Though unaware of why he was the singular selection, Lord Wyman placed his complete trust in his grandson. Take him down below. There's a room painted red next to the armory. You know the place. Lord Wyman instructed the guards. As they nodded, he turned to Chryson, a smile illuminating his flushed face. Young man, follow my guard to a waiting area. Clay should return shortly to find you. Chryson nodded in bewilderment, unaware of the purpose behind his summoning. Lord Wyman was keenly aware of the questions swirling in Chryson's mind, but it was best for Clay to elucidate the matter, as he was the one with the personal guard and should not rely on others for everything. For Clay, this was indeed the case. The personal guards he would assemble would face challenges far beyond those of any noble's retinue. It would be inappropriate not to mark them with his own insignia. Riding upward, Clay returned to the courtyard, handing his horse to the attendant. Now, he was headed to the mutation chamber prepared for him by the elder. He was brimming with magic, the potion in hand. Everything was in place, save for the singular act of mutation that awaited him. Chapter 81. The trial begins. Chryson was escorted by Count Wyman's guards to the underground of the Sea God Tower, into a room marked with a red insignia on the door. He had inquired about the purpose of this room with the guard, but it was evident that the guard possessed little more knowledge than he did. The room was illuminated by numerous candles, suggesting it had recently been prepared, as there were minimal traces of solidified wax beneath them. The furnishings were sparse, featuring a table with little on it aside from a candlestick. In the center stood a bed, if it could be called that, a structure made of thick steel bars with a hollow space in the middle designed for a person to lie down. He noticed metal clasps at the wrists, ankles, and neck, the purpose of which was unclear. Scattered around were several chairs, and he spotted a cupboard near the door containing enough food and water for an extended period. Aside from that, the room was devoid of anything else, with only dark brick walls and the flickering candlelight. The guard instructed him to wait there for young Master Cray before leaving, and as he heard the door lock, he realized he was trapped. Being confined in such a cramped space inevitably stirred feelings of fear, and Chryson was no exception. His mind raced as he pondered why he was imprisoned here. Was it due to the dissatisfaction of the young master during the afternoon's test? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Throughout the encounter, his sword had never even grazed the young master's clothing. So how could he have offended him? Why then? Chryson pondered this without finding an answer, and although there were several vents, he still felt a mild sense of suffocation. Unbeknownst to him, Cray was unaware of these feelings. He had merely requested the Mandel family's blacksmith to construct a bed for mutations and instructed his father to stock the room with food and water. When he underwent his own mutation, it took him merely one night, but that did not imply the same would hold true for others. A typical monster hunter requires considerable time for the mutation process, although Cray had a system to expedite this. It could not be assumed that the same would apply to others. Upon reaching the courtyard, Cray encountered a guard emerging from the underground and learned that Chryson had already been taken to the basement. This saved him the trouble of ascending the Sea God Tower to inquire about his whereabouts. While the Sea God Tower itself was heavily guarded, for Cray, it was home. His highly recognizable visage served as the best pass. Descending the stone spiral staircase, the dimly lit underground relied on torches and candles for illumination, creating a somber atmosphere. Upon reaching the bottom level, Cray effortlessly located the room marked with the red insignia. Pushing the door, he found it locked and paused momentarily, realizing this was likely a directive from his father. He possessed the key, which his father had given him long ago. The fist-sized lock ensured security. Inserting the key and applying slight force, he opened the lock with ease. Upon entering, he observed Chryson, who was fidgeting restlessly like an ant in a boiling pot. The moment Krizen saw him, his expression of surprise was unmistakable. When one has been confined for so long, the sudden appearance of another is always exhilarating. Young Master Cray, Krizen exclaimed, instantly believing the guard's words, though he remained unaware of the reasons necessitating such a clandestine meeting. You seem rather uncomfortable in this place. Cray remarked with a smile, noticing the beads of sweat glistening on Krizen's forehead. The room was not hot, indicating his anxiety was the cause. Gesturing towards a chair, Cray signaled for him to sit and relax. If I recall correctly, your name is Krizen Mandel. Cray took a seat as well and began conversing with the still somewhat tense Krizen, for he had no time to build trust with these guards gradually. Time itself was a cost, often exceedingly valuable. Cray inquired about Krizen's family circumstances, his reasons for becoming his guard, and invited him to share his thoughts and experiences from training over the past period. Trust between individuals is cultivated through mutual communication. Expecting to fully trust someone one has never conversed with, regardless of their status, is implausible. Cray opened a bottle of wine, the name of which is irrelevant, as it was a fine vintage sourced from the south. After a few sips, Cray realized that Krizen likely had never tasted such a complexly brewed strong liquor before. As he felt nothing, he noticed Krizen's face flush with intoxication, clearly affected by the drink. Feeling a small surge of pride in his own drinking capacity, he curtailed Krizen's attempts to reach for the cup again. His intention in offering the wine was to alleviate the suffering he was about to endure. And the effect was surprisingly effective. No more drinking, Cray cautioned. If Krizen falls asleep, undergoing mutation would be tantamount to killing him. Krizen, do you believe that with your current strength, you can adequately serve as my guard? You couldn't even withstand 3 of my sword strikes on the battlefield. Would you protect me or you? Cray suddenly posed a question that left Krizen speechless. His face reddened. Krizen struggled for a moment, recalling his performance from earlier, and finally let out a defeated whisper. My lord, I have disappointed you. Cray chuckled and said, then, would you like to possess the power and speed akin to mine, along with abilities beyond your imagination? Observing Krizen's sudden interest, Cray's smile broadened. I believe you know that I traveled through Essos for 2 years before returning home, during which I acquired some intriguing abilities. Would you care to try? Locking eyes with Krizen, Cray delivered his final question, striking at Krizen's heart. As the first individual I have chosen as my guard, I am aware of your aspirations. If you accept this power, you shall once again become a knight. So what say you, Krizen? The final address, my lord, seemed to carry an enchanting power, rousing Krizen from his stupor. Without hesitation, he nodded resolutely. My lord, your sword's edge is my direction. This was the conclusive answer, and Cray was thoroughly pleased with his declaration. He pointed to the iron bed, his voice imbued with seriousness and anticipation. Then, Krizen, lie down. I will administer 3 doses of potions that will bring you unforgettable agony. Yet, if you endure it, trust me, you shall not regret it. Securing the clasps around Krizen's wrists, ankles, and neck, Cray firmly restrained him to the iron bed. He retrieved 3 small vials containing a herbal concoction. As he watched Krizen tilt his head slightly back, Cray steeled himself and administered the herbal potion in succession. In the next moment, the veins in Krizen's neck bulged. His jaw clenched tightly, and Cray understood that the pain was beginning to spread throughout his body. Placing his hands on Krizen, Cray channeled his own magical energy into him. Hold on. When you open your eyes again, you shall be reborn. The herbal concoction, which initially seemed to require precise details, was in reality akin to intravenous injection. However, considering the technical challenges and the somewhat gruesome nature of that method, Cray opted for an oral form, hoping for the audience's understanding. Chapter 82. My kin Cray was uncertain whether Krizen regretted his recent decision, but at that moment, the herbal concoction was irrevocably transforming his body from within. All he could do was grit his teeth and survive. Magic surged forth from the palm that released the arcane seal, with the assistance of the system. Cray had now become a mage. He was compelled to harness his magical energy to stabilize Krizen's continuously crumbling body, for without this, survival was improbable. An adult struggled desperately on the iron-framed bed, his hands and feet pulling against the iron rings, producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters. Cray refrained from casting an arcane seal upon him. While it might quiet him, it would significantly heighten the risk of unforeseen complications. The pain was palpable, and Krizen appeared almost deranged, writhing in agitation. Yet this was not the gravest of situations. For up until now, aside from the sound of his clenched teeth grinding, Cray had not heard a single sound emanating from him. At the very least, he retained the capacity to control the crucial muscles of his jaw, preventing them from opening and releasing instinctual cries of anguish. This was precisely why Cray had chosen this basement, had they been atop the Sea God Tower. One must never underestimate the distance that a human's roar could travel within such a circular edifice. Hold on, Krizen. This was an ancient Valyrian technique. Endure. and you shall emerge as a formidable warrior of the ancient Valyrian Empire, just as I have. Guided by the system, Kray's magical energy transformed into a stabilizing spell, reverberating repeatedly through Krizen's form. He was uncertain if Krizen could hear his encouraging words, but it was better than nothing. The next moment, his doubts were dispelled as he witnessed a grotesque smile contorting Krizen's agonized face. He heard him utter, "I can. Hold on, my lord." Each word was a monumental exertion for Krizen, accompanied by labored breaths akin to a bellows, as he struggled to express his resolve. After Kray had relayed the situation, Krizen anticipated the pain. During previous training, he had sustained a wound to his arm from a fellow guard's mishap, and he had believed that pain to be the limit of his endurance. Yet, he had not anticipated that the 3 vials of potion bestowed by Lord Kray would unleash a torment so severe that it threatened to shatter his threshold for suffering, radiating from his stomach and swiftly pervading his entire being within mere breaths. In a daze, he pondered how Lord Kray had managed to endure such agony. There was no progress bar for this ordeal. The pain caused every cell in his body to groan and tremble, seemingly endless, with no indication of when it might cease. From Kray's perspective, Krizen was drenched in sweat, as if he had been pulled from the depths of a river, his garments clinging to him, thoroughly soaked. He did not dare touch Krizen's skin, but both sight and smell suggested it was sticky and reeking, reminiscent of his own past state. Now, Krizen had shed his earlier frenzy and had grown quiet, as though he had slipped into slumber. Yet, this did not grant Kray any sense of relief, for it did not signify the cessation of pain. Instead, the agony had drained Krizen of his strength, rendering him even more perilous. Curses, I am indeed different from others. The system truly saved my life. Kray silently lamented, reflecting on how, had the system not directly supplied magical energy within him, he would have surely perished in the sacred wood of Winterfell, a stroke of fortune indeed. He retrieved the prepared bandages from the cupboard, wiping away the blood streaming from Krizen's nose. Such bodily damage, manifesting as ruptured capillaries, was merely a triviality. With one hand, he felt for Krizen's pulse at his feverish neck. Fortunately, though rapid, it was strong and robust. After all, the extensive training, combined with a diet rich in nutrients, had provided his body with some reserves. Had he been a pale and emaciated peasant, he might have collapsed from organ failure the moment he ingested the potion. The poorer the constitution, the greater the risk. The stable output of magical energy was proceeding as expected, though Kray was uncertain how long this process would endure. He had a premonition that it would surpass the single night he had required to complete his own transformation, though he could not ascertain the exact duration. As the inaugural experiment in expanding the Demon Hunter Legion, you must persevere, Kray murmured softly. In the confined basement, the only sounds were the occasional rustle of Kray shifting his stance and Krizen's sporadic convulsions against the iron frame. Aside from that, silence reigned. Kray had long instructed that unless he emerged himself, no one was to enter through that door. This command was effective for everyone in White Harbor, save for the old man. What remained was the lengthy contest between Kray's magic and Krizen's body. It felt as though he had undergone an extraordinarily bewildering dream. When Krizen opened his eyes once more, he momentarily failed to grasp where he was. In the dream, he had witnessed his past, a boy laboriously trudging through White Harbor, burdened by a rusted suit of armor in the rain. He seemed to glimpse his future as well. A night where everything was strikingly clear. Clad in sturdy armor, he stealthily approached a granary, surrounded by fluttering banners. He need not question how he knew it was a granary. He simply did. It felt as though he possessed a unique power, and when discovered by a guard, he instinctively made a gesture unknown to him. Green runes flashed before him, and the guard, as if blind to his presence, continued on his way. Moments later, the granary was engulfed in flames, and he moved like a specter in the night, undetectable to all. As the dream concluded, realization dawned upon him regarding the emblem upon the banners. It was that of a golden roaring lion. In the next instant, the dream shattered, and he heard a weary voice proclaim, "You are awake." It was not a question but a statement. Blinking in confusion, he took half a minute to recollect his surroundings and the identity of the speaker. Leaping from the now-released iron bed, he beheld Lord Kray, resting in a chair, chewing bread to regain his strength amidst a sea of candlelight. Krizen leapt down from the bed, but upon landing, he stumbled to the ground. Observing this, Kray chuckled. "Be cautious. Your transformed body requires time to adjust." Transformed? Krizen suddenly recalled why he found himself upon the iron bed. He scrutinized his body closely, instantly sensing the extraordinary power coursing within him. With astonishment, he raised his gaze to the one who had bestowed this strength upon him, momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, he heard Kray's voice. "Congratulations, you are now my kin." Chapter 83. System upgrade. On the evening of the second day after the commencement of the mutation, Kray withdrew the magical output that stabilized his body. This perilous transformation lasted for over a day, inflicting upon him double the agony he had endured during his own mutation. After experiencing a tumultuous array of symptoms, blood spurting, vomiting, frantic shouting, and a semblance of madness, Cray finally fell into a profound silence. Having awaited the end with his magical energy coursing through him, despite the magical output being within manageable limits, the toll on his mental and physical stamina was undeniably substantial. Once the stabilizing spell was lifted, Cray nearly collapsed onto the ground, taking a considerable amount of time to reposition himself into a chair, panting heavily. By all that is sacred, I am utterly exhausted. This was the entirety of Cray's sentiment. After waiting for a significant period, the elder grew somewhat anxious and approached the door, inquiring about the situation within. Only after receiving Cray's reassuring response did he hesitantly depart. He realized he was of no assistance. Such a formidable magical ability, in his eyes, was akin to usurping the authority of the gods. The notion of granting an ordinary individual the power of the divine was no trivial matter. While awaiting Clyzen's recovery and subsequent awakening, Cray experienced an unexpected delight. His Demon Hunter system, having successfully created the second Demon Hunter of Westeros, underwent an upgrade. With a mere thought, the Demon Hunter system unfolded upon his retina. Demon Hunter system, level 3, potions, expand to view, bombs, expand to view, equipment, expand to view, magic pool, 110 unlocked seals, Quinn, level 1. Aiden, level 1. Alder, level 1. Ignis, level 1. Yaxi, level 1. Items, expand to view, servant, Clyzen Mandrell, mutation count, 1. The most conspicuous change was the newly added servant section. Upon opening Clyzen Mandrell's information, Cray was taken aback. Before him, the system displayed an array of physical data about Clyzen, including various measurements. However, this was not the most significant aspect. Upon selecting the servant's name, he could sense the individual's location, not through visual cues, but through an innate perception. Furthermore, he could glean the general thoughts of this person, allowing him to immediately detect any potentially harmful intentions directed towards himself. Ultimately, through the system, Cray could imprint his own thoughts into the subconscious of the selected servant, transforming them into natural inclinations. In summary, Cray likened this system to a well-known real-time strategy game feature known as a mind interferometer. Although the principles differed, the effects bore considerable resemblance. If he were to draw a more fitting analogy, he felt akin to the progenitor of a vampire, with the demon hunters he created serving as his bloodline. The emergence of this servant option, coupled with the lineage of the Mandrell family's offshoots, nearly eradicated any concerns regarding betrayal. Previously, when he had contemplated the creation of a legion of demon hunters, he harbored fears of being betrayed by those he had fashioned with his own hands. In a world of ice and fire, one would hardly be considered noble without experiencing betrayal at least once. Yet now, with the number of demon hunters he had amassed exceeding his capacity to monitor them all, this concern was almost effortlessly resolved. This system allowed Cray to broadcast unidirectionally, with these servants acting solely as receivers. Once implemented, it would undoubtedly yield even more surprises. Additionally, the system had unlocked improvement options for potions, particularly for herbal concoctions. Though Cray had yet to delve deeply into this aspect. In the realm of demon hunters, the mutation potion recipes varied significantly across different schools, resulting in diverse performances from the created demon hunters. The Cat School was adept at speed and assassination but lacked proficiency in seals, while the Griffin School excelled in seals yet was deficient in other areas compared to the other demon hunters. This posed many questions, as different abilities suited different battlegrounds, and Cray was determined to explore these possibilities in the future. Moreover, options for advanced improvements to potions like Blizzard had been made available. Yet with so many matters at hand, Cray had no time to contemplate the creation of those potions. Finally, upon Clyzen's awakening, Cray disregarded the various impurities clinging to him and welcomed him warmly into his new existence. Pulling him up from the ground, Cray inquired, "How do you feel? Is there any significant difference compared to before?" With an expression of bewilderment, Clyzen sat in the chair, carefully contemplating the changes within his body. After a considerable pause, he articulated, "My lord, I sense a surge of power within me, yet I am at a loss as to how to harness it." Cray understood that he was referring to the magical energy newly manifested within him. Being familiar with seals, Cray could utilize them, while Clyzen was unaware. It was only natural. A true Valyrian warrior, aside from enduring the recent trials, had much to learn. For instance, with a flick of his finger, an extinguished candle on the table ignited instantaneously. Clyzen stared, transfixed, certain that his master had no matches or similar implements in hand. This is one form of the power within you. Now, extend your left hand and make this gesture. Cray demonstrated the gesture for the Ignis seal, curling his index finger and pressing it against the upright middle finger, while the remaining 3 fingers stretched forward, separated. Kleisen struggled for some time but ultimately managed to replicate the gesture. Cray made slight adjustments and explained, "Now, channel the power within you, focus your attention, and release it." Kleisen attempted repeatedly. From Cray's perspective, magical energy gathered in his left hand, yet a pathway for release eluded him. At last, a tiny spark emerged from Kleisen's left hand. Startled, he instinctively drew back, for he was not prepared, unlike Cray, who had ample mental readiness regarding seals. "Excellent. Once more. Concentrate as you did previously." Cray continued to encourage him, emphasizing that mastery of a seal required persistent effort through failure. Acquiring power was no simple feat. Gritting his teeth, Kleisen replicated the Ignis seal gesture once more, channeling his focus into his palm. After numerous attempts, flames finally erupted forth, engulfing the ground. With no flammable materials around, only sparks and flickering embers remained. Staring incredulously at his hand, Kleisen was astonished and stumbled back from his chair, only to be steadied by Cray's outstretched hand. "My lord, what is this?" Kleisen's voice trembled, overwhelmed by the realization that this astonishing power emanated from his very being. Fear and excitement mingled within him, creating a complex turmoil of emotions. Cray smiled gently, responding to Kleisen's inquiry. "It is a seal, Ignis." Chapter 84. Experiments and Concepts as Igni. Murmured this peculiar pronunciation. The astonishment within Kleisen was beyond the capacity of words to convey. Astonishingly, the human palm could exhale flames without any aid. Clay discerned the expression on his face and deeply comprehended his feelings. This was a power that did not belong to this world, and if it did not evoke wonder, it would be a disservice to his own efforts. "Do you remember the gesture to release this spell?" Clay patted Kleisen's shoulder, rousing him from his reverie. The latter jolted and quickly replied, "I remember. I absolutely remember, my lord." "Good. There are 5 types of spells, but I shan't demonstrate them all here." Observing the perplexed glimmer in Kleisen's small eyes, Clay sighed wearily and pointed at Kleisen, exclaiming, "Do you not find yourself rather odorous? The stench of vomit and sweat. If you were not capable of wielding spells, I would doubt the success of your metamorphosis." The transformation of a demon hunter also endowed the metamorphosed with exceptional olfactory senses. Had it not been for the overwhelming sensation of the Igni spell, Kleisen might have succumbed to the odor emanating from himself. Visibly, as his sense of smell returned, Kleisen's throat constricted, evidently suppressing the urge to vomit. Clay waved his hand, signaling him to wait there. As he exited, Clay instructed, "Stay sharp. The powers you have acquired must remain a secret between you, me, and the Count. No fourth party is to be informed." More than a day later, Clay once again opened the wooden door adorned with red markings. Waiting outside was the Count's most trusted attendant. Hearing the noise and seeing the door open, the attendant promptly approached, inquiring with concern, "Young master, have you resolved your matters?" Nodding, Clay gestured towards the interior without hesitation, commanding, "Go, find 2 individuals to tidy up inside. I have a personal guard in there. Ensure he cleans himself before emerging." He paid no mind to the attendant's peculiar expression. What was going through that mind? "Understood, my lord." Upon receiving Clay's instructions, the attendant could only bow with a strange look and set off to find help. In the Sea God Tower, Study having returned to his room, tidied himself, and rested briefly, Clay sat impeccably groomed in his grandfather's study, skillfully uncorking a bottle of wine and reclining in the soft chair before the elder. The Count, feigning ignorance of his grandson's casual behavior, merely stroked his beard. Clay savored a generous sip of summer red, sighing contentedly. He preferred this wine over the golden vintage from Qingtin Island, as it suited his palate. "Moderate your consumption. At this rate, you drink more than your father did at your age." The Mandler family has been a line of alcoholics for 3 generations. I truly do not know whom to blame. The elder grumbled while refilling his own glass, setting down the nearly empty bottle. Shrugging indifferently, Clay had grown accustomed to such remarks whenever drinking with his grandfather. "Now, about that lad. Kleisen, how did it go? Was it a success?" More concerned about this matter than the wine, the elder inquired further. Nodding, Clay's face relaxed, revealing relief after fatigue. He replied nonchalantly, "Grandfather, rest assured, it was successful. However, the process was quite grueling. I nearly faltered." Noticing the inquiring gaze from his grandfather, Clay deemed it necessary to elaborate, saying, "The materials we gathered, as you can surmise, would be fatal if consumed together without caution. Success necessitates sufficient auxiliary means, such as magic." The elder recalled his grandson's unforgettable methods and nodded in agreement. Clay continued, "This specially concocted potion fundamentally alters a person from within. The process is perilous and requires assistance. I spent an entire day stabilizing his body. The rest was merely a matter of time." After contemplating his grandson's words for a long moment, the elder suddenly asked, "So, after undergoing this transformation, can Kleisen achieve abilities akin to yours?" It was imperative for him, as the ruler of White Harbor, to ascertain the potential of the warriors his grandson was creating. No, he is still far from it. The completion of the transformation merely grants him the possibility of utilizing those abilities. To be like me, he must undergo extensive training and learn many things. For instance, with the Igni spell, I taught him only how to ignite flames. Beyond that, I shall not impart knowledge to him. In this world, no one else can help him acquire those abilities. The Count fully agreed with his grandson's perspective. This was indeed a manifestation of the adage about teaching disciples while risking the starvation of the master. The skills of demon hunters were numerous, and their repository of knowledge vast, yet Clay would not divulge everything to them. Although he could directly observe each demon hunter's thoughts through the system, prudence dictated that he must retain some secrets. After all, he was not the sole possessor of magical power in this world. There were the three-eyed ravens, Melisandre, Soros, and even the Night King beyond the wall. Thus, he had to keep certain knowledge close, ensuring he had room to maneuver should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Very well. I do not comprehend these intricacies, but you must gauge the balance yourself. What are your plans moving forward? Clay understood that the elder was inquiring whether he intended to continue creating demon hunters. He had already formulated a strategy in his mind and shook his head, articulating his thoughts. There is no rush. Producing too many at once might lead to complications. It is prudent to proceed one at a time. And this endeavor requires immense energy from me. I cannot devote all my efforts to it. After all, I am primarily a manler, and only then a so-called ancient Valyrian warrior. This statement evidently resonated with the elder, as a satisfied smile illuminated his ruddy face. This quality of his grandson was commendable. He remained clear-headed and would not become a slave to power. Very well, you decide. Oh, by the way, it seems you have not yet visited the Wolf's Den since your return. I have been managing it during your absence. Now that you are back, you should pay a visit, as you are the commander of the White Sea Guard. The elder raised his hand, showcasing the trident ring adorned with a blue gemstone, and remarked, blue and red are ultimately distinct. Those fellows only recognize red. Nodding, Clay realized it was indeed time for him to pay a visit there. Chapter 85. The role on the battlefield as the core of the intelligence system in White Harbor. It continues to function effectively even in the absence of the commander of the White Sea Guard. Information flows from the north and south of White Harbor, meticulously compiled and organized into coherent documents, which have been brought to the Earl of Wyman during this period. However, upon Clay's return, command reverted to him, or rather, to the blood-red gemstone, which recognizes the ring and not the individual, a notion not to be taken lightly. Since his return, Clay has been preoccupied with his plan to expand the demon hunters and has not paid much attention to other matters. Yet, after successfully creating the first demon hunter, he finally found time to address the affairs of the Wolf's Den. Initially, Clay intended to go alone, but upon reflection, he decided to invite Krisen, who had just finished bathing and regained a scent acceptable to a normal person. It was not that Clay was confused and wished to divulge the details of the Wolf's Den. He merely wished to converse with him more, as the visit was merely to familiarize him with the location. Actual involvement was still a distant prospect. Seated atop his steed, Clay waited approximately 10 minutes until Krisen arrived, clad in armor and riding a brown warhorse. After appraising the young demon hunter's guard, Clay smiled. He looked quite presentable. Had his health improved? As a demon hunter, he naturally possessed basic recovery abilities. In the brief span of half a day, he had transformed from being unable to stand upon awakening to exhibiting the agility expected of a demon hunter, though it was not an exaggerated display of miraculous healing. The speed of recovery was indeed commendable. Slightly touched by his lord's inquiry, Krisen beamed with excitement as he replied, I feel excellent, my lord. The abilities you bestowed upon me have allowed my body to recover at an astonishing pace. Raising a hand to quell Krisen's exuberance, Clay whispered, all right, I understand. For now, it is only you and I in all of Westeros who possess such power. Exercise caution. It is not yet time for others to know. Since their horses were closely positioned, only the two could hear the exchange. Momentarily taken aback, Krisen quickly realized he had been overly enthusiastic. He glanced around cautiously, noting that no one was paying attention, and let out a sigh of relief. Clay was disinclined to continue listening to Krisen's sentiments, so he flicked the reins and indicated the direction of the Wolf's Den, issuing his command. Let us proceed, my guard. I must venture outside the city. Follow closely. With that, he squeezed his legs against the horse's sides, prompting the steed to leap forward before galloping swiftly out of the courtyard, taking Clay with him. Seeing his lord had set off, Krisen promptly followed suit. Clay was now thoroughly familiar with the route from Newcastle to the Wolf's Den, having traversed it numerous times. He was certainly not directionally challenged. He led Krisen out of the city, yet Krisen had never visited the Wolf's Den and had scarcely heard of it. The elder and Sir Bartimus had intentionally downplayed the existence of the Wolf's Den for the sake of the White Sea Guard's secrecy. When Krisen inquired about Clay's purpose for visiting the Wolf's Den, Clay remained silent. There is much for you to learn, my guard. with such power? Consider what role you should assume on the battlefield. Clay posed a question he particularly wished for Crizin to contemplate. My lord, Crizin stammered, unsure of how to respond. Clay recognized that this inquiry was indeed beyond the scope for someone from a collateral line who had not even stepped foot in the Sea God Tower for nearly 2 decades. However, the immense resources required for creating demon hunters made it clear to him that assembling a formidable army within 2 months was unrealistic. Reflecting on the trials he had endured, it was evident he could not accomplish such a feat without exhausting himself. Thus, the route of a conventional army was impractical. He would need to adopt a more specialized, refined approach. When had one ever seen special forces engaging in trench warfare alongside a large army? Flanking, ambushing, and eliminating sentries were elementary tactics. Given the relatively low productivity levels in Westeros, employing cunning tactics such as poisoning water sources, incinerating supplies, and assassinating key figures could yield fruitful results. While the Northerners valued honor, it was contingent upon survival. If one found themselves at odds with their environment, then a sense of honor could only become a hindrance, as evidenced by figures from Eddard to Robb Stark. In light of this, Clay recognized the need to adjust his training methods for Crizin and the future demon hunters who would join them, and he would require further discussion with the Elder on this matter. Crizin was left outside the Sacred Wood Forest while Clay entered the long-absent Wolf's Den alone. With a clear objective, he made his way directly to the tower where the White Sea Guard resided. Settling into his commander's chair, Clay summoned a black-clad guard and issued an order. Gather the 5 overseers to meet me here. Inform them to prepare the latest intelligence. I wish to review it. 15 minutes later, all 5 overseers were present, each seated before him, with 5 identical booklets laid out before Clay. The first to speak was Jon Snow, the overseer of Northern Intelligence. After a moment's hesitation, he voiced his thoughts. My lord, as per your directive, our personnel in the north have been stationed at Winterfell. Observations during this time reveal no unusual behavior from Lady Catelyn or Bran Stark. I suggest we consider withdrawing some personnel. Provide me with a rationale. Clay replied without lifting his gaze from the intelligence summaries. There are many subjects worth monitoring in the north, such as... Jon was interrupted by Clay's retort. Such as those skinning bastards at the Dreadfort, correct? Clay lifted his gaze, fixing Jon with an enigmatic smile. Though momentarily caught off guard, Jon nodded in affirmation. As I said, it is not yet time for comprehensive surveillance of the Dreadfort. I have my reasons. Clay waved a hand, signaling the end of that discussion. He set aside the booklet depicting the crowned stag and turned to the overseer of the Riverlands, Vicewater, posing a query. Vicewater, upon my return. The Earl mentioned that Lord Eddard Stark of King's Landing appears to be fervently searching for the king's illegitimate children. What is the situation? Clay was well aware of Eddard Stark's intentions behind seeking the king's bastards. Jon Arryn's dying wish served as a thread unraveling the truth hidden behind King's Landing. However, since Vicewater had also uncovered this information, he wished to discern whether King's Landing had changed in any significant manner since his last recollection. Would the winds stirred by his butterfly wings have ruffled the skirts of the prominent figures in King's Landing? Chapter 86. A storm approaches. The Master of Whisperers meticulously relayed the news from King's Landing. Although the information was complex, Tyrion grasped it with clarity. In truth, his butterfly effect had indeed influenced the foul city of the south, as Catelyn Stark refrained from descending southward due to Bran's escape from disability and subsequent assassination attempts. Had it not been for this, White Harbor would have likely received ravens signaling preparations for war by now. According to the Master of Whisperers, Tyrion Lannister had returned to King's Landing without a hitch, maintaining his notorious libertine demeanor while frequenting the city's brothels. He had not been intercepted by Catelyn Stark on her return journey through the Riverlands, nor had he been shackled and taken to the Eyrie. This delay not only postponed a direct conflict between the 2 prominent houses, but also yielded an unforeseen consequence. Eddard Stark's investigation in King's Landing remained unaffected by any external forces. Initially, he would have been cornered by Jaime Lannister at the gates of the brothel investigating the king's illegitimate children, resulting in a severe leg injury, alongside the demise of several Stark guards accompanying him to King's Landing. It could be said that his position as Hand of the King and the authority he wielded began to wane from that moment onward. A Hand of the King, injured on the streets by a Lannister assassin, while the latter remained unscathed, starkly illustrated the disparity in power between House Stark and House Lannister in King's Landing. In other words, had Eddard Stark entered the city with not just a few hundred men, but several thousand, one could only imagine how the confrontation in the throne room would have unfolded with the esteemed Lord Peter Baelish taking sides. With thousands of seasoned warriors sworn to the banner of the dire wolf, even if Eddard Stark had slammed the gates of the Red Keep, slaughtered Cersei and Joffrey Lannister, and seated himself upon the Iron Throne, he would have faced no repercussions, as long as no one dared to displace him from his seat. The nobility of King's Landing would have no choice but to acquiesce, for the rule of might prevails universally. A century prior, during the infamous Dance of Dragons, Lord Cregan Stark had led tens of thousands into King's Landing, where blood flowed freely. Cregan was acutely aware of the blood-soaked significance behind the term wolf. Thus, even with a few hundred unscathed men at Eddard Stark's disposal, it remained a formidable force, especially given the decay of Robert's rule over the years. The investigation could proceed smoothly, and coupled with the tome Jon Arryn was perusing before his demise, Eddard Stark might have unraveled the truth behind the heir to the throne by now. Having concluded his report on King's Landing, the Master of Whisperers noticed his commander silently brooding in his seat, deep in thought, furrowing his brow. His words had instilled a realization within Cregan. It seemed that unforeseen changes were subtly taking place in King's Landing. Eddard Stark, burdened by his accursed sense of honor, was making grave errors in this quagmire, while the few hundred loyal men by his side remained a tangible force. With no early mobilization from Tywin, allowing the mountain to harass the Riverlands, what reason did Eddard Stark have to let this loyal force depart from King's Landing? Even if Robert ultimately succumbed to the boar's tusks, would Cersei confront Eddard Stark with weapons drawn as Cregan recalled? Each seemingly minor detail, when accumulated, could lead to vastly different outcomes, leaving Cregan uncertain of the Seven Kingdoms' fate. For him, within a month, it would not be overly ambitious to expand the demon-hunting squad to more than 5 members. Given additional time, he could effortlessly exhaust the resources provided by his father, extracting enough magical energy to enhance his sigils and concoct 1 or 2 potions to arm his demon-hunting squad. Yet, all of this remained uncertain. Cregan held no faith that the honor-bound Eddard Stark would continue to remain in King's Landing as Hand of the King upon discovering that the heir was a Lannister bastard. Once Robert met his end, the Starks remaining in King's Landing would inevitably clash with the Lannisters, but the outcome was beyond Cregan's foresight. Presently, he was racing against time, and certain actions required acceleration. The appearance of the Red Comet signified the resurgence of dragons upon the Eastern lands. As a potential dragon rider, he needed to assimilate the blood of the Dragon King before this event transpired. If he were to fumble in the later stages of the war to acquire a mere hatchling, it would be a futile endeavor. The green dragon Rhaegar and the white dragon Viserys had met their demise at the spear's point. If Cregan's dragon were smaller than they, it would prove largely ineffective and instead invite trouble. When one is only slightly stronger than others, they will seek to topple you from your position. However, when you possess overwhelming strength, they will kneel and lick your toes. After thoughtful consideration, he issued his first command during the meeting to mobilize members of the Night's Watch from the Vale and Riverlands to converge upon King's Landing, integrating with the local forces to ascertain Eddard Stark's whereabouts and the movements of the Stark troops in the capital. My lord, 3 voices spoke in unison. The 3 involved commanders expressed their questions. They were not questioning their leader's decision, but sought to understand the rationale behind such actions. Regardless, they were Northmen at heart, and the command to surveil the esteemed Eddard Stark, the protector of the North, left them perplexed. Aware of their queries, Cregan opted not to elaborate. He could hardly confess that the king's heirs were all born of Lannister incest, with the king soon to meet the 7 gods. Such revelations would only serve to create further complications rather than clarify matters. I wish to know the follow-up of Eddard Stark's investigation into the king's bastards. Our lord would not act without reason. Cregan fabricated an unremarkable response. The Wolf's Den knew only of the matter itself, entirely oblivious to the underlying logic. Thus Cregan's words sufficed for explanation. As for the reports from the other commanders, no alarming situations were revealed. The Vale remained in a state of closure, and the Night's Watch could glean very little information. The Westerlands had seen minimal losses during this time, due to their stealthy maneuvers. Yet, this also implied the loss of a keen eye fixed upon the West. Nonetheless, this dilemma was not of paramount importance once chaos erupted in King's Landing. Regardless of who emerged victorious, Tywin's mobilization was a foregone conclusion. As for where this amassed army would march, it was undoubtedly towards the ancestral home of House Tully, Riverrun. Cregan found no desire even to speculate. Chapter 87. Changes in King's Landing. The dragon had long been a source of indecision for Cray. It was never a question of whether to hatch the blue golden dragon egg. That was a certainty. Once the issue of the Dragon King's bloodline was resolved, no one could prevent him from claiming his own dragon. However, this was no mere matter of raising a cat or a dog. It was a dragon, a creature more exhilarating than nurturing a mammoth. The costs of its upbringing were not the only concern. The very location for its rearing posed a significant dilemma. Unlike Daenerys, who was met with ancestral fears by the noble lords of Westeros upon the sight of a dragon, Cray faced a different reality. He was not a silver-haired, violet-eyed Targaryen, and thus, the motivations behind his dragon ownership were of little concern to them. Would he aspire to repeat Aegon I's conquests? Thus far, this matter remained a vexing and frustrating investment with a protracted return curve. Fortunately, with the onset of war, The majority of Westeros's attention would be diverted to the southern battlefield, affording Krei a more lenient environment. Nevertheless, raising a dragon in White Harbor, a densely populated area rife with prying eyes, was utterly impractical. Although his family could ensure a supply of food for the dragon, they could not prevent the leakage of information. This meant that Krei must seek a secluded location beyond White Harbor, one that offered ample food sources yet was not too far from the city. Admittedly, this was a tall order, but for Krei, the crux of the issue lay not in the availability of such a place, but in his resolve to act decisively. Studying the map, he noted 3 adjacent islands in the waters of Bite Bay, south of White Harbor, collectively known as the Sister Islands, comprising Sweet Sister Island, Elder Sister Island, and Young Sister Island. Although nominally under the banner of the Eyrie, in reality, the Eyrie exerted little influence there. The ruling Sunderland family, while technically noble, were more akin to pirate chieftains, cunning, capricious, and utterly unfaithful. Historically, a significant portion of the island's income stemmed from luring cargo-laden ships to their doom, only to scavenge the wrecks. Even during Stannis, the unyielding Sea Lord, the royal fleet managed to rectify these nefarious practices. Yet the majority of pirate dens remained on these 3 islands. To put it plainly, if Krei drew his sword against 10 men, he would likely not err in slaying 8. Historically, the North and the Vale had waged protracted wars over the ownership of the Sister Islands. Now, nearly autonomous, the Sister Islands refrained from engaging with ships hailing from the Vale or White Harbor, while the remainder faced less scrupulous treatment. This territory, once blockaded, would serve as a natural sanctuary for raising dragons, as long as the major houses did not deliberately seek trouble. Using the Mandalay fleet to secure Bite Bay would pose little challenge. A military expedition to the Sister Islands to eradicate the pirate stronghold and subsequently blockade Bite Bay could ensure that, within a year or 2, the dragons would grow to a size suitable for riding, thus fulfilling their purpose. Despite the Sunderland family's ongoing deference to the Manderleys, historical grievances had fostered deep-seated animosity among the islanders towards the north. For Krei, the key lay in orchestrating an incident involving the disappearance of a White Harbor soldier on the Sister Islands, providing an excellent pretext for military action. However, this plan hinged on the outbreak of war. Deploying troops during this precarious moment would not be prudent. It had been 20 days since Krei emerged from the Wolfest Den, and while news from King's Landing grew increasingly convoluted, the signal he awaited had yet to materialize. Despite this, today was a day of double fortune for Krei. Last night, after enduring the intense agony of his heart one final time, he fully assimilated the remaining Dragon King's blood. At the moment the last clot vanished, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through his body. He felt his magical essence boil, realizing that alongside the Targaryens, a new lineage of Dragon Kings had emerged. His affinity for fire magic allowed his Igni sign to leap to level 2, bypassing the usual expenditure of 300 magical points, enabling him to wield the flames with proficiency. In addition to resolving the bloodline issue, today marked the official induction of Raven, the 5th mutated Witcher, into his specialized team. With him, they now numbered 6. Apart from Raven, Creason, Jalen, Garland, Desmond, and Krei himself, all standing beneath the Tower of the Sea God, had mastered 5 signs. Krei had tailored specialized armor for each of them, not heavy armor solely focused on defense, but a unique blend of protection and agility. During this period, Krei commenced their training with Creason, and as the mutations progressed, he began a succession of mentorships. They had swiftly learned to execute their desired signs with remarkable fluidity. Furthermore, Krei initiated training in swordsmanship and instilled concepts of individual combat strategy. In the future, their roles on the battlefield would predominantly involve exploiting the enemy's weak points while avoiding direct confrontation with larger forces. The localized advantages they cultivated would have minimal impact on the overall outcome of the war. Krei emphasized 2 primary lessons. First, to discard any misguided sense of honor that might lead to foolish thoughts of fair play. Such notions could prove fatal. Second, he aimed to cultivate their capacity for independent thought, teaching them to complete tasks without direct supervision. In the traditional warfare model, lower-tier soldiers typically did not engage their minds in battle, obeying commands from noble commanders. Victories were celebrated collectively, while defeats led to disarray. Such undisciplined behavior was utterly unacceptable to Krei. Fortunately, after thorough vetting by the most experienced elders in White Harbor, the remaining recruits were no fools. Though these ideas were avant-garde, the new Witcher recruits adapted quickly. In the courtyard, 5 figures stood erect, resembling spears plunged into the earth. Observing his creation, Krei wore a look of immense satisfaction. However, this fleeting thrill of pride was soon interrupted when an unexpected visitor, disregarding the protests of his guards, barged in. With his back turned, Krei furrowed his brow at the sound of approaching footsteps. Upon recognizing the visitor, he was momentarily taken aback. The Master of Whispers, what brought him here? The people of the Wolf's Den only ventured to White Harbor for urgent matters. It was a rule. With a jolt of apprehension, Cray had yet to speak when a raven's letter was thrust into his hand. The Master of Whispers, his countenance dark, shook off the grasp of a guard. His voice grave as he declared, "My lord, there has been a change in King's Landing." Chapter 88. The king is dead. The spirit remains unbroken upon opening the letter. Clay took less than a minute to absorb the shocking news that had sent ripples throughout the Seven Kingdoms. King Robert Baratheon I had succumbed to injuries sustained during a boar hunt, passing away 2 days after returning to King's Landing. The hand of the king, Duke Eddard Stark, boldly proclaimed that the heir to the throne, Joffrey Baratheon, was the illegitimate offspring of Queen Cersei and the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, thus lacking any claim to the Iron Throne. Tensions escalated in the throne room as Cersei Lannister tore up the king's last decree, leading to a violent confrontation. Eddard Stark managed to escape King's Landing with a few hundred elite soldiers from the north, suffering significant losses, and his current whereabouts remained unknown. The new king, Joffrey Baratheon, had already claimed the throne in King's Landing and declared Duke Eddard Stark a traitor, summoning the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms to capture the supposed rebel. Given the insufficient manpower in King's Landing and the lack of support for the Night's Watch's daily messages, this letter must have been dispatched 4 days prior, as the Ravens required time to reach White Harbor. Nevertheless, Clay understood that war was imminent. Although the letter did not state it, he was certain that Stannis and Renly had departed King's Landing before the king's demise. Perhaps the crown was already upon their heads. A fierce determination ignited in his gaze as he turned towards the silent Lord of the Riverlands, his tone gravely serious. Is the Earl aware of this development? Shaking his head, the Lord of the Riverlands understood the implications of the letter's arrival. The commander's focus on King's Landing was entirely justified, marking a momentous upheaval. My lord, the Wolf's Den should have received news first. We are uncertain if letters have been dispatched from King's Landing to the realm, or when they might arrive. Nodding, Clay grasped the Lord's meaning. Surely King's Landing was aware of the North's imminent danger, and it was likely that only Winterfell had received the news. At this point, further discussion was futile. Clay swiftly issued orders without regard for the appropriateness of the setting. Withdraw half of our forces from King's Landing while maintaining essential communication channels. The remainder must gather in the Riverlands and the Westerlands. As for the Riverlands, ascertain the terrain there. There must be no errors. Ignoring the Lord's concerned expression, Clay, oblivious to the fact that this order should have been directed to the Lord of the Riverlands, continued to muse aloud. I am certain it will become a battlefield. Pausing, he then addressed the Lord of the Riverlands regarding the Westerlands arrangements. The task for the Westerlands personnel is singular. Ascertain how many men the Old Lion can muster from the west. Is that understood? The Lord of the Riverlands offered no verbal response, instead bowing respectfully before turning swiftly to exit the courtyard, mounting his steed and heading directly for the Wolf's Den. War was upon them. Timely intelligence could prove invaluable at a critical juncture. Clay disbanded the assembled monster hunting team and issued orders for them to expedite their training in the art of raven summoning, forcing himself to maintain composure. The immediate priority was to inform the Old Lord and discern his intentions. At the Sea God Tower, in the conference hall, members of House Manderly gathered. From the venerable Earl Wyman and Sir Marlon of the elder generation, to Clay's father, Wendell, and his siblings, Wilfeed and Vela, all present in this long and used assembly room. With the exception of Clay, all were rendered speechless by the sudden news. The revelation was so explosive that they had yet to regain their composure. Seven hells! What on earth is happening? The old lord uttered an involuntary exclamation, reflecting the sentiments of all present. As Clay had anticipated, no ravens had flown from King's Landing to White Harbor. From the outset, a clear divide had been drawn between the north and the capital. Unlike before, at this critical juncture, Eddard Stark wielded formidable military strength, with over 100 soldiers capable of breaking through the encirclement of King's Landing's gold cloaks. However, the pressing question remained. Where was the North's guardian lord, now branded a traitor? Was he alive or dead? Gentlemen, what are we to do? We must devise a strategy. Sir Marlon spoke, addressing the most urgent concern. What else can we do? Father, I shall rally the troops and march south to bring Lord Eddard back. Clay's father, Wendell, expressed his straightforward military mindset, encapsulated in a single phrase. Action is imperative. Silence. Has the command from Winterfell arrived? Do you even know where Lord Eddard is? You would send troops without knowing anything? What are you thinking? Earl Wyman sharply dismissed his son's suggestion, having regained his composure. At that moment, the eldest son, Wylis, came to his brother's defense. Father, Wendell's words lacked some consideration, but we must still gather the army. His health was frail, and after this remark, he fell silent, offering no further explanation. Yet those present understood that regardless of whether Eddard Stark returned alive or not, the conflict between the Stark and Lannister families was unavoidable. Clay, You were present in Winterfell when the king was there. Share your thoughts. Is the child king truly a bastard of the Lannisters? The old lord suddenly inquired, as if struck by a realization. Though not immediately pressing, this question bore significant ramifications for the future conflict and who might stand against the Lannisters. The enemy of my enemy may not be my friend, but their assistance in undermining a common foe suffices. With a derisive snort, Clay replied coldly. If you had seen that fool, you would not hesitate. I assure you, Joffrey is entirely unworthy of the Iron Throne. Earl Wyman frowned slightly, uncertain why his grandson held such conviction, yet he trusted his judgment and had heard rumors regarding the prince's striking resemblance to his mother and uncle. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, Clay straightened in his seat, articulating his perspective. Winterfell will receive news within 2 days at most. They will undoubtedly learn of the situation. From my understanding of the acting Lord Stark, he will rally his vassals for his father. Whether they strike directly or negotiate first, I cannot say, but we must prepare for conflict. Clay's voice grew increasingly fervent. Grandfather, we cannot delay any longer. Though House Manderly has always stood beneath the banner of the dire wolf, we must take precautions. My suggestion is to summon our family knights immediately. Furthermore, we must hasten the construction of new warships while we cannot guarantee control over other areas. We must ensure that the Bight and the eastern coast of the north remain under House Manderly's dominion. This is no trivial matter. Blockading the Bight will undoubtedly provoke the pirates of the sisters, Sir Marlon cautioned, viewing Clay's proposal as somewhat reckless. Pirates? With war upon us, can we afford to allow other vessels to sail freely into White Harbor? Clay's face bore a unique light as he calmly continued. If House Manderly is pleased, we shall recognize the Sandorans as nobility. If we are displeased, they are mere pirates disrupting our trade routes and plundering our ships. Regarding pirates, there is nothing more to discuss. Eradicate them, leaving not a single one behind. Chapter 89. The family wealth. The youthful form of Clay produced a sound that drew the attention of everyone gathered at the table. What a decisive young man he was. Count Wayman and Sir Marlon, both seasoned observers of the world, would typically pause to consider the will of Winterfell in such matters. Yet, the heir of House Mandler, who had brought them countless surprises, was already contemplating the complete annihilation of a family. To be fair, even the astute Count Wayman could not dismiss the practicality of his grandson's proposal. White Harbor boasted a fleet that was quite respectable. Yet in the context of the northern military hierarchy, it had achieved little of significance. The reason was simple. The existence of the Sisters Islands rendered the fleet's position vulnerable, stripping it of its secrecy and thereby nullifying the advantages bestowed by its high mobility. Over the years, Count Wayman had sought an opportunity to address this dilemma, but it was evident that during King Robert's reign, such an opportunity had never materialized. In times of peace, even if House Mandler occupied the Sisters Islands, they would ultimately gain nothing there. This family meeting, the most serious in over a decade, marked House Mandler's transition from a peacetime posture to one of war. Weapons were distributed, troops began to assemble, and under the vigorous impetus of young Clay Mandler, although the ravens from House Stark and Winterfell had yet to arrive, every inhabitant of White Harbor understood that the family was preparing for battle. In the Sea God Tower, Count Wayman's study served as the continuation of the midday family meeting. 3 individuals occupied the spacious room: Count Wayman himself, his eldest son, Wylis, and Clay. The capable commanders, Wendell and Sir Marlon, were already stationed with the troops. The financial strength of House Mandler enabled them to maintain the North's only standing army exceeding 500 men, which would serve as the foundation for the expansion of their forces. However, despite this, the combat effectiveness of House Mandler's army was not on par with that of the authentic northern nobility. A duel between a Stark warrior and a Mandler guard would likely see the former emerge victorious. The elder gentleman ignited the fireplace in the room, for the weather had grown increasingly frigid, signaling the end of a remarkably prolonged summer. Grandfather, can you clarify for me how many soldiers House Mandler can actually muster? This inquiry had perplexed Clay since his arrival in Westeros. According to his grandfather's initial claims, he could assemble 1,500 heavy cavalry. This number, when compared to the north, represented a formidable cavalry force. However, a glance at White Harbor's population revealed discrepancies. Upon returning to White Harbor, Clay had familiarized himself with the approximate demographics. And as he suspected, the population was exceedingly youthful in this era where medical resources were virtually non-existent. Few lived to old age, particularly outside the nobility. A minor injury or a simple cold could claim a life. Such was the stark reality. White Harbor's population exceeded 200,000, assuming an equal male-female ratio. This implied the existence of around 100,000 men. Based on this youthful demographic, conservatively estimating, at least 50,000 could bear arms for battle. Drawing 1 out of every 5 would yield an army of 10,000. In this light, who truly reigned supreme in the north? Clay was astonished by the latent strength of his family. Further investigation revealed that while the mathematical reasoning was theoretically sound, The archaic societal structure meant that House Mandler lacked the capacity to conscript this vast populace. Yes, these long-established residents of White Harbor had dutifully paid taxes to House Mandler, but the family had no means to organize them. It is critical to note that conscripting soldiers is fundamentally different from recruiting them. If mobilization were feasible, King's Landing, with its nearly 1 million inhabitants, would be the true military titan of Westeros. Why would Robert even need to engage in the War of the Usurper? The reality diverged significantly from theory, and Clay grasped this distinction profoundly. Are you asking about our current situation or a more opportune time? The elder gentleman countered his grandson's inquiry. Building an army is not a matter of mere whim. Ask away. I wish to know the extent of our strength, Clay insisted. As the head of the household, the elder certainly understood the family's resources. He raised his plump hand to indicate a number. Currently, if Winterfell commanded me to march south immediately, I could only deploy 2,500 men, 500 cavalry, and 2,000 infantry. That is the maximum. In reality, I must retain some to guard White Harbor, so the numbers would be lower. However, if given sufficient time, I could double that figure. 1,500 cavalry, 3,500 infantry, or even more. As long as we can afford the gold dragons, those mercenaries who simply lounge in taverns will join our ranks. Nodding, Clay finally comprehended the stakes he possessed at the outset of this war. Knowing how many coins were in his pocket would determine the accuracy of his wagers. Wouldn't he? What do you mean? Do you wish to lead the troops yourself? The elder man suddenly turned his gaze toward him, and his previously silent Uncle Wylis shifted his attention from the fire to Clay. Clay shrugged. He could not envision remaining in White Harbor while others ventured south to fight. One word from Robert could compel him to act. Father summoned us for this very purpose, he stated. Wylis interjected. Father could never go to war. One of us must lead the troops south. Had you not returned, the burden would have fallen upon me. His uncle's words jolted Clay into realization. Indeed, if the rightful heir from Winterfell was rallying forces to the south, how could House Mandler refrain from sending someone as well? It was akin to gambling. The question was whether to participate or abstain, and there was also the matter of House Mandler's stance in the impending conflict. Clay, I must admit, I do not wish for you to go, the elder spoke with difficulty. While it was certain that upon his passing, the title of Count would fall to Wylis, eventually Clay would ascend as the new Lord of White Harbor. Wylis represented the present, while Clay epitomized the future. More importantly, Clay currently had no legitimate heirs, nor even a bastard, should he meet with misfortune on the battlefield. The Mandler family would revert to the precarious state that existed before Clay's return, a burden they could not afford. Clay understood his grandfather's concerns. Yet, he felt compelled to partake in this war. Everything he possessed and aspired to achieve compelled him to rise above mediocrity. Clay resolved to present his grandfather with something significant, an offering that would tip the scales in his favor. The dragon egg. Now was the time for the elder to be made aware of it. In brief, once the dragon situation was resolved, Clay would promptly lead troops southward. Blood and fire, clashing steel, awaited him. For the fate of the Old Wolf and King's Landing would bring about intriguing shifts in the course of this war. Chapter 90. Breaking the Dragon Monopoly. Clay is serious as dusk descended. Clay entered the brilliantly illuminated Sea God Tower, carrying a wooden box. Although the news of the king's death had not been officially announced, the whispers of the world could not be silenced. The Mandel family's forces had begun to assemble, and it was impossible for such activity to go unnoticed. Clay could distinctly sense the palpable tension among the comings and goings within the Sea God Tower. In the afternoon's discourse, the elder had not yet decided who would lead the charge. This was not a cause for alarm, as the crows from Winterfell had yet to arrive. Likely not until the morrow at the earliest. Approaching the study, Clay noticed a guard stationed outside, leaning against the wall, idly toying with a small object. Upon seeing his young master approach, the guard hastily stood upright, instinctively attempting to conceal the item in his hand, though Clay had already caught a glimpse. What is that? Clay inquired, lifting his chin and gesturing towards the guard's left hand with a playful smile. The flickering candlelight illuminated the guard's face, revealing a hint of embarrassment. He shyly revealed the object he had been hiding. Clay took it, squinting at the small shield, palm-sized and wrapped in coarse yarn, with a hard interior likely made of wood. Despite the shadows, his keen eyesight discerned the inscription, Vita and Elvi. Noticing the guard's flushed expression, Clay suddenly comprehended the nature of the object. He tossed it lightly before returning it to its owner, chuckling. Is it from one of our girls in White Harbor? Realizing that his young master had seen through him, the guard could only nod sheepishly. Yes, her family has lived in White Harbor for generations. Are you wed? Not yet, just betrothed. With the impending war, her family lacks the means to assist me, so she crafted this. The guard seemed lost in pleasant memories, a smile creeping onto his lips as he continued. We had an agreement. Once the war is over, I would bring back something remarkable from the battlefield, and I'd buy her a grand house in Fish King's Square to bring her family over, and then we would wed. In the midst of his reverie, the guard was jolted back to reality by Clay's voice. Hold on to it. When I return from the battlefield, I shall officiate your wedding. Ignoring the guard's ecstatic expression, Clay pushed open the door and entered the elder's study. Inside, the elder reclined in his chair, gazing intently into the roaring hearth. Oblivious to his grandson's arrival, Clay noted a bottle of open summer red wine beside him, clearly untouched. It wasn't until Clay drew a chair and sat directly before him, blocking his line of sight, that the elder snapped back to awareness. Boy, what expression is that on your face? Has something occurred? With the wisdom of age, the elder immediately sensed his grandson's unusual demeanor and directly inquired. Nothing much, just feeling a bit contemplative. Clay recounted the recent events to his grandfather, relaying the command that had been issued for the battlefield, even for those on the verge of marriage. In the original tale, over 10,000 northern soldiers marched south. Yet only 3,000 or 4,000 would return. The rest would meet their fate in the southern lands. Clay had always believed he could maintain a strategist's mindset towards war. Yet in that moment, he experienced an unnecessary wave of emotion. After listening intently, the elder remained silent, unable to reach across the table to comfort his grandson's shoulder. Instead, he resorted to the family tradition of pouring Clay a full glass of wine. Youthful thoughts, he remarked casually. Pondering too much is merely a waste of time. On the battlefield, it's kill or be killed. How many survive? The elder chuckled, gesturing between himself and Clay. We nobles may appear mighty, yet on the battlefield, we are but wielders of swords. Only those who can strike down their foes shall thrive. It's as simple as that. Count Earl Wayman understood his grandson's sentiments well. In his youth, he too had felt such disquiet. However, after the usurper's war concluded, he had long since lost such feelings. Too many had perished, leaving him desensitized. After a moment, noticing that Clay had finished his drink, the elder's attention was drawn to the wooden box Clay had brought, tapping it curiously. What is this mysterious object? Come to find me only when the night falls. Having composed himself, Clay took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with determination as he fixed his gaze on his grandfather. Dragon. The elder visibly froze, blinking several times in disbelief, as if doubting his own ears. What did you say? Repeat that. Dragon, more precisely, a dragon egg. Clay opened the box, revealing its contents, causing the elder to rise abruptly from his chair, eyes wide with astonishment, utterly speechless. After what felt like an eternity, the elder regained his composure. Though he had never seen a dragon egg, the mere sight of the object within the box convinced him that his grandson was indeed truthful. However, he was perplexed as to why Clay would present such a mysterious egg to him at this hour, and a wildly absurd thought flickered in his mind. Could it be? The next moment, Clay's words sent his heart racing once more. Grandfather, what if I told you that I could hatch what lies within, and, once it matures, ride it to conquer the skies? The elder's ears detected the sudden, heavy breaths escaping him, and Clay realized the necessity of clarity. This dragon egg, along with a blood-red crystal, was discovered alongside the secrets of the Valyrian warriors. Although I was uncertain of the crystal's nature, I carried it with me. One morning, I awoke to find it missing, yet felt an unusual sensation within me. It was only later that I understood. It contained the blood of a noble dragon king, crystallized by magic, from the time before the fall of the Valyrian Empire. Only warriors possessing dragon king blood, and who have undergone transformation serve as the closest guards to the ancient Valyrian dragon kings. Had it not been for Count Earl Wayman and the family's memory of Clay's appearance, the elder might have doubted his grandson's authenticity in that fleeting moment. However, he quickly dismissed that notion. Aside from the Targaryens, there were no true dragon king bloodlines left. Clay could not possibly be a Targaryen. Furthermore, wielding such astonishing magical power. Now with a dragon egg, if Clay were an imposter, why return to White Harbor? With such ability, he could hatch the egg himself and conquer wherever he wished in a few years' time. The elder trusted his judgment. This was his grandson, without a doubt. Taking a deep breath of the cool air, Count Earl Wayman forced himself to remain composed, now realizing that if the family possessed a dragon and could command it, as suggested by his grandson, this indicated a change in their lineage, meaning this could be passed down to future generations. This signified that the Mandel family would become a new house of dragons in Westeros, following in the footsteps of the Targaryens. That evening, the old man repeatedly questioned whether Clay could truly hatch the dragon. Like Clay, he had acutely realized that before the dragon grew sufficiently large, the Mandler family must guard this secret with utmost vigilance. Suddenly, he recalled his grandson's fervent desire during the family meeting to conquer the Three Sisters Islands. With his intimate knowledge of the terrain, the old man instantly grasped his grandson's intentions. My boy, upon the sight of the dragon, I swear to the new and ancient gods that the banner of the Mandler family shall be planted in every corner of the Three Sisters Islands. This was the old man's solemn pledge to Clay and a commitment to the future of the Mandler lineage. Chapter 91. The Raven Cray, along with the Old Lord, engaged in an extensive discussion throughout the night. By the end, there was scarcely any space left on the table for empty wine bottles. Despite this, both remained fervently engrossed in their debate. The arrival of the dragon heralded a complete shift in the family's strategies, a consideration that weighed heavily on the Old Lord as the patriarch. Cray posed a question regarding how the Old Lord intended to confront House Stark if he were to ride the dragon over Westeros in the future. This question rendered the Old Lord silent for a considerable time, before he finally uttered, "I am first and foremost a Manderly, and only thereafter a vassal of Stark." Understanding the gravity of this statement, Cray refrained from pursuing the topic further, as it was evidently not one that brought joy. Eventually, Cray and the Old Lord reached a consensus. Cray needed to hatch the dragon swiftly before the Manderly forces joined the armies at King's Road en route to Winterfell. During this interval, the Old Lord would mobilize his forces to conquer the Sisters Islands, where Cray's dragon would grow. The Old Lord intended for Cray to remain in White Harbor, subsequently moving on to the Sisters Islands, and not concern himself with the southern battlefront. However, Cray rejected the Old Lord's perspective. He pondered the implications of returning to the north with great military accolades, wielding the dragon as a symbol of power. He was uncertain how the lords of the north would respond if he chose not to partake in the war and later revealed the dragon. Regardless of the North's fortunes, he would be seen as a monstrous aberration rather than a savior. Cray had no desire to subjugate the proud lords of the north with dragonfire. The following day, as Cray staggered out of the study, reeking of wine, a letter from Winterfell jolted him into clarity. He hastily turned back into the study upon realizing its significance. The missive announced that Robb Stark was rallying his vassals in Winterfell to march south to the Neck, seeking retribution for his father's plight. More crucially, they aimed to locate the besieged northern lord, Eddard Stark, before Lord Tywin could act. Half an hour later, the family convened again. This time, the discussions were no longer mere fantasies. The arrival of the summons indicated that the North had declared war upon the Iron Throne. More precisely, it was a declaration of war against the Lannister king seated upon it, including Lord Tywin of the Westerlands. Joffrey lacked the gravitas of his father, Robert, and without the formidable backing of his grandfather, Tywin Lannister, his claim to the Iron Throne would have long since faltered. Cray was uncertain about the current state of the Riverlands, yet he doubted that Lord Tywin would abandon such a prime opportunity to attack. The situation was unexpected, and the Riverlands were ill-prepared. Despite their weakened forces, should House Tully rally their vassals, they could muster around 20,000 men. If the Lannister army attacked at that juncture, although they would ultimately prevail, the endeavor would be significantly more arduous. Lord Eddard Stark's son, Robb, has issued a call to arms to our Manderly family. Yet we need not march to Winterfell. Our forces shall advance westward to rendezvous at King's Road, the Old Lord stated, initiating the meeting. How is the troop assembly progressing, Wendell? Asked Willis of his brother. Wendell, who had hurried back from the encampment, responded rapidly, "We have mainly young recruits. The seasoned veterans are scarce. We cannot deploy all our experienced soldiers from White Harbor. Currently, we can mobilize approximately 2,400 men." He shook his head in disappointment, adding, "Time is too short. We learned of this situation only a day or two ahead of Winterfell. With this limited time frame, even equipping the soldiers properly is a challenge. Had we 2 months, we could train them adequately." The attendees seemed to grasp the validity of Wendell's concerns, and no one contested his assessment. They understood that Winterfell would also need time to gather its forces. By experience, even if Robb Stark was eager, it would take nearly a month for all houses to converge before marching south. They still had time, having participated in the War of Usurpers. The Old Lord possessed invaluable experience regarding these matters. Wendell felt a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Most of the newly summoned soldiers were farmers, fishermen, free riders, and even small merchants. Engaging the Lannister regulars without training would be perilous, despite the Northmen's famed valor. A month's delay was manageable, and Wendell intended to expedite the training process for the newcomers. However, the next words from Earl Wyman derailed his plans entirely. The Old Lord directly instructed, "Wendell, leave the training to Marlin. You have fought against pirates alongside Lord Stannis. This time, I want you to take all of our family's warships and seize the Sisters Islands from those pirates." This command, which had not been discussed with anyone prior, left Wendell momentarily speechless. He was well aware of the Sisters Islands, but he wondered why his father would assign him this task. Capturing the islands and blockading the Bight would prevent any ships from entering. Any that dared would be sunk. Though perplexed by Earl Wyman's directive, Wendell, as a dedicated soldier, resolved to execute his father's orders. "Father, will this action not provoke Winterfell?" Willis expressed his concern. Interestingly, neither he nor Wendell considered the sentiments of the ruling family on the islands. In their minds, those individuals were mere pirates, not nobles. Killing pirates, in accordance with the Seven's will, required no moral justification. Earl Wyman waved off his son's apprehensions, indicating that this was not a grave issue. The White Harbor Fleet would ensure the safety of the northwest eastern coastline during the war, and that reasoning sufficed. As for the western coast, the fleet had no means to assist. They could not circumvent all of Westeros. After addressing this matter, the old lord turned his gaze to his grandson. Cray, in the meantime, attend to your affairs. The room at the top of the Sea God Tower is reserved for you. Once the forces have assembled, you shall lead them, and Sir Marlon will accompany you. Cray understood the old lord's intentions. He was to oversee the incubation of the dragon eggs in the herbal preparation chamber, while Wendell would lead the troops to subdue the Sisters Islands. Following this, Cray would transport the dragon there for a period of growth. This plan, tailored for the young dragon, was intended to ensure it would not stray too far from the bite. Soon, Cray envisioned himself riding it as it soared over Westeros. Chapter 92, Above the High Heavens. Blood and fire intertwined to bring the dragon back into this world is an act that defies the heavens, should such a celestial order exist. The skies were overcast. Clouds densely gathered, heralding an impending storm. Standing atop the towering Sea God Tower, the howling sea breeze surged through the stone columns, striking fiercely against Clay's face, while lifting his long hair, causing it to dance in the air. Clay's gaze shifted from the bustling fleet preparing for expedition at the harbor to the eastern sea, where the horizon offered no glimpse of land. Yet he was acutely aware that on the continent to the east of the straits, a girl of his own youth would soon engage in a blood sacrifice, invoking the Targaryen lineage, wagering 3 lives to ultimately conjure formidable magic and awaken the dragon encased in stone. Time, however, was not on his side. While he could not sacrifice himself, he was determined to hatch his own dragon. Before arriving here, Clay infused his body with a staggering 500 points of magic, reaching the limits of his physical capacity and once again experiencing the sensation of being nearly immobile. He had prepared extensively, eagerly awaiting this day. The whispers were scattered by the ferocious wind as Clay stepped into the chamber atop the tower, situated high above the world. Securing the door, he meticulously inspected the surroundings. This hatching must not be interrupted. The Elder had issued the most stringent orders. No one was to enter the pinnacle of the Sea God Tower, and any intruder would face immediate execution. He opened the highest partition of the tower and all the windows. For today, Clay intended to ignite a fire. Sufficient oxygen was essential. The room was devoid of furnishings, save for a central structure crafted from the most fire-resistant wood. Had he not known its purpose, he might have mistaken it for a cremation pyre. Carefully, he retrieved the blue-gold dragon egg from his inventory, placing it steadily at the center of the wooden structure. The newly awakened Targaryen bloodline pulsed within his heart, imbuing him with a power that rivaled that of Daenerys, the mother of dragons, across the straits. He was unafraid of fire. This realization dawned upon him one fateful night, when candle wax dripped onto his hand, and he felt no pain. Extending his fingers towards the flame, Clay confirmed his suspicion. The fire danced at his fingertips, yet nothing befell him, only warmth. He wondered when he too would earn the title of the Unsullied. With a smile, he shed his clothing, not out of any peculiar inclination, but rather to prevent his expensive noble attire from turning to ash beneath the roaring flames. Though he possessed immense wealth, he would not squander it on such trivial matters. As for his hair, that was of little consequence. The blue-gold dragon egg shimmered even beneath the dim light, and an instinct whispered to him that the creature to emerge would be a strikingly beautiful being. Prepared, Clay no longer hesitated. He pointed his left hand towards the wood. Magic surging within him. Sign of the Witcher, Igni, flow of flames, release. A brilliant stream of fire erupted from Clay's palm, illuminating the shadowy chamber. The kindling caught fire instantly, coated in oil, the perfect accelerant. A wave of heat enveloped the room, and within minutes, the flames spread to the base of the wooden structure. The confined circular space amplified the rising temperature of the fire. Taking a deep breath, Clay thrust his body into the flickering tongues of flame. Mere heat would not awaken the dragon within the stone. It was time to offer the most sincere blood for this grand sacrifice. A flash of steel, this ceremonial dagger, the only one to serve its purpose, sliced through Clay's wrist, and in an instant, blood gushed forth, cascading onto the blue-gold shell of the dragon egg. The crimson droplets, juxtaposed against the egg's radiant exterior, created an otherworldly beauty in the bright flames. He felt the life force ebbing from him, yet Clay gritted his teeth and pressed on. The three-eyed raven had not specified the exact milliliters of Targaryen blood required to awaken a dragon egg. He would use every drop within his capacity. As wisps of blood evaporated, some inadvertently mingled with the blue-gold egg. With the offering made, it was now time for the surge of magic. The overwhelming magic within him finally found an outlet as Clay placed his hands upon the egg. Blood dripped from the wound, and magic flowed from his fingertips. Their shared aim, under the searing heat of the inferno, was now intensifying. Outside the Sea God Tower, the residents of the Mandrell family in White Harbor stood aghast. Necks craned as they gazed up at the family estate, particularly the highest point. Smoke and ash from the burning wood billowed from the windows, forming a thick column against the evening sky. Had the Sea God Tower caught fire? This was a grave matter, especially in the wake of impending war. Countless citizens of White Harbor hastily gathered an assortment of vessels filled with water, rushing towards the family's new fortress. The guards stationed at the fortress walls had already received orders from Count Wyman. Unusual occurrences might transpire atop the Sea God Tower tonight, and they must maintain their posts. Chaos must not befall White Harbor. While they could not disclose the truth, the elders' long-standing authority over White Harbor ensured that the family guards dutifully adhered to the command. Thus, the anxious citizens rushing to extinguish the flames were halted at the fortress gates. They were informed that the family was well aware of the situation and had ample water supplies within the fortress, urging them to remain calm. The crowd gradually dispersed, yet countless eyes remained transfixed on the towering column of smoke. What were the family up to? Whispers abounded. As the sole informed individual, the elder personally took a seat at the staircase leading to the upper levels, the family sword resting beside him. No one was permitted to ascend tonight. The elder had not wielded this sword since the War of the Usurper over a decade ago. Though not forged from Valyrian steel, the presence of this sword represented the family's absolute authority, compelling any member of the Mandrell family to bow before it. The family had gathered, yet seeing the elder's unwavering expression, they ultimately retreated. Whether they could sleep soundly tonight was of no concern to Count Wyman. His thoughts were solely on his grandson. Such a great fire, yet he could not ascend. He must guard this door for his grandson. The family's ascent to greatness depended on this very night. However, above White Harbor tonight, beyond the smoke column, other phenomena unfolded. The Mandrell family estate, the Sea God Tower, was ablaze under the night sky, the cause unknown. Yet the Mandrells seemed to have foreseen this conflagration, the specifics of which were under investigation. Ink dried, letters folded, and placed into the raven's mailbox. Fly, little bird. Deliver this message southward, someone chuckled. Let the fire be born, and may it burn throughout the night. Tomorrow, my friends, is the moment of birth. Chapter 93. The name of the dragon. Galliceth throughout the night. Flames continued to blaze until dawn. When Count Wyman, filled with anxiety and breathless, opened the door, he was immediately met by a thick cloud of smoke that forced him to take a step back. His vision was shrouded in a haze of gray and black, and his nostrils were filled with ash, causing his already racing heart to leap even higher. However, when he discerned the dark, ashen form lying amidst the embers, and the blue-golden creature coiled upon its chest, his feet froze in midair. Awakened by the light and sound, the nascent blue-golden creature opened its golden eyes and scrutinized the unfamiliar intruder. In the next instant, sensing danger, it unfurled its lake-blue wings adorned with golden stripes and emitted its first roar upon entering this world. A dragon. This was indeed a dragon, though diminutive. This life form was akin to the creations of deities, representing the dragons of Westeros, which had vanished for a century. The young dragon's voice, though faint, instinctively caused Count Wyman to retract his stepping foot, a profound joy exploding within the elderly man's chest. His grandson had succeeded. The blue-golden hatchling struggled to expand its wings, its tiny maw agape, revealing sharp little teeth. It understood the disparity in size between itself and the man before it, yet it endeavored to intimidate in defense of its master. Count Wyman felt the situation becoming precarious. Not only he, but any person in the world lacked experience in communicating with dragons, and faced with the fierce demeanor of the hatchling, the old gentleman found himself at a loss. At that moment, he heard his grandson's violent coughing. Cough, cough. Krieg was not faint from the fire, but rather from the overwhelming smoke. He had not anticipated that even with all 4 windows of the circular tower fully opened, the indoor smoke concentration would remain astonishingly high, having already lost considerable blood. And with his magical energy being recklessly expended, even with the hunter's robust respiratory system, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. It was only this morning, as the smoke began to dissipate, that he regained some strength, though he remained in a state of slumber, his body needing time to recuperate. The sound of his grandfather's footsteps and the hatchling's roar finally roused him, and feeling his nostrils nearly filled with dust, he began to cough violently. The young dragon, coiled upon Krieg's chest, suddenly sensed its master trembling intensely beneath it. The dragon turned its head, its eyes wide with confusion as they fixed on Krieg. After a fit of coughing, which allowed him to breathe more easily, Krieg wiped the ash from his face and finally opened his eyes, only to be taken aback. His large eyes met the small golden ones of the dragon, and he felt an almost telepathic connection. "You're awake?" Staring at one another for a full half-minute, Krieg's befuddled mind finally rebooted, and he sat up in joy, lifting the hatchling into his hands. "This is my dragon." He examined the little creature closely, missing no detail. What a perfect creation it was. Blue, finely textured scales covered its body, and golden patterns traced along each protruding bone, while its elongated neck resembled a sinuous serpent. Air. Krieg. Count Wyman gently reminded, indicating his presence. Upon seeing the dragon, all of his worries dissipated, and the fervor in his heart could no longer be contained. After all, this was a dragon. Setting aside its battlefield significance, politically, the Targaryen family, represented by dragons, had only fallen about a decade ago. Dragons were the true kings. This was the unspoken rule of Westeros for nearly 3 centuries. At the sound of Count Wyman's voice, the little dragon instantly leapt from Krieg's palm to perch upon his shoulder, wrapping its tail around Krieg's neck and issuing a warning growl towards the old gentleman. Krieg found it curious. He sensed he could slightly grasp the dragon's thoughts. He raised his hand and gently stroked the dragon's back, softly explaining, "It's all right. He is my grandfather. He is one of us." This declaration drew a slight smile from the elderly gentleman. Remarkably, the hatchling seemed to understand Krieg's words, emitting a purring sound as it nestled on Krieg's shoulder, curling into a tiny ball. Having soothed it, Krieg finally turned his attention to his grandfather. The two shared a long gaze before they simultaneously broke into smiles, which soon blossomed into hearty laughter. A dragon. No words could adequately express the exhilaration coursing through them. The Mandler family would join the historical Targaryen lineage, becoming one of the most divine dragon-ruling families. Once the great dragon took flight, let the Lannisters await their fate as mere offerings for the 7 gods. Grandfather, has father already set sail? The bald-headed Krieg found himself in the study of his grandfather. A visit unknown to anyone, preventing his grandfather from offering the young dragon a taste of the exquisite wine from the Isle of Summer. Krieg rubbed his forehead in exasperation and posed the question weighing most heavily on his mind. To Krieg's dismay, the hatchling sniffed the air, casting a glance back at him. Its gaze filled with reproach for interrupting its anticipated indulgence. For reasons unknown, Krieg envisioned a scene where he would one day visit his dragon, not bearing an abundance of meat, but instead bringing several barrels of fine wine. The dragon, with its jaws gripping the barrel edge, would stretch its neck, causing a barrel of fine wine to disappear in an instant, before casting a satisfied glance back at him, as if to say, "Master, you understand me." Shaking off this absurd image, Krieg heard his grandfather's response. "Yes, they set sail yesterday evening. If the winds are favorable, they should arrive nearby tonight. Under the cover of darkness, they will launch a surprise attack, and the battle can be concluded in a matter of hours." Upon hearing this, Krieg felt a wave of relief. The White Harbor fleet possessed overwhelming strength against the sister islands, with 20 warships and ample soldiers. A nighttime assault posed no risk of defeat. The young dragon, now resembling a curious child, no longer bared its teeth at the elder, instead flitting about the table, exploring all the new sights that captivated its attention. Fully aware that dragons consume cooked meat, Krieg directly retrieved a piece of steak from his grandfather, which had left the hatchling's eyes wide with anticipation. Frowning at the exuberant little dragon, Count Wyman inquired of his grandson, "Have you decided on a name for it yet?" The elder held some skepticism regarding his grandson's naming prowess. If he did not hear a name as commanding as Balerion, he would be prepared to seize the naming rights himself. However, Krieg had long since settled this matter. "Its name shall be Gallasith,"